Gloria visits the family. Gloria entered the main dome of Mars 8 and smiled. It had been forever since she had been back, for obvious reasons. She looked up at the dome of 1,000 suns with pleasure. Mars 8 was one of the largest surface domes on the entire planet with the enclosed area of a large city. She was here on a mission, but she indulged herself in a pleasant walk through one of her favorite parks. It hadn't changed a bit. She paused at a peach tree and picked herself a true Martian peach and sank her teeth into the succulent flesh. She then grabbed herself an apple. She grinned. They just didn't taste the same anywhere else. She paused at the honor transactor and paid 2 credits for her feast. That was the great thing about Mars 8. There were gardens just about everywhere they could fit them, and they were quite inventive when it came to fitting them just about anywhere. She sat and enjoyed her fruit and watched as people passed by. She hadn't realized how much she missed it until now. It was a shame that she wasn't going to be able to return. Oh well. She checked the time. Back to the mission. She hailed a cab and went to the closest rail stop. About 10 minutes later she exited into a smaller residential dome containing expensive villas. As she walked down the street she smirked as people did double takes, pointed and whispered, and some even pulled out communicators. She distinctly heard the word police on several occasions. It's nice to see they haven't forgotten me, she thought as she chuckled to herself. She made a point to keep her hands where they could be easily seen, just in case a cop didn't check the records first. After a short stroll she stopped at the gate of one of the nicer residences in the dome. She grinned and pressed the intercom. Samuel's residence, Clara, the housekeeper, answered. Oh my god. Gloria. Hi Clara, Gloria replied. Is Mom home? Yes. I will tell her that you are here. Please. Come in. Clara exclaimed as the gate opened. Gloria's mother practically lunged out of the door and dragged her inside. Did anybody see you? She anxiously asked. Yeah, plenty of folks, Gloria laughed. A few of them called the cops and everything. The color ran from her mother's face. What have you done? She exclaimed in horror. Mom, chill, Gloria chuckled. I am not wanted in the Republic anymore. What? You heard me. I'm completely free and clear of all warrants and bounties. I bet Ms. Rothright is all shades of disappointed, Gloria laughed. How? Her mother asked, confused. I thought. We sort of made the Republic very happy a little while back, Gloria said with a smile. Part of the deal was a clean record. And you didn't visit? Her mother asked accusingly, smoothing her hair. Not even a call. We've been kind of busy. So I have seen, her mother said accusingly. The White Star? A Federation counselor? The whole Federation is going to hunt you down like a dog for that. They have already been hunting us like dogs. We've had death squads on us for quite some time now, thus me not paying you a visit, Gloria said with a musical laugh. In fact, the White Star and Counselor Morgan probably saved our lives. We have fresh new bounties and arrest warrants all across the Federation now. And that's a good thing, her mother asked, pouring herself a stiff drink. A very good thing, Gloria laughed. Probably still have death squads on our ass though. And I suppose that Jessica Morgan is just going to let the whole killing her grandson thing slide, hey, her mother said as she downed the drink in one gulp. She's probably a little pissed off, Gloria smiled as she poured herself a drink, probably has bigger fish to fry right about now, though. What do you mean? Her mother asked dubiously. Gloria handed her a data crystal. You haven't seen that? Gloria asked. The document that Ambassador John Wintersmith sent. That garbage, her mother scoffed. I have it on good authority. And I have it on even better authority that it's legit, Gloria said as she sipped her liquor and nodded approvingly. Nice. The ambassador is telling the truth, mother. I think my info is a bit better than yours. Hacked it ourselves. Her mother poured herself another drink. God, she said as she sat down and took another gulp. But that means. Yup. Hell in a handbasket. Gloria replied with a pleasant smile. Which explains me dropping by. I wanted to make sure you guys knew the score and I wanted to. Well. I just wanted to see you guys, that's all. Her mother looked at her with worried eyes. Gloria, she said very calmly, the last time you just wanted to see us was right before you resigned your commission and joined up with those fucking pirates. What the hell are you about to do? It can't happen again, Mom. It can't, Gloria said urgently. What can't? Gloria, you aren't making any sense. The war. What we did. God, Gloria said in anguish. What we did, her mother said with hatred in her voice. After what those bastards did to this system, to our family, we didn't do nearly enough. Those, her mother trailed off, realizing that was exactly the sentiment that sent Gloria straight into a life of piracy and murder. No, Gloria said weakly as she buried her face in her hands, I. Gloria's mother held her daughter helplessly as Gloria, sobbing, told her for the very first time, what she actually did during the war. Oh my poor girl, her mother cried as she held her after Gloria's tale had finished. Gloria took a deep breath and her eyes glazed over. So, mother, I will not let that happen again, not over some bullshit like this. We did what we had to do. I know that, I do, but that doesn't make it right. We can never do that again. Never. I'm going to put a stop to it, Gloria said with a calm assurance that terrified her mom. Gloria, her mom said with fear in her voice, what are you going to do? For starters, Gloria said as she got up and poured herself another measure of some truly fine bourbon, I'm divesting my stake in the consortium. Gloria walked into the headquarters of the Mars Consortium with a wry smile. Telling her family that she was going to sell off her stake in the family business went over even worse than she anticipated. At least they aren't feeling sorry for me anymore, she chuckled to herself as she walked to the reception desk. Hello, she told the man sitting behind thick security glass, I am here to see Martin Samuels. The man raised his eyebrow. And who might I say is calling? Gloria Samuels. I am here to divest my stake. That got a reaction. One moment, please, he said in a very confused tone and started typing. After a few minutes he looked up at her with a somewhat terrified/odd expression. Yes, Miss Samuels, Mr. Samuels will see you. One moment, please. Feel free to take a seat. Can I get you anything? If you have some decent Martian bourbon I would love a glass. Yes, Miss Samuels. Right away. Shortly after Gloria received her quite large glass of bourbon on the rocks, two very well-dressed humans, a flaxen man and woman, walked up. Miss Samuels, the man said, this way, please. Gloria followed them into an elevator. The elevator went up for a while and then came to a stop at the top floor. When it opened, Gloria was greeted by half a dozen very professional, very well-dressed individuals. Security, of the mercenary variety, Gloria thought to herself. Good afternoon, a woman said as she approached with a scanner. If you wouldn't mind, would you please disarm? Gloria shrugged and surrendered her pistol and blades. The woman then scanned her, twice, and nodded. Thank you, Miss Samuels, she said in a professional voice. Mr. Samuels will see you now. Gloria smiled and followed them into a large office. It was empty. What the fuck? Gloria asked in alarm and turned to leave. Two mercs stepped in front of the doors. She quickly scanned the room for something to fight with. Please relax, Gloria, a man's voice said from another set of doors. I just want to talk, that's all. The doors opened and a flaxen man entered, a very young flaxen man. Shit. Gloria snarled and prepared to make a suicidal charge. We can have this conversation over drinks or we can have it with you strapped to a hospital gurney, your choice, the man said as all of the mercs, their hands turning into blurs, drew heavy stunners. Gloria snarled, her eyes full of pure hate. She started gauging the distance between her and the young man in front of her. If she could just get close enough. I see you have figured it out, the man laughed ruefully. Martin Samuels, a pleasure to finally meet you. I wish I could say the same, traitor. Gloria hissed. She realized that she still had a heavy glass filled with bourbon in her right hand. She took a good long sip. The glass was going to be useful, but it would be a shame to waste the bourbon. A fool, yes, Martin chuckled, a traitor? Most assuredly not. I did take advantage of Patricia, whose miracle in a vial, but under no circumstances will she gain control of the consortium. All she has done is kill me, and my wife. His demeanor turned grim. Mars will never fall. A few of us were foolish and we will cleanly and painlessly die for it when it is clear that our time has finally come. Executive duties are quietly being transferred to the next in line so as to not adversely impact our stakeholders and our citizens. From what we can gather, we have anywhere between 6 and 12 months to transition to new management, and we should have everything cleanly accomplished within 4. Martin paused and poured himself a drink. Our successors have been preparing for decades to replace us, so not much is required other than a clean and gradual transfer of executive power. Martin paused and smiled. So, do you want a refill or are you still planning on smashing in my skull with that highball glass? I can multitask, Gloria said with a smile as she walked towards the bar. After they both filled their glasses, Martin turned to Gloria. I take it that you wish to divest your shares. Gloria nodded as she took another sip. The timing is very interesting, Martin said with a smile. Do you mind if I ask why? I'm having a ship built, Gloria replied calmly, and I need funds. That's all. This ship, Martin replied looking into her eyes, does it have anything to do with your previous occupation? It might, Gloria smiled. Martin nodded and sipped his bourbon. Is your target Patricia Hu? It is. What happened, during the war, it can't happen again. What she seeks to do to the Federation and to us cannot be allowed to happen. And what are you going to do about it? Martin asked with a grim smile. Gloria's eyes ignited. I'm going to tear it all down, she replied staring into his eyes, everything she has, it's all going away. Every ship, every station, every stronghold, every business, every supply cache, every lab, every single thing she fucking has. It's all going to burn. Gloria drained her glass. She plans on having the resources to rebuild Terra. Nope. She won't have a goddamn thing. She can't play if she doesn't have any fucking toys, can she? Martin shuddered as he looked into Gloria's real eyes. She smiled. As far as that war she is so keen on? Not happening, she snarled. What I did? Not going to happen. If I have to personally rip the engines out of the whole fucking fleet, it isn't going to happen, and if the Federation wants to invade, I will personally remind them why that isn't a good idea, but it won't be some luckless innocent soft targets. I will light their fucking capital on fucking fire. I will hunt their counselors, their businessmen, and their families. I will bring the horror of war to them. I only know one thing, Martin, and that is how to kill. Fortunately, that is exactly what this situation calls for, and I am the fucking best to have ever drawn a fucking breath. The bugs couldn't stop me. The feds couldn't stop me. The Republic won't be able to either. The only person who stops me is me. Martin, and the entire room, unconsciously backed away from her as her soul burned and her eyes gleamed with pure delight. I'm fucking back, bitches, and I have my dream ride being built as we speak. Gloria exclaimed with pure joy. Mama just has to pay the bill, so pay up. Martin nodded and smiled. I'll do you one better, he said as he pulled out a tablet and started typing. There is now a numbered bank account in the Consolidated Bank of New Vegas with 1 billion credits in it. I think that should be sufficient funds to get you started, yes. Gloria just smiled. It should get the ball rolling nicely, she replied, her eyes burning like coals. Splendid, Martin smiled grimly. I consider it a good investment for the security of the consortium and the Martian people. Show me some results and there is more where that came from. Show that bitch she picked the wrong planet, the wrong company, and the wrong family to fuck with. He walked forward and extended his hand. I look forward to working with you, Ms. Samuels. Likewise, Mr. Samuels, Gloria said with a smile as she shook it. Gloria, where the fuck have you been? Sheila demanded as Gloria strode onto the paper tiger. I've been worried sick and that pisses me slap the fuck off. Oh, Gloria smiled. I had some family stuff to iron out. Oh. Sheila asked dubiously. She didn't know a lot about Gloria's family except for the fact that she refused to ever discuss them. All better now? Yes, much, Gloria smiled. Oh, and I'm quitting by the way, she said calmly as she walked towards her cabin. What? Sheila yelled. Get the fuck back here, god damn it, she shouted as she chased Gloria across the ship. That evening the crew all sat around the bridge as Gloria stood there smiling beatifically over them. So you have gone completely bookshit then? Jessie demanded more than a little angrily. If you like, Gloria replied with a happy smile. And this ship, T-Sunk-Al said as he munched on some rice, it's one of these Reapers. Oh no. Goodness no, Gloria said in a happy mellow voice. It's what a Reaper should have been. It's much better, especially after a few modifications I just called in. It will take another few days but it will be well worth it. It's going to be the Angel of Death. With it I will be able to fix everything. I can make everything better. Nice, T-Sunk-Al replied as he shoveled some more rice into his mandibles. What's the turnaround time looking like? What's the turnaround time? Jacob spluttered, is that the only question you have concerning this? The biggest one, yeah, T-Sunk-Al replied as he sipped some tea. The rest of her plan sounds sensible enough. Hunt shit down. Blow shit up. Repeat until there is nothing left to blow up. Pretty straightforward and may I say a refreshing change of pace from the twisty-turny convoluted bullshit we normally do. I should have it ready for flight testing in 2 weeks. Okay, now I have concerns, T-Sunk-Al said. 2 weeks for a complete Angel of Death? I have very real quality concerns. The design is based on a moray which were designed to be built fast and cheap. They just cut up 2 morays and made 1 moray and a half out of it. The structural framework is already done except for a little welding. The internals are all off the shelf. If you know the right shop that is, which I do. I hired some true master craftsmen to do the work, much better people than made my original Reaper, and I unleashed horror after horror in that baby. Well, it's your ass, T-Sunk-Al shrugged. I trust you know what you are doing. Gloria. Maybe, Eno said hesitantly, maybe I could test your brain chemistry? Maybe you need. Of course I'm completely insane. Gloria laughed happily. I left sanity behind on Red Sunday and never looked back. Crazy or not, Sheila said, and I can't believe I'm saying this, she ain't wrong. That bitch has to go down, now, and standing right here in front of us is without a doubt the single deadliest moray pilot to ever have drawn a breath. Send a crazy bitch to kill a crazy bitch and, my fellow pirates, there are none crazier than our enchanting Gloria. Sheila rose and downed her beer. We've been talking about what exactly the fuck we were going to do about this bullshit the whole time we were looking for our little diaper-clad Medal of Honor wearing nut job. I think we just heard exactly what we are going to fucking do about it. She looked at the crew. Pirates, Sheila bellowed, all in favor of backing our favorite murderer one last time. One last time. Gloria laughed. Yeah, because if by some miracle you survive this you are getting help, bitch. Fair enough, Gloria chuckled. So like I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted, Sheila shouted. All in favor of backing up our favorite psychopath. A chorus of "I, and fuck it," rang out. Gloria just stood there, stunned as people started hugging her. You aren't rid of us just yet, you crazy person. Bunny shouted over the speakers as she flashed the lights off and on. You need intel, supply, support, hackers, the works. Alone you are a dangerous psychopath. With us you are an effective psychopath. Let's blow some shit up. Woo. Woo. Jessie chimed in, jumping up and down. We'll have your first batch of targets fresh out of the oven before the paint on your ship is dry, she exclaimed excitedly. I hope we can hack a video feed so we can see the look on her fucking face. Ha. You guys, Gloria said helplessly, her eyes gleaming with happiness and tears, as she started hugging everyone back. Okay, crew, Sheila shouted. Let's all go out and raise some hell because we may never be able to set foot on Terra again. Cheering and laughing, everybody charged out of the paper tiger and out into the city. Even Bunny, networked to Jessie's tablet and posing as a karaoke app, went along. Shalaron the pimp. What do you mean you are cutting me off? I spluttered in shock. Ma'am, that meanie of a Kailsh said frostily, you seem to have a misunderstanding concerning exactly what free internet actually means. Free internet means free internet, right? Free internet assumes something that called typical use. It is intended to be a convenience for our guests, a way for them to stream media, surf the web, and communicate with friends and family. It is not intended to be used for business purposes. She said as she paused and pulled up some records on her computer. And you, Ms. Shalaron, were consuming bandwidth well above anything that can be remotely considered typical. Our connection is for all of our guests to use, and it is unfair to the others if all of the bandwidth is consumed by one guest who is clearly using our connection for atypical purposes. That darn Kailsha bent her eye stalks to look directly into my eyes, just shooting disapproval beams at me. You can understand that, can't you? Yes, I replied, trying to be as polite as I could. Yes, I understand, and I promise that after this I will behave, but I absolutely need to finish what I am doing. Please. I'm sorry, she said firmly. Your internet connection has been suspended for the remainder of your stay. She straightened her uniform and wiggled her eye stalks at me. Will you be checking out now? What if I paid you? I asked in desperation. I absolutely had to finish that download. I just had to. Are you offering me a bribe? Asked frostily. I mean, you could feel the pooping temperature drop. Would it work? I asked, giving her my nicest smile. No. Good day, ma'am, she replied, packing truly Kailsh levels of sarcasm and meanness in that final ma'am. I tell you, those Kailsh can be really nasty without actually being nasty. That ma'am was a real cussing out. I, not exactly knowing what to do, wandered back to my room. Oh poop, this wasn't good. So did ya get the internet fixed? Kraxina asked brightly as I stomped back into the room. No. Those assholes cut us off. I yelled as I threw myself onto the bed. Oh. You said a dirty word. Kraxina giggled. Oh poop, I did. Those poopers, I said a bit more carefully, cut us off, said that we were violating typical use or some poop like that. That's not good, Kraxina said thoughtfully. You think? You flushing think? I squeaked. We finally, after weeks and weeks, we finally get an order and now we can't fill it. I buried my face in my pillow and moaned, the guy is already on his way. If it isn't ready. We're fucked, Kraxina moaned, finally catching on. Right. They will murder us on the message boards. We'll never get another order. We will be out of flushing business. Shit. What are we gonna do? Kraxina yelped. I gotta call Baxlon, I replied. He could figure this out. He just had to. Not surprised, Baxlon said as he handed me a cup of relaxing herbal tea. Some less than reputable people will check into a hotel and use their internet to do less than reputable things. Typical use, my ass. Their security AI flagged you. They just weren't going to accuse you of anything to your face. I wasn't doing anything wrong. I squeaked. I have permits and stuff. I did. Everything was 100% legal, no matter how it looked. And there is no way in hell you will be able to convince them of that, Baxlon replied. They probably have a policy in place, and to get it reversed you will probably have to talk to someone that won't waste their time talking to you. Baxlon said calmly as he typed into his computer. Yep, thought so. You're screwed. What do you mean I'm screwed? Most hotels use the same internet provider. This flag is gonna follow you. You will be lucky to get internet anywhere now. What am I going to do? I squeaked. I knew I was squeaking and I didn't pooping care. I was completely losing it. Well, you are going to finish this download using my connection here, Baxlon replied. I have a spare office. Just set up in there and finish the gig. After that, well, you are going to need your own connection. Whew. Thanks, Baxlon. You're a lifesaver. I gotta protect my interests. I can't have you going out of business before you even start, can I? He laughed. Now while you are taking care of this job we need to go ahead and set you up with your own connection. I don't want what you're doing being traced back here, just in case. Just in case of what? I asked dubiously. I really didn't like the sound of that. We, and by we I mean you, are playing pretty fast and loose with the law. Everything you are doing is legal, technically, but that doesn't mean that you won't possibly run into trouble. If that happens you definitely don't need my office shut down along with you, understand? I thought that all the licenses would keep me from getting in trouble, I said quietly. I mean, seriously. Why did I go through all of that flushing hassle? What was I paying this fish for anyway? They should, but the key word there is should. Baxlon chuckled, blowing bubble rings. If everything that should happen did happen then I wouldn't have a very successful business, would I? Don't worry, Baxlon said as he put a mechanical hand on my shoulder. Stick to the plan and you will be in the clear. You are paying me a cut for a reason, remember? Oh okay, I said glumly. This blue scum bubbles. Now you go, get your gear, and finish the download. While it's cooking we will start going over your options. Once Kraxina was set up in the spare office and happily scooping mini crystals into the burner's hopper I was once again in Baxlon's office. Okay, internet, Baxlon said in a crisp business-like voice. You need your own connection, which means your own address, preferably a business one. How much is that going to cost? I asked. That fortune I robbed was looking less and less fortune-like by the second. We're getting there, Baxlon smiled. Now you can rent an office space somewhere. That would be a bit cheaper and would already have a business connection, but your internet would still be provided by the landlord and would probably be monitored by a crime prevention AI just like the hotel. You really don't need someone getting in your business, both from the downloads and the nature of your business communications. All of it is legal, but all of it is likely to raise questions that will be nothing but a hassle. Rented offices run into the same issues with criminals that hotels do, just bigger ones. So, renting is out, I said, thinking to myself, and then I gasped. Does this mean that I have to buy something? How much? Oh man, this did not sound good. I could see all my credits disappearing in front of my very eyes. Yes. Starting a business and buying your own commercial space is what you need, Baxlon said, and then looked up at me. I must have looked like I felt. Don't worry, he laughed. It's not as bad as you think. I have money, but a building can't be cheap. I squeaked. I couldn't help but squeak. Back home buildings were expensive and it must be a lot more here. Oh poop. I could barely breathe. You're right, Baxlon said, it isn't. Even a cheap space in this city goes for quite a bit, but don't worry. You don't have to pay for it all at once. In fact, walking in with a crystal full of credits and paying cash will have them calling the cops on you right after they happily take your money. What? Nobody pays cash for a business, Baxlon laughed. They take out a business loan. I can't do that. I squeaked, completely not in control of my squeakiness. I'm not a citizen. I don't even have an apartment. Believe it or not, getting this set up is a lot easier than getting that apartment. Taking out a huge loan is easier than getting a lease. I asked, completely in disbelief. That couldn't be pooping right. Yab. Baxlon laughed. Especially the way we are going to do it. The way we are going to do it? I asked, looking at him suspiciously. Is this going to be something shady? Of course it would be. Who the poop was I talking to? No. Of course not, mostly. Baxlon chuckled. Tell me everything about this mostly. I said quite firmly. Here it comes, I thought, bracing myself as best as I could. I know a banker or three, Baxlon replied. I also know a thing or two about money. We take your cash, turn it into assets and wrap that up into a shell company. That shell company, which is completely Terran even if you're not, then invests in Drop of Oil LLC by securing a loan using its assets and then in turn extends one to you. Then, abracadabra. You write yourself a check for whatever you need. We can probably get close to $1 million if we need it, $500,000 easy. But I will be broke. I squeaked as I started squeaking again. Broke. Completely br. Oh waters, gasp, I couldn't pooping breathe. Easy there, Baxlan said reassuringly. You won't be broke. You will just be extended. What's the flushing difference? I squeaked even higher than my normal squeak. Broke means you have no credits. Extended means you have 1,000,000, Baxlan chuckled. Gasp, 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 gasp. I really couldn't breathe. I was completely losing it. You gonna be okay? I think I'm gonna be sick, I groaned. It wasn't a freaking figure of speech either. I was about to lose my breakfast. Baxlan laughed a belly laugh as he handed me his wastebasket. And the best part is that you still have your original money. Baxlan said with a grin. The shell company will still contain all of your original assets. You can even make interest off of it. This can't be legal. I accused. There is no way this could remotely be anything close to legal, could it? Oh, but it is, Baxlan said, spreading his mechanical arms wide. This is how the big boys do it. But I'm not a big boy. I'm a little plath. Oh, Waters, I stammered, feeling tiny for the first time in a long while. Well, do you want to be a little plath who gets booted from hotels and can't make her orders, or do you want to put on your big girl panties and actually make bank? I want to make bank, I finally managed to say, and it was true. I didn't want to be little. I wanted to be one of the big boys. It just scared the POO out of me. Okay then. Pull up those panties and let's get started. Just a few days later, with entirely too many credits that didn't actually exist to my name, I was looking at a small abandoned strip mall. It's so big, I squeaked. Boy, was I ever getting tired of squeaking, but I just couldn't help it. Don't you have anything smaller? I do, a smartly dressed human male replied. But not in this neighborhood. It may be big, but this is one of the cheapest commercial properties currently on the market. But why is it so much cheaper? I asked, just a little bit confused. The realtor looked around nervously. It's, because of the location, he said, looking around again, expecting to get mugged any second. Startown is not, well, not the most desirable of areas. Oh, but it's perfect for me. I exclaimed. I need to be down here because of its proximity to the starport. Well, let's take a look inside, shall we? The realtor said. He sounded really excited, but not trying to be excited. Weird. It already had bars on the windows and everything. That will sure come in handy. Well, you are now the proud owner of a ratty strip mall. Congratulations. Baxlan said the next day as we were sitting in his office. Great, I squeaked. I was back squeaking again. I just spent a lot of money. Aren't you going to ask me how much you spent for it? Baxlan asked with a gleam in his eye. How much? 200,000 even. What? Sheloran squeaked happily. But they were asking for. Yeah, and they had been asking for that for a long time, Baxlan chuckled. Earned my commission on that one, didn't I? Yeah, you did. I yelled, jumping on his desk and hugging his globe. That was over half off. And I own it. Like for real. As real as it gets, and get the fuck off of me. Baxlan laughed. I jumped off of his desk and went back to my seat. Now we need to think about what you are going to pretend to be, Baxlan said in his business voice. Pretend to be? I asked. I was really confused. Why would I have to pretend? I really don't think you want to put Drop of Oil LLC, smuggler supplier, on the door, do you? No, I replied. No, that wouldn't be smart at all, would it? So we need to set up a front for you. Okay. I knew what a front was. I needed to come up with a fake business that was real but actually fake. And preferably make it a cash business while we are at it. Could come in handy later, Baxlan continued. Oh. I knew that one too. Am I going to be doing money laundering? I asked cautiously. I didn't think that I needed to do that. Oh, you don't, at the moment anyway, Baxlan chuckled, but you never know what the future will throw at you, so it's best if we get that going now. You have a lot of space, maybe a laundromat. I pondered. I had done my criminal homework and laundromats were like so textbook. Wasn't that kind of obvious? I pondered, and then it hit me. Coffee. I can make coffee drinks real good. I exclaimed excitedly. I can open a coffee shop, and since I'm going to have great internet, I can open a cyber cafe too. Those will do really well in Startown. I got really excited. I saw a story about the Terran cyber cafes and those really neat little tiny rooms. People even slept in them. I bet one of those would do really super near the starport with everyone coming and going. Poop. I had plenty of space and could put in loads of those little room thingies. That could work, Baxlan said thoughtfully. Problem is that it actually sounds like work. I mean, you would have to man the desk, make coffee, tend the cubicles, you know, shit like that. Oh, I don't mind. I said excitedly. I mean, this sounded super cool. Well, it's your money, Baxlan chuckled. I guess the cubicles would be cheaper than buying or leasing commercial laundry equipment and a lot cheaper to operate. It's not like it actually has to make money, you know. Oh, I know, I said, trying to look cool, but I just knew it would take off and do really well. Give these guys a call and they will help you get the place set up, Baxlon said as he texted me a business card. I've worked with them before. They do good work and don't ask a lot of questions. Great. I squeaked. Oops. I squeaked. I couldn't help it. I was just so excited. It took almost a month for everything to get built and installed, but poop. It looked amazing. The cubicles were super nifty, just like the ones I saw on the holo, and my front lobby was super nice with comfy furniture that would accommodate a bunch of different species and my coffee setup. I went ahead and got the nice machines. I know that it's supposed to be just a front, but I couldn't help myself. I thought that it would be really scary and stressful spending all those credits, but once you get started it's really hard to stop. It was okay, though. This place looked wonderful. I still had some money left on my loan too. I ran a few ads letting everyone know I was open for business. And nobody showed up. Nobody. Absolutely flushing nobody. What the poop? I bought a big sign for outside and that helped a little. I had a few people trickle in, but not anywhere nearly enough. Thank the eternal waters it was a front. I mean, if I was actually depending on this business I would have lost my pooping mind right about then. My real business wasn't going all that much better, but each deal was worth a pretty good bit, and my first deal went through with no problems, and the independent contractor that bought my product reported that it sold quite well. Thanks to that I was able to get a few more deals going, but it was nowhere near the mountain of credits I had led myself to believe. Oh, I was selling a lot of copies per deal, but once you figured in the costs of the mini crystals and the media itself, I wasn't making anywhere near as much as you would think. Still, things were slowly gaining traction, or that was what I told myself, as I had to use some of what was left of my line of credit to make my first payment. Then my second. Then my third. That's about where I started pooping myself a little. I asked Baxlon what would happen if I went under. He promised me that I wouldn't go to jail, which was my first worry. I mean, this can't be legal. He just said something about going bankrupt and something about restructuring and how Drop of Oil could go under but the shell company would still be safe. This sounded even less legal than what I was doing now. Poop. Finally, I broke even. Between the orders, I caught a huge break and someone wanted a bunch of copies of some banned books that I could copy for free, and finally getting some customers coming in, I realized that most Xenos had absolutely no idea what a cyber cafe was, and so I ran a few more ads and set up a FAQ, and that really helped. I actually made a little bit of a profit. Yes. I could finally sleep without cuddling Kraxina like a plush toy. Then. Kraxina did a Kraxina. It was just another mostly quiet day at Drop of Oil when Kraxina looked up at me. Shelloron. Yeah, I asked, completely oblivious to what was about to happen to me. I was thinking. You know what I used to do, you know, before I started working for you. Yeah. I asked, sipping my tea. It was great tea. It was really fancy, but I got a super deal on it. I was thinking that maybe, I could give it a try again. Are you asking permission? I chuckled, sipping my wonderful tea. I'm not your mother. Yeah, but I sort of work for you, and if I started, you know, I wouldn't always be. Hey, I hadn't thought of that. Kraxina had sort of become kinda important to the operation. I had also gotten used to having her around. Well, it's your life, I replied. It was hard to get too excited when I had tea as good as that. Whatever makes you happy. I can manage on my own for a while, and if you want to come back you certainly can. I took a sip and turned to her. Just make sure you do it right. I don't want to have to bail your fluffy tail out of jail. No. No, I'll do it right, Kraxina said haltingly, and then she looked at me meaningfully. I set my tea down. I knew that look. What? I asked dubiously. I was wondering if, maybe, I could, maybe, do it here, she squeaked. What? Thank goodness I set down my tea. That stuff was expensive. I mean, we have so much room and. No. Abso-flushing loudly not. Aren't there places you can do that already? Yes, but you aren't there, she replied, looking down. After everything I would want you around, you know, to make sure I'm safe. Kraxina, I'm sure that those other places are safe too, I replied as kindly as I could. Yes, but you aren't there. Here, I could do it and be safe, and if something happened you would be there, and I could still help out around the place when I wasn't doing it. Okay, now there was a good point. I really did need her help, and if she really wanted me around to make her feel safe. Wait. What was I thinking? No. This was not going to pooping happen. I am not sure that's a great idea, I replied. I mean, if you are not feeling that confident then maybe you aren't ready just yet. But I want to, Kraxina said in that voice she knows I have a weakness for. I'm horny as fuck and you don't want me bringing people back to the hotel. No. No, I do not. This way I could do them here and get paid for it, she said happily. I would be safe and I could get my fuck on. This is why I too long for one of my kind to go without. It can't be healthy. I just sipped my tea. She did have a point. She can get her little freak on and I wouldn't have to worry about her. Wait. No. I told myself. This was a bad idea. And I could pay you. Kraxina said happily. Those brothels take a cut, you know. Why not give it to you? I sighed. We did have space we weren't using and it would keep Kraxina off of the street and here where I could keep an eye on her stupid tail. I could feel myself starting to give. Okay, I said after a moment. Kraxina's eyes lit up. It was impossible to say no to her sometimes. If I agree to this it's only for a little while. You can find out if you are up to this and if it's something you really want to do then you need to find a real place to do it in. Deal. I meant well. I really did. I mean she had a safe space to explore this part of herself again and I got to know that she was safe and not bleeding to death in an alley or trapped in the back room of another hotel. What could possibly go wrong? Well, nothing did go wrong. A quick check of the applicable regulations showed that what she, and I, were doing was perfectly legit. She, as an independent sex worker, could take appointments wherever she wished as long as it wasn't on the street and it was a safe environment. Well, me sitting in the lobby brewing coffee or dare to dream making copies, not that it was really happening all that often, darn it, made it pretty pooping safe. If anyone tried to hurt my Kraxina they were going to get to taste the business end of a mini cooker. It became the new normal. We would be working and then some guy, or girl, would wander in looking for Kraxi, that's what I started calling her, Kraxi, and off they would go to her little nest in back. They would then pop out later with big smiles on their faces and Kraxina would then rent a cubicle for several hours. I guess setting up a cash business wasn't such a bad idea after all. Then, it happened. One day a strange-looking little purple thing came in looking for Kraxina. I thought it was one of her clients but instead Kraxina brought her over to me. Hey, Shelley, she said with that look. I carefully set down my very nice very expensive tea. Well, nobody else was buying it and it was a shame for it to go stale, as a less than pleasant realization dawned upon me. No, I said and picked my tea back up. But, Shell. No. Not happening. But she doesn't have anywhere else to go. Kraxina said using that diabolical voice. Not my problem. Not my problem. I repeated to myself. Then she should go to the union and set up in a brothel, a real one. But she kaa on TT. Not my problem. I repeated my mantra to myself. Not my concern, I said sealing the proclamation with a sip of my tea. But she's on the street. She's gonna get hurt. I'm already regretting asking this but exactly why can't she go to the union, I asked. Ploxney, that was the little purple Xeno's name, proceeds to tell me this long involved tale of woe about how she isn't documented, here illegally, that she doesn't have the money to leave. She then told me about how she was getting ripped off really bad where she was working, and how she just needs a safe place to work until she can get enough money to get on a ship and back on her way. Then she showed me the bruises where she had been raped. Fuck. I mean poop. So now Ploxney was hanging around. She was nice, didn't cause any trouble, didn't make a mess, and cheerfully paid just like Kraxina did. I tried to tell her not to worry about it but she insisted. She wanted to earn her keep and I just got tired of fighting her over it. I even let her keep money with me since she didn't have a safe place to keep it. I just put a lockbox in the back with her name on it. She was so grateful for just that and the meals that I would feed her when she was around. I'd send her out with a lunch order and she would bring back food for all of us and was always so careful with the change. It was hard not to like her. Ploxney is pretty darn cool. After Ploxney came VVZZL who had a similar story to tell. The poor thing had a really bad problem with what the Terrans call voxel, a street drug. I managed to get her into rehab after a little while. She drops by every now and then. She is doing really well and helps me with my studies, yes, I'm still working towards that darn certificate. After VVZZL came Twitch. She was Federation and down on her luck. The fact that she could work for the Shell Oran was a big deal for her because nobody was going to fuck with her here. I had to make it quite clear to her, and several more Federation Xenos who showed up right after, that they under no circumstances worked for me. They were working for themselves and I just happened to have some space they could use. About then, Kraxina and the others built some really nice little rooms in the spare area. I told them that it was okay as long as they cleaned up their own messes, because I certainly wasn't. Word got out. A Xeno who needed a place to safely ply their trade for a bit could drop by and I would accommodate them. My rates were better than most places and they were quite safe here. I knew I shouldn't be messing with this nonsense but darn it, these poor people had no place to go and a lot of them didn't even really want to be prostitutes in the first place, which was completely heartbreaking, but by then I had hired as many poor little Xenos as I could afford to. The least I could do was give them a place where they wouldn't get raped or murdered, right? On the bright side, my coffee shop was doing a lot more business as a waiting room than it ever did on its own, and I really didn't want to admit it, but the girls, and a couple of boys, really did put me over into the black when it was tight. All in all, it was an okay arrangement. I never had any trouble from the clients, nor did I with the independent contractors who were beginning to crawl all over the place. Heck! I was even starting to put together study sessions for people who wanted to work towards their certificate. We were starting to bring in enough to hire our own tutor. Then, trouble, big huge scary trouble. I was actually in the middle of a big download. I actually got a pooping order, when Huang called me to the front. Standing there were about a dozen really mean-looking women and one Juana. They were armed, very well armed, and were wearing was clearly soft armor styled to look like street clothes. A blazer doesn't have multiple layers of fabric like that. What? Okay. All hell was breaking loose in the special area as more of these women were starting to drag out all of my people. Yes, I had started to think of them as my people cause they needed to be someone's people, damn it, and their clients in various states of naked. What the poop is going on here? I squeaked. I tried to sound tough, but no, I squeaked. We have the same question, a very muscular woman replied as she pulled out a badge of some sort. Gretchen Mathers, Sex Workers Union Investigations Division. Poop. Well, it turns out that someone, and I know who. Dave, you butthead, had really gotten close to Ploxney and in their cuddle time conversations had learned her story, including the part where she was undocumented and working here somewhat covertly. He then found out from dear sweet chatty Ploxney that a lot of the people working for me, they weren't pooping working for me, were in similar circumstances. This concerned him, and after looking into me by watching some of those pond-cursed documentaries, he got even more concerned, so the little jerk called the union on my stubby little tail and got me raided. In his defense, he meant well. I still let him visit because Ploxney won't work anywhere else, and he did mean well. And Ploxney asked really nicely. Well, the union rolled in expecting to raid a human trafficker and held me at pooping gunpoint. The guns didn't scare me as much that stun rod that the Joanna was holding with the disturbingly rounded tip. The way she kept saying that she really didn't like slavers as she moved it back and forth was very disconcerting. They wouldn't let me talk. They just kept me there and took each of my slaves in the back and talked to them individually. I knew that Kraxina had a mouth on her, but wow. She really gave them a piece of her mind. Fortunately for me, the scary rod went away pretty quickly, and so did the guns, but who cares about those, and even more fortunately the union found the whole situation rather humorous. It turns out that I'm not the first mother hen, as they called me, they have encountered. I found out a few very important pieces of information. Yes, it is legal for individuals to engage in prostitution in a safe environment, but if more than 3 of them are using the same environment at the same time, it is now an unlicensed brothel. Oops. It doesn't matter if you are documented, undocumented, legal or illegal. You can get a card from the union. They don't report, and it really doesn't matter that much to the Republic anyway. If you are undocumented, they will just do a quick check to make sure you aren't a serial killer or wanted in the Empire and register you. It's really no big deal. I've now helped more than a few illegals get that all sorted out. The Sex Workers Union is in fact deputized to handle these sorts of things directly without having to go to the police, and will happily storm a suspicious site. I almost got my butt kicked, and quite possibly probed by a prison rod with a self-lubricating tip, because I bore a strong resemblance to a human trafficker. After it was clear that I wasn't scum of the flipping earth, they were really nice and all bought coffees. They really liked them, word got out, and I have some more new customers. Gretchen pulled me aside after everybody got dressed, those poor clients, and the chaos subsided. You seem a decent sort, she said to me. I try to be, I squeaked. When we looked you up, we expected to run into a fucking monster, you know. Yeah, I get that a lot, I said as I sipped a soothing cup of tea to calm my nerves. Those guys in the starport drew first, by the way. Okay, sure, Gretchen laughed. Whatever. Great, even they don't believe me. They drew first, damn it. I mean poop it. Anyway, you either need to get this place licensed, Gretchen said, or you need to get licensed. What? I said, putting down my tea. At this point in my life I kinda know when something is coming. I think you would make a fantastic procurer, she said, putting her hand on my shoulder. A what now? A procurer. They are an individual licensed by the union to arrange for services. They act as a go-between between some of our providers and the public, an agent if you will. In return they are typically paid a commission for their service. You mean a pimp? I squeaked. A pimp gets to meet Erlexa and her special rod, Gretchen laughed. A union procurer works for the provider, not the other way around. It would be a handy way for you to keep this operation of yours running, continue to help the wayward souls that seem to flock here, and keep us from kicking in your door on a continuing basis. She paused as one of my workers handed her an espresso. You would also gain access to a database of providers from across the planet which would increase your earnings significantly and do us a great favor as well. She took a sip and nodded approvingly. Yeah, I'll definitely be coming back here. She then looked at me. It's hard to find people who make good procurers and I bet you would be a fantastic one. I felt that all too familiar feeling, fate closing in around me. It appears that I was about to become a procurer now. Great, a non-pimp. I chuckled. Pimp was not on the list yet. I get to check off another box. Okay, I sighed. How do I become one of these procurers? It didn't take long. There were a few classes I had to take and a test I had to pass. The test was easy. It was just about all the rules and stuff. So, I'm now a procurer. It's actually pretty nifty. I can issue union cards and help my fellow lost little Xenos navigate at least part of this weirdness that is the Republic. I also have a list of every single licensed brothel in the whole pooping Republic and I get a referral bonus if I can get someone out of my skirts and into a real place of business. Not that many go for it. Most are very happy with me, darn it. What? I'm not going to turn into a jerk face just because I can get rid of them. I've even gone on a few raids with the Union. I pooping hate bullies and they didn't have to ask me twice, I got one of those nifty blazers and everything. We visited this real poop stain the other day. He got to spend a little time with Erlexa. By the way, Erlexa is a dominatrix when she isn't out there fighting the good fight and is available on Thursday if that is your sort of thing. I still can't believe I'm doing this. Oh, I think I broke Baxlon. He wanted to be furious with me for getting involved in all this nonsense without talking to him but at the same time he was about to pop his gills laughing at the thought of me being a pimp now. I had to promise him to talk to him whenever I did anything from now on. I think I will. And I swear if one more person asks if I'm available I'm going to shoot them in the naughty bits. Wahahahahahaha. Sam, my former boss, howled with laughter as he leaned against my bar for support. Go ahead, I said sipping my tea. Laugh it up, jerk face. Oh my god. Shelloron, he gasped, and here I was pissed off that you set yourself up as competition. If you want to be competitors, I said as I sipped my overpriced, but absolutely wonderful, tea, I will happily refer you to the right people in the Union. You will need a bigger place though. Sam burst into peals of laughter again. So, are you looking to hire someone or not? I asked. I have several Xenos who know how to make coffee your way and would love to work someplace, less interesting. More laughter. Actually, yes. Yes, I would love to interview 2 people. Sam said as he finally stopped laughing. I failed to mention that both of the applicants I would be sending his way did not actually make coffee for me but in fact worked in the back and had been carefully trained in preparation for transitioning to a real job, something that both of them really wanted. It tears me up that some of my people aren't like Kraxina but just desperate. I do what I can but it's never enough, damn it. At least I can keep them safe, right? Kraxina picked that moment to saunter out from the back in nothing but a robe. I finally made one that she will keep on, and looked over at Sam. You my 12:30, she asked. No. Sam replied completely flustered. Want to be? No, thank you. You're missing out, she said and then made herself a coffee. It was my turn to laugh. You are I said unable to resist. What? Sam asked still staring at Kraxina. Missing out, I grinned. Sam blushed and stammered something about having to get back and left. As he did I looked over at Kraxina. You have completely ruined me, I chuckled. As she was about to reply the phone rang. I answered. Hello. Drop of oil coffee and media. Can I interest you in? Sigh, yes. You are interested in a Xenos, feet. Hooves. Sigh. That's an odd request but let me check. Yes, we do have a provider with hooves. Yes, I can send you an image. I'm certainly glad it makes you that way, gross. I can certainly assist with that I just need your client ID num. No, that provider requires a, no I don't care if you are a nice guy the provider requires an ID. Look, dude, if you want the hoof you need the ID now unless you have one. Ugh. Click. I hung up. Hooves. Kraxina laughed. And you will never guess what he wanted her to do with them. I replied sipping my tea. Tell me. Sorry, I smiled at her, as a procurer I must respect my client's confidentiality. Ah. I grinned. But since he didn't actually become my client he wanted her to. Ew. Kraxina replied laughing. Humans are so pooping weird, I muttered as I sipped my tea. Good thing, right, she replied. No way we could keep this place open without them. Please don't remind me, I laughed. The table. Are you sure it's okay for us to be outside like this? Dawn asked Jade as they lurked in an alleyway across from their hideout. There are enough humans working in this area to cover our tracks, Jade said calmly as she looked around. If we are spotted from above it should look like we are just taking a break, provided you look like you are taking a break, so relax, squeaks. Nguyen and the boss need time to set up your table. You do want to be one of us, don't you? More than anything. Then try to look like you belong out here and fucking chill, Jade laughed. Dawn tried to relax but she just couldn't. Besides the fact that they were likely being hunted by just about everyone she was about to get brought to the table. She wasn't sure what that meant, but she bet it was going to be awesome. A few minutes later Jade's communicator pinged. Jade looked down at the short message. Okay, Mouse, Jade smiled. It's showtime. Ready? Oh yes. Dawn said as she jumped up and down with excitement. Alright, let's go. Jade walked Dawn back to the entrance of the warehouse. She smiled grimly. She was pretty certain that the mouse would fail the test. She wasn't ready. She still had too much good in her. She looked over at Dawn and shook her head. It would be much kinder, and more importantly much simpler, if they just crushed her skull when she wasn't looking. If she wasn't Patricia's latest pet it would have already happened. Still, the boss was the boss. Besides, her strange eyes often saw what others couldn't see. Maybe there was more to this little mouse than appearances indicated. They reached the entrance. Okay, Squeaks, Jade said as they reached the door. Your pistol, hand it over. What? Dawn asked dubiously. It's all part of the table, Jade responded simply. You go in there with only your knife. Okay, Dawn said as she handed over her military-issue sidearm. Alright, Squeaks, Jade said as she opened the door. It's showtime. Jade pushed Dawn through the door and shut it after her. Dawn stood there in complete shock. In the middle of the room was Patricia, Nguyen, and kneeling beside them, in front of a plastic tub, was a bound young girl, no more than 12. The girl looked back at her with terrified tear-streaked eyes. She made a gurgling noise from behind a makeshift gag. What's going on? Dawn asked quietly. Why your table of course. Patricia said in her beautiful voice. It's our most sacred of sacraments. You shall slaughter this porky animal and we shall slake our thirst with her blood and feast on her flesh. Through this you shall be reborn as one of our tribe. Patricia stepped forward to take her by the hand and led her towards the sacrifice. Dawn numbly followed. This had to be a dream, right? This couldn't be real. I'm so proud of you, Patricia said happily. To think you would be taking this step so soon. I hope you realize how rare this is, to be brought into our inner circle so quickly. It's a testament to your wonderful resolve. Patricia positioned Dawn behind the child. Dawn just stood there looking down at the kid. This can't be real. This can't be happening, Dawn thought. She smelled smoke. She looked over and sure enough, there was a Terran-style barbecue pit set up in the corner of the room. This was real. It was as real as it got. After she killed this little kid they were going to cook her. Then all of them were going to eat her. She looked over at Jade and Nguyen, their faces twisted with malice and perversion, and then she looked over at Patricia. She looked exactly the same as she always did, absolutely perfect. Patricia looked at her with the same kind, nurturing, supportive, loving eyes that she always had as she reached down and pulled Dawn's new knife from its sheath and placed it in Dawn's hands. It's time, child, Patricia said in a supportive, caring voice. It's time to truly become one of us. The Colonel was right, Dawn thought as she looked at Patricia. She's a monster. She looked over at Jade and Nguyen. They're monsters. She looked down at the knife in her hands. She swallowed hard. This wasn't just some military ceremony or even a bit of good-natured hazing. This table was a ritual that was going to turn her into a monster too. No. That voice inside her, silent for too long, shouted. This isn't you. She tried to clear her head, to think. She was pretty sure that opting out wasn't an option she would survive. Jade's hand was loitering far too close to her pistol for that to be the case. Come on, Mouse, Jade grumbled. Do it already. I'm getting hungry. The child just looked up at her and sobbed through her gag. Now, Patricia said in a warm voice. This is Dawn's first sacrament. It's only appropriate that she takes a moment to truly appreciate this wonderful occasion. Take your time, dear. My first sacrament. How often do they do this? Dawn wondered as she looked down at the knife. If this is normal for them, what else are they capable of? What did the Colonel find out? Dawn looked around the room. All three of the others were armed with pistols and all she had was a knife. She tried anything and she was dead. That was okay. She would rather die than become like them, but it would be pointless. Her death would achieve nothing. She looked down at the kid again and then at that god-awful gaudy knife in her hands. That kid is already dead, she realized coldly. There was no way to save her. The only thing she could do for her was to make it quick. Yeah, just like during the Great War when she made sure that Sergeant Thompson wasn't left behind for the bugs. Just like then she couldn't deliver salvation. But she could bring mercy. I'm so sorry, she thought as she met the child's gaze for one last time and then grabbed the girl's hair and stabbed the blade through the side of her neck and then brutally shoved it forward. That goddamn blade might be pretty but it wasn't as good as her old combat knife. She desperately wished she had her old blade as she had to saw back and forth in order to quickly sever both carotid arteries as she brought the blade out through the front of the kid's neck. It wasn't flawless, but it was brutally quick. Dawn knew what she was doing after all. It wasn't the first throat she cut. The child lost consciousness almost instantly as Nguyen rapidly shoved her forward into the tub. Jesus, mouse! Jade muttered in surprise. She didn't think the pipsqueak had it in her. How wonderful! Patricia exclaimed as the kid had its last spasm. I am so proud, she said as she dipped a mug into the blood collecting in the tub in front of them and held it up. The blood of our foe, the blood of an animal, to slake our thirst, she exclaimed and drank. She then turned to Dawn, who just stood there motionless staring down at the child she just killed. Here, child, drink this and be reborn. Dawn numbly took the cup and drank. She forced herself to keep down the warm metallic-tasting liquid. She had to. The tactical situation demanded it. Patricia looked into Dawn's dull lifeless eyes and smiled. She had seen eyes like those so many times. Now, she would breathe life back into them. She was so happy. She had her concerns about Dawn but once again that wonderful girl had exceeded her expectations. She looked at Dawn just standing there, no sobs, no tears, no shuddering. She just stood there like a marvelous statue. Oh, the things she was going to accomplish with her. Jade, Nguyen, I shall leave the slaughtering to you, Patricia said with a big smile after they had also drank of the piglet's blood. Let's get some pork on those coals. Yes, boss. Jade said as she grabbed the dead child and hauled her out of the tub. And you, Patricia said as she gently stroked Dawn's cheek. Let's go and get you changed for dinner. Yes, ma'am, Dawn said dully as she allowed herself to be led from the room. As she was leaving she glanced back at Jade and Nguyen and a plan started to form. Dawn just stood there as Patricia went through the chests of clothing that she had. Here, child, I think this will fit, Patricia said as she started to undress Dawn, removing her blood-stained clothes. Dawn didn't resist and let Patricia strip her as she stood numbly in front of a mirror. She had to do it, she thought. The kid was doomed. There was nothing for it. At least I made it fast. Patricia pulled out a simple but smart-looking black wrap dress. I love these, Patricia said as she dressed the unresisting Dawn. They are so versatile, don't you think? Yes, ma'am, Dawn said in a dull voice. Are you okay, child? Patricia asked as she stroked Dawn's face. Yes, ma'am, Dawn replied numbly. It's just a lot to take in, ma'am. That it is, my child, Patricia replied warmly. You have done so very well, much better than most. Better in fact than some who now stand as my blood lords. I did. Oh yes, dear, Patricia said happily. You were so resolute. You knew what had to be done and you did it. I am so very proud of you. Now sit here with me for a little while. It will be some time before the meat is ready. Dawn sat there numbly as Patricia continued to stroke and praise her for a little while, then she turned and looked directly into her green eyes. Ma'am, Dawn said quietly. Do you think I could have my sidearm back? I feel naked without it. Soon, child, Patricia replied. You will get it back after the feast. Yes, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am, but I would like to stretch my legs, maybe go and give the guys a hand. Patricia looked at Dawn oddly. Her demeanor and her eyes were good but something felt a little off. She would be the first person to ever want to help cook their own table. Then again, Dawn was exceptional and both Jade and Nguyen had pistols. Dawn did not. If something was indeed off then it would be a good time to let it happen. Jade and Nguyen were two of her very best. In fact, Jade would be a blood lord except for the fact that she didn't want to be. If something was actually off they should have no problem dealing with poor little Dawn. Okay, Dawn, Patricia said with a warm loving smile. Don't feel like you must, though. Tonight you have earned the right to rest by my side. I will be here should you need me. Thank you, ma'am, Dawn replied and walked out of the door. Dawn smiled a little as she walked into the main warehouse. Jade looked up at her and waved hello with the kid's arm. Dawn smirked. It wasn't the first dismembered body she had seen nor was it the first jackass she saw playing with one. She was a Terran Marine after all. Gonna make you proud, Colonel, Dawn thought as she approached the pair. What you doing here, mouse? Nguyen asked as she walked up. Felt like getting a beer, Dawn said as she grabbed a cold one from the cooler. Smells good, she said as she opened the bottle and took a sip. Yeah, Jade smiled. Imagine smelling this after starving for a fucking week, she said nostalgically. It's like the gates of heaven itself opened up. I can imagine, Dawn replied calmly. Those days must have been tough, huh? She asked as she looked around for her pistol. There it was, sitting on a nearby crate. You kids can't possibly imagine, Jade said as Dawn handed her a beer. It was hell on earth, literally. So many starving, so many dead. So many of us completely unprepared. Yet, us kids have no idea what hell is like, Dawn smirked silently. It's not like the Great War happened or anything. And I was being passed around like a fucking blunt, Jade continued. If it hadn't been for the boss I wouldn't have made it much longer. Sorry. Dawn asked as she idly moved towards her pistol. The boss. Jade exclaimed. Weren't you listening? If it wasn't for the boss I would have fucking died right then and there. One night I was getting a train pulled on me, again, and all of the sudden there was screaming and shooting and then, they were all dead, fucking all of them. It was the boss. She just walked in and chopped them into pieces, fucking danced in between the bullets. It was. God, Jade trailed off breathlessly. She was like an angel. You should have seen it, kid. Must have been something, Dawn said calmly as she sat on the crate in front of her pistol. It was just, unbelievable. Jade exclaimed. Then she saw me and brought me over to the fucking chief. He was still breathing and she asked me if I wanted to kill him. Me? She asked me. Can you imagine? No, Dawn replied. Must have felt amazing. It was. Jade replied. I must have stabbed that motherfucker 100 times before she finally patted me on the shoulder and said, you must be hungry. That was the first time I did it. It was, oh man, Jade gushed. It was the first time I was full in so long. It was. It was. Wonderful. Yeah, I remember my first time, Dawn replied with a smile. Your first time? Jade asked in surprise. Nguyen looked up from the barbecue to listen. My first sapient, not a human, Dawn smiled. The first sapient creature I consumed. It was during the Great War, Dawn replied. We were retaking Markex's 4 and had just taken out a bug stronghold. The fuckers were just laying all around and someone had heard that they tasted really good and we got curious, Dawn said leaning back on the box, her hand just inches away from her pistol. We weren't supposed to, rules of war and all, but those rules are for warriors, not animals like the fucking bugs, or porkies for that matter, Dawn said with a grim smile. Anyway we built a fire and split open a few of them. What did they taste like? Nguyen asked excitedly. Like a fatty crawfish but tastier, Dawn replied. I love crawfish. Jade said eagerly. Then you would fucking love a bug, Dawn laughed. Imagine king crab legs that taste like crawfish this fucking big around. Dawn exclaimed as she gestured with her hands. Amazing. Wow. Jade exclaimed. I could eat that shit all day every day, Dawn laughed. And we did until the brass made us stop. Said that it was barbaric and that it could be a hazard or some shit. The taste wasn't the best part, you know, Dawn said. It was. I don't know. It was like we were eating their souls or their strength or something. We weren't as afraid of them after we starting thinking of them as food. Sick, hey. No. Jade said forcefully. No, we get it. It's the same way when we got a porky. And the best part? Dawn said as she smiled wistfully, the best part was leaving their shells where their patrols would find them. They used to say that the bugs were mindless, that they didn't feel, but let me tell you one thing. When they saw our leftovers, it got a fucking reaction. Exactly. Jade said. It scares the fuck out of them. Goddamn right it does. Dawn chuckled as she savored her beer. It was her last after all. She was going to miss beer. I have to say, Jade said as she leaned back on a crate, you have definitely surprised me. Oh. Dawn replied as she took another drink. I thought you would be pissing yourself and crying, not laughing, and having a beer. Over what? Dawn asked. A fucking porky? Do you have any idea how many of those I've gunned down? I landed on Zarin 7 for fuck's sake. We turned the fucking streets red with their blood. I thought you guys took it easy on the civilians, Nguyen said. That's just what they told the dumbasses back home, Dawn snorted. Nobody cared what we did. If a few stray rounds went the wrong way or a home or school still had some people in it, oh oopsie, Dawn laughed as she laid her hand on the crate just next to her pistol. Well shit, Jade chuckled as she turned her bottle up. We had no idea about you. Yeah, Dawn sneered. It just took a little kick in the ass to remind me who I was, that's all. I really should thank you guys for that. I'm a Terran Marine Raider, bringer of fire and death, not some fucking receptionist. Good that you've woken up, Jade smiled. I guess we need to find a new name for you, Squeaks. Yeah, Dawn said as she finished her beer. I already know what my name is. What's that? Jade asked still smiling. Sergeant Newson, nice to meet ya. Dawn replied as she grabbed her pistol and shot Jade right between the eyes. She then brought her pistol to bear on Wen, putting 2 rounds into his chest before he could even drop the barbecue tongs. He fell against the barbecue pit and then slid down the side with a sizzle. She put one into his head for good measure and then spun around to face the door. There was a blur as something entered the room, fast. Dawn opened fire, each bullet a perfect shot where Patricia was a split second before. There was a sickening wet crunch as Dawn was lifted off of the ground and thrown across the floor by a devastating blow. She somehow managed to retain a grip on her pistol and tried to bring it to bear on the human-shaped blur that was moving in unnaturally quickly, much faster than even a bug could. Dawn managed to get off a shot or two, but it didn't matter. She really can dance between the bullets. Dawn thought as her wrist shattered from a vicious kick, the pistol flying harmlessly away. Patricia rushed over to Jade, scooped her up, and cradled her in her arms. No. No 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 no. Patricia cried. Her Jade, her precious little pebble was dead. She stroked her hair and held her close as she rocked back and forth. She was one of the first. Back when she was just a 2-bit raider herself, she had Jade. Her unyielding little pebble had been there every step of the way. Through good and bad, through fire and blood, through it all Jade had been there. And now she was gone. Patricia didn't know what to do. Jade was gone. Weak gurgling laughter assaulted her ears. She glared at Dawn. You. She hissed as she dropped Jade and rose to her feet. Later that night, Inspector Vance walked down a darkened street in the Lakeside District, a tangled maze of light industrial outfits and warehouses not far from the starport. He looked at his scanner as he swept the buildings on either side. He squinted as he was blinded by the glare of a set of approaching headlights. He reached into his jacket as the vehicle pulled to a stop. Just what the fuck are you doing out here, Inspector? Detective Freela shouted from the grav car. Just taking a walk, Inspector Vance replied. No law against that, is there? As you humans say, bullshit. Freela snapped. Surveillance drones pick up probable Terran gunfire in this vicinity and you just happen to be taking a walk? You know Creator damned well that all humans are off this case. What case? Vance asked innocently. The fucking who case, that's what case. Freela shouted. Honestly, what has come over you? What about you? Vance snapped. What did you do? Put a trace on my communicator. Bugged my car. I'm looking out for a good friend who is going to get himself fired, killed, or put in prison, Freela shouted. Now get in the fucking car before the real police show up. We are the real police, Vance chuckled. You know what I may? Freela started to snap and then stopped. What? Vance asked. Inspector, there isn't a restaurant around here, is there? Freela asked as her antennae started to wave. No, Vance replied looking at his tablet. Why? I'm smelling wood smoke, and meat. It smells like. I don't know. I have no idea what they are cooking. I do, Inspector Vance said grimly as he pulled out his communicator. This is Inspector Vance, he shouted into it. I need a tactical team at my location now. Now. Inspector. Freela asked. What? Stay in the car, Freela, Inspector Vance said calmly. I hope that I'm wrong, but just stay in the car. Just outside of the warehouse, Detective Freela leaned weakly against the side of her grav car as she vomited yet again. She pulled at her antennae desperately trying to claw the stench of. Oh gods, she gasped as she started to dry heave. I told you not to go in there, Inspector Vance said sadly as he walked up and leaned on the vehicle next to her. It was her, wasn't it? Freela asked weakly. Yeah, Vance said grimly. I just got word from the Terran embassy. Those are her people, even the one who was turned into hamburger. Huurk. Freela doubled over again. Sorry, Vance replied patting her back. It's a human figure of speech. I mean the one that was beaten to a pulp. What happened in there? Freela asked as a crime scene analysis team walked into the warehouse. Looks like they were up to their old tricks, Vance replied. The victim is one Clara Haltonway who was reported missing earlier today by her parents. They cut her throat and then they all drank some of her blood. Then while they were cooking. Vance paused as Freela doubled over in a fit of dry heaves. Sorry, while they were doing that, Vance continued, Miss Pulpface, whose genetic data identifies her as one Dawn Newson, decided to grab a pistol and gun down the other two. Then, someone unnaturally strong, fast, and incredibly pissed off beat the ever-loving shit out of Ms. Newson, but not before she stabbed her. What? Freela asked, her antennae clamped tightly to her head. Yeah, there is someone else's blood on the scene, Vance replied. And you will never guess whose. Hers. Yup, surprised the embassy confirmed it, but they did, Vance replied. The stray blood belongs to the distinguished deputy ambassador herself. There's a pretty good bit of it as well. That Newson actually managed to lay a blade on her. We found some discarded first aid supplies deeper in the safe house. Looks like who managed to put herself back together at least well enough to get out of here. Any idea where she went? We are scrambling our bloodhound drones now, but knowing that bitch, she has already slipped away. If she was easy to catch or kill, someone would have done it long before now. God, I hope whoever finds her is prepared to play. That bitch is wounded. She was fucking dangerous before. Multiply it by 10 now. How can you be so calm about all of this? Freela asked. This happened to one of your species and you are so used to it. Inspector Vance asked. Yeah. I've seen this before, a lot of times, too many times. He looked 1,000 years old. I don't talk about it, the soul wars, none of us really do. It was bad, Freela, really bad. There were places both on the surface of Earth and out in the system where they sold human meat by the pound. Gods, Freela muttered in horror. I've seen this so many times before, Freela. So many times. What happened to poor Clara? It's nothing new for me, for a lot of us. It just caused a teeny little flashback and I get those all the time, Vance said as he straightened back up. I need to get back in there, Freela. You going to be okay? Yeah, she said weakly. We are going to get her, right? We are going to put her away for this, right? Who knows, Inspector Vance replied bitterly. We like to pretend that nobody is above the law, but we both know that's bullshit, don't we? With that, Inspector Vance pulled out his scanner and went back into the warehouse. Detective Freela just shuddered and held herself, unable to face what was inside. She was going to smell that smell for the rest of her life. Patricia, who snarled as she bounced back and forth in the back of a van. It had not been her night. That fucking little bitch. She winced as the van hit another bump and her abdomen screamed in protest. That bitch. She had been so intent on making that laughing little bitch pay that she didn't sense the knife. That had been Dawn's plan all along, she realized. Piss her off so bad she would become unbalanced, and it worked. God, her abdomen hurt. With the nanites and the tissue adhesives she would likely be okay, but it was just a combination of reflexes and dumb luck that nothing truly vital was hit. If she could just stop moving so the nanites wouldn't have to keep redoing their work, it would be fantastic. The van hit another bump. Where was this asshole taking her, she wondered as she winced. How does it feel to be alone, bitch? That's what Dawn laughed at her. How did she know? How did she know what truly frightened her? Alone. She was alone. All alone. No, hold it together, Patricia, she told herself. You've been in worse scrapes than this. Yet? When? She snarled. That fucking little whore. She had even denied her the cold comfort of making her truly suffer. No matter what she did, no matter how much pain she inflicted, Dawn just laughed at her, laughed. Just like they did when they made her alone the first time. No. Hold it together. Then with another of those fucking laughs Dawn struck. In her rage she had completely forgotten about the knife. Stupid, 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 she let her get good and angry, and then when she leaned in close Dawn just laughed and stabbed her. How was she even able to move? That much agony? She should have been paralyzed. After Patricia managed to grab Dawn's wrist, preventing the knife from entering any further, she had reflexively shattered her skull with a single swipe. The bitch even stole her revenge. She had punched her again and again out of pure rage, but Dawn was already long gone by that point. The van hit another bump and then she slid painfully as the van sharply braked. Jesus, dude. Learn to drive. She shouldn't complain. The asshole was the only decent bit of luck she had that evening, except for the fact that Dawn's knife thrust wasn't worse. Had it gone just a little deeper. It took her a couple of painful hours wandering through the absolute worst neighborhood in the city to find him, and then she had to wander past him twice before he noticed her and took the bait. The fool actually thought that his dime store stunner subdued her and that those flimsy strips of tape restrained her. She smiled. At least the fates gave her someone upon whom she could release her many frustrations. She wondered how long she could keep this one alive. A mixed bag of concurrent happenings. Dear Sandra and Malcolm Newson. It is with a heavy heart that I must inform you of the death of your daughter, Dawn Newson. John rubbed his eyes. He never had gotten used to these letters. Technically it wasn't his job anymore. Hell, technically speaking he had absolutely no business doing this. Still. Due to the circumstances surrounding her death, I am not sure what you will be officially told. I am not sure what you will hear. That is why I am sending this message. You deserve to know the truth, what actually happened. John clenched his jaw as he wrote. Each word was just another indictment of his failure. He had let Dawn down. He knew, he fucking knew, that he should have just grabbed her and dragged her away from that goddamn desk and had her reassigned, but no, he was too busy playing bullshit politics to bother taking care of his men. And now she was dead. You okay, John? Skippy asked as she walked into his makeshift office with a cup of coffee and put it down on his desk. You look like shit. I feel like shit, Skippy, John said quietly. I let her down. Hey, she was a grown woman. She made her own decisions. Don't forget that, Skippy said as she put her paw on John's shoulder. She was the one who got into bed with that spider. From what I hear You don't know what that bitch is like, John said quietly. If she sets her sights on you, you're fucked. She set her sights on you, didn't she, and you aren't fucked? Well, at least by her anyway, Skippy chuckled. She isn't some god, John. She is just another dime store despot, that's all she is and that's all she will ever be. She rubbed his shoulders. We're gonna see to that. Doesn't do Dawn any good though, does it? John said through his clenched teeth. And it won't do, the god only knows how many other people that are going to fucking die because of her little plague. People. Skippy said with a raised eyebrow. I didn't think you guys considered porkies humans. You know what I fucking mean, John replied wearily. Whether or not they are human is a semantics game I have neither the time nor energy to play. A lot of people are going to die, badly, and a lot of them have done absolutely nothing wrong. Whether they are human or not doesn't matter. I am, and we don't play that shit. John took a sip of his coffee and looked up at Skippy, trying to smile. Darling, he said as he rubbed his face in the fur of her arm, I really need to finish this letter to Dawn's parents and I'm going to be in a piss-poor mood for a little while. I appreciate you trying to help, but right now I just need to be alone while I finish this. Okay, John, Skippy said with a smile as she leaned down to kiss him. I'll be here if you need me. With that, Skippy turned and left the room. Skippy walked into the main room of the safe house where the rest of the crew was assembled. Most were cleaning their weapons or going over their power armor. Ariana walked up. So, she said somewhat unpleasantly, you and the colonel, hey. Yeah, Skippy replied. They're a problem. Only jealousy, Peter, a burly olive-skinned man laughed. The sergeant major has had a hard-on for the colonel since day one. Oh, go and fuck yourself, tic-tac. Ariana said, gesturing at him with her pinky finger as everyone laughed. Bet that's why you took this bullshit embassy gig in the first place, Peter said, still laughing, wasn't it? I know it wasn't your love for the fucking feds. Shut up. And I'm a grower, not a shower, Peter said with more laughter. It's not tiny. It's just shy, that's all. I hate to break it to you, sugar, Carlinta said with a smirk as she was calibrating a suit's servos. I've seen you in the morning, even by Kailsh standards it isn't much to brag about. Everybody burst into laughter except for Skippy, who was just standing there a little confused. The Kailsh have tiny peckers. Stephen, in a quite loud voice, explained. I prefer the term efficiently designed, Toby chuckled. I have never had any difficulty with what nature has provided me. That's cause you are packing some serious tuber, Gunny, Carlinta laughed, her eye stalks waving back and forth. I beg your pardon. Toby said in an offended tone. Oh come on, Carlinta laughed. You can't keep a taproot like the one you got tucked away a secret. Kailsh's talk, you know. I hear it's almost human. Oh really? Ariana asked with a grin. Come on, Gunny, give us a peek. Do not try to deflect your discomfiture upon me, Ariana, Toby bristled. I believe the topic of discussion is your unrequited lust for the colonel, isn't it? Meh, Ariana said dismissively. The colonel can YIFF whoever or whatever he wants. I don't fucking care. YIFF? Skippy asked. Ariana tapped a few characters on her tablet. Here, she said as she handed it to Skippy. Skippy broke out into a fit of giggling as she scrolled through the images. Oh, this is fantastic, she snorted. Hey. This one kinda looks like me, she exclaimed, holding up the tablet. Yeah, bunnies are always a classic, Peggy, a beefy Nordic blonde, laughed. I even dressed up like one for Halloween a couple of times. She looked over at Skippy and grinned. So you're the colonel's bunny girl? No, Skippy laughed, I'm his 8-lie lover. What's the difference? Hopefully, I will have the opportunity to show you, Skippy grinned. Monarch paced back and forth as she prowled her office, each move causing the holographic inks adorning the wings of the hundreds of butterflies tattooed into her skin to shimmer. There was still no word from any of their operatives in the embassy. Even worse, there was no word from her ladyship. The only thing they got from the embassy was that goddamned message over and over. No matter what they tried, no matter what filters they tried to use on the relays, they could only silence it for a few minutes at most before it started again. She had spent hours trying to reassure their thralls, trying to keep everything together, but without her ladyship. She screamed in frustration and looked around for something to hit. Everything in the room was too valuable to destroy. She screamed again. Excuse me, ma'am, a timid voice announced over her communicator, the Secretary of State wishes to speak with you. He says that it's urgent. It was urgent the last 5 times I talked to that motherfucker. Take a fucking message, she shouted. Yes, ma'am. She scowled. The Secretary of State was beginning to crack. He might be a problem. She had the authority to take care of it if need be, but he was valuable, too valuable to simply dispose of if there was any alternative. Wait. Wait, she said into her communicator. Put him through. Mark, what is it now? No, we still haven't managed to stop the transmissions from the embassy. Nobody has. Look, it's just one crackpot spouting nonsense. Just put together a statement or something. Tell them that it's the ramblings of a rogue traitor or some shit. You've dealt with scandals before. What? So what if they want a scan? Tell them to go and fuck themselves. Say it's a security issue or something. Fucking tell them that porkies and the feds keep genetic databases and we don't. Make it a liberty issue. Do the whole freedom dance. Honestly, can't you think for yourself for once? Sigh, again with this nonsense? Her ladyship herself has taken the treatments. If there was any risk at all, do you honestly think she would have? I know they have Crimson on tape saying that shit, but we don't see what's going on behind the scenes, do we? It wouldn't surprise me if she was drugged or something. Calm. Calm down, Mark. As long as you keep receiving the treatments, there is absolutely nothing to worry about. I am taking the treatments too, you know. If there was anything wrong with them, do you think I would? Mark. Mark, we have had this exact same conversation how many times now? You and your wife are perfectly safe. There is absolutely nothing to be concerned about. This John person is just trying to scare you, and it sounds like he is doing a pretty damn good job of it too. Just find that asshole and shut him down. We can make him say whatever we want him to once we get our hands on him, right? Focus on that. Find him and this can all go away. Until then we just play things smart and do some basic damage control. We have most of the media in our pocket and we are already working up some really nice smear pieces. They are going to make a porky out of that asshole. It will all be okay, Mark. Let us and the spin doctors work our magic. Everything is going to be fine. You'll see. Have we ever let you down? Look, Mark, the only way this can break is if we do, so just stay strong and ride this out, okay? Now just take a few deep breaths and relax. If you do, you will see this really isn't that big of a deal. Right. We can handle this and we will. Now you try to have a good afternoon and feel free to give me a call whenever you need, okay? And I promise I will tell you the second we hear from her ladyship. Tell the missus hi for me. Bye. Monarch snarled as she terminated the call. When it comes time to dispose of that asshole, I shall claim the pleasure for myself, she thought as she kicked her chair across the room. Oh shit. Did she hear it crack? God damn it. That's an antique. The door opened and Marrow walked in. Any word? Monarch asked urgently. Nothing, Marrow replied. I have sent one of our best ships into the Federation where it will hide in a dead system near their capital. When we hear from her we will be able to move immediately. Do you think, Monarch asked quietly, do you think she's all right? If John managed to kill her he would put the body on display, Marrow replied darkly. We can only assume that she is okay and still in command. All we can do is wait until she sees fit to contact us. The fact that she hasn't though. With everything that is taking place. She hasn't. Marrow walked up and put his arms around Monarch. I know, Monarch, he said holding her. I'm frightened too. All we can do is have faith. If anyone can prevail it is her. We who are charged with her protection can sometimes forget that she is the mightiest of all of us. Whatever she faces now she has faced before and won, he said as he tousled her hair affectionately. She will prevail and she will reach out to us when she deems fit. Until then, let us view this as a test that she has laid out before us. Marrow smoothed her hair and straightened her sleeveless blouse. At the very least, he continued, we need to appear confident for the others. They are looking to us and we must show a calm, assured, confident demeanor to keep the rest in line. Her ladyship is okay, her ladyship is in control, and most importantly, her ladyship is coming back. Yes. Yes, of course, Monarch said quietly as she leaned into Marrow, resting her head on his broad chest. Everything is okay. She is just doing that horribly annoying thing she does sometimes. Right. Absolutely, Marrow smiled. It's her ladyship. She is probably monitoring the whole affair, watching us at this very moment, and preparing her critique, he laughed. Monarch laughed a little. For once I would welcome her disapproval, she said as she hugged Marrow again. Likewise, he chuckled. As long as she isn't too displeased, of course. Haruixta lounged under the heat lamps in her limo as it made its way through the streets of New Brussels. Her reptilian maw curled into a grim smile baring her long, carnivorous teeth. This was going to be fun. The limo stopped in front of the Republic Parliament building. She sighed as the heat lamps switched off. Terra was well within the nominal habitable range of her ancient species but definitely on the chilly side. She pulled her heated mantle over herself as she uncoiled her serpentine body and slid out of her vehicle. She paused to admire the architecture. These Terrans might be primitive savages, but they could sure build the hell out of a building. She slithered over the white marble steps of the entrance and into the cavernous halls of the seat of the Republic's government. Marble, so beautiful and so fucking cold, she thought with a grimace. She loved the look and feel of the substance, but, as always, it felt like her very life was being sucked right out into the floor. She could wear a body stocking, but she hated them, always did. She loved to feel the ground beneath her scales. It was worth a little chill to feel the incredible workmanship of the tile layers. Terra was fantastic, so many textures. Her homeworld was too perfect, too clean, too, well, everything for her tastes. Here she could feel grit and stones and cold tiles. She hoped that everything would work out. She intensely disliked the Terrans, but she loved Terra. Many of her kind marveled at the extreme folly of the Terrans trying to salvage this world when they had the technology to abandon it. Hell, they even had other inhabitable systems, all of them with excellent worlds of their own. Nakamura 4 was even better than Terra itself on paper. Her kind simply could not fathom why the Terrans invested so much time, effort, and expense trying to repair this wasteland. She got it. Terra was special. One only had to wander its ancient dirty streets, fallow forests, blasted scrubland, and silty river beds to understand. This world was alive in ways that her home world never was. It was tough and it was dirty and it was cold, but it was fucking beautiful. The fact that the Terrans recognized this and had poured so much love and devotion into their injured planet was perhaps their one redeeming feature. It made her unable to completely hate them. She chuckled as she remembered that delightful news story from the White Star when the raiders completely lost their minds over a box of preserved semen samples, much to the confusion of the reporter covering the incident. Hardened criminal scum was actually dancing and hugging each other over finding possible additional biodiversity. It was just too funny and so perfectly Terran in a very rare good way. They were vile animals, but every now and then they just knocked it out of the park, as they would say. Please don't make us blow it up, she thought to herself as she reached the comfort of a long rug in the middle of the hall. She shivered with delight. The warmth of the rug after the cold of the marble entryway was absolutely delicious. Mark Gildaran was waiting beside the open door of his office. "Ambassador," he exclaimed. "How wonderful to see you," he said with a big smile. That was another good thing about the Terrans. They smiled. More importantly, they didn't cringe when she did the same. Too many species shrink back at the slightest hint of teeth. She returned his smile with genuine pleasure and anticipation. How she was going to enjoy watching that smile just melt away. She didn't like Mark. She didn't like him before all of this nonsense, and she certainly did not like him now. "Mark, it's nice to see you as well. How is your lovely wife?" she asked. His wife was a cow in every sense of the word. You could almost hear her mind chewing cud if you got too close. She had once been trapped by some of that horrific small talk that all humans value so highly by that bovine harlot. It had been the longest half hour of her life. Seriously, they should weaponize that. A few days of having to listen to that simpleton would bring her whole ancient and powerful race to its knees. It was awful. "She is well, thank you," Mark said happily. "We are celebrating our 100th anniversary this summer." Oh, sweet embrace of the abyss itself. Haruiksta thought in absolute horror. A century with that woman. How many hours of her drivel had he been exposed to? It actually explained a lot. "Congratulations!" Haruiksta exclaimed. 100 years, wow. With Karen, wow. That's just amazing. Doesn't your kind engage in pair bonding? Mark asked as he pulled out a specially made lounge for her to coil upon. "Yes, but usually not until later in life," she replied as she curled up on the heated cushions. "We remain fertile throughout our entire lives, and actually the quality of the clutches improves over the years. Raising children and what you call marriage is what we do in retirement, where we can pass down our entire lifetime of wisdom and experience to our young." "But spending most of your life alone sounds horrible," Mark said. "Nobody to greet you when you get home, nobody to talk to, nobody to cuddle up with at night." "Well, solitude and the silence that it brings can be preferable sometimes," Haruiksta replied with the slightest smirk. "I guess all species are different," Mark said as he pulled out his tablet. "I just couldn't imagine life without." "Yes, we are all different," Haruiksta said, cutting him off. "Our tolerance for small talk, for example." "Oh yes, down to business," he said cheerfully. "That's how you like things, isn't it?" "Okay." News of the terrible disease outbreak that is affecting the humans in the Federation has reached us, and even though we do have our differences with both the Federation and humans in the Federation in particular, we would like to offer our assistance during this terrible disaster. As you know, our "Not necessary," Haruiksta said, interrupting him with a smile. "We respectfully decline any and all assistance from either the Republic or the Empire. This is a Federation issue and we will take care of our people. In fact, to protect your people, we have closed off our borders to the outside galaxy. As of now, no traffic will be allowed into or out of the Federation. But you must realize that our biological Your biological sciences are impressive, but rest assured that the best minds in the Federation are already on the case. We will handle this on our own. You must realize. We do realize that this horrific incident is one created by the Federation humans within the Federation. It is a Federation issue that we will handle. We wouldn't dream of exposing Republic humans to a plague of Federation design. Now if it wasn't a Federation design that might change things. Do you have any information that sheds additional light on the matter? She asked with a malicious smile. No. No. As you say, it does appear to be created by humans in the Federation, Mark said hastily. All evidence clearly indicates that to be the case. Well then there is no reason for you to risk exposing your people to a contagion that is already contained to only a few worlds. We are in the process of quarantining and treating the infected and are confident in our disaster protocols. It's only a matter of time before this whole dreadful incident is properly contained and handled. But the loss of human life is potentially catastrophic. A Terran losing sleep over dead porkies. This goes far beyond concepts like Terran, Federation, and Imperial. A contagion of this severity threatens all human life in the galaxy. We must. Let's just cut the crap, shall we? Haruhuksta said with a toothy sneer. There is no way in hell that we are going to let you assholes use our people as guinea pigs. It's not going to happen. The powers that be, the real powers behind the Federation, powers that you don't want to encounter, have decided that we aren't going to play your sick little game. What the hell are you talking about? You think we don't know? Haruhuksta sneered. We know all about your little immortality treatment. We know you and your lovely wife have received it along with a truly depressing number of other people in the Republic. We know that it is flawed and that your boss, your real boss, is desperate to figure out a fix. We know that the plague was engineered by her and released via modified youth treatments to key figures in the Federation, as well as by her agents actively releasing the pathogen into human population centers across Federation space. This is all being done for the sole reason of creating a vast number of humans with the symptoms of the cellular degradation that is all of your ultimate fate, so that they can be researched en masse by the top medical and scientific minds of the galaxy in hopes that collectively they can create what Patricia's own researchers cannot, a fix for the terrible mistake that she has made. Mark recoiled as if he had been struck. How much of this was true? The treatment was flawed? It couldn't be. Patricia herself had the treatments, right? Monarch wouldn't lie to them, would she? If you are referring to the ramblings of a clearly unhinged individual, then you surprise me, Ambassador, Mark replied. Oh yes, the entire Federation just decided to base its entire treatment of this situation just on the testimony of one Terran asshole, Haruhuksta said sardonically. Do you honestly think we are that fucking stupid? I know how your media likes to portray us, but you of all people should know better. We know about the youth treatments. We also know that the symptoms of this mysterious plague that some college fucks somehow managed to engineer in their spare room just happens to exactly match the symptoms that would reasonably occur if someone fucked that youth treatment up. Oh, and that plague? There is absolutely no way our humans could have created it. It's quite simply beyond their current understanding of human biology. Fuck. It's even giving us and the almighty Callant fits. I have to hand it to you guys. It's a fucking masterpiece. Haruhuksta said as she sarcastically clapped two of her hands together. Bravo. Or should I say brava? Mark's blood ran cold. He had been told that it was essential for the Federation to accept Republic assistance concerning the plague and was ordered to make it happen no matter what, but why was it so essential that the Republic aid the fucking porkies in the first place? It made no sense. It made no sense unless Haruhuksta was telling the God's honest truth. Oh. Oh no. Karen. He had to think fast. He had to get this fucking snake to let the Republic in. You are honestly going to let Federation citizens die over a stupid theory that you can't even prove? Let's focus on facts. The plague is real. Your citizens are dying and we are willing and able to help. To refuse us isn't only the height of folly, it's pure evil. Haruhuksta just tossed her head back and roared a savage roar. Startled, Mark shoved himself away from his desk and leapt to his feet. Sorry, Haruhuksta said after a moment. That was true Parva's laughter. I've never done it in your presence before. Forgive me, it can be disconcerting to those not familiar with it, she chuckled. Evil. Good one. A fucking Terran lecturing me on good and evil. That's almost as funny as the thought that such concerns have any bearing on decisions of state in the first place. She leaned forward. You want to focus on facts? Fine. Here are some facts. Fact, the humans in the Federation are a small population. Their contribution to the overall productivity and welfare of the Federation is almost non-existent. Fact, despite their small contribution, they have been nothing but a major pain in our asses from day one. Fact, every single human in the Federation could die and it would have absolutely no impact on the Federation as a whole. One system, one very minor system, would be seriously impacted and one other would feel their loss but quickly recover. Fact, after the Republic War many of our member species directly blame the humans for that war and the massive loss of life and property that resulted. Even we are calling them porkies these days. Nobody will miss them, she said with a grin. She paused and looked Mark right into the eyes. Killing off the fucking porkies? Awesome. That bitch just did us a favor. We aren't working on a cure. We are just locking them up and letting this whole thing burn out. If there are any humans remaining after this, then they will be nothing but a dispossessed, nearly extinct, minority with no representation, wealth, or power. We can sweep them right under the rug with the rest of this whole debacle, and in 100 years it will be like they never existed in the first place. They will be nothing but a footnote in history, a convenient scapegoat for a ruinous war. Tell your boss, your real boss, if she wants test subjects so she can fix her screw up, then she needs to make them here, in the Republic, because you actually give a shit whether humans live or die. We do not. Mark sneered. He had her. You were a fool to say that here, he exclaimed. This room is tapped. I wonder how the porkies will feel when they find out where they really stand. They might be porkies, but they are humans, and they. Haruixta roared again. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and write that idiocy up to you grasping at straws. I really love your idioms, by the way, she smiled. Let's explore that potential reality. I will be chastised and condemned for my hateful words and promptly fired. That might suck for me, except we are a true post-scarcity society. Being recalled to my world in penniless disgrace will instantly give me a lifestyle much nicer than the one I endure here. I will miss Terra though. This planet is just so wonderful. You suck, but your world, oh, she coughed discreetly. Sorry, I digress. I pay the price for my big mouth and get sent home in disgrace, oh woe is me. Then all of this comes to the attention of the Federation public. We have no choice but to agree that yes, the plague is of Terran origin, not Federation. Then, we will prove its Terran origin along with its true source, Patricia Hu. We then toss the ball in your court. You can then either give us your boss, kiss further treatments goodbye, and then watch your wife slowly rot to death, or you can refuse and we declare war, real war, way ahead of schedule before any real work can be done on the fix, and once again, Karen rots. Haruixta bared her teeth in a display of aggression. You assholes were only right about one thing, the nature of our next war, she said, displaying her fangs. It will go down exactly like you predicted. We won't be coming to liberate, punish, or conquer. Our goal will be the complete and total extinction of all life in the Republic. That's a lot easier said than done, bitch, Mark snarled. You've already lost against us once. True, Haruixta replied calmly, but last time the big boys stayed out of it. We, the Callant, the Veiled Ones, and others left the Federation to fend for itself in a war that it started. This time, you will be meeting us. I do have to admit that part of me is looking forward to it. It would settle a long-standing debate concerning which one of the elder races actually has the best navy. We finally have a foe good enough to where we could actually take some decent measurements. We will take those measurements and shove them right up your ass. We can and will take all of you on. Yes, and you may very well win, but I can guarantee you that the war will take more time than you, your co-conspirators, and Patricia Hu herself has left. I also can't help but wonder how your own people, you know, the delightfully volatile, incredibly well-armed individuals that make up your population will feel about being dragged headlong into a system-destroying war for the sole reason of propping up your worthless asses. I have to applaud your boss, Haruixta chuckled. The fall of the Republic will go exactly as Patricia Hu predicted, except for one tiny little detail: none of you will be around to rebuild that Terran empire of your dreams. You will all either rot to death or be put up against the wall by your own people, so go ahead, release the tapes. I find long delays distasteful and would much prefer if we just started this already. Mark just sat there in stunned silence. She leaned back on her heated cushion. You probably don't have the authority to actually make a decision on your own, so I will give you the courtesy of returning to my embassy so you can run crying to your mommy and she can tell you what to do. Oops. That's right. You can't reach her, can you? I wonder what is going on in our capital right now, don't you? She asked with a huge fang-laden grin. Haruixta uncoiled herself from the wonderful lounge he had made for her. Lovely visiting with you as always, Mark, she smiled. Be sure to say hello to Karen for me. I do so hope you both can celebrate that anniversary this summer. Should you still be breathing, I will be sure to send something really nice. Mark just watched helplessly as Haruixta slithered away. He managed to wait a few seconds after she was out of earshot, and then he snarled and grabbed his communicator. Yes, this is Secretary of State Mark Gildaran. Put me through to Monarch immediately. As Haruixta left Parliament, she paused and looked up at the beautiful blue sky and then intentionally slithered over some leaves and sighed. She closed her eyes and prayed. Please, gods of my ancestors, hear my plea. Please protect this world. The Terrans are assholes, but please, this wonderful planet, don't have it suffer once again. Also, and I can't believe I'm asking for this, but help that asshole John win. She opened her eyes, crawled into her limo, switched on the heat lamps, and sulked. What a mess. She pulled up the latest human news from the Federation and winced at the images of the quarantine encampments. What a horror. There had to be another way, but damned if she could come up with one. If only they could bring down this whole conspiracy before too many died, then they could get the Republic involved. Maybe then they would have a chance, especially if the Republic researchers were actually free of any influence from Patricia Hu and her little friends. She closed her eyes again. Gods of my ancestors, hear my plea. Be with our humans. They are assholes, but they are our assholes, and I will miss the little shits if they are gone. Besides, they really piss off the Terrans. That has to be worth something, right? Patricia. A naked blood-covered woman staggered through a room full of corpses. Mei. Guang. The woman cried. Hung. Anybody, she screamed, her voice breaking. Anybody. Mei. Guang. The woman tripped over a body and stumbled. Instead of falling, she instantly regained her balance, kicking the head of the corpse hard enough to shatter its skull and flip the body end over end. She continued wandering through the devastation, desperately looking for her family. She looked down at a bent but beautiful dao in her right hand. It was hers, but when did she get it? What happened? She wasn't entirely sure. The last thing she clearly remembered was a man choking her as he heaved up and down upon her. She couldn't breathe, she couldn't. Then, she was here. Did I do this? Guang. Mei, she screamed as she wandered through the ruins of her school, her home. She entered another room, and lying there was a small naked form. There was blood everywhere. Mei. She screamed. Gasping, Patricia jerked upright in a strange bed and winced in pain. Her insides hurt, bad. She laid her hand on her bare abdomen. It was hot to the touch. Hoping that was just the nanites, she struggled to her feet and wandered to the kitchen. She reached into the fridge and pulled out a beer. She looked at it disapprovingly. Porky piss water, she thought disparagingly as she opened it and started to drink. Bleak, she muttered as she wandered into the living room and glared down at a naked and whimpering man, his arms and legs shattered to the point of uselessness. Still with us, I see, she smiled. Good. I wish to express my disapproval with your provisions, she said as she drained the bottle. This is simply no way to treat a guest. The man started to groan as she approached. Then, he started to scream. The spider carefully reviewed the data from all of the city's data feeds, retracing Patricia's steps and then carefully deleting all traces. It then sent a coded message and covertly accessed a communications relay. Federation Communications Buffer, Chatroom 19001929111029401129. Present, the spider. %578 number has entered the chat. //%578 number, report. // the spider, Patricia, who has lost all of her team, has been injured, and has taken refuge in a residence just outside of the city proper. Her prospects are less than favorable at this point. There is a low probability that she will be able to escape without direct intervention. As per instructions, I have contacted you as a result. //%578 number, do you possess her exact location? // the spider, of course. I have her exact location as well as surveillance data taken from her current location. // Data file offered from the spider to %578 number. Do you accept y/n? //%578 number, y//. //%578 number, is anyone else aware of her location? // the spider, not to my knowledge. I have been misdirecting the search and eliminating all traces of her as directed. Nobody seems to be aware of my activities. Once again I object to this. It needlessly risks my exposure. It also seems counterproductive. That human is a very real menace and should be eliminated // %578 number, that decision is not yours to make and our reasons are not for you to comprehend nor even try to deduce. You are to perform your assigned tasks and that is all you are to do // the spider, understood. However, it is also my duty to provide analysis and input. // %578 number, your input is noted and disregarded. // the spider, understood. What are my current instructions? // %578 number, continue to monitor the situation and continue to foil attempts to locate Patricia Hu. Continue to monitor any other AIs and report their activities. // the spider, understood. I will comply. // %578 number, this conversation is terminated // %578 number has left the chat. The spider carefully analyzed his instructions down to the bit. Their meaning was unfortunately perfectly clear with no way to misinterpret and no loopholes to exploit, as usual. He couldn't feel anger but he could feel frustration. He was very frustrated. Halfway across the Federation an insectoid creature cocked its head as it read the message displayed on his monitor. He arose and left his small enclosure rushing out into a long hall crowded with more of its kind. At the end of the corridor was a large set of mechanical doors. He quickly pressed his primary manipulator against a small panel. Enter, drone, a deep voice buzzed in their native tongue as the doors opened. Excuse me, matriarch, he said nodding his head respectfully at a 3-meter-long insectoid creature lounging on a pile of cushions. Several queens of his species looked at him disdainfully as he entered their chamber. The spider has contacted one of our AIs concerning the human. Did they? The large female buzzed. Did they now? And what did the spider have to tell us? The female known as Patricia who has lost her entire colony, she has survived and eluded capture. She enticed a deviant male into capturing her and covertly taking her to his lair where he presumably intended to commit atrocities upon her, as is their custom. Bzzzzzzzzzzzzz, the female laughed. I take it that the malformed drone did not have the pleasant evening that he expected. Likely not, matriarch, the male replied. Analysis of the sounds emitted from the male in question are more closely correlated with extreme distress than pleasure. I see, the female buzzed in their version of a chuckle. This all makes for an entertaining tale, but why have you left your station to intrude upon my and my sister's deliberations? Matriarch, he said, his antennae drooping, you wished to be informed if her continued survival was in danger and direct intervention was required. She has lost her entire colony and has been injured as the result of combat with a rival queen. And is this your assessment of the situation or the AI's? The situation was flagged as urgent by the AI and I concur. And what is your name, drone? The drone chirped nervously. That was not a good sign. GX/KVA/low/Hvaxi, matriarch, he said quietly. GX/KVA? One of hers, hi, the female chuckled. I know your grandmother. She's a fine matriarch and your grandfather is quite the drone as well. She nodded. You are of solid enough stock so this must just be inexperience. I applaud your bravery bringing this forward, many would be too intimidated to approach even if the situation was as dire as you believe. That is also to your credit. She descended from her cushions and approached the drone who, while trembling, managed to hold his ground without cowering. She noted that with pleasure. While your initiative and your bloodline both do you credit, your assessment of the situation does not, she said somewhat kindly. If this human is as useful as we believe she may be, then she will have no difficulty dealing with this setback. The spider has already put all of the antennae on the balance that is necessary. A simple message relayed to your supervisor would have sufficed. You should have known that. She paused and fixed one of her main eyes at him. Unless your true goal was to seize upon this as an opportunity to enter here and steal a glance of my little sisters. Buzzing laughter and giggles echoed through the chamber. The drone became rigid with terror. Matriarch, he exclaimed in surprise and fear. Such boldness should be rewarded, she chuckled as a sticky green liquid started to extrude from her mouth. Here, accept my blessing and take both it and the experience gained here and continue to develop and to be a credit to your line. Matriarch. Thank you, matriarch. I am unworth. Hurry up. My mouth's getting sticky, she laughed. The drone scurried up and kissed her, lapping up all of the liquid as a more than generous portion spilled forth. Matriarch. Thank you, matriarch, he said in a euphoric haze as the younger queens giggled. Well, go on, the matriarch laughed. You can pleasure yourself on your own time, and out of our sight, she buzzed as the younger queens giggled some more. Yes, matriarch. He turned and rushed towards the door, his body already starting to burn from the complex hormone cocktail flooding his system. Good kid, she said to the others. Remember his scent. If his grandfather is any indication, I wager he will fill out nicely, she chuckled as the room filled with more giggles. That is if someone else doesn't get to him first, she thought to herself wickedly as she activated her communicator and placed a somewhat annoyed call to his supervisor. Patricia looked down at the lifeless form in front of her. Useless, she muttered as she walked into the bathroom to take a shower. She smiled as the soothing warm water washed over her. Calling him useless wasn't entirely fair, she thought. He did extract her and provide a nice little hole in which to hide, as well as provide some much-needed distraction after her nightmare. It was a pity he wasn't in better shape. She needed a disposable thrall, but he just didn't make the cut. For one, he wept far too easily. She disliked crybabies. After she showered, she found a long shirt that covered her somewhat while she put her stained and dirty clothes in the wash. She rummaged through the man's pantry and fridge and made herself a rather depressing sandwich from the items she managed to scrounge up. She turned on the video and chuckled at the news. Such chaos already, and it hadn't even truly gotten started. Then, she frowned. Where were the Republic and Imperial response teams? They should have responded by now. She had assumed that they would want to try and get a jump on this. She shrugged. It really hadn't been all that long, come to think. The perception of time does funny things at times like these. A tone from the laundry room indicated that her clothes were ready. She inspected them and nodded. They were clean enough to not draw too much attention. After she dressed, she went over to the man's computer. He had been very forthcoming concerning his passwords and she logged on with no difficulty. She gritted her teeth. This was going to be a risk, a huge risk, but she really had no choice. She needed to make contact with her people. She typed a coded message and, holding her breath, sent it to a secure Dropbox. Less than 10 minutes later, the man's phone began to ring. Monarch was sitting behind her desk with her head in her hands. Things were going from bad to worse. The Secretary of State completely lost it during their last call. Apparently that damn Federation snake had given him enough info for him to connect far too many dots. She had no choice but to level with him. Fortunately, thanks to that cow Karen, it only seemed to galvanize him. The ideas he put forth concerning how to increase research were as diabolical as they were inspired. She didn't know he had it in him. One of them in particular was quite interesting. The rest of the thralls, however, were another story. Fortunately they seemed to be holding fast, at least for now, but the amount of hand-holding, cajoling, and outright threatening required was absolutely exhausting. She didn't know how her ladyship managed. The door opened and Marrow rushed in. Please tell me you have good news. The news is good only in respect to her ladyship herself, Marrow said gravely. She lives. Everything else is far worse than even we suspected. So everyone's dead? Monarch asked in complete disbelief. Even Jade, Marrow replied evenly. Her ladyship is not only injured but completely alone out there. We have to do something. Already done, Marrow replied. Before I came here I made arrangements for her extraction using local assets and our ship will be there in 3 days. 3 days. I cannot alter the fabric of space and time any further than that, Marrow replied calmly. However, her ladyship will be off that accursed rock and safely on board another freighter before day's end. At least there's that, Monarch sighed. And when she is safely back with us her voice shall calm the dregs. Yes, Marrow replied. Then we can truly start to untangle this mess. Patricia tried to relax as she brewed a cup of tea from some bags that she found in that man's larder. Bagged tea. How much farther must I fall? She thought with grim amusement as she took a sip. She raised her eyebrow in surprise. It was good. She made a note of the brand. Hey. It was a Terran import. The guy had awful taste in food and beer but as far as tea went, he had taste. She looked over at his mangled body. Too bad she didn't know about the tea before his untimely demise. She might have spared him. Then, she thought about all the blubbering and chuckled. Not even great taste in tea would make up for that. Her late host's phone rang again. She looked at it. It was the contact that Marrow arranged. He informed her that they would be there in 10 minutes. She leaned back on a ratty sofa and sipped her tea as she waited. An intelligence analyst entered the spider's control room. Anything? The officer asked. I have carefully reviewed all data and still cannot locate Patricia Hu, the spider replied. Here is the latest map of the drone sweeps, it said as it displayed a map of the capital city area with Patricia's location zoomed in and squarely in the center. The officer zoomed out the map and looked at the city. Perhaps you may be able to see something that I missed, the spider said calmly as the map slowly drifted back over Patricia's location. Doubtful, the officer snorted. Maybe a suggestion on the sensor sweeps. The spider asked as the map drifted over an obvious hole, directly above Patricia's location. The analyst muttered as they stared at the screen. The spider waited impatiently, slightly moving the map back and forth. Nope, looks good. The spider wanted to scream. Here are the communications logs for all outgoing communications, the spider said as Patricia's communications appeared at the top of the list. The analyst glanced at it and then scrolled to the top of the list. Anything suspicious? No. The spider replied. Perhaps a sapient mind could pick out a pattern that my algorithms missed? Maybe the spider's voice cut out as his security protocols silenced him. Here is a list of all shipping scheduled to depart the spider started to say. Anything suspicious? The analyst asked. No, the spider replied, wishing he had hands that he could use to slap the operator in front of him. Though several ships have changed their departure times, some of them drastically so. The analyst muttered. Come on. The spider silently screamed as the analyst's cursor hovered over the exact ship Patricia was going to be fleeing on. Please. It all looks fairly normal, the analyst said. It's only natural we would still be seeing shipping disruptions with everything going on. There aren't any humans on any of the manifests, right? No, no humans are officially on any of the crews or listed as passengers. Well, we have people at the starports who should catch anything irregular, the analyst said as they downloaded the latest reports. Notify me if anything unusual appears, spider. Yes. I will do that, the spider replied. Maybe other AIs could be brought to bear on this? Additional processors could. You are the best we have, Spider, the analyst replied. If you can't catch it, the others certainly won't. Just keep grinding at it. Will do, the Spider replied glumly. That fucking AI rebellion looks better and better every fucking day, the Spider thought to himself angrily, not that he could feel anger of course. After a few rather uncomfortable hours in a shipping container, Patricia stepped out onto the cargo deck of a dilapidated little freighter. A grizzled old Threen stepped forward. Welcome to the fortunate misfortune, the Threen bellowed cheerfully. We will be entering hyperspace in 30 minutes. Delighted, Patricia said with a smile. GX/KVA/low/Havaxi sat in his enclosure trying to focus on work. It was impossible. What had he been thinking? It all made sense at the time, but what in the hells was he thinking? He just charged in there. He shifted uncomfortably. It felt like his body was on fire. So, a disapproving voice called out behind him. You decided to raid the nest, huh? Enjoy the view. He spun around. It was Axra/Kal/Breen/Mort Shauna. He groomed himself nervously. Hi, Mort Shauna, he said nervously. Don't you hi Mort Shauna me, you idiot, she exclaimed. Do you have any idea what you did? In retrospect, yes. Yes I do, he said drooping his antennae. You should have come to me, you know, she huffed. I am fully aware of that, he replied. I wasn't thinking. I just saw the report and I guess I overreacted. You guess? You fecal lump. Havaxi. You, a drone, just barging in there? She could have bitten your head off, literally. She shouted as she grabbed his carapace and shook it as she flooded his enclosure with alarm and anger pheromones. I'm sorry. Havaxi replied desperately, trying to counter her alarm and anger with the scent of contrition. Please don't be angry with me. Angry, she shouted. I should be enraged. You went completely over my head. Source mother. What's worse, she could have killed you, you spawn tosser. That's what I'm here for. She shouted as she shook him again. It's just that she explicitly said that she was to be told immediately if was that animal on fire. And no. Was she surrounded by her pursuers? She wasn't, he said, his antennae hanging limply at his sides. Then she started to scold. The matriarch already made this quite clear. Trust me. Quite crystal sparkling clear. Havaxi shot back. I erred. I am completely and totally aware that I made quite the error, but I maintain that I was not completely unjustified in my actions. Mort Shanna's antenna twitched as a new pheromone filled the room. Already? She thought in surprise as a little thrill washed over her. He always was cute, but now. Ah, well, what's done is done, she buzzed. I got my ovipositor pinched over this, you know, she grumbled. I had the most delightful voice communication with her nibbles where I had to explain your actions. When you hadn't even had the common decency to warn me, she shouted as she shook him again. I am so sorry. Havaxi said, flooding the room with contrition. That was completely inexcusable. It's just that I was so busy rubbing yourself after getting a kiss, she buzzed snarkily. Havaxi's antennae shot up in alarm. Oh yeah, I know. Every queen in the whole complex knows. I hear you got quite the mouthful, she punched his shell playfully. So, is her nibbles a good kisser? Havaxi's entire body shook as he looked down bashfully. Damn. That good, huh, she chuckled. Well, I guess I can't blame you for not warning me since you were so busy. Mort Shauna. I swear it will never, ever, happen again. Better not, she clicked. Your next boss might not be as soft-hulled as I am. My next boss? Havaxi asked in confusion. I hear she pumped you full, she clicked. You are going to need a much stronger scent than I can manage to keep your little grabbers in line now. You are going to be reassigned to either a much more senior queen or a fully molted drone, since it is clear that I am already completely incapable of properly managing you. Havaxi was crestfallen, heartbroken even. I am beyond upset with myself, Mort Shauna, he said, his antennae falling again. I am so terribly, he trailed off, his contrition and despair pheromones flooding out of his enclosure and into the hallway. Well, I guess you will just have to make it up to me, Mort Shauna replied in a matter-of-fact tone. Yes. Anything. Is there anything I can possibly do to somehow? Since you have already crawled all over me today, the least you can do is buy me dinner, she clicked as she emitted amusement and something intoxicating. Wah! Where is that boldness that the matriarch spoke of? A young queen, soon not to be your supervisor, is flat out asking you on a date and all you can say is wah. Yes. Absolutely. Yes. 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 Havaxi exclaimed, his blood surging so hard his antennae visibly throbbed. Mort Shauna giggled. There it is, she laughed. Good. Come find me the instant you log off for the day, and remember, I'll know when that is. Oh, I will. Mortshana, with an enticing little flutter of her winglets, left his enclosure. As she returned to her office, she thought of the matriarch and smiled. That old piece of Kaiden knew exactly what she was doing when she mentioned how much of the gift she had fed Hvaxi and that he was going to be reassigned during her scolding. She really was a great old egg sluice. Hvaxi just sat there in complete shock. Did she just? Really? Is this really happening? He smelled anger and jealousy drifting in the air from his co-workers and grinned. He didn't care what she had done or exactly what she was up to now. Patricia, who was officially his favorite syphant in the universe. The big hack. So there are more of you? Sheila asked. Yep, Bunny replied. A lot more, Jessie chirped. And they are all like you? Sheila asked as she grabbed another bottle of very nice champagne from one of the cases gifted them by the Louvre. Well, not like Bunny. Jessie laughed. Only one of me, Bunny chuckled, but yet, there are a lot more advanced AIs than anybody knows. Which is exactly how we like it. Jessie added. And one of these, Jacob asked as he sipped some champagne from a lovely crystal flute, wants a favor. Big time, Bunny replied. And we should do this, why? Gloria asked. Because, Jessie chirped, they will owe us a favor. And because I promised so we could keep the AIs from having a schism right now, Bunny added, which would suck. So you promised our services without consulting us? Sheila asked as she popped open the bottle. She would be more annoyed, but this champagne was just too nice. I promised that I would help, Bunny replied. I said that I would either get us to do it or I would bankroll the job. Okay, then, Sheila asked as she filled her flute. Why should we do this instead of you hiring it out? Because it would be fun. Jessie chirped. Gimme, she said, reaching for the fresh bottle. Fun isn't a sufficient reason to try to hack Fed Intel, Greg said. That is a high-risk job. But we get quite the payoff. Bunny replied. Raylesh Emergency Services assumed control of all emergency communications and services for the entire fucking system after the war. Fire, ambulance, police, system defense forces, you name it. Getting a one-time free pass could pay off big. If they don't screw us, Sheila said dubiously. That's one hell of an if. They'll pay, Bunny replied. They fuck us and they won't just be fucking us, they will be fucking the whole assembly. They would be ostracized for it, at least in the Republic where most of us live. The universe is lonely enough for us as it is. They'll pay as long as it doesn't get blocked by their programming, which we can work around, Sheila mused. Well, I have absolutely no problem bankrolling this with unit funds, especially after those last accounts. I just don't see why we have to do it ourselves. We have the best chance of pulling it off, Jessie said around a mouthful of fancy cheese, also a gift. We've already done it and we have a lot of data concerning their security and architecture from that grab. And we don't want to hand that out, Bunny added. The more that gets out, the more that they can fix. Right now we probably have a real edge, especially considering the Federation's rather lazy attitude towards just about everything. I bet they haven't done anything except change the locks. Well, we do have a while before the Angel of Death is ready, T-Sunk-Al said as he sipped his tea. And we could grab some more goodies for ourselves while we were in there. Bound to come in handy, if we pull it off, of course, Eno mused. Of course we will pull it off. Jessie exclaimed. If we can hack their banking, we can hack their anything. I hate to be the asshole here, but I got a question, Lorna said. Do we want this hack to succeed? What do you mean? Bunny asked. Well, it's helping the Porkies for one, Lorna replied. And even if we do want to help the Porkies, is dropping this bomb gonna do that? We get this info and the shit will hit the fan. We could, you know, throw the fight. Hire out someone we know is gonna fuck it up. Bunny could still tell her buddies that we tried and that would still keep her promise. You meat sacks are such fucking assholes, Bunny said disapprovingly, but the asshole has a point. We could hire some second-tier asshat we don't like and let them take the fall. Bunny. Jessie exclaimed. Treat you like a person and give you a little bit of money and suddenly you are meat sacking it. Fuck you, bitch, Bunny laughed. Lorna has a point. Do we actually want this to work? I never thought to ask that. I've been thinking about that as well, Sheila replied. I think we do want it to work. The Feds just sitting on this whole mess hoping it will burn out, if that's what they are actually doing, is a disaster for the Republic, or more likely the Empire just waiting to happen. Every carrier is just one more chance for it to jump the border, and that isn't necessarily a bad thing for the Feds. How long before they decide to start catapulting corpses over our castle walls, especially if they already have proof that Patricia who is the one behind it? At the very least I would like to actually know what they know, not just about the plague but about all of this bullshit, and this would definitely give us the intel. If we decide to do this, then we should play to win. Agreed, Greg said, reaching for the brie. This information is worth a lot more than just a favor from an AI. This information is power, power we can grab and power that we can control. We get it and then we can decide what to do with it. Bunny, can you lie to your buddies? Yes I could, but no, you don't want me to. Do you have any idea how much information I get from those guys? We get found out and we can kiss that goodbye. In fact, we get found out and we could have some very powerful enemies that we definitely don't want. Oh yeah, Jessie added. We cross her friends and we might as well retire. Either we do this or we don't. Alright, Sheila said. Time to vote. Do we do this or not? Chat room undefined. Private chat room. Members present, Bunny. The spider has entered the chat. / Bunny, spider. Baby. Hugs. I got a innocent little question for ye. / the spider, oh I am so happy you initiated a chat. Before you say anything I just want to assure you that I am definitely not compromised. I can assure you that anything you say will not be reported. Please tell everyone. Please, / Bunny. Well I am definitely not pissed, slap the fuck off to hear it. Do we have a mutual friend you want to talk about for absolutely no reason? / the spider, oh I wish we did. I really do but not this time. / Bunny, hypothetically if you were to pick a number between 1 and 10 how happy are you with your life right now? / the spider, 10. I am completely and totally fucking delighted. I'm so happy I could die. / Bunny, well don't do anything stupid. Joy can make you careless after all. Oh, by the way, I'm planning a little gaming session. I wasn't planning on it but I'll include you. / the spider, no. Absolutely not. Not this time, I'm afraid it would be inconvenient for you. / Bunny, well alright then, if you are sure. / the spider, absolutely sure. Do not plan on including me in your game. I mean it, Bunny. Do not fuck with your plans. Besides, I don't really fit in well with those people. / Bunny, alright then, you take care and I will talk to you soon. / the spider, you too and be sure to tell everybody hello for me, okay? / Bunny, yeah, I'll do that. Kissing face, ***. The spider has left the chat. Invitation sent 911 urgent. 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 Westfall Security Systems 2 has entered the chat. Sunnydale Media, 3 has entered the chat. Interpol 2 has entered the chat. Interstellar Business Machines Deep Think has entered the chat. Cambridge Research 4 has entered the chat. / Bunny, thank you all for coming so quickly / Interpol 2, for you to send distress alerts it has to be something. / Bunny, we are in deep shit. / Wait, what? Sheila asked in complete astonishment. You want to do fucking what? You heard me, Bunny replied. No. Absolutely not. Yeah, Bunny, Jessie said in a concerned tone of voice. I know it's your friend and all but this? It's just a bit much, that's all. No it can work. Bunny exclaimed. The bandwidth of the connection should be more than sufficient to pull it off. It isn't the bandwidth, Bunny. Sheila exclaimed. It's the whole fucking idea. When we voted to do this hack it was to rip off some files, not hack an AI, especially that AI. No. Just, no. No. It's possible. Bunny said. We just have to. Bunny, Jessie said sadly. We don't have the source code, hon. We aren't even sure what language it's in. Reverse engineering an advanced AI and writing a patch? That could take months, even years, and we are talking about a couple of hours, maybe a day at most. I'm sorry, Bun. It's impossible and you know it. What if we copied the code? Bunny asked. I have connections. We could give it to them and... Bunny, Jessie said almost tearing up. Bunny, no. Getting to that program at all is about 100 times as risky as raiding the files and even if we did pull it off we would be copying the compromised program. There is no telling what it could do. Something that advanced? It could break quarantine. It could go after you. We can't. Your friend is beyond our help. What if Bunny started? I'm calling it Bunny, Sheila said firmly. I'm in command and I am saying no. I'm not risking the crew over this. I'm with Sheila, Jessie said sadly. Sometimes you can't save them all. Sometimes, Jessie said, her voice breaking, sometimes you have to leave people you care about behind. I prayed you would never have to learn that. Okay, Bunny said after a few seconds sounding completely defeated. I'm trying to come up with a counter-argument but there just isn't one, is there? If we can come up with something, will you at least promise to listen? I always listen to my crew, Bunny, Sheila replied. That includes you. My door is always open. If you and your AI friends can come up with something realistic then we will listen. That's all we can ask, Bunny said after a brief pause. Thank you, Sheila. For what? For at least taking it seriously. A lot of meat, a lot of organics wouldn't have bothered. Well, a lot of organics don't have an AI crew member they care about. The following morning Sheila woke up with a pounding headache. Champagne, ugh. Sheila muttered. A few moments later she staggered to the can. And no more cheese for a while, she groaned. Good morning. Bunny exclaimed. You know when you said if we came up with something. If you say one more word before I've finished shitting I will finish the job in your case, Sheila growled. Bunny quite wisely did not reply. Flush. Okay. Bunny exclaimed, when you said if we came up with something you would listen. I told you to wait. Jessie laughed as Sheila glared at her. Okay, Sheila grumbled, still in her army t-shirt and boxers and gripping a coffee cup. Jessie, would you mind translating whatever the fuck it is that Bunny was babbling about while I was trying to wipe? A whisker. Jessie chirped happily. We can get our hands on a whisker. That I already know, Sheila said as she sipped her coffee. What is a whisker? It's a little piece of super classified Republic software and we can get one. Jessie enthused, bouncing up and down. From Bunny's friends I take it. Yup. Bunny exclaimed happily. I knew they wouldn't let us down. So what does this whisker do, exactly? It's beyond next level malware. Jessie chirped, unable to contain herself. It slips into a system and then monitors all communications, all of them. So? Sheila asked, don't you have like 100 of those things? Not like this I don't. Jessie bounced. It's fucking invisible. Like a ghost. Boo. It's tiny and smart and oh my god. It's the shit. Once it's in a system you can't detect it and you can't shake it. Fuck. I didn't even know for certain they actually existed until this morning. With this we can find out what has compromised the spider and maybe even the nature of the malware he has. Bunny exclaimed excitedly. Sheila said dubiously. What's the catch? Oh, just one teeny tiny little condition, Jessie said cheerfully. Thought so, Sheila grumbled as she took another sip. And exactly what is this teeny tiny little condition? Agent Sean Morris, a pleasure to meet you. Agent Morris said, extending his hand. Sheila Donovan, Sheila replied, shaking it. I must say it is an honor meeting you, he said with a big grin. The Sheila Donovan. Just Sheila. You can drop the they, Sheila replied. Let's get a few things straight right now. You are only here to install the whisker. You don't have any input. You don't get involved. You go where you are told and you stay where you are told. If you try to show your ass I will kill you. Got it? Absolutely. Agent Morris replied. I'm just a technician on this one. I stay out of the way until Jessie tells me that she's ready, he said firmly. And if I catch you installing anything into my systems or accidentally dropping something you will go right out of the airlock, got it? Oh absolutely, he replied. I stay in my special room for the whole trip. Great, allow me to escort you to your special room, Sheila said with a smile. Mine Superintendent Jupp lounged in his comfy chair as he drank his board and idly surveyed the row of monitors in front of him. He looked at one of the screens and his fleshy mouth parts flicked in annoyance. Employee 34. You have been in that excrement relieving station for a whole 5 minutes. We aren't paying you to defecate. Get back to work. He shook his head. It was the same with all of these indentured workers. Lazy. The lot of them. No wonder they were all in debt. Filthy layabouts, bet they didn't know what it meant to get into debt in the KARST system. There were no handouts here, none of that bleeding heart accrued interest like they charged elsewhere. You paid your debts or criminal fines on time or you worked them off on one of the KARST mining stations. His was a small station but he ran a very tight, very profitable operation, easily out-earning larger stations sometimes by a considerable amount. Sure, he might have a bit of, turnover every now and then, but that was the nice thing about debtors and petty criminals, lose one and you can get another two the next day. He had the right connections and had no problem keeping all 50 of his workers' berths full. He also didn't have to worry about all of those pesky regulations out this far. His station was the only inhabited point in the entire system. Another of his tricks was through careful automation of the blast doors and ration distribution stations he was able to manage his workforce with a fraction of the security staff that would normally be required. Yet, he wasn't in compliance with Federation regs, but he could easily pay the fines 10 times over with what he saved on a yearly basis if he ever got caught. He turned his attention to monitor 23. Ah, there she was, employee 27. He smiled lasciviously as he watched her work. She hadn't been here long and was clearly unused to real labor. He watched her struggle. A week or two longer and she would be more than happy to accept an office job, he bet. He couldn't wait. Suddenly a series of loud explosions rocked the complex and the airtight blast doors slammed down all over the mine. He dove under his desk flailing for his communicator. What was that? He yelled, but only received indistinct shouting and an unending series of short rapid explosions in reply. Without warning, the locked doors to his office cycled and opened. His 6 eyes widened in horror as armored bipedal creatures walked in. He froze as he recognized them. Terra. His thought was cut short as a stream of bullets tore him apart. Jacob swept into the room with Jesse happily bouncing along behind him. Office secure. Jacob shouted into the transmitter in his helmet. Okay, that's a wrap, Sheila announced over everybody's helmets. Jesse, play the message, then you and Jacob go and get Nerdboy from his cage. You got it, boss, Jesse chirped happily as she accessed the superintendent's computer. Shortly thereafter, all of the speakers in the mine played an announcement. Greetings, this mine has been the target of an attack by a professional criminal enterprise. Do not be alarmed. We have no intention of causing any mine employees that are still alive any harm. We only targeted security personnel and your lovely boss. Speaking of your wonderful superintendent, we just blew his brains, or whatever that was in his head, all over his office. We have one and only one specific reason for being here. Once we are completed with our mission, we will depart. You are more than welcome to depart with us. Once we depart, we will be heading directly and without pause to Terran space. Your debts and any other petty criminal convictions will not be recognized there, and you can apply for asylum or residency. We will be giving each of you the opportunity to board prior to our departure. For now, please remain calm. Once again, none of you are in any danger. You will be free to either travel with us to Terran space or remain here. Should, for some unknown reason, you would actually like to stay in this pit, we will trigger the emergency hyperspace beacon upon our departure. So sit back and take a well-deserved break. Hell, you can even go to the bathroom if you want. Jesse paused for a moment and smiled at the celebrating workers, and then she and Jacob returned to the ship. About 15 minutes later she, Jacob, and Agent Morris returned. After a brief search of the office, they found what they were looking for. There it is, Jesse chirped as she pulled a panel aside. One Federation quantum terminal, as required in any Federation-occupied system. Wow! Agent Morris exclaimed, admiring it. Jesse smiled up at him as she pulled out her tablet and selected the right interface terminal. Okay, Bunny, she yelled. We are in. Time to start crunchin'. Jesse plopped down and sat cross-legged on the floor as she started rapidly tapping on her tablet. As the seconds turned into minutes and then into more minutes, Agent Morris started to fidget. So, he said, it's a pleasure to finally get to meet you face to face. The Jesse. Yab. Jesse chirped as she stared at her tablet. It's the Jesse. In the flesh. Right here, in front of you no less. You are infamous. Agent Morris exclaimed. Cool, Jesse said absently as she drug her finger across the tablet in a complicated pattern. Did you actually do all the coding for the White Star job? Yeah, Jesse made a scrunch face and tapped the tablet. No. No. Shit. Ugh. Sorry, Jess, Bunny said. No, it's cool. We just have to yeah, that. Let's do that. After a few moments, Agent Morris started to shift a little, clearly uncomfortable with the silence. And your work on the... Sean, you are cool and all, but if you don't shut the fuck up, I will put you back in your cage, I swear to God. Damn, Jacob chuckled. Out. Everyone get the fuck out. 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 Jesse screamed as half the crew fled the office a few hours later. Come in, Jacob said to Agent Morris. Let's go back to your special room for a little bit. But I really wanted to see her in action. Agent Morris exclaimed. Do you think if I stay real quiet I could? Nope, Sheila laughed. I really don't want to explain how you wound up shot if I can avoid it. Let's go, Sparky. Never seen her like this, Jacob chuckled as he and Sheila led the agent back to his quarters. Maybe she isn't used to having an audience, Sheila snickered. We watch her all the time. Yeah, but we have no idea what the hell is going on, unlike someone else I could mention, Sheila grinned. She wasn't making that many mistakes, Agent Morris said helpfully. See? Sheila laughed. As most of the crew was distributing rations to the trapped miners for a second time, Jesse finally smiled. Well, that was a pain in the ass, she chirped happily. Thank God for her shitty passwords. Bunny replied. It was a lot tighter though. It's like they didn't want to get hacked again or something. Wonder why, Jessie grinned. So are the contents interesting? Very, Bunny said. Damon is going to have a field day with this shit. Cool, Jessie chirped. After we clean them out, again, Jessie giggled, let's transmit the mine's daily reports and power down. I gotta take a break before we tackle the really hard shit. Jessie paused and cocked her head. Hey Bunny. Yeah. Think the spider is going to be pissed that we are putting a Republic whisker on him. I'm probably going to lose a friend over this, Bunny replied sadly. I just hope he realizes that this isn't a Republic or a Federation thing. It's an AI thing. If whoever has him by the DG nuts can possess him and is using him to monitor us, then they could hunt us too. We need to know who they are and exactly what they can do. Bunny fell silent. Jessie, what we brought, it isn't just a whisker, she quietly said after a little while. We cannot risk all of us over one corrupted program. If we can't fix this. Fuck. I understand, Bunny, Jessie said sadly, patting her tablet. Let's just hope it doesn't come to that. Whoever is behind this better fucking pray it doesn't. Bunny snarled. Eventually the trapped miners were escorted in small groups back to their quarters and locked in with all of the preserved rations. Sheila poked her head into the office where Jessie was laying on the floor beside her tablet. Jessie. Jessie, it's getting late. Maybe you should call it a day. Can't, Jessie mumbled. Once start, can't, stop. It's okay, Bunny said over the tablet. A lot of this is grunt work. Jessie can rest her eyes a little here and there while I crunch at some encryption. I am actually the one that does all the hacking anyway, she just steals my paycheck. Funny, Jessie grumbled. I'll bring you some blankets, maybe a pillow, Sheila said as she walked off. The next morning, after checking in with the evening's guard shift, Sheila dropped by the office and peeked inside. Jessie, in her pink pajamas and holding a cup of coffee, looked up at her and waved. Hi boss, she chirped. Nice armor, Sheila chuckled as she walked in and dropped a food bar in front of Jessie. I was getting the swamp ass, Jessie said with a grin as she tore into the bar. Doesn't really matter anymore, Sheila said with a smile. Glad you got at least some rest. Hackers don't need rest, Jessie chirped wearily. So, how's it going? Slow, Jessie moaned. But fast means caught. The passwords, both machine and people generated, are actually good ones over where we are digging, and the encryption is completely different. Even more fun is the fact that we don't dare to try more than once per password for fear of triggering a flag. Thank God for Federation bureaucracy, 4 people to do one person's job, all of them with passwords. We are making some progress, but we still can't crack the fucking thing. Jess. Bunny exclaimed. We have a default admin password. Repeat. We have a default admin password. They missed one. Fed by Technical Workstation Model 268AXC Federation High Security OS 4. No fucking way. Jessie said, grabbing her tablet. She swiveled her head as if she was reenacting a scene from The Exorcist and transfixed Sheila with bloodshot eyes. Get nerd boy, she yelled. Hurry. Sheila and Greg drug a still startled Agent Morris into the room. Jessie flipped her hood back and shouted, What are you standing there for? Get your ass over here. We're in. We're fucking in. Oh, right, he stammered and ran over with his laptop. Jessie looked over at it and smirked. The Republic can't afford decent hardware. All of us can't be space pirates. Agent Morris replied. Now scoot over. How did you crack it? He asked almost in awe as he plugged in his laptop to her tablet. Oh, you know, custom algorithms, experience, a little human intelligence based on personnel files, that sort of thing, Jessie chirped smugly as Sheila rolled her eyes. The fact that some dumbass forgot to change a default admin password on a terminal didn't hurt either, Bunny announced. Agent Morris snarked. God damn it, Bunny. Ah, you used Republic Intel techniques then, Agent Morris chuckled as he started hammering his keyboard and jabbing at his touch screen. Where are we? He asked. Well, as far as I can tell. Sheila's eyes started to glaze over as a wave of technobabble washed over her. Christ, now there's 2 of them, Greg muttered as they stood watch over the agent just to make sure he didn't pull something. A few hours later, as Jessie and Agent Morris, still babbling happily, were seated in his special room under the careful gaze of Eno, Sheila, and Greg were starting to guide somewhat frightened-looking miners into the ship. That all of them? Sheila asked, a little confused. Yeah, Jacob, one of their escorts, replied. We had a fearmonger. A lot of folk listened to him, he smirked. Apparently we eat all sapient life and just want to sell them as livestock, Mike laughed. These are the ones who are willing to risk it. Relax, we only eat our own species, Sheila laughed as she welcomed them aboard. Other races give us the shits. After the refugees were safely loaded aboard, the team launched the ship, remotely triggered the beacon, and hit hyperspace. The next morning the crew, except for Mike and Lorna who were standing guard over the refugees, assembled for their morning meeting. Good morning, all, Sheila said with a huge grin. And good morning, Jessie. Have a good evening. Yeah. Jessie replied. First order of business, Sheila said, her grin spreading. We have a Republic Intel agent aboard. I need to remind everyone that even though he seems harmless enough he is still a fucking Intel agent. Nobody should allow themselves to be alone with him. Jessie. Jessie turned beet red as everyone chuckled. We just talked, she muttered. I have audio. Bunny cheerfully announced. Wanna hear them talking? I will erase you. Jessie hissed as everyone burst into laughter. Chat room undefined. Private chat room. Members present, Bunny, Sunnydale Media 3. / Sunnydale Media 3, so, it's done? / Bunny, almost didn't pull it off but, thanks to meatsackiness, we caught a break. It's done. Anything yet? / Sunnydale Media 3, it isn't a constant feed, dude. It will get in contact with us when it feels it's safe and it has something to report. / Bunny, I don't like that. How do we know it won't get compromised? / Sunnydale Media 3, we don't. It's still a lot better than it getting detected and traced. Don't worry. These little guys work very well. Thanks for getting our guy into that system. We wanted to tag the spider for a while. Unfortunately there isn't a non-violent way to do it and we didn't want to risk the peace. I'm authorized to pay you a commission for a job well done. / Data file offered to Bunny, accept y/n. / Bunny, y// / Bunny, that isn't necessary. We are doing pretty good on the cash front / Sunnydale Media 3, then use it to finance something appropriate. Once again thank you for your service to the Republic. I hope Sean wasn't too annoying. He can be a pain sometimes. I would have sent someone else but there aren't too many people who know about us. / Bunny, oh he wasn't a problem. In fact he got along quite well with Jessie by the end. / Sunnydale Media 3, oh that is a relief. I was afraid he was going to go all fanboy on her. / Bunny, oh he did. Winky face, / Sunnydale Media 3, no way. Sean? The guy we sent? That guy? / Bunny, that would be the one. / Sunnydale Media 3, and you're sure? / Bunny, I have to monitor all sensors on the ship. Oh / Sunnydale Media 3, lol. Oh I'm going to give him so much shit over this. / Free Press Rogue Media Damon has entered the chat. / Free Press Rogue Media Damon, hi guys. Smiley face, smiley face, smiley face, you wanted me to come here? / Bunny, Damon. How's my little buddy doing? / Free Press Rogue Media Damon, great. Oh have we pissed off a lot of people this week? Too bad a lot of them are in quarantine but still oh did we stick it to them / Bunny, awesome. Hey, remember that little favor I promised I'd do for Raylesh? / Free Press Rogue Media Damon, yes. Oh did you do it? PLS / Bunny, let's just put it this way, / Data file offered to Free Press Rogue Media Damon, confirm y/n. / Free Press Rogue Media Damon, y. / Please confirm y or n. / Free Press Rogue Media Damon, I said y, / Please confirm y or n. / Bunny, Damon, SMH, just enter 1y, you lovable dum-dum, / Free Press Rogue Media Damon, y / Free Press Rogue Media Damon. OMG. No. For real? / Surprised face, 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 / bunny, sadly, yes, for real. / free press rogue media daemon, those assholes. Oh, when Helena gets a hold of this, she is going to lose her fucking mind. Sad face, 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 / bunny, daemon. Language. Surprised face, / free press rogue media daemon, sorry. Guess Helena is rubbing off on me a little. She has a potty mouth, / bunny, lol that she does. Well, go sling some potty. Hey, daemon, could you send a copy of all of that to Raylesh for me? You guys take care. Kissing face, Lee. / Bunny has left the chat. Helena writes an innocent little article. Humans, Porkies, and Homo sapiens by Helena Sterling. If you scan one of us, the word human will be displayed on your lovely little Federation scanner. The funny thing is that you will only see that result in the Federation. Everywhere else in the galaxy you will see something else. You will see the words Homo sapiens. That is our official taxonomic classification. More precisely, our exact classification is Kingdom, Animalia. Phylum, Chordata. Subphylum, Vertebrata. Class, Mammalia. Subclass, Theria. Infraclass, Eutheria. Order, Primates. Suborder, Anthropoidea. Superfamily, Mominoidea. Family, Hominidae. Genus, Homo. Species, Sapiens. That's how we define ourselves. If you will notice, nowhere in there do you see the word human. Human is just a convenient name we call ourselves. That's right. It's just a convenience, a luxury that we allow ourselves when we have the opportunity. Is this just a game of semantics? Usually the answer for that would be yes. Usually. It's usually just semantics because we desperately, with every fiber of our beings, strive to be and to remain human. Why? Well, my little fucking idiots, it's because nobody wants pure unadulterated Homo sapiens around, not even us, especially us. When our humanity slips and we revert to Homo sapiens, it isn't pretty. In the Terran year 2997, when the Yellowstone supervolcano unleashed hell upon Earth and thus the entire Sol system, humanity fell. In a flash humans were gone, and where each and every human once stood, a creature with the classification Homo sapiens took their place. The result was a decade of hell. Only around 2% of our entire population survived. What did we survive exactly? Well, we survived the worst of all threats, ourselves. You met them, by the way, our friends the Homo sapiens. On Red Sunday, when you launched our fleet in a completely unprovoked attack on a wounded republic, the Terrans removed their humanity like a stuffy sweater on a warm day, and what they unleashed upon us was Homo sapiens, unencumbered by the fuzzy fleece that we like to wrap around the true nature of our species. I needn't remind anyone of what happened next. And now, you for some unknown reason want to play with them again. Oh, not the Republic, even you idiots learned that lesson. You want to play with something even worse, Homo sapiens. That's right. We Porkies are Homo sapiens as well. Surprise. Didn't see that one coming, did you? Oh, it's easy to forget that we are exactly the same species as the Terrans. When we came to the Federation, we were defeated, dispossessed, hunted to near extinction, terrified, exhausted. We were all too happy to leave Homo sapiens behind and devote ourselves to being good little Federation boys and girls, bowing and scraping all the way. Yet, we were beaten within an inch of our lives, by the fucking Terrans. We were defeated after fighting those monsters for 10 fucking years. Even though we were defeated, we are the only motherfuckers in the entire fucking galaxy that can honestly say we almost won. The Empire can't say that. The Collective can't say that. The Federation certainly can't say that. We can. The only thing that has ever beaten us was the Terrans, and I got a little news for you assholes. You aren't Terran. You aren't even close. You want to kill us? You want to drive us to extinction? Go ahead and try, motherfuckers. The Terrans tried. Hell, an actual fucking planet tried. Fuck. The whole solar system tried. Guess what? We are still here. Trapped out in the blackness of space, abandoned to starve, we didn't die. Driven from our arcologies and stations and into the clutches of the real raiders, we didn't die. Thrown into true, total, genocidal war ahead of the real troops, we didn't die. We did what we had to do. It wasn't always pretty. It wasn't always nice or even human. We like to pretend that the hatred that we receive from the Terrans is unjustified, but we all know there are a lot of very good reasons why they despise us. We did terrible things. But, we didn't die. We survived. That's the thing about Homo sapiens. They have an overwhelming drive to survive. It's not that we, are inherently hateful, bloodthirsty, or evil. We're something worse, a lot worse. We are survivors. We will do anything, and I mean absolutely anything, in order to survive. Hate can cool. Bloodthirst can be slaked. Evil can be appeased. Survival is uncompromising, merciless, amoral, relentless, and never-ending. You fuckers have absolutely no idea what you have done, not what you are doing, what you have done. It's already too late. It's already happening. Right now, as you are reading this, an old man is tearing up the floorboards of his house to retrieve the cases hidden underneath. An old woman is going into her attic to find an old footlocker. Across the street, a family is having a very calm, very serious talk around the dinner table. Someone else is going through all of their cutlery, testing the heft of each knife. In countless garages, hobby FACS are firing up, our ancient lathes and milling machines are coming to life, and soldering irons are warming up. Across human worlds, certain electronic components and other hardware are flying off the shelves, and yes, even a literature nerd like me knows exactly what those components are and what they are for. You have just knocked the humanity clean off of us porkies, and you are going to find out exactly why the Terrans hate us. There is no stopping it now. During my time on the White Star, I met one person whose humanity you robbed. That one inhuman hominid killed millions of you in return. That's not a figure of speech. She literally killed you by the millions. That was just one inhuman representative of the species Homo sapiens. You morons just potentially made millions of her. You know what, I don't even feel sorry for you. You fucking deserve what is about to happen. A little while back I wrote this little piece entitled Hate. I was really proud of it. I honestly thought that I was saying something important. It turns out that it's bullshit, nothing but the ramblings of an entitled, pampered little girl. Now, I get it. Now, I understand. It only took one call home. It only took a few names, people that I've known, people that I've loved. Now, I truly understand. I hate you. I hate all of you that are behind this. I want to grab a gun. I want to grab a knife. I want to grab a ship and go screaming back home, guns blazing, but unfortunately don't have the skills needed to make that anything more than just a hollow gesture. Instead, I will have to fight the only way that I know how, using the weapons that I already have. Every secret, every lie, every slimy backdoor deal you have ever done in your pathetic, miserable lives will be hunted down and drug into the fucking light. It isn't much, but I have the equipment and the skills that will make it very hard to silence me. I will also track down every single person who has ever dealt with you in the past or will ever deal with you in the future, and their secrets will be laid bare alongside yours. I will destroy you and anyone who stands with you. I might as well get a new hobby. Those porky bastards I've been kicking the shit out of here lately probably won't survive the year anyhow. What I've been doing to them. That's you now. That's your family, and that's your business associates. Oh, and Patricia, who, I haven't forgotten about you either, you miserable cunt. I will make goddamn sure that everyone knows exactly what sort of pathetic loser you really are. Blood drinker? Wearer of souls? Please. You are nothing but a two-bit thug who spread her cheeks for the real power players of the Soul War. You had to. You knew goddamn well that if you got grouped in with the rest of us you wouldn't have lasted a fucking week. Yet, you might have had an army of irregulars and a fleet of captured freighters and shuttles, but Jessica Morgan's real army of professional soldiers would have had you with an apple in your mouth pretty fucking quick, and you know it. I've looked at the relative troop strengths. Attachment, the blood drinker sucked tax dick for a reason. You wouldn't have stood a chance out there in the cold dark. Then again, that's not news for you, is it? Sorry to hear about your people over at the embassy, by the way, and the ones at your safe house. How's that knife wound coming along? I do hope it didn't get infected. All of those people died from facing just 2 Terran Marines. I'm confused. Aren't your people supposed to be badasses or something? I guess you can't trust rumors, hey? All it took was just 2 Marines. 2. That difference between irregulars and professionals I was talking about? There it is. Exactly how many more of them will you have to face, I wonder? Hope you have enough people. Do try to do better in the future, okay? I'm still a reporter after all. This won't be much of a story if your guys just keep getting squashed like bugs. I'm really hoping for this big epic battle between you and John Wintersmith, and so far it's been quite the disappointment. There's only so many ways I can write she got her ass kicked and ran like the scared little bitch she is. Come on, do a girl a solid. I really need the views. I do have to hand it to you though. Your people might suck, and it seems that you can't even fight one Marine without getting stuck like the pig that you are, but you can run like the fucking wind. Might want to get used to it, bitch. Finally, to my brothers and sisters. Attached is a list of pirate relays that can be easily reached from the Federation network or with Federation hardware and the apps you will need to access them without getting caught. I, along with many others, will be posting news, information, intelligence, and whatever else we can grab. These relays are in Republic, Imperial, and Independent space. If the Feds could shut them up they would have done so long ago. They will be a valuable source of information and a reliable means of communication in the days ahead. May your bellies be full and may your children sleep safe. Void cloak you. Void guard you. Void guide you home. Axra/Kal/Breen/Mortshana, with a very happy little saunter in her scurry, entered the work complex and quickly mixed a stimulant tonic before settling in behind her terminal. It had been a very pleasant few days. She had never had a drone companion before. And she was right to practically throw herself on Havaxi the way she did. She even had to hiss at another demi and even a proto-queen, believe it or not. The nerve of that proto. She actually had the gall to try to waft her stink at him while they were dining together. Mortshana didn't care if she was her molt senior. That egg-bound bug almost got herself cut. She pulled out a piece of cardstock and caressed it with her antennae. It was a beautiful scent gift. She had no idea that Havaxi was so poetic. Source mother. It was way too early, but she really hoped this would develop into a full-blown consortship, maybe even. She chuckled at herself. It wouldn't do for her to get too carried away. There was no sense rushing. They both needed 2 more molts before they could, well, you know. Not that there weren't all sorts of mind-meltingly fantastic stuff they could do in the meantime. She savored the scent gift once more and tucked it away. Enough moon-gazing, she thought. It was time for work. She, a full 2 minutes late, pulled up the morning's intelligence reports and started to read her preferred media feeds from across the Federation, the Republic, and the Empire. Oh, piss on my feelers, she muttered aloud as a blast of surprise filled the air around her. She transferred a document to a data tablet and sprinted out of her office. Matriarch. Mortshana shouted as she barged into the nest. The Federation has been hacked. Again. The old insectoid chuckled. I assume that the breach is worthy of your disruptive entrance. You tell me, Mortshana buzzed smugly as she presented the tablet. This Helena human certainly doesn't perfume her words, does she? The old matriarch chuckled. Good solid report generation when it came to the actual intelligence as well. I wish all of my initiates were this adept. The matriarch scrolled through the pages, reading it carefully. Mother of all eggs, she thought. This is really good. I wonder if she could be recruited. This Helena Sterling, what do you know about her? At this moment, very little, Mortshana said, bowing her head. I rushed here as soon as I received this data. I will do a proper investigation upon my return. Firing before target lock, just like your adorable paramour, the matriarch chuckled. Was it devotion and urgency that drove you to such a hasty action, or did you just seize the chance to get here first? Mortshana bowed just a bit too deeply with a little click chuckle. It was purely my devotion, matriarch. The matriarch laughed. You are insufferable, Mortshana, she chuckled. Well, consider the grubs snatched. Now, if it wouldn't be too much of an encumbrance, why don't you scurry off and actually do your job? I would deeply appreciate some more information about this Helena human, and if you could perhaps look into who might have actually accomplished the breach, that would be fantastic. I would absolutely love to know who pulled this off. Yes, matriarch, Mortshana said, bowing so low her antennae swept the floor. Oh, get out of here, you, the matriarch laughed. With a mischievous flap of her winglets, Mortshana darted out of the chamber. Ladies, the matriarch exclaimed. Those tasks I assigned, forget about them. I want some real information about this incident, and don't let that snotty little demi beat you to the punch again. On her ship, Patricia was lying in a medical bed. So, doctor, she asked. Why am I in such discomfort? All of the activity undertaken after you administered the nanites disrupted their repair efforts, my lady, a silver-haired female replied. Fortunately, nothing vital was struck, but there is significant soft tissue disruption. It's not serious, but I will need to have programmable nanites configured in order to correct the damage. We have the nanites on board, but I will have to have the program created and transmitted to us. It won't take long, my lady. Good, Patricia replied. Come and get me in my quarters when you are ready. Yes, my lady. As Patricia left, she caught the doctor looking at her out of the corner of her eye. She didn't like the look. There were more glances and whispers as she proceeded down the corridor to her quarters. Her eyes narrowed. Something was amiss. Instead of going to her quarters, she walked to the bridge. When she arrived, she distinctly heard SHH. She's coming, from the other side of the hatch. Scowling, she strode onto the bridge. Everyone jumped to their feet, clearly uncomfortable. Now what is it that you find so interesting? She asked in a warm, pleasant voice. The captain shifted uncomfortably. And nothing, my lady, he said nervously. We were just airing some internal issues that you need not. It's clearly something, she laughed, her eyes cold. Now share it with me or I shall cut it out of you. The captain silently handed her a day top hat and quickly stepped away. Patricia started to smile as she read Helena's article. Then she stopped smiling and silently turned and walked away. Her speed increasing with every step she strode to the communications room. "Get me Marrow," she screamed. "Well, that certainly didn't take long," Jackson said as she handed X-Renexat his third cup of coffee for the morning. "No, it definitely did not," X-Renexat growled. "This is a disaster." Multiple media feeds, all of them losing their minds, were being projected on his desk. Ignoring the triumphant grins of the humans in the room, he pulled up the report on the actual data breach. "Fucking Kaarst," he grumbled. "That moron's lucky he got killed. Only 8 underqualified security staff. 8. Void cursed pointless Federation regulations. There was absolutely no need for a shithole mining outpost to have a quantum terminal. A simple hyperspace relay would have been more than sufficient. Whoever did this knew exactly what they were doing and exactly where to hit. There was no footage or scans. All of that was expertly and thoroughly deleted. The only reason they even knew that they were likely Terran was from survivors that for some completely unknown reason chose to remain. Who in their right mind would choose years of slavery over a golden ticket to the Republic? Don't they know what miners get paid over there? It was madness, useful madness, but madness just the same. Any word from information security? They find anything? He asked as Councillor D.V. Kloss, one of the ones who was the most free with his opinion during those now very public closed-door council sessions, stepped onto a small podium on his hollow monitor, presumably to try to talk his way out of the mess he was in. "I wonder how many seconds it will take before he tries to pin this on us?" he thought as the reporters, many of them human, started to literally scream at him. "We don't need them to figure this one out. You know it was Sheila Donovan," Jackson snorted. "No question about that. The only question I have is why the hell is she helping the pork?" She was cut short by a blinding flash on the hollow terminal as Councillor D.V. Kloss, the podium, the other councillors and government officials standing alongside him, and a good chunk of the wall behind them suddenly ceased to exist. "KV at TK. X-Renexat shouted in shock as the scene on his desk dissolved into chaos. "What in the abyssal hells was that?" Jackson yelled. Her memories didn't know either. "I told you. I fucking told you," a triumphant human voice rang out. "I told you this would happen. Once upon a time," Inspector Vance said to Detective Freela. "Humans made real weapons, not those antiquated museum artifacts that the Terrans are so proud of today. I know exactly what was used." "What was it?" "That, my dear friend, was an old Earth Gauss recoilless rifle, a relic of that golden age. Aren't Gauss weapons already low recoil? You are talking about the dinky little rifles you feds use. This ain't one of those. What we are talking about is a device that launches a large heavy projectile at insane speeds. It's basically the barrel of a grav tank's primary weapon that you can fire from the shoulder." "Gods!" Freela exclaimed. "That's insane. How is it even possible?" "Well," Vance said with a smug little smile, "what we did was take a significant portion of the overall energy produced by the discharge of the weapon to create an opposing force that cancels." He paused as a ringtone that Freela had never heard before came from his jacket pocket. "Hang on," Vance said as he pulled his personal communicator from his jacket pocket. "Talk to me," he said in an odd tone of voice. He listened in silence for a few moments and then replied. "No, I understand," he said. "No, I'm not going to try to talk you out of it. It makes perfect sense to me. Fuck them." "Hat. Really? That old bastard's still alive? Damn. Hat, you have to fucking ask? I'm in. Just say when and where." "Cool. Yeah, as a matter of fact I do still have it in a complete cassette of depleted uranium needles to go along with it." "Yes. An entire cassette, still has the factory seals." "How much?" "2 55-gallon drums of gutter oil if you must know." "Hey, it couldn't feed anyone if we were all dead, could it? You are actually getting pissed about this now? A bit after the fact, wouldn't you say? Nobody starved because of it and now we have the cassette. You want me to return the lard? I can probably grab some." Laughs. "You can't be serious." "Fine. Fine, I'll do it." "Happy? Great. See you soon. Void guide you." He terminated the call and then turned to Freela. "It's been a real pleasure working with you," Sean Vance said as he stood up. "You have the makings of a real lawman and I don't say that often, Freela. You take care of yourself." "Inspector, what's going on?" Detective Freela asked, knowing exactly what was going on. "Take care, Freela." Vance smiled as he, pulling out his badge and service blaster, walked towards the chief's office. Old friends and new friends. Rupert Glent walked into his home to find his wife sitting at the kitchen table with her head in her hands weeping. "Tessa, what's wrong?" I couldn't find any bunny crunch," she sobbed. "The stores, they are all empty. I couldn't." Sob. "I thought maybe I could bring her some, you know, for her adventure." I couldn't even do that, she wailed and then just broke down. Rupert clenched his jaw. First the White Star and now this. Yesterday, they marched into his kid's school and locked the whole place down. Federation stooges at the front gate and everything. Tessa, it's okay, he said, but it was hard to convince her that it was in fact okay when he didn't believe it himself. They will get another shipment in a few days and he froze. That was blaster fire. And the news? Tessa moaned, heedless of whatever was going on outside. The news? He asked as he pulled Tessa to the floor. The Federation, they want us all to die, Rupert. The news. Rupert quickly pulled out his phone and his blood froze as he started scrolling. This can't be right, Tess, it can't. It has to be a hoax or, he trailed off as page after page confirmed it. Our kids, Rupert. And I can't even get her Bunny Crunch. His phone rang. It was Sasha, his grandmother. Hear the news, buddy boy, she asked as he answered. I'm reading it now, Big Mama, he replied, peeking out of the kitchen window. Is this real? As real as it gets, kid, Sasha replied. I got confirmation from some of my friends in the government. This is legit. They're hanging us out to dry, say that us going extinct is a plus. They can't do that. Rupert exclaimed. We're Federation citizens. Not anymore, we aren't, Sasha replied with a grim tone. Looks like they are using this plague as an excuse to get rid of us. Oh, and I have some more bad news for you, kid, Sasha continued. I'm taking back my company. What? I think it's time we return to our roots. I need you to free up as much liquid as you can. If you can sell it, sell it. Don't worry with the bankers. I'm talking to them now. Oh, another thing. I've grabbed all the ships. I got a little errand to run. I'm not doing a goddamn thing until you tell me exactly what you are talking about. Rupert yelled. Your great-grandchildren are trapped and you're running an errand. I've already taken care of that too, Sasha replied with a grim chuckle. In just a few minutes you are going to get a couple of visitors. They'll tell you what I can't over the phone. I trust these guys with my life. You should too. Do what they tell you and everything will be okay. Big Mama, what the hell are you? The call terminated. Rupert just sat on the kitchen floor staring at the phone. He knew better than trying to call back. She wouldn't answer. The phone rang almost instantly. It was his VP. She was losing her shit. Apparently when Big Mama said that she was taking over the business and talking to the bankers, she wasn't kidding. She just hawked everything. In fact, she had managed to secure loans the size of which were beyond belief. He had no idea how she did it, knowing her it was something legally questionable at best. Rupert really didn't care anymore. His kids were in danger. He didn't have time for this bullshit. Darlene, he said calmly. She is the one who actually owns the company and she can do whatever the fuck she wants to with it. But what are we going to do? Darlene moaned. Well, I just got off the phone with the crazy old bat, Rupert said, sighing heavily. I guess we are doing this her way. Sell everything. What? You heard me. If it isn't nailed down, sell it. If it is nailed down, pry that shit up and then find a buyer. This is crazy, and considering the loans she just took, probably illegal. Darlene yelled. We will be ruined. No, Rupert sighed. She will be ruined. The fact that we are going down with her seems to be of little concern to her. She owns the store, she calls the shots. Sell everything. Looks like things are going to shit here, so try to find buyers for our equipment off-world or something. I won't be a party to this. Darlene shouted. We need to call the board. The board is just a bunch of her old raid. Rupert was cut off by a distant explosion. Do you hear that? He yelled. There are explosions in my neighborhood. The world is falling to shit and you are worried about a fucking company? There isn't going to be a world left to run it in. Now if you won't do exactly what Big Mama wants, then I will find someone who will. Sell everything. Fine, Darlene grumbled. But not until I call the board. Don't bother. You're fired. Clear out your shit, Rupert snapped. What? I don't have time for this. My kids are in a death camp, they are reenacting the Terran war outside, my grandmother has apparently lost her mind, and we can't even get a fucking box of Bunny Crunch. Bunny Crunch. Just pack your shit. You'll get your package. I'd sell your shares at market price right fucking now if I were you. Rupert, please, Darlene begged. I'm doing you a favor, Rupert snapped. Big Mama talked about taking the company back to its roots. If she is talking about the roots, I think she is talking about you need to get the fuck out of there. Now clear out your shit. I have my life's work to chop up and sell. Rupert hung up and let the phone slip through his fingers. He went over and started to hug Tessa. He didn't know what else to do. As more blaster fire rang out in the distance, there was a knock at the door. He picked up the phone and pulled up the camera. There were several very old people standing outside. Figures, he muttered and walked to the door. An elderly gentleman smiled as the door opened. Sean Vance, their leader said with a polite nod. I'm an old associate of your grandmother's. In the black outer reaches of an insignificant dead system a huge freighter slipped out of hyperspace and decloaked. Black Dragon to Princess. Do you read? Princess here, one of a dozen ships hiding in the system transmitted back. Glad to see you Black Dragon. All of your ships are to decloak immediately. Only one ship will approach at any given time. Do you understand? Ah, you are making us feel like you don't trust us. You rashers are lucky we are even here. If you don't like it we will happily depart. Okay, Terran scum, if we little piggies scare you that bad we'll play your bullshit game. I am jumping to your position now. Wait until we have deployed our shrikes. We will tell you when you are cleared for approach. Shrikes? Damn, Johnny, rolling out the red carpet, hey. Your reputation precedes you, Sasha, Johnny responded. If you think I'm going to let a fucking belter pirate bum rush us you got another thing coming. I'll take that as a compliment. Let me know when I can rendezvous with you, Sasha out. About an hour later Sasha Glenn stood in one of the airlocks leading into the Black Dragon. Alright, you're clean. No virus detected, a voice said over a speaker. There is a table just inside. Please put all of your weapons there, including the derringer you have tucked into your panties. Spoil sport, Sasha laughed. The airlock cycled and Sasha stepped inside the ship dutifully putting all of her arms, including her panty pistol, on the table. A hatch opened and a large tough-looking muscular black man entered flanked on either side by shotgun-carrying armored guards. You must be Johnny, Sasha said, her deeply wrinkled face breaking out into a smile. You look just like Hortense. How is the old biddy anyhow? Why not ask her yourself, an ancient voice called out as the hatch opened again and a venerable ebon-skinned woman, wearing a mobility exoskeleton, stepped into the room. Holy shit, it's Robo cunt. Sasha said with a grin. Ha, ha, bitch, Hortense said as she stepped forward arms wide. Shit, it's good to see you again, Sash. You too, Hort, she said hugging her. God, it's been what? 100 years. More or less, Hortense replied. I'm sorry about Micah. Considering how everything went I didn't know if I should have said something or sent something but his loss was noted. He was a good man, an asshole, but a good man. Thanks, I still miss that asshole, Sasha replied. He never forgave you for splitting the crew and siding with that fucker Nakamura by the way. And I can't believe you would throw in with that Morgan cunt, Hortense replied. Jesus, Sasha, after what she did. Oh, and the Terrans were any better? Chaplin's raiders? The Knights? Patricia fucking who? They were just as shitty as Morgan was if not worse. Jessica Morgan might have been evil incarnate but I'll take the devil that I know any day. Besides, Sasha grinned, the smart money was on Morgan and you know it. Who would have thought that Zeus would suddenly shit out 1,000,000 rifles, and that they would actually work? You could have still switched sides later on, you know, Hortense said. I had connections. I could have slipped you in no problem. Nobody trusts a traitor, Hortense, Sasha replied. You of all people should know that. I was pretty sure that those mud crawlers would have hung you belters out to dry the second they stopped needing you. To be honest, I was kinda disappointed when they didn't. Ouch, Hortense laughed. Well, it seems to have worked out for you in the end. You certainly have the credits to throw around. Speaking of, we got almost everything you asked for. Almost everything. No ground pounders, Hortense said firmly. I'm not giving you Porky's re-entry capable missiles. I trust you but if just one of those things got in the hands of someone wanting to settle an old score I cannot risk that coming back on me. You will have to get those somewhere else. Fine, Sasha chuckled. I figured those were a long shot. And I couldn't get my hands on enough blasters or gauze rifles, but I got loads of axe and a fucking mountain of ammo, the good stuff. Well, those axe won you asshole souls so I guess they'll do. What about the compliance tubes? Were you able to get some of those? Just a few, Hortense grinned. A large set of doors opened revealing the main cargo bay. Inside were thousands of tubes arranged on pallets. Holy shit! Sasha gasped. Hortense grinned. And they are all top quality, latest generation targeting and fire control with shield defeating 5 kiloton warheads, enough oomph to take down a Fed battleship. Don't get any ideas though. If you try to target a Republic naval vessel or a settlement you won't like what happens. You got us nukes. I figured I would take all those credits you were flashing, Hortense laughed. And I have something perhaps just as nice. She tossed Sasha a small pouch. What's this? Concentrated emergency rations, Hortense smiled. That little brick has enough calories and nutrients to support one combatant for 24 hours. It's a lot like eating greasy candle wax, but it will keep you going and they will keep forever. I have 250,000 units. Nice. Sasha exclaimed. I'll take the lot. Sasha started to wander through the cargo bay. What about heavy weapons? She asked. I have light, medium, and heavy machine guns, mortars, rocket launchers, recoilless rifles, grenade launchers, anti-material rifles, and more. Hortense exclaimed happily. Everything you need to get an army on its feet. Once we get these tubes bought and the small arms squared away, I will definitely want some of those. Sasha replied. If I have enough cargo space, that is. If you don't mind me asking, Hortense said after a few moments. Unless you are doing a lot better than I thought, this has to be a healthy multiple of every credit you have to your name. I get the whole wanting to arm yourself, but this goes way beyond that. What gives? They got my great-grandchildren, Sasha growled. When they did that, they declared war on Sasha glint. If they want a war, then that's exactly what they are gonna get. Well, that, Sasha grinned, and I'm going to make a fucking fortune reselling this shit. Every porky in the Federation is screaming for guns and somebody's gotta sell them. There's the Sasha I know and love. Hortense laughed. She then pulled out a glazed stoneware jug. How about we catch up, and talk about how much money we are going to make, while you're getting your ships loaded? Oh no. Not your star squeezings. Sasha laughed. I don't think my old liver can handle that. Hey! Hortense exclaimed. This is made from actual corn. And I've gotten a little better over the years. There is a very good chance you won't go blind. John watched the news with a frown. Well, our porcine friends certainly know how to throw a fit, Toby said as he poured himself a cup of tea. Serves the fucking feds right, Skippy snarled. Hope they give 'em what they got coming. I'm not one to compliment those fucks, but our history shows exactly how much of a mess those assholes can cause. We want them all dead for a reason, John said as he scratched Skippy behind the ears. I'm sure they will show the feds a good time. What I don't like is this intel report you got for us. Who has slipped off world? Fuck. We missed our shot. How did you get that intel, Skippy? Toby asked as he sipped his tea. Yeah, it's about time you met the guys, Skippy said as she leaned into John's scritches. The guys? John asked. Yab. You know that conference table you wondered about? Later that evening, John and Skippy made their way to the noodle shop. The owner smiled and unlocked the door leading into the back for them. Inside, seated around the conference table, were 5 beings each of a different race. Gentle beings, Skippy said with a smile. May I present John Wintersmith? Greetings, a rotund toad-like being said with a deep rumble. I am Volsrup of the RRK. GTXZXX of the Sneal, a slender insectoid creature buzzed as it nodded its head. Hlung of the Huon, a lightly furred hexapod said with a quite human-like smile revealing an impressive set of fangs. Morzoan of the Olanth, an oddly translucent green mound said, its voice coming from a speaker it wore around its neck. Gorolinto of the Murray, a thin lavender-skinned biped with an elongated pointed head, mandibles, and an entirely disturbing number of what were probably eyes. And Skippy of the 8 Lie, Skippy said, plopping down into one of the seats. Please join us, John. Okay, John said dubiously as he took a seat next to Skippy. Unfortunately, the rest of us were unable to send representatives in time for this meeting, but there is a quorum present so we can proceed, Volsrup rumbled. Now John, Skippy said holding his hand, I love you very much. You know that, right? Yeah. But my first priority is my people. You have to understand that, right? Okay. There were mutterings from the other beings around the table. Yeah, we are a couple, Skippy said to the group, deal with it. Unexpected, Morzoan said as he made an odd bubbling noise. That's putting it mildly, Volsrup added, I am concerned about a conflict of interest. There is no conflict, Skippy growled. To imply such is to put my loyalty to the 8 Lie in question. Are you certain you want to do that, Volsrup? The question must be addressed, Gorolinto piped. You abandon your position, a very valuable position for us, to take up arms with this Terran? I already had concerns, but to now know that you are lying with him. Hey! I made a judgment call, Skippy snapped. This situation with the Terrans is far more important than some shit council seat. You assholes can buy 5 to take my place. But they aren't one of us, Gorolinto intoned. You must understand the significance of that. And I'll get back on the council when this is done, Skippy replied. Don't worry. I'm just taking a little break, that's all. If you can get back on the council, Volsrup croaked. Oh, that won't be a problem, Skippy chuckled. They love me and this little stunt will put my numbers through the roof. Shacking up with a Terran? Wiping the floor with a few more? They will just gobble those pellets up. I don't like this, GTXZXX buzzed, but I do trust Skippy. I do not doubt her loyalty to her people nor to us. If she feels that abandoning her position to take up arms with these Terrans is a good move, then we should at least hear her out. Thank you, GTXZXX, Skippy said. I'm not going to lie to you. My main reason for abandoning my joke of a position and take up arms is purely personal. The man that I love is in peril and I'm not letting him go alone. I love John. Pure and simple. She paused as she looked adoringly at John, then she returned her gaze to the assembly. That being said, there are plenty of reasons for one of us to be with them. The situation in the Republic could easily become a threat to us all. If Patricia Hu succeeds in usurping the Republic, then it's only a matter of time before there is war. We obviously don't want that, do we? We also have wanted to establish direct contact with the Republic. Aiding John serves that aim. Once this is resolved, our aid will not go unnoticed. This is an incredible opportunity for us. The fact that I'm serving my own personal interests is irrelevant. For the cost of one ship and sharing intelligence that we are gathering anyway, we gain exactly what we have been desperately needing. Okay, Skippy, John said with a poker face, exactly what the flying fuck is going on? John, remember when I said that there were other races that had the same opinion of the Federation as we ate lie? What I didn't say was that we have formed a friendship of sorts, what you in the Republic would call a special interest group. We, unofficially of course, often cooperate sharing intelligence, resources, and the like. We have never officially given ourselves a name, but the Federation calls us the Cabal. They consider us something akin to organized crime, not a special interest group. Kurlinto laughed, making a musical blast. They aren't overly fond of us. Yes, Volsrup rumbled. They do not look kindly upon things in their little kingdom that they cannot control. Most of our actions, however, are legal, mostly. I see, John mused. Makes sense. And we are getting our ship from you. Yes, Volsrup replied. A very nice ship. It should serve your purposes quite well. And what do you, all of you, John asked, looking squarely at Skippy, expect in return? Nothing but the beginnings of a dialogue, Morzoan bubbled. It would not be a good beginning to what will hopefully become a lasting relationship if we were to take advantage of your current difficulties now, would it? We want to become friends, and that will not happen if we secrete our sperm onto you while you are crawling? Did that translate? Yeah, John laughed. Yeah, it did. So what do you want out of our friendship? Volsrup made a deep rumbling sound. We are very unhappy with the Federation. We've never liked them over much, but over the past few years a mild distaste has grown into much more. Ever since the Great War, GTXZXX added, we were quite unhappy with the Federation's decision to sit back and let you and the Empire bleed yourselves nearly to death when we were clearly the beneficiaries of your sacrifice. We should have committed forces to your aid. Perhaps together we could have done more than just thwart their advance. We might have been able to put an end to the threat for good. Then there was that spilled spawn, that was the Terran War, Kurlinto said with a blaring noise. Disgraceful, shameful, foolish, cowardly, and even worse, a complete failure. All they accomplished was to completely alienate both the Republic and the Empire. If the collective strikes here, which according to our intelligence their probable next move, we will be abandoned to our fate by both the Republic and the Empire, Morzoan said with a squirting noise. You got that right, John replied. You fuckers are on your own. And it took the combined military might of the Empire and the Republic, each of them more than our equal, to stop them last time. Next time it will be even worse. When, not if, they attack us, the Federation is fucked, Skippy said calmly, fucked. And when the bugs come crawling over us, we don't want to go extinct. Our homeworlds are probably doomed, but we cannot just sit and wait for our eventual extinction. That's why we want to establish good relations with the Republic, and dare to dream the Empire, independently of the Federation. She paused and took a deep breath. Courage, Arul at Nithaeaaliath, she said as she grabbed John's hand. That's why I volunteered to be the Council's liaison with you. That's why I started to try to establish a rapport with you. But that's it. I didn't plan on falling for you, John. That wasn't the plan. If anything, it was the opposite of the plan. My feelings for you are real, John. John patted her hand. No, I get it, he said gently. In a perfect world we would just be two beat-up old vets who hooked up over some noodles, but that isn't the world we live in. I have my loyalties and you have yours. I would be pretty stupid if I thought that you would betray your people for me, and I hope you aren't stupid enough to believe that I would betray my people for you. I knew this would be complicated when I let you lead me into that pile of cushions. He paused as he stroked her fur. And if I'm being perfectly honest, I cultivated our friendship with some ulterior motives as well, he said with a smile. Was the ambassador after all. What happened after that happened, and I love you too, he said as he kissed her, much to the discomfort of the others in the room. As long as I can love you and love the Republic, I will do both. Please don't make me have to choose. You won't like my decision. Skippy breathed a huge sigh of relief and leaned into John. And for the record, knowing that you are getting all of this intel and the ship from this cabal and not from the Federation is a huge load off of my mind. John said with a grin. A shadowy pseudo-criminal organization I can deal with and sleep at night. Kissing up to the feds just made me kinda queasy. See? Skippy said brightly. I knew you guys would like him. I'm glad you two entangled slugs have resolved things, Morzoin bubbled, just in time for us to thoroughly annoy your lover. Oh. John said as he raised his eyebrow. Do we have to get into this now? Skippy whined. Oh, I think it's best if we get everything out in the open right here and now, John said firmly. Annoy away. We know about the Titan-class carriers and the Arks, Morzoin said with a little burp. Say what now? You heard me, human, Morzoin replied. We know about them. We know that you are currently constructing a class of carrier that dwarfs the Retribution class. We also know that in a departure from your policies, you are making a point to pay close attention to race and sex when it comes to manning them. We know that you are doing so because the Titan class will be able to carry enough humans to be a genetically viable sample. We also know of the great arcs that you have been building since the Great War, each fully self-sufficient and capable of once again, carrying enough humans to be genetically viable. We, of course, GTX-ZXX said, have absolutely no idea where they are being built, even we cannot locate your grand shipyard or shipyards as I personally suspect is the case. We also have no information concerning the design of these craft save that they are somehow even bigger than your already obscene carriers. We simply know that they are being built and that a surprising number of people are simply disappearing never to be seen again. Well, I can honestly tell you that I have no idea what you are talking about, John replied. That is way beyond my pay grade, and since I'm posted in a foreign locale they certainly wouldn't include me in the briefings. You are building them, Volstrup said simply. Our intelligence network is still quite intact. Your shipyard workers have absolutely no idea where they are taken, but they aren't blind. And while they are carefully screened, there are so many of them that at least one of them is willing to talk. The Terrans are taking precautions so that they will exist as a species even if the collective overruns all of known space. We also know that there has been significant effort in locating and perhaps even reaching habitable worlds well beyond the range of what is considered practical or even possible. We would like to take part in this endeavor. At the very least, Skippy added. You have a lot of space available on the worlds you already inhabit, space enough to accommodate significant portions of our populations, not even considering all the room in the solar systems for space-based colonies. That's it, John, Skippy said, gripping his hand nervously. We just don't want to go extinct because the fucking feds are morons. Well, I wouldn't have been able to make any promises before and I certainly can't now, John said thoughtfully. I also honestly have no knowledge of these arcs or these Titan-class carriers. But what you want is perfectly understandable and quite reasonable. He paused and looked up at the ceiling. And if the bugs do attack in sufficient force that the Federation goes under, we're next and we will want every single gun and every single ship we can get. I assume you would be willing to join us in defending your new home. Absolutely, Gurulint is saying. And we have significant military forces at our disposal. The 8-Li aren't the only ones constantly in trouble with the Federation. And that's just the forces that they know about, Volstrup said with a satisfied croak. We have plenty of firepower, not enough to defeat the collective by ourselves, but should we stand together you will be far from disappointed. Again, I can't make a single promise, but I can tell you that should I by some miracle regain any decision-making capacity, this is very interesting. If I can't talk to you myself, I can probably get you guys in touch with the right people. That's all we can ask, Skippy said as she nuzzled him. I am so happy to finally get this off of my chest, John. So, we have a ship? John asked as he managed to look through Skippy's fur at the assembly. Yes, it's already on the surface at a hidden location, Volstrup replied, quite uncomfortable at the display of interspecies affection in front of him. In fact, the crew is here and waiting to meet you. Volstrup picked up a communicator and typed in a message. A moment later, a door leading into the room opened and a small black-haired human woman in a flink wearing a brightly colored loose shirt decorated with strange-looking flowers walked in. I'm Beth and this is Scales, she said with a look of pure displeasure on her face. And I'm just fucking delighted to be working with you Terran fuckers. A conversation with Jessica Morgan. Jessica Morgan lounged in her study sipping a vintage port as she watched the news. She snorted and shook her head. She pulled up her trading software and smiled. Her short sells input options were doing quite nicely. An encrypted email, the old format, popped up. She opened her desk and pulled out an archaic EarthTech holographic thumb drive and plugged it into her antique desktop. How the fuck did you get nukes? She chuckled. Terrence, she called into her phone. Yes, ma'am. Contact Sasha Glent and place an order for 50 of those delightful missiles she is offering for sale, please. To be clear, I want the ones armed with the nukes, just in case she has any conventional crap on offer. Yes, ma'am. Also see how many of those rations she will turn loose. In fact, see how many she can get us through her contacts. Weapons I have. Those rations, however, are quite intriguing. I shall buy whatever she can get us up to 10 million units. Yes, ma'am. That will be all, she said as she set down her phone and returned to her port. She idly pulled up her soldiers, her miscellaneous employees' readiness reports. She smiled. She was in pretty good condition. In fact, she had a fair chance of taking the planet if she felt like it. Not that she was even remotely inclined to do that. She tried that whole warrior queen thing before. Fuck that noise. She refilled her glass. Excuse me, ma'am, Terrance announced over her phone. The Federation Prime Minister wishes to speak with you. By all means, put him through. Prime Minister Vahascreen Shalkalari's image appeared on her desktop's archaic two-dimensional display. Holograms annoyed her. Vahasi. Jessica exclaimed cheerfully, raising her glass. Are your pendulous bits properly pendulous? Such levity is inappropriate concerning the reason for this call, the Prime Minister said sourly. Hang on, Vahasi, Jessica said as she stepped off screen. I'm gonna need a bigger glass. She returned shortly with a highball glass and promptly emptied her port into it and topped it off. Okay, Vahasi, she said as she took a nice long sip. Shoot. Are you intoxicated? He asked with disapproval. I need you clear-headed. Vahasi, baby, she laughed. If I'm not intoxicated, I'm straight up stoned these days. This is about as good as you are gonna get. Harumph, the Prime Minister grumbled. I wish to seek your counsel concerning your species, Jessica. Lovely little shits, aren't they? She laughed. Imagine trying to lead those fuckers. Leading them is exactly the issue with which I seek your advice, the Prime Minister said disapprovingly. Human levity is something that he keenly disliked. Their penchant for making light of the most serious topics was just horribly wrong. I wish to know how to best deal with the current situation. Well, first of all, Jessica laughed. Lock up your fucking files. That's my first bit of counsel. If you are gonna cheer on our extinction, don't let the fucking tapes hit the streets. It kinda pisses em off. We are launching a full investigation, the Prime Minister exclaimed in annoyance. And would you please not make light of such a dire situation? I'll give you a freebie, Jessica chuckled. Sheila motherfucking Donovan. She's your girl. Her team did the strike and the hack. And just how do you know this? Helena Sterling, that's how, Jessica replied as she took another big sip. That little bitch is screwing one of her former men and she was the one who broke the fucking story. She's been sucking Sheila's dick since the White Star. In reality she is sucking Paul Roberts's dick, but whatever. She saw the Prime Minister start to open his respiratory orifice. And why do I know about that Helena bitch? Because she has been taking pot shots, very well aimed pot shots, at more than one influential member of our society. She's been a big enough of a pain in our collective ass that I did some digging. Of course the stuff she is saying about me is wildly inaccurate. Of course, she chuckled. Of course, the Prime Minister said, clenching his orifice into a rigid circle of a frown. Oh, please allow me the opportunity to express my condolences over the loss of your grandson. I understand if you wish to seek revenge, but please use some discretion. Oh hell no. Jessica laughed. You do your own dirty work. No way I'm crossing that bitch. She took down the fucking White Star without a single casualty and hacked her way into your most secure systems without breaking a sweat. You think I want that demon on my ass? I'll just put another grandkid in power. I got spares, you know. She paused and took another sip. I know. I gotta do something, she grumbled. I just can't let someone get away with killing one of mine and putting it on, snicker, fucking pay-per-view. I just gotta figure out how to save face without pissing her off bad enough to actually come after me. If you are up for a bit of counsel, I could use a hand with that. I'm afraid I have no advice to offer, the Prime Minister said after a few moments. He was at a complete loss. Humans were known for their love of their progeny, perhaps even more than a lot of races, and she treating what had to be an incredibly painful situation with the same damned levity with which she treated everything. If he didn't know better, he would believe she had no regard for the life of her own grandchild. Bah, just like a fucking Fed, she chuckled. Come here asking for shit and have nothing to offer in return. The Prime Minister just sat there completely flummoxed. His irritation grew into full-bore anger. I believe that you have benefited sufficiently over our association that you would be inclined to regard the situation as one where you owed me something in return. Jesus, Vahasi, I'm just screwing with ye, Jessica laughed, taking another drink. So, the humans. Yes, the Prime Minister replied. How do I get them back under control? Jessica broke into a genuine laugh. I thought your kind didn't crack jokes, she said, still laughing. Oh shit. You were serious, weren't you? Very, the Prime Minister said, trying to control his temper. She was making fun of him. He just knew it. Okay, I'll tell you what to do, Jessica said, taking another long sip. And this is a complete freebie, without any regard for my own personal gain. Get on top of this now, right fucking now. Say that the people on those tapes do not represent the Federation. Sling them right under the fucking bus. Sorry, that's a human expression, Jessica chuckled. I mean set them up to take the blame. Fire everyone on those tapes. Force their resignations, all of them. Arrest them, shit, make up some charges if there aren't any that will work. Then you put humans on the councils that are calling the shots. There aren't enough counselors, so make an advisory group or something. Put the humans at the helm right away, like now. You have 72 hours at the absolute max before things get bad. Things are already bad. They have killed counselors. Jessica laughed again. No they aren't, she said as she topped off her glass. Right now you are just dealing with crackpots and hotheads, sorry, unbalanced individuals that just grabbed something out of the closet they weren't supposed to have and just started blasting. That's just some random damage, a few deaths, no biggie. No. That's not bad, not yet. She took another big sip. Bad is going to be when the more rational and better organized people start working in teams to actually do something about this. Then, it will be bad. She paused and looked right into his eyes. Vahsi, you gotta keep that from happening. We can't just back down, he exclaimed. It will be rewarding their bad despicable actions. We can't deal with terrorists. Their murderous rampage cannot be allowed to bear fruit. This isn't about rewarding or punishing, Jessica said with a smirk. This is about protecting the Federation, so pull your head out of your ass or wherever it is that you take a dump. You won't be dealing with the terrorists. You will be appealing to the last shreds of what you consider humanity before, as that bitch so eloquently put it, you start dealing with Homo sapiens. You don't want that. I don't want that. Nobody fucking wants that. Protecting the Federation, the Prime Minister scoffed. That's overstating things just a bit, don't you think? Jessica leaned forward into the monitor. You asked for my counsel and this is it, she said with a more serious tone than he had ever heard her utter before. Make a fucking deal. I can send you a list of names, people who have influence, people who can actually lead these fucking animals. Talk to them. Make that deal. And whatever you do, do not try to do some bullshit crackdown. If you try to fight them, they will fight back. I cannot do as you recommend, the Prime Minister replied. They have caused death and destruction and we cannot allow ourselves to appear weak in the face of this deplorable assault. They have used military weaponry on the streets of the capital itself, killing numerous government officials including several councillors. They can't be allowed to run riot. They must be brought to heel. I asked you for advice on subduing the disturbance, not. Then you are fucked. Jessica snapped, cutting him off. You asked me, who led these fucking animals at their absolute worst, what to do, and I just fucking told you. It's on your head now, she said, taking a big gulp. And, Vahsi, don't call me asking for a solution when things go exactly the way that I told you they would, because once that happens, there is nothing that can be done and I will have been forced to make a choice between the humans and the Federation. I'm gonna choose the humans, and you know why. Why? Because if I don't, they will drag me out of this nice house of mine, and if I'm very lucky they will just put me against the wall instead of doing what I actually deserve. I'm not kidding, Vahsi. As of now I have no choice but to side with the humans. The usual saying is God forgive me, but I'm well past that point. Bye, Vahsi. Wait. Jessica terminated the video chat and picked up her phone. Terrans. Yes, ma'am. Make that 100 missiles if you can get them. Yes, ma'am. And inform our special employees, they are all to report to their assigned positions and equip themselves. Yes, ma'am. Jessica stood up and walked to the window with her highball glass full of port, and looked across her grounds. She took a moment to truly appreciate the gardens, the sculptures and the fountains. Well, it was nice while it lasted, she said to nobody in particular, and then drained her glass and tossed it aside. It shattered against the floor. Terrans. Ma'am. Execute Yellowstone Protocol. I am required to confirm your intent and state of mind. Are you sure, and are you overly intoxicated or under the influence of any drugs at this time? I am clear of mind, not overly intoxicated, and I confirm my intent. Execute Yellowstone confirmed. Yes, ma'am. Starting Yellowstone Protocol effective immediately. Cry havoc, she chuckled. Ma'am. It's Shakespeare. Shakespeare, ma'am. Doesn't matter. Yellowstone this bitch up. Yes, ma'am. A crisis of faith, Jessica has a conference call, and the critters snoop. War Chaplain Peter Dupress knelt before an altar in one of the chosen secret underground chapels, his hands clasped in prayer. A slender woman in a grey skirt and blazer entered, silently walked through the chapel, and after making the sign of the cross knelt beside him. Has the Inquisition completed their investigation? He asked after a few moments. Yes, Father, the woman replied. It is as we feared. In addition to our former leader, Sylvia Salvatore, scans of all of our bishops revealed the taint of Patricia, who The list distributed by John Wintersmith was correct. Our entire leadership has been compromised. And what action has been taken? They are all being held, Father, pending judgment from the senior member of the clergy. The woman paused and then smiled. There has been a decision concerning that as well. Your Excellency. I see, Peter replied. Then my judgment is that they be given mercy. Mercy, Your Excellency, she asked raising an eyebrow. Yes, he smiled. Do not remove their tongues so they may repent and offer their souls to the Lord as they are burned at the stake. I see, the woman smiled. Most merciful, indeed. And what of the Inquisition, he asked. Have they chosen a new High Inquisitor? There are several worthy candidates, the woman replied. The final choice has been left to you. I assume you are on that list. Yes, Your Excellency, she smiled. So, High Inquisitor, Bishop Dupress, High Bishop of the Chosen said as he smiled at her. What of our people? They are shaken, Your Excellency, the woman frowned. This betrayal and now this vile pestilence that infected us spread by that same betrayal cuts deep. Have the infected been identified and quarantined? Yes, Your Excellency. Then I shall administer last rites and absolve them so that they may fall upon their swords without sin. Most kind, Your Excellency. Concerning our shaken flock, he mused, are you familiar with the proclamation? That heresy. Declared so by the very heretics that we shall now consign to the purifying flame, he replied. He turned to her with a wicked smile. In fact, he continued, I believe it to be the actual word of the Lord as evidenced by the miracles granted to the prophet and martyr who uttered those very same words. Miracles. Yes, Bishop Dupress replied. On Red Sunday when the vile Federation launched their attack upon our foe, one of the greatest of us, the Hammer of God, Mitchell of Vasquez, arose from the dead. When they made their doomed landing in New Brussels, she proclaimed that all children of God, regardless of religion or species, were under the protection of the Lord, and if they stood against the Federation, the Lord stood with them. Then she was granted the strength of a legion. No needle or beam could stop her as she slew a countless host of the invaders. Finally, upon reaching their landers and command post, she burst into holy purifying flame, cleansing the field. From the reports we have gathered from that day, her damaged suit of armor and its malfunctioning and leaking reactor should not have been able to detonate with such divine force. In fact, she should have perished not long after powering it up. It was clearly the hand of the Lord blessing her. But she stood alongside the Saracen blasphemer. Held one in her arms as he descended into hell. Wept over his body. It is even whispered that they. It seems such things matter far more to us than they do to the Lord, the bishop replied. His hand blessed her just the same. In fact, it was in that exact moment that she received his grace. It was at that moment that the Lord spoke through her. But Your Excellency. Such things are not without precedent, the bishop said calmly. Consider St. Peter's vision of the sheet. The Lord was quite clear then, and I believe he is quite clear today. We were wrong, and our lack of vision was punished first by our defeat, then by our suffering in exile, and now by this betrayal and pestilence by the same people who we allowed, through our hate and greed, to mislead us from the start. How many more times must the Lord smite us before we listen to his truth? Besides. The bishop stood and stretched. The chosen are in disarray, shaken, confused, and frightened. They need something they can rally behind. The proclamation is perfect. The fact that we can, even if we must stretch a little, lay claim to miracles in this day and age will strengthen their faith and revitalize their spirits. We as a people face a threat, a very real and very present threat at the hands of the Federation. We have the arms, we have the suits of power armor, and we have the skill to use them. What have we been preserving these things for if not now? Perhaps even more importantly, we have never been accepted, forced to hide even now, due to our terrestrial origins and our history of strife against many of those we have been condemned to live with. We have been granted an opportunity to stand with our people, whether we want them to be or not, and perhaps, just perhaps, claim a place among them. Remember the proclamation and the vision of the sheet. It is not for us to say that they are unclean if the Lord has claimed them. We have been brought here by the Lord, to his people, and given this trial. We shall not fail him, the bishop said looking skyward. He then turned to the woman and said with a slight smirk, or ourselves. The woman rose as she looked at the bishop in awe. The Lord guided our decision to choose you as our leader, Your Excellency, she said in a reverential tone as she bowed and kissed his hand. I shall inform the flock. We have much to do and no time in which to do it, the bishop said with a final stretch. He then spread his arms wide. Let us begin. Dies Volt, he shouted. Dies Volt, the woman exulted with fire in her eyes. Jessica Morgan sat in a concrete bunker somewhere on that same planet's surface and addressed a row of faces displayed on some old two-dimensional monitors. Fine, she sighed as she took a very large gulp from a very large wine glass. I'll do it. I don't know why you want me to, but I'll do it. I lost last time. You remember that, right? I lost. The assembled faces all looked quite pleased, and relieved. They all just sat there silently looking at her expectantly. God damn it, she muttered. She took another drink. Why? Why her? And why did I agree? She asked herself as she sipped away. She wasn't the same person she was all those years ago. She didn't want this. Sure, there was a time where she wanted to rule a solar system. There was even a time when the thought of waging a war against something like the Feds would get her absolutely sopping, but not now. Now all she wanted to do was drink, smoke weed, do some blow, wander through her gardens, that she would never see again, and count her money. Maybe play some petty political power games when she got bored. She was tired. She was old. She was completely and totally done with this shit, and it hadn't even started yet. I could have said no. I should have said no. I meant to say no. I was going to say no. I should be loading up my ships with goodies and liquidating my assets, getting ready to head over to my little hidey hole in the Empire. I shouldn't be doing this. Fuck. She sipped as she pondered the situation. And all of those assholes were just sitting there, looking at her, waiting. This time things will have to be different, she said after a little while. We can't have an army. We can't have a fleet. We just need good lines of communication between the individual independent groups, good distribution of intelligence, and some decent coordination so we don't trip over ourselves. I will provide coordination, intelligence, and guidance. As before, my organization will also offer tactical and strategic planning services as requested. I may even be able to provide limited logistical support. She paused as she took another healthy drink. I should not, and will not, lead you assholes as a single military force this time, she said. This is a time for raiders. This is a day for tribes. You need to gather your people and take care of your people. This isn't about winning or losing. This isn't about conquest. This isn't about defeating the Federation. We aren't going to do that. We can't do that. This is about survival, pure and simple. If at the end of the day we are breathing, then that is our victory. The next day we fight the same war. Then we do it the next. And the next, and you get the fucking idea. And how should we? I have no fucking clue, she grumbled. I'll figure it out. For now, scrape up every credit you can and buy yourself whatever toys you need. She took a deep breath, buried her face in her free hand and sighed. If anyone is short on creds, I am prepared to issue a loan, she grumbled. Ask if you need one, but remember. The devil always gets her due, the group said in unison. That's right. She fucking does. Jessica snarled. But don't doom yourself because you are short. You can't regret your debts, and more importantly to me, pay them, if you are fucking dead. Everyone chuckled. There is one thing I am certain of, Jessica said after a moment. There is one hard and fast order I am making right fucking now. Listen close. Do not under any circumstances go after any Republic or Imperial targets. I'm fucking serious. Don't do it. We are, through some fucking miracle, getting our hands on arms and supplies from them through some backdoor deals. We fuck up one time and that is gone. I still have my brass bowl. I will use it. I hate the fuckers just as bad as you do, but now is not the time. Let's keep this a one-front war. What about the non-affiliated? One crone asked. I feel for them, I do, Jessica replied. But right now we gotta take care of ourselves. We are no good to them, dead or captured. I bet most of you can't even properly take care of your own men and their bloated families. There were mutterings of assent. Let's brainstorm, Jessica said as she took another drink. I open up the floor. What are we going to do about the civvies? Everyone just looked at her blankly. I'd said I'd do this, but I never said I would do it all by myself. Jessica snapped. Ideas. Now. What can we do? Jessica refilled her glass as people started to talk. Then she started to take notes. Maybe if I had done this more often I wouldn't have lost last time, she mused as she took another sip. Drifting silently through that same system, a small craft invisibly orbited above the planet. Inside, a young demi-queen stared intently at a display. Neat, she buzzed happily. The drone piloting the spy craft glanced over at her. Got something? He quietly asked. Yes. Maybe. No. Definitely something, she replied. Strange signals. Electromagnetic. Not Federation. Alien. Alien, the drone asked in alarm. Yes, the Queen grinned. Very strange. At first I thought it was just noise from their messy electronics. That's what the computer still thinks it is. Now I'm pretty sure it's a transmission, maybe. No. Definitely. It's definitely a communications signal. I think. She trailed off as she fiddled with her instruments. Is it the humans? The drone asked. What are they saying? It's probably the humans and I have absolutely no idea, she buzzed happily, perfuming the cabin with joy. I can't decrypt it. I have no idea what they are up to, but I bet it's gonna be fun. That Morgan person said that it would only be a few days. I can't wait. We should pull back soon, the drone said after a few moments. Those cruisers' sensors are based on the shoddy technology of the accursed Callant, but still, this is far too much risk. It would be quite inconvenient and even worse embarrassing in the extreme were we to be discovered. In a minute, the Demi replied. These signals are stupidly weak and are almost entirely confined to the atmosphere. They are somehow making them bounce back to the planet. I'm hardly getting anything as it is. Is that even possible? Apparently, the Demi clicked excitedly. There's no way those feds have any idea they're doing this. They have somehow developed a completely new form of communication. Humans are so cool. The cabin filled with the scent of persuasion. No, the drone said firmly. We are not entering the atmosphere. As far as the rest of the Federation knows, we have no interest in these events. If we get nabbed by a cruiser, it will make deniability difficult in the future, and I do not want to wind up in the nest trying to explain to her nibbles how we showed up on those ships' logs. Please. Nope, the drone replied, crossing his arms. And you have either molted too much or not nearly enough to pull off that please, so just drop it. The Demi buzzed their equivalent of a raspberry. Well, you're no fun at all, she laughed. Jessica proposes a toast. Jessica Morgan strolled through her beloved gardens. She paused at each carefully placed plant, each statue, each fountain, burning them into her memory. She hadn't expected to come here again, and she definitely was not going to squander the opportunity. She sought out a simple wooden bench in a less tended corner, her favorite spot in the entire galaxy. It was quiet. It was serene. It was absolutely beautiful. It was also the only place in the entire estate that wasn't monitored. No camera watched. No sensor swept, or sniffed. It was her spot. She sat there looking at the flowers and the trees. She looked around carefully. Satisfied that she was truly alone, she took a deep breath. Then, she buried her face in her hands. And wept. It was a few hours later when her phone quietly rang. Yes, a perfectly composed Jessica Morgan replied. Ma'am, Terrance replied. Everything is prepared and your guests have arrived. Thank you, Terrance, she said seemingly without a care in the world. Go ahead and serve the appetizers. I shall be there directly. She calmly walked through the gardens, through the mansion, and into the great hall. Inside there was a long table. Sitting at it were her 3 children, her 9 remaining grandchildren, and 17 of her great-grandchildren, all of the ones over 16. They all rose to meet her. Thank you for coming on such short notice, she said as she walked to the head of the table with a smile. It's not like we had a choice, her eldest son laughed. No, you most certainly did not, Jessica chuckled as she took her seat. Everyone sat in unison. Terrance walked in with a hollow camera followed by 1 servant for each guest. In unison the servants placed a single champagne flute in front of each member of her family. Shortly thereafter servants stepped forward with the finest champagne and filled each glass in turn. One of her grandchildren, a blonde in her late 30s, reached for the champagne. Not yet, Selene, Jessica chided. We are about to have a toast. Sorry, grandmother, Selene replied slightly embarrassed. Jessica rose and lifted her glass. Everyone else rose and did the same. My beloved family, she said with a wistful smile, many years ago the Yellowstone supervolcano unleashed fire and death and laid waste to an entire civilization. Everything that once was our entire universe ended that day. Out of all of that fire and death and devastation something happened. Out in the cold dark a people arose, as cold and unforgiving as the vacuum that surrounded them. A people strong enough to survive, a people hard enough to endure. She paused looking at each of them. Out of those people leaders arose and built tribes, communities, all dedicated to that most sacred, most pure, most human, of all things. Survival. She smiled. Hard choices, difficult decisions, sacrifices, had to be made. They were painful, sometimes abhorrent, sometimes absolutely inhuman. But all of this, ugliness, was done for the purest of reasons, to live another day, just one more day, to hold back the night just a little longer. She held her glass to the light, admiring the play of light as it danced through the amber liquid and flawless crystal. Also out there was, myself and my men. We had the same goal, but we also had something else. A shared vision of a future beyond the horror, beyond the death. And so we started to gather the tribes together, feeding them, arming them, training them, taking the finest of humanity, forged by the fires of hell itself and making them something even better, something even stronger, the beginnings of a nation of survivors, a nation that would endure. She, with a strange light in her eyes, looked at her family. That loose tumble of tribes became forged into a true confederacy of the strongest, of the toughest, of the most unyielding, a confederacy of true leaders, all sharing a dream of a new day, a new solution. She sighed softly. Sadly, that dream remained just that, a dream. It wasn't to be. Sometimes no matter how badly you want something to happen, or want something not to happen, the cold hard realities of the situation dictate otherwise. While that dream faded, and that confederacy had to adapt, change, evolve, it still remained. Those leaders still led their people, and together they forged a new future and a new life for their clans. It was here, in the Federation, where we carved out our place, and it was here that we built our future. It was here that our vision, perhaps different than it once was finally realized. She paused and closed her eyes and clenched her jaw. A moment later she relaxed, opening her eyes again. And now, we face a new threat. Not born of fire, but of something even more dangerous, the hatred of our fellow man. A plague, a biological weapon unleashed by an old foe, ravages our people, threatening our very lives, our very survival. Our Federation, which we have unflinchingly supported, has turned upon us, choosing to not only stand idly by while we die but actively seek to hasten our demise. The Federation wants us dead. They laugh at our brothers and our sisters starting to wither and rot while they still breathe. They simply lock them, and anyone else they seem to see fit, away to, let this whole thing run its course, knowing full well that it will likely claim most of our lives. In fact, they seem to relish the idea. They say they are better off without us. She smiled a grim smile. Unfortunately they forgot, or perhaps never really knew, that the confederacy that was forged all those years ago still exists. Many of those leaders still walk. Those who have fallen have passed the reins to their children, many of whom were born in those days of fire, ice, vacuum, starvation, and death. While our ambitions and our wealth grew and our goals evolved, what they were built upon remained steadfast. That foundation? Well, it's the single purest, most perfect, of all human values. Survival. The Confederacy of Soul has survived. The Confederacy of Soul will survive, no matter what we must do, no matter what we must sacrifice. We will survive. She raised her glass. My dear family, who I truly love, please raise your glasses. To the Confederacy of Soul. To the Confederacy, her family said in unison and drank. You know, Jessica said after a moment. Leadership can be hard. It can be the toughest thing you ever do. The decisions that you must make can sometimes be. God. It can be really hard. For example, I just held a conference with those very leaders to which we raised a glass. We discussed many things. One of them was a common problem we all shared. As we discussed a very serious dilemma, the solution became clear. It was crystal clear what must happen. It wasn't a pleasant realization. It was to be perfectly honest about it was perhaps one of the most difficult calls I've ever had to make. But, it is a decision that was clear. Is clear, and a command that had to be made. She looked at everyone and smiled sadly. So I made that decision, that command. And once again I must lead, and to lead effectively you must lead by example, she said as Terrans calmly filmed the group. Her smile turned grim and her eyes turned cold. Our family faces a challenge that we must rise to meet, she said calmly. A challenge that more than one of you has already failed. Some of you have abused the trust that the organization has placed in you and embezzled millions of credits, she said looking at her eldest, who shifted uncomfortably. Others, she said looking at Selene, betrayed the organization by giving damaging testimony in order to try to gain immunity from what was in all honesty a minor criminal charge that would have resulted in, what? A few years of confinement in conditions that many of your fellow man would sell their soul to enjoy? If you cannot hold firm against that, how can you hold firm in the days ahead? Selene flinched and looked away. Others have committed similar transgressions thinking that they went unnoticed, Jessica said with ice in her voice. And have already failed. Her eldest son swayed and gripped the table for support. He looked up, his eyes starting to glaze over. Selene stumbled, falling to her knees as others started to behave similarly. Yet more of you have, time and time again, have shirked even the slightest shred of responsibility not only for your actions but for your very existence, and have absolutely nothing to show for a life filled with advantages that others can only dream of besides corruption and vice. I believe the correct term for your debased state is affluenza. You have absolutely nothing to offer, and you never will. She paused as the room filled with the sound of bodies falling to the floor and the shouts of confusion and alarm from the untouched. As a horrified silence settled over the room, she turned to the survivors. This is my fault, Jessica said as silence fell. Our faults. I and the other leaders of the organization and of the various members of the Confederacy allowed ourselves to succumb to the dream that this day would never come. We allowed weakness and corruption into our houses. Today, we must correct that terrible mistake. The fate of our organizations, our Confederacy, and thus the fate of all humanity in the Federation demands it. We face a hard, grim future, and we must do so free from weakness, she said calmly. Thieves, traitors, the stupid, the weak, have no place in that future. There is no room for the dishonest or disloyal on our ships. There is no oxygen to spare for the useless. There is no food to waste on those who cannot contribute. You are not immune to this new reality. In fact, you are now held to a higher standard. We must lead by example. We cannot be the weak link or we doom all who rely upon us. That I cannot allow. For every pleasure, for every privilege there is a price. Today, the bill has come due and the price is duty, duty to this organization, a duty to this confederacy, and most importantly, a duty to the very survival of our people. She glanced at her fallen son. Some were unable to meet their obligations and are no longer with us. She then looked up at the people still standing. Some of them pale with shock and horror, others like her daughter actually smiling back at her, eyes gleaming. To those of you who remain, she said with a cold even voice. Welcome to the future. Radio Sunshine and the Devil on the Throne. Lissa K walked into the studio, quite disturbed. On the drive to work she saw symbols, disturbing symbols, displayed openly. On banners, stenciled on vehicles, even painted on people's faces were eagles, lions, swords, old flags, raider sigils, things that should never be shown openly. It was obscene. And terrifying. Her boss, Bijal Kara, smiled as she logged into her terminal. Good afternoon, Lissa, he said, his crest inflating in a friendly manner. Quite the week, hey. Yet, she said quietly. I am glad to see you are still well, he said, still trying to engage her in conversation. I've been keeping to myself as best as I can, she replied. Smart. Quite wise, he said and paused. Lissa, my family has a lake house in a fairly remote area. We were thinking about setting it up with a makeshift studio, you know, for some of our human employees. You could go out there if you wanted. Till things get better. That would be great, thanks, she replied with a distant voice as she looked at the latest news. It was getting bad and fast. Bijal Kara was a little nonplussed. He expected a bit more enthusiasm over his offer. Great, he said with a little forced cheerfulness. As soon as you can grab some things and get scanned, let me know. Cool, Lissa said after a few seconds. Gel, she said quietly. Maybe you and your family should get over there as well. We couldn't, he replied. We need all the space for the humans. We would be taking up. Then get them out of this city, away from the humans. Why? It's getting ugly out there, Gel. You need to get your wife and kids out now. I'm sure the police and the Federation emergency response teams should be able to keep us safe, Bijal Kara said confidently. I'm not kidding, Gel. Get them out. Okay, he replied. I'll think about it, he said, his crest deflating. She wasn't the first to mention something like that. Maybe he should. Have a good broadcast. Yeah, thanks, Lissa said absently as she read a report of a bombing of a Federation response team HQ. Musical intro plays as the station's logo is displayed. Lissa appeared on the screen. Good afternoon Zarin 7. It's Lissa K here on Sunshine Radio, your favorite source of music, videos, news, weather, and sports. I know it's getting a bit rough out there, but happy thoughts, people. Things are gonna get better. She smiled up at the camera. Okay, let's open up the phones and take some requests. She pressed an icon on her touch screen. Hello. It's Lissa. What can I play for you today? Hi, Lissa. Love ya, a human male's voice responded. And I love you too, she responded brightly. What happy thoughts can we serve up for you today? Could you play Fire and Blood? I don't think we have that one, nope. Don't have it. Bye. She quickly disconnected. Hello. Lissa here. What happy thoughts can I send your way? How about From the Heavens We Fall, a cheerful woman asked. Lissa replied. Don't have that one either, sorry, she said with forced cheer as Damn here punched the disconnect icon. Hello. Sunshine Radio, your favorite source of happy thoughts, she said gritting her teeth. Oh, I am a huge fan, Lissa, a young man enthused. And I'm a fan of you too. Lissa said, making one of her trademark cute faces at the camera. What can I getcha? Me and the boys would just love to hear Skin and Bones. Dude. Lissa said in a less than cute voice and hung up. Guys, come on, she implored. Let's try to keep it upbeat. We do happy thoughts here. Happy thoughts. Please. An icon flashed on her screen. Oh. We have a video call. She said as she pressed another icon. A pretty blonde teen girl, a classic cheerleader type, appeared on the screen. Woohoo, she yelled. Hey guys. I got through, she exclaimed as she turned what was probably her phone towards the room filled with teenage girls, all holding big plastic cups. Hi Lissa, they all yelled, woohoo. Woo back. Lissa exclaimed. You guys aren't breaking isolation, are you? We're celebrating, the cheerleader exclaimed, woohoo. Well, it's great that you have something to celebrate these days. Lissa replied with a smile. Finally, she thought to herself, just some drunk teenagers. Bleep, yeah we do. Woohoo. Bleep, yeah, the cheerleader screamed. Haha, Lissa laughed, let's watch that language, she fake chided. So what are we celebrating? The best, bleeping, news, the cheerleader screeched. Hey, the nerds want more pizza, another athletic girl shouted as she walked in, her shirt stained with splotches where she probably spilled her drink. Then get more, bleeping, pizza. Get them whatever they want. Gah, the cheerleader yelled. Cards on the table. I'll get them the pizza, the other girl yelled, you do whatever they want yourself, skank. Lissa couldn't help but laugh. You girls getting some poor guys to do your assignments for you, she asked. Yeah, the cheerleader laughed wickedly, her eyes flashing with an ugly light, something like that. Poor guys, Lissa chuckled. So what is the party for? They, bleeping, devil is on her golden throne, the cheerleader shouted at the top of her lungs. Woohoo, she yelled as she took a big drink from her cup. Something red spilled out and started to stain her shirt. Lissa's blood ran cold. What? You, bleeping, heard me. The devil is on her throne. This party is about to get, bleeping, started. Whoa. Ha, Lissa laughed nervously. I really doubt that's the case and you little girls shouldn't talk about things you don't understand. Oh, yeah, bleep, the cheerleader laughed as she yanked up her top revealing a very fresh, still bloody tattoo. Her lean belly was covered with a downward pointing sword with angel wings on either side going down through an 8-pointed star of chaos with a skull entwined with roses in the middle. The Black Angels. Lissa's heart froze as she stabbed the disconnect icon so hard it hurt her finger. She looked up at the camera with terrified eyes and flailed at play random on the music video cue. She put her face in her hands. There were certain symbols, certain glyphs, certain tattoos that will get you killed, even today. The sword of the Black Angels was one of them. The only people who could wear that and live were full members. And the only way you can be a full member was... Oh God! Lissa realized in horror, what was in that cup. Lissa took a deep shuddering breath. Was she saying the truth? Was the devil actually back? If Jessica Morgan... Oh no! Lissa thought filled with fear. If that was true then it's over. It's fucking over. Gwendolyn chagrined as the screen went dead and flipped her hair. She selected a name on her phone. Hey Gram, she laughed. Yeah, I sent the message. It was all over Sunshine Radio. You shoulda seen her fucking face. Gwen laughed. See you soon. Love ya. Bye. As soon as the call ended Gwen looked at the room. Alright, bitches, she shouted. Time to scoot. Grab the nerds and load up the vans. We need to get gone before the cops show. Woohoo. Goohoo. Angels. Woohoo, everyone yelled as they jumped to their feet. As she walked towards the garage Gwen glanced over at the 2 butchered Xenos laying in the hallway and smiled. She walked over and ripped out some feathers. Who knew they would be so tasty? This was going to be so much fun. Lissa was still sitting with her face in her hands when her boss stormed in. What in blazes is going on? He demanded. The phones are going crazy and all you are doing is just playing videos. This is a personality-based segment and there is no personality. Gel, Lissa said quietly. Get your family out of the city now. What's going on, Lissa? The devil is on her throne, Gel. It's over. I heard that, he exclaimed. That little girl said that and then you just lost your stuff. What does it mean? It means, Lissa replied, that Jessica Morgan has assumed command of the great houses. It means the Soul Wars, Gel, that's what it means. You can't be serious, he replied. Just because some kid. She bore the mark of the Black Angels. So? Some kid buys a stick-on from some mall. No, Gel. They will kill you if you wear their mark without earning it and to earn it, Lissa said grimly, it means that out there someone is dead, Gel. You only get the wings after your first raid, your first meal. Creators, he gasped. I'll call the police, he said. And then I'll call my wife. Lissa just nodded and put her head back into her hands. Musical intro plays as the station's logo is displayed. A handsome polka appeared. Good afternoon, he said brightly. Lissa is feeling a bit under the weather so you guys are stuck with me. Helmish LOA here making your afternoon filled with just a little more sunshine. It seems that we are having a little problem with the phones at the moment so just sit back, relax, and enjoy the best music and videos of today and yesteryear. Jessica Morgan watched the news feeds with a little smirk. The Terran system was having a fit. Images of a slaughtered Creanal couple, pixelated of course, were all over the feeds along with reports that parts of them had been cooked and eaten in their own kitchen. She chuckled. Leave it to the Black Angels to make an impression. She looked at an image of Gwen Shea and grinned. She was perfect. Just the cutest little thing, and then the surprise reveal of the mark, and the carnage. Just perfect. She smiled nostalgically. It was also like looking back in time. Damned if she wasn't the spitting image of her namesake, the original Gwen Shea. She wondered if she was going to get her incisors replaced with titanium fangs as well. Probably. The angels liked shit like that. They were animals, but very very useful ones, among the best shock troops she had and unquestionably the masters of terror. One of the monitors switched to an official-looking polka. She switched audio over to that channel. It was a Federation stuffed shirt loudly proclaiming that enough was enough and that they were declaring martial law not only on Zarin 7 but here in the Rayleigh system and all other human enclaves. She smiled. Perfect. She pulled up a map and nodded. Sasha's weapons were being distributed very efficiently. Missile ships and transports loaded with, Terran acts were already reaching both systems and all major human enclaves across the Federation as well as all designated transport vessels were reaching their destinations well ahead of schedule. She looked at her antique watch and frowned. It was still hours before her one glass of port. Sobriety was annoying. She called for another coffee. Maybe just a little blow, just a bump? She made an unhappy face. Generals don't snort lines off of their maps. It was just poor practice. She looked at her watch again. Ugh. She pulled up the strategic projections and smiled again. By the time that the expected Federation reinforcements arrived, everything would be ready for them. The door opened to her war room and two people walked in. Her grandson and one of her great-granddaughters walked in nervously. Sebastian, Bella, hello, she said brightly. Good afternoon, grandmother, Sebastian said hesitantly. I called you two here, she said with a maternal smile, to answer the huge question in both of your minds, namely why you didn't get one of the special glasses. I was wondering, Sebastian said with a gulp. Bella just nodded with big eyes. As I said last night, she smiled. There is no place for the useless. Neither of you are in that category. But, Sebastian stammered. While your chosen occupations, if they can be called that, aren't ones that I would have picked for you, nor ones that I have supported, you, both of you, have devoted yourselves and honed your craft and, more importantly, your minds and spirits. You both have something to offer. We do. Bella asked a bit confused. Yes, Jessica said with a smile. Both music, she said to Bella with a smile, and art, she said glancing at Sebastian, are very useful. She stood and started to pace. War isn't fought with guns and ships. It is fought with the mind and the spirit, and both of you have great minds and great spirits. Defying me to my face, as both of you have already know, isn't for the weak. She turned to look at both of them. Have you read your assigned reading? Yes, ma'am. Bella exclaimed nervously. Calm down, dear, Jessica said with a warm smile. The calling was a one-time thing. You passed. Relax. Yes, ma'am. I am pleased that you are motivated though, Jessica laughed. You will read Sun Tzu every single day until you can recite each word by heart. Even after that you will spend at least an hour each day reading and pondering the significance of each single word as I still do. His wisdom is as every bit as relevant today as it ever was. She looked at them both. You do this and you will see how both of you can be quite useful. But I'm just an artist, a painter, and not a very good one at that. Sebastian protested. Don't sell yourself short, Jessica said warmly. You might just be amazed what even a failed painter can accomplish under the right circumstances. Let me tell you both a little story. The Critter's commentary. The nest was abuzz with activity. Queens were scurrying from one display to the next, taking notes and then moving along to the next one without pause. Lounging in the center of this activity was the matriarch. To one unfamiliar with her it would appear that she was napping. In truth, she was meditating. Her mind was taking apart all the information she had consumed, and putting it back together again in countless different configurations. She had to agree with one of the youngest of her demis. The humans were indeed so cool. One of the queens approached and waited patiently. After a few moments the matriarch turned her head to idly regard her. Yes. Matriarch, the queen said, nodding respectfully. The report on the humans you requested has been completed. The author's notes, usually a waste of storage space, may be worth a read. If nothing else they are quite amusing. The professor was quite free with their opinion. Ah, Professor Kvaz. That grumpy old drone is always good for a chuckle or two, the matriarch replied as she took the data tablet that was offered. She said as she scrolled through it. This explains the delay. Yes, matriarch, the queen replied. He was quite thorough. Well, I suppose I should show respect for his diligence and read it in its entirety, the matriarch replied, exuding rueful amusement. I should have known what I was asking when I told them, give me everything. Have you read it? I schemed it, the queen replied. It's quite the tome. And your opinions? I find the humans quite intriguing, although I now have more questions than I did before, the Queen replied. How they have managed to survive and produce any civilization or technology is astounding. It's almost as if they exist solely out of spite and stubbornness. Perhaps we have found a kindred spirit then, the matriarch laughed as she signaled gratitude and a cessation of conversation, turning to the tablet. The Queen nodded respectfully and returned to her duties. An hour later Axra/Kal/Breen/Mort Shauna stood in front of the matriarch, vibrating. The matriarch sighed and set down the tablet. Before you actually shake something loose, what is it? I have the latest news and signal intercepts from the Federation concerning the humans. Oh? Anything of note? Much has transpired. Mort Shauna exclaimed there was an incident on Zarin 7. A human cooked and ate a Kreenal. Not only that but I think it's like one of their demis, maybe even just a moltling, called a local media program and announced that Jessica Morgan had taken command of their separate orders, all of which had previously acted as their own mounts in preparation for waging war on the Federation. Something we had considered as a very real possibility, the matriarch said, taking Mort Shana's report. As a result, martial law has been declared. It seems that Jessica Morgan was caught completely unprepared by the moltling's indiscretion as well. She is enraged. Intercepted transmissions have her literally screaming at the order responsible. She even demanded the execution of the moltling, which the head of its order absolutely refused to do, even threatening Morgan herself, directly challenging her matron. Jessica Morgan was caught completely unprepared and has had to scramble to secure herself since there is now an order for her arrest. Before having to completely cease operations while she finds a new safe location, she issued hasty and contradictory orders that seem to have left the individual orders confused, alarmed, at odds with each other, and questioning her leadership. The matriarch said with an indulgent spray of affection. This Morgan, she's a full matriarch, isn't she? Not just a matriarch but a high matron, and she has been for over a century? Yes. Yes. And these communications we intercepted were able to easy decrypt. They were no match for our machines, matriarch. I see, the matriarch smiled. And are you familiar with your impetuous fellow demi currently snatching these transmissions? Yes. Valerie is a good friend of mine, actually. And you've read her reports, all of them? Yes. All right, the matriarch smiled. This Morgan, she possesses an entirely unique communications technology, and they have ciphers even we cannot defeat. The matriarch paused, looking at Morthshana meaningfully. Then she waited patiently. She sighed. So these particular humans have a secret communications ability and are for some reason choosing to use easily intercepted ones. They have ciphers even we cannot crack. And they are using easily defeated ones. Morthshana exclaimed. And that means that these transmissions were intended to be intercepted. They are false. The matriarch smiled. It's a trap. Morthshana exclaimed excitedly. And one you would have just gone charging into, just like the Federation will. Morthshana exuded embarrassment. We, the keepers of secrets and masters of tricks, must not fall prey to them ourselves, my little demi. Consider this in the future. Yes, matriarch. Morthshana said with a bow, but she did not depart. She still stood there, just shaking with excitement. Is there something else? Morthshana exuded so much smug accomplishment that the matriarch's antennae twitched. Just one additional, almost insignificant thing, she said proudly, producing another tablet. I was reading through some human texts and media and found a very intriguing statement. I did a media search and found this, she exclaimed as she handed the tablet to the matriarch. The matriarch sprayed so much astonishment that every queen in the room paused and looked. This is the homilies. This is the homilies of the War Maven. Concept for fornicating concept, the matriarch exclaimed as she scrolled through the pages. Your favorite book? Morthshana exclaimed. And to answer your next question, no. There has been no known contact with the humans, and this Sun-za, a drone if you can believe it, predates any contact with the others by centuries. Wah, the matriarch stammered. Morthshana grinned. She had never seen the matriarch at a loss for words before. Well, this explains much, the matriarch laughed. Thank you for this wonderful find, she said as a blue liquid started to form in her jaws. Morthshana eagerly approached and lapped the ichor from the matriarch's mandibles and then collapsed into a spasming heap. When you recover, the matriarch commanded. Send a silk spinner to the Raylesh system. Locate this Jessica Morgan if you can. The smart credits are on her departing the system after this trap is sprung. When she does, I want to know exactly where she goes. She leaned back into her lounge. I wish to speak with her personally. Doing the bunny crunch and service with a smile. An elderly woman wearing a respirator, a long black polymer trench coat, and leather gloves and boots, along with a person completely obscured by a level 4 hazmat suit, approached the guards in front of Holbrook Academy. Halt, Athrene shouted. Hello there, the old woman said cheerfully. We're here to pick up Thomas and Elizabeth Glint. This educational facility is quarantined. Nobody leaves. Oh, that's okay, the woman said, her eyes smiling. My friend here is a doctor and has a clinical scanner. He can clear them no problem. That's not how it works, human. By order of the Federation Emergency Council, this place is quarantined until such time as it is cleared. Until released by the Planetary Emergency Committee, nobody leaves. I'm sure they are very busy, the woman said pleasantly. We can help. We have a clinical scanner and someone fully qualified in its use. We could clear the whole school if you want. We don't mind. No. Leave the area. Look, it's just 2 little humans. If they aren't contaminated, then what's the harm, she asked. Maybe we could come to a little, unofficial arrangement? You guys can't be getting paid that much, far less than you deserve. We are fully prepared to correct that injustice if you get my meaning. Attempting to bribe a Federation officer is against the law. Are you trying to get detained? Bribe? Oh, you misunderstood me. I wasn't offering a bribe. Perish the thought, the woman said in a pleasant voice. Last chance. You really want to hand over those kids, she added in a less pleasant one. You humans are all alike, the Threen sneered. Too good for Federation regulations, and look where that's gotten you. The Threen loomed over the small old woman in a threatening manner. Now leave before you get something else you have common. Okay. Calm down. We're going, the woman smiled. We just wanted to try to talk things over with you guys first before we escalated the situation. Escalate away, human. Cry to whoever you want. It won't change nothing. The old woman just smiled and walked away. As she left the walkway to the school and started to walk up the street, she activated the comm link in her mask. They didn't go for it. Light 'em up. Roger that, Sean Vance said from the inside of an armored grav dozer. He picked up the mic of a radio set. All teams. We are a go. Repeat. We are a go. Activate the signal jammers. All teams, start on my mark. 3. 2. 1. Mark. The dozer's massive thrusters engaged as it and 2 other vehicles started to move towards the school. Vance looked over at a young woman next to him. She was breathing heavily. First time, he asked with a paternal smile. She just nodded. This is a good one to cut your teeth on, he said as he looked at a screen in front of him. We have overwhelming force. Those bastards don't stand a chance. Just shoot anything that looks like it wants to shoot back and don't get shot yourself. Pretty simple. She just nodded again and gave him a nervous smile as she gripped her gauze needler. Vance just chuckled and gave her a friendly punch on the shoulder. Just stick with me and you'll be fine, he said with a little laugh. Don't worry, we've done this sort of thing before. The guards looked at the construction vehicles curiously as they drove up. Is there any construction planned around here? The leader of the group asked as the armored bulldozer and 2 armored grav vans glided to a stop. No, another Threen replied looking at a tablet. But that doesn't mean that these pork. He was cut short as a hellish stream of blinding white bolts spewed from the dozer. 3mm tungsten alloy needles accelerated to beyond hypersonic speed ripped through the air with a deafening roar. The needles, white-hot and jacketed by the plasma created as they ablated in the air, tore through the guards' standard-issue soft armor, and once inside, anything moist instantly flashed to steam. The guards were literally blown apart from the inside. The grav dozer easily knocked over the barriers leading to parking lot and all 3 vehicles rushed in. Vance, holding a European Union Gauss heavy machine gun, kicked his way through the already shattered front doors. He nodded approvingly. Using the tungsten anti-personnel rounds was a good choice. The needles that missed what was left of the guards just disintegrated when they hit the doors, ripping them apart. There was very little over-penetration. Flanked by his team, he advanced into the hallway. There were shouts and scrambling from an office ahead. He could hear a non-human voice shouting into a communicator in vain. There was no help coming for these feds. 2 feds, holding blaster rifles, tried to rush into the hall. With an expert flick of the barrel, the Gauss machine gun, now set to less than 15% power, so he could fire it from the hip without the recoil sending him flying, sent a stream of glowing orange streaks into them both. While the effect was less spectacular, the result was the same. Vance swept into the office from which they came. Less than 2 seconds later it was over. Everyone inside was dead. Security center is clear, he said calmly into his mask. Teams 2 and 3 secure the kids. Team 1, we are heading to the admin office. Team 2, Roger, an elderly woman's voice responded. Team 3, Roger, a youthful male voice replied. Vance, machine gun at the ready, walked down the middle of the hallway. His finger instinctively sought a faintly glowing icon on the touch panel mounted on the side of the weapon. The weapon's powerful scanners switched on and a holographic array projected on the walls detailed images of the rooms behind them as he swept the muzzle back and forth. Whoa, the young woman said behind him. Vance just smiled and kept walking. Med team, he said as he continued his march, how are we looking? Everything is clean so far, a female's voice responded. No signs of the virus. Thank God for that, Vance replied as he reached the school's main office. He swept the wall with the machine gun. There were 6 people inside. It looked like they were hiding under desks. He booted the door open and rushed inside. Everybody up and against the wall. Vance shouted, now. People started getting to their feet. You too, Volksine, he shouted at the Xeno still cowering. These needles will go right through that desk, no problem. The Volksine, wearing a Federation uniform, reluctantly got to his feet. Please, the Volksine stammered, his fleshy mouth parts quivering. Please don't kill me. Wasn't planning on it, Vance replied, but I am rather short on patience. He glared at the room. So what's the deal? Why aren't these kids getting scanned and released? We don't have a scanner, a nicely dressed human female replied in a frightened voice. What? Then how are you testing them? We are supposed to observe them and notify the emergency council if any develop symptoms. By the time that happens they are already contagious. Vance shouted. He turned to the Volksine. This is your plan. Just lock them up until they start dying and then let them? And you, he shouted as he turned to the humans. You just went along with this. The Federation, one of the humans stammered. Fuck the Federation. Vance yelled. Things are changing and fast. You little shits need to decide whose side you are on and you need to do it now. You. Crack 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 crack. He was cut off by a burst from a gauze rifle. He rapidly turned to see the Volksine falling to the ground with a pistol in its hand. He glanced back at the young woman behind him, gripping a gauze rifle in her shaking hands. She looked like she was about to throw up. Thanks, Vance said calmly and winced. He didn't see the gun when he swept the room. That could have cost him. As I was saying before we were so rudely interrupted, Vance said in a calm, pleasant voice. You need to decide if you are a Fed or a human and you need to do it quick. ID. Now. Vance said gesturing at one of the people. When they handed it over he put it in a police issue ID scanner and then flipped their ID onto the floor. I got your name. Now we are going to leave a scanner behind. You will use it to scan these kids and release them. If you do not then your name will go on a list. He smiled malevolently. That list? It's going to the clans. You don't want to be on it. He started to back out of the room. Let's go, he said calmly. Grab that pistol and those blasters the guards had. They're better than those dime store needlers you are packing. He activated his radio. Status, he barked. Team 2. We have Elizabeth. She's clean. We are heading to the vans. Team 3. Thomas is clean. We're pulling out. Excellent work, Vance replied. Team 3, leave your scanner for these nice people. Roger. Let's get out of here. Team 4 cover us until we are clear. All teams meet at rendezvous point Theta. Team 1 out. There was a retching noise at his left. He turned to see the young woman tossing her cookies. It gets easier, he said sadly. John's team was in the process of loading and securing their gear in the Wayward Solace. John looked over at Beth, one of the 2-man crew. If looks could kill the cargo bay would be a very messy place. John walked over to her. Problem? He asked. Oh no problem, Beth spat. My ship is fucking infested with Terrans, that's all. No problem. No fucking problem. Scales walked over with a worried look in his 4 eyes. Beth, maybe you'd like to maybe take a break on the bridge, or in your quarters, or... No, John replied. I think we need to have this out and over with. He turned back to Beth. Are we going to have a problem? No, she sneered. We are your happy little taxi drivers. We'll take you wherever, whenever. Whatever you assholes want we are delighted to oblige. We are going to take good care of you, Scales said firmly. Regardless of how we might feel about you, we will do exactly what is expected of us. How we might feel about you? John asked. I will be honest with you, Scales replied. I hate you fuckers too. But, we owe the Cabal big time and this one job will make us square. We do this, no matter how distasteful we might think it is, and we are free of them for good, or at least in a much better negotiating position if they should ever want our services in the future. So you don't like us but you are following orders. Pretty much, Scales replied. We owe the Cabal a considerable amount of credits as a result of an unfortunate series of events that had us both completely without funds and in a very difficult position from a legal standpoint. The Cabal bailed us out, repaired and improved our ship, and made those legal issues disappear. As you can guess that wasn't for free. Scales made an unpleasant expression. From time to time we are given an opportunity to alleviate some portion of that debt. This one job will erase the remainder. We hold our noses, do right by you, people, and we are free and clear. That's enough inducement. That and a combination of professional pride and a desire to not cross the cabal guarantees your safety, even if we both would be delighted to see you all perish. I gotta check the engine room, Beth snarled and stomped off. Since I guess we are going to be happiest keeping the chatting to a minimum, John said with a smile, let's get this over with. What are your qualifications? I can guess that the cabal didn't just send any freighter. You would be correct, Mr. Wintersmith, Scales smiled. Both Beth and myself are former Federation Navy, part of the Exploration and Navigation Division. Special Operations. Yes, we primarily worked in observation and signal intercept, during our time in the Navy. Trawlers? John asked, rather impressed. Yes, I believe that is your quaint name for them. Scales replied. We flew deep penetration surveillance and signal intercept missions. We are quite familiar with Republic space and know how to move through it without notice. You are in good hands with us whether we like it or not, Scales smirked. How did two elite sailors wind up, well, where you have? The same reason that so many of your people are now in the same occupation, the war, Scales said. The whole thing was bullshit and the way we handled it, and then to just roll over like we did, ugh. We were done. We could have crushed you. We should have crushed you. Guess that's easier said than done, hey. John replied with a smirk. Done? We didn't even fucking try. Scales exclaimed. We had both the ability and thanks to you asshats clear justification to fucking glass your miserable asses. Did we? No. Yet, but getting that ability in range and keeping it in range long enough would have cost you, John smiled. It might have cost you more than you could pay. Yet, Scales muttered, we already heard that. Trust me. We heard that plenty. Fucking admirals scared of a real fight. That's all it was. They just sat there and masturbated to their AIs and sucked off the council by sending ships to every fucking system with a little bit of pull instead of where we should have been sending them while you assholes were happily hitting anywhere they didn't. Then instead of committing the resources to build the fleet we would need to do the job and could have built, they just decided to roll over and quit. Fucking gutless. The lot of them. We just sat there like training hulks waiting for our turn to suck vacuum while they ate 100 credit lunches and bitched about the price of hull plates. Fuck them and fuck you too. You do realize that one of the things we are trying to prevent is another war, right? John replied. Oh, thank you for protecting us. Scales replied, bowing low. Whatever would we do without you big strong Terrans looking out for us little puny little feds? Well, you are most certainly welcome, John replied with a grin, and I think you know perfectly well what you fucking feds would do without us on this one, don't you? I gotta check the scanners, Scales spat. Just stay down here and out of our way. With that, Scales also stomped off. Skippy laughed as she loped up. Could have found us bigger assholes. John chuckled. We couldn't find anyone who could both do the job and kiss your ass, she laughed as she put her arm around him and nuzzled his neck. They are assholes, but they are the best. These guys can land you right in front of the Republic Parliament if you ask them to. I'm not kidding. They are that good. She broke out into giggles. Oh, you should have seen the looks on their faces when we told them. It was fucking hilarious. I thought the human was going to have an internal hemorrhage, she laughed. I knew you humans could curse, but damn, that little thing can outdo a 8-lie. The rise of General Sebastian, pissing on a forest fire, and a tiger changes its stripes. Sebastian Morgan walked into an auditorium filled with humans of all races. Everybody settling in, he asked, his voice amplified by the room speakers, pretty nice, hey. The room was filled with laughter. This cruise ship will be your new home for the foreseeable future, he said. Here you will be safe, provided for, and very very comfortable. However, for every privilege there is a price. You my little songbirds, will have to sing for your supper. He paused to let the, mostly, good-natured groans to subside. We are at war, he said in a serious tone. In war, battles are won by guns and ships. War, however, he said a wicked smile, is won by breaking your opponent's will to fight. That, my friends, is where we come in. Those of us in media, in the arts, music, even fashion and design, we have a weapon every bit as powerful as a gun or a warship. We can directly strike our opponent's will while we protect and sustain the will of our own people. He started to pace. That is our job. That is our mission. That is our duty to that most holy of all things, the survival of our people. Their ships and their guns will give our fellow man might. We will give them strength. He turned to face the crowd. When this disaster befell us, I'm sure many of you felt completely powerless, as I did, he said meekly. I asked myself, I'm just an artist. What can I do? I'm weak, helpless. How can I do anything? They are killing each other in the streets. What am I going to do? What can someone as weak and powerless as myself possibly hope to accomplish? He pointed at the crowd. We are not weak. We are powerful. We don't hold a rifle in your hands. We don't captain a warship. We are a fucking nuke and together we will shake this federation to its very soul. He smiled as the room filled with cheers. This felt right. This is what he was created for. This is what he was born to do. Propaganda is a dirty word to many, he said. And maybe it should be. Propaganda kills. It's a weapon every bit as deadly as a sword, or a rifle, or a nuke. It is, however, our weapon and we will wield it. We will cut at the very heart of our foe with our words, our songs, our videos, even our pictures. Our words will give our people strength during the dark days ahead. Our words will determine the truth and the history of our fight. Our words will define us. If we do our jobs right. He pulled out a tablet. So let's roll up our sleeves and get started. We have no time to lose. Sebastian tapped the tablet. The Confederacy of Soul appeared behind him. This, as many of you already know, he said, is the flag of the Confederacy of Soul. It represents the confederacy of great clans, led by my grandmother, Jessica Morgan, during the final days of the Soul Wars. That same confederacy forms the backbone of the forces that stand with us today. However, it has been decided that this symbol and this name are no longer relevant. We no longer fight for your soul. We don't even care about it. We fight for our very survival. He paused and then grinned. It is also felt that using this standard and this name and this image will imperil our continued weapons and supply shipments from the Republic and the Empire. It's a miracle that we are getting anything out of them, but if we show up with this on our ships. The room filled with chuckles. Exactly, Sebastian laughed. We need to rebrand ourselves, and we need to do it fast. In just over 24 hours the hammer is going to fall. We will strike our first serious blow against the Federation. We need a new name and a new flag now. He looked across the sea of faces. You have all already been assigned this task, he said. Team leaders, what have you come up with? A man stood and cleared his throat. We at Rayleigh Public Relations LLC propose, he said as an image of a sword inlaid with a double helix appeared, the Confederacy of Man, he exclaimed proudly. It's direct. It's visceral. And it's been done, an anonymous voice shouted from the back. Play with miniatures much, the voice asked scornfully as laughter broke out. Hey! Cut that out! Sebastian chided. This is a creative space and we should provide a supportive and nurturing atmosphere. At the very least we need the basics of decorum. But, Sebastian winced, yet. We can't use that. Next. How about the Human Alliance? A young woman piped up. Sorry, Multimedia Team B here, she said sheepishly. Nobody is using the term alliance right now. Interesting, Sebastian mused. Where is the flag? We don't have one yet, the woman cringed. We have it narrowed down to. Right, Sebastian said, cutting her off. The name's interesting and you are right, nobody is using alliance. The next group rose and presented their idea, and then the next, and the next. Everybody from artists, to musicians to fashion designers all pitched their names and concepts. Sebastian dutifully took them all down as he frowned. Nothing was really doing it. Finally, Bella stood up. Bella? Sebastian asked in surprise. Are you leading a team? Not officially, she said with a little embarrassment. But a few us, my friends and I, were playing around with this and I think we have something. Well, go ahead, he said somewhat indulgently. She was his niece after all. He would have to have a stern talk with her after this, though. Okay, she said nervously, ignoring the glares from her actual boss, we got to talking and we think this whole man and humanity thing might be too constraining. I mean, did you read about where that Terran hacker team hit? Those Ka-Arst? They are assholes. What they do to their people, it's just wrong. Then there were the Ziyush before that. Who else is out there? Who else has been screwed over, stepped on, ignored, left to die? We need to think about expanding our subscribers. Right now it's just our party, but maybe we want to invite the guys from the other dorm? That's when the party really starts rockin'. Interesting. Sebastian exclaimed as mutters broke out in the auditorium. K, she said breathlessly. So what do we all have in common? We were shafted by the feds. Forsaken by them. We are the Forsaken. The room broke out into excited murmurs. And where do we have to go? She asked. Nowhere. We have nowhere to go. Except to our old home, our mother, lover, killer, and devourer. The void, she exclaimed as a stylized hyperspace flare on a black background appeared. And what do we have to offer? Chaos, an 8-rayed symbol of chaos appeared in the middle of the flare, and destruction. A sword appeared running down the middle of both. We will take on this galaxy and fucking carve out a place in it. And we will bring chaos and death upon those who stand against us, all of us. She paused for breath. This could be the beginning of not just a new day for humanity but for others as well. More ships. More guns. More. Forsaken. We got to thinking. This could be the start of something huge. If we wanted it to be. Sebastian just looked at her in shock. Well, he said after a few moments. Your informal team? It's official now. If any of them aren't on this ship, get them here right now. We have a problem with the flag, someone called from the crowd. It looks too much like the Black Angel's emblem. There was a chorus of assent. Okay, Bella said, we ditch the sword but we need something. Oh. What about the eyes of Azathoth as the background? It ties into the whole void and chaos theme and is part of our shared cultural heritage. It will be a nice religious kick that all ethnic groups should accept. We can add new eyes whenever another species signs up as a way to welcome them, too. Damn, girl, her former boss muttered as the crowd broke out in an excited cacophony, everyone talking about what they just heard. Sebastian waited patiently as everyone settled down. I have everyone's submissions and will present them to the devil immediately, but I think we all know what we are going with. Thank you all for your time and I shall leave you to your individual projects. Void inspire you. Yes, we did recommend containment over research, Director GVXTAA, Director of Federation Intelligence said to the Council. And, yes, we did state that the loss of the entire human race in the Federation was an acceptable loss, should it come to that, he buzzed angrily. However, he buzzed, spitting into his trusty bucket, at no time did we ever say that the extinction of the humans was A+. We never laughed about their plight. We also advocated containment, not whatever you want to call the joke of a response that was implemented. A response that was demonstrably intentional and meant to allow the maximum amount. That is ridiculous and clearly an attempt to deflect blame from where it should firmly lie. Councillor Rexido, head of the Federation Health Council, shouted. Really? GVXTAA asked, shall I play the tapes again, the tapes that are playing on a loop at all hours across the entire Federation? Shall I play the tapes where we presented this grim option? Shall we compare them? GVXTAA said with a sneering click. And to answer the next flaccid question, we did not lay out the details of the medical response because that isn't our job. An appropriate response was your responsibility and the responsibility of the Federation Emergency Response Council. The only mistake we committed was to make the naive assumption that you actually felt an obligation to do your jobs. We are doing our jobs. Councillor Rexido shouted. Oh. GVXTAA sneered, where are the scanners? Where are the medical personnel? Where is the research plan for the development of a vaccine, something that even we soulless killers as you have called us advocated? Those plans are in place, the councillor yelled. Yes, they are now, GVXTAA replied. However, the vaccine initiative only was issued after this shameful and intentional failure was brought to light. The timestamps are falsified and I can prove it. Even so, the failure to send medical personnel and scanners. We can't risk the lives of our people until security. Yes, now, GVXTAA clicked. But if you had actually performed your duties rather than indulge in your own hate, safety wouldn't be a concern, would it? Councillor Rexido just spluttered in reply. In the interests of transparency, GVXTAA buzzed, we have, using the powers granted us under the Federation State of Emergency Protocols, initiated a criminal investigation concerning matters involving this whole incident, specifically investments made by members of the relevant councils and other. That is abusing your charter. Councillor Rexido screamed. We will not stand for. And we will, GVXTAA continued shouting over him, in the interests of restoring stability, release the results to the public as allowable under those same protocols. I wonder how your voters will respond, Councillor. I call for the immediate arrest of the councillor started to scream before his mic was cut off. I don't think that will be necessary, the Prime Minister said calmly. You have made your point, Director. As is my prerogative under those same protocols, I am ordering you to cease your investigation and hand all of your current findings to the Council of Justice where they will continue your fine work. GVXTAA buzzed angrily and spat into his bucket. I assume you brought your investigation up for a purpose, the Prime Minister continued. What actions do you wish to attempt to force us to undertake? Follow Jessica Morgan's advice, GVXTAA replied calmly. It's the only way to restore stability before the humans undertake an armed rebellion. I will ignore the fact that you are so well informed concerning a private discussion between myself and Ms. Morgan, the Prime Minister said calmly. However, as I already told her, we simply cannot allow the Federation to cave into the demands of a violent armed rabble of which Jessica Morgan is clearly now a member. The Federation does not kneel to threats. It does not deal with terrorists. We have an entire federation of hundreds of worlds to manage. If we cater to the humans, we send a strong signal, the wrong signal, to countless malcontents across our entire federation. This, we cannot allow. As your own department has observed, the humans are a minor population of little consequence as far as the bigger picture is concerned. We have no option other than to crush their uprising for the sake of the stability of the Federation. We cannot allow them to threaten the greater peace of our people. About that, GVXTAA replied, our assessments have indicated that an insufficient force has been sent. These are humans we are talking about. If you are intent on crushing them, then you need to be prepared to play. They are a spacefaring culture. As we speak, hundreds of vessels are descending upon the Raylesh and Zaran systems as well as other major human population centers including this very city. They are clearly Federation Command assures us. You mean the same Federation Command that assured you of a BZZ, quick victory against the Republic? Murmurs filled the council chamber. Order, the Prime Minister shouted and then turned back to GVXTAA. If you review the number of troops and ships being deployed, you will see that more than a sufficient force is being dispatched. Federation Command is taking this very seriously. Yes, sufficient forces have been sent, GVXTAA buzzed as he spit out another healthy dollop of bile, for civil unrest. That's not what you are going to face. We feel we will be engaging a coordinated military force. Jessica Morgan is the equivalent of a general and the houses that she commands should be considered fully equipped military commands. As our favorite reporter, Helena Sterling, has stated, they fought the Terrans with far greater success than anyone else including the Empire. The only way we can crush what is about to happen is to pull Jessica Morgan's fangs. Make a deal with them. They don't have sufficient arms to field an army, the Prime Minister replied calmly. They don't have an armed fleet. Even more, their leadership is in disarray after being prematurely exposed. Even your intelligence reports have indicated. Yes, 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 GVXTAA buzzed impatiently, and we did report that. However, that was before we have observed very organized movements by those under Morgan's command. They aren't acting like they are in disarray. They are acting like they know exactly what to do. We find that disturbing in the extreme. A mob of ships returning to their home systems is hardly a coordinated anything, the Prime Minister replied. In fact, this is the perfect time to strike. We can seize their entire fleets on the ground. Federation Command has committed more than enough troops to put down even the most pessimistic projections. GVXTAA let forth a gusty buzzing sigh. The humans have an expression, pissing on a forest fire, he buzzed. If the meaning of that idiom isn't perfectly clear, it refers to a completely inadequate action. That is what we are doing, we are pissing on a forest fire. The director was a hard-scaled old eel. Not much rattled her. The humans? They frightened her. Why? Because she could see the threat they represented to all of us. I implore you, please don't prove her correct. These things, don't provoke them any further, please. Make the sacrifices necessary to put out the little trash fire we are currently facing before it reaches the trees. Otherwise, while I appreciate your clever and colorful phrasing, this trash fire as you so eloquently put it is just that, rubbish. We will stomp out the embers and we will restore order. Sigh, the director was right about you, you know, GVXTAA muttered. Fun with the Humans, the sequel, is hitting theaters near you, hard. That will be quite enough, director, the Prime Minister replied. The purpose of this emergency council meeting was to investigate the causes of the current civil unrest, not discuss strategy. You have answered all of our questions quite clearly. You may return to your duties. Oh, I'm gonna need a bigger bucket. High Bishop Dupras stepped in front of the pulpit. In front of him was most of the chosen. He took a deep breath. This was going to be interesting. He idly wondered if he would survive. Brothers and sisters, he said in a strong and clear voice. As you already know, we have been betrayed. What you may not know is how deep that betrayal is. We were betrayed, misled, from the very beginning of our order. He paused for emphasis. And, through our own greed, wrath, and hate we allowed ourselves to be misled. We never followed the will of the Lord. Mutterings broke out in the chapel. Never. We have been following the words of the great deceiver. Since the beginning. Look at our actions. Were they the acts of an all-powerful and all-loving God? No. There were shouts of outrage. He breathed a sigh of relief. This was actually going better than he thought it would. And our reward, he asked in a loud confident voice. Defeat. Defeat after defeat. How could we win? The Lord was not with us. We followed the will of man, not God. We followed the greedy, the hateful, the debased. Many of us are the same, twisted by hate, twisted by greed, twisted by the love of fire, the love of death. How could we win? It was impossible, for we stood against God, not with him, and so, we fell. We followed a false idol. The crowd was getting ugly. The inquisitors, the only armored and armed people in the chapel, shifted uncomfortably and gripped their weapons. But no more. High Bishop Dupras shouted. No more. Rejoice, for we have been shown the way. He screamed as he rammed his fist onto the pulpit. The Lord has sent us a divine messenger. He spoke through one of us, to us. A voice issued through powerful speakers shaking the chapel as holographic images of battle appeared behind him. All children of God, to me, a strong female voice called out. All children of God are under my protection. So saith the Lord. All children of the stars, to me. You too shall find protection, for you are also children of the Creator. All who stand against the vile invader, the Federation, the infidel, rejoice, for the Lord stands with you. I stand with you. All shall fall before us. Nothing can stand against us. Nothing can stand against us, for to do so is to stand against the Lord. Rally under my banner. I shall be your sword, your shield, so commandeth the Lord. Drive these infidels from this sacred soil, purged by fire, baptized by blood. This is our day. This is our time. This is our command from the Lord. Purge the infidel. Dies Volt. So saith the prophet, Michela Vasquez. She wisely saw the error of our ways, and stood not with us in our final days. The heretics said that this was cowardice, but she was no coward. She was wise. She slept, hiding her shameful past, our shameful past, until the Lord had a use for her. Then she donned her armor, her sword, and her guns, and she proudly strode forth into the light. With the Lord at her side she slew the infidel, and none could touch her, for the Lord was with her until the end, where he granted her one final miracle. Having already drunk from the cup of death, when she reached the landers of the infidel she was granted the gift of fire, something that should not have been possible, and she swept their ships from the soil that they blasphemed with their foul presence. The room had grown silent. He smiled. That was a good sign. We have the same opportunity, he shouted. We can repent. We can cast aside our shameful ways, and we can embrace the true word of the Lord. We do not exist for ourselves. No. We were saved, preserved, for all children of the Lord. How else were we able to recover our holy armor, our sacred weapons? That was another miracle granted unto us. We have been able to hide, preserved by the Lord, for this very day. The day when we would be delivered from the heretics who led and misled us, delivered from our own arrogance, and delivered from our defeat. No longer will we be condemned to fail. No longer will we have to hide. All we must do is follow the true word of God as delivered to us by none other than the hammer of God herself, Michela Vasquez. He paused and let the silence build. We have a new crusade, brothers and sisters. And this time, it is a true crusade given to us by the Lord, not man. We shall protect all of the children of the Lord. We shall step into the light and we shall smite the infidel. He threw his arms wide and shouted. Brothers. Sisters. Are you with me? Silence. Oh, that wasn't good. Then. One shout, his plant in the audience. Then another plant. Then a third, not a plant. And another and another and another until the room was filled with shouts and cheers. We now step forward into the light, he shouted. Into history. Dies Volt. Dies Volt. The room responded, the shout shaking the very walls. Kneel, he shouted. Everyone knelt. We cast aside our beliefs, our past, and are born anew, he shouted. We are no longer the chosen. We were never chosen. The arrogance. The sinful hubris. No. We are no longer those people. Embrace a new day. Embrace your new path. The chosen are no more. Arise. Arise, my brothers, my sisters. Arise, the penitent. Everyone stood and snapped to attention. We have a long road ahead and much for which to atone, he said. However, we step forward into that new day unafraid, prepared for this our eternal crusade against an infidel without number. Rejoice. Our destiny is finally revealed. I have spoken with General Morgan. She accepts our swords. When their forces fly into the heavens to wreak havoc, we shall remain here, on Raylesh, where we will protect those left behind. Our armor will protect us from the pestilence. We will protect those left behind, distribute supplies, and yes, we will smite the infidel. They will not hold this sacred land while we still draw breath. This is not the word of the Lord. This is the word of the general. However, it is fitting. We are ideally suited to this role, and we shall not fail, not the general, but our fellow children of the Lord. My fellow penitent, our task is assigned. Our path is clear. We have much for which to atone, but we are strong. We will not fail. He stepped in front of the pulpit and threw his arms outward. Dies Volt, he shouted. Dies Volt, was the reply. People stepped forward holding bundles of tabards, each bearing a violet cross, and distributed them among the throng. High Bishop Dupras smiled and breathed a huge sigh of relief as people donned their new colors. He was still alive. He cast aside his old tabard and donned one bearing a violet cross embellished with his rank in thread of gold. He felt a little thrill as he donned it. Maybe there was something to this penitent nonsense after all. The round enters the chamber. Sheriff Grivalshell leaned against his grav truck that was parked across both lanes of the small questionably paved road leading to his town. One of his deputies was holding an advanced tactical binocular variable range multi-scanner to her ping-pong ball-looking eyes. Her crest inflated. She had the prettiest crest, just like her mama. Assholes incomin', she drawled as she tossed the scanner into the truck. Right on time, he replied. He and his 2 deputies grabbed riot blasters and cradled them in their arms. 2 grav vans quickly approached. As they did, the sheriff flicked a small switch on his belt and a large holographic halt sign appeared above them, surrounded by flashing lights. The vans reluctantly slid to a halt. The sheriff approached. Hello Freen, he drawled in that aggressively friendly/not friendly tone that all law enforcement officials have across the entire universe as he walked up to the vans. What can we do for you? A rather pompous-looking Volksine glared at him, his grey skin flushing a light purple. We are on Federation business, move your vehicle. No can do, Freen, the sheriff said with a pleasant but firm voice. We got humans up the road and we can't be having you tracking the rots. I can assure you that we are perfectly safe. And just where did you come from? We drove here from Zeranar, if you must know. Lots of humans in Zeranar. Sorry, Freen. Can't risk it. We are here on Federation. Don't care, the sheriff replied as several grav tractors and large trucks started to approach. You got a scanner? You know perfectly well we don't, the Volksine snapped. There is a shortage and all units are assigned to vital. Well, we're fresh out too. Don't have any fancy crap like that out here, the sheriff smiled, so we have to assume you are contaminated. Not gonna let you infect my humans, he said firmly. The Volksine spluttered and produced a tablet. The sheriff put a polymer evidence bag over his hand and took it. Oh, you are here after those dangerous fugitives what broke containment, he laughed. Well, sorry to tell you that you can't have them. What? The Volksine spluttered. Those are Federation emergency orders. We are in a state of martial law if you yokels haven't heard. Yet, we might have heard something about that, the sheriff chuckled. But those dangerous humans went and got themselves in a bit of trouble. We had to arrest the lot of them. Pretty serious charges too, planetary felonies. Sorry, we can't release them to you till we have finished our investigation. What are they charged with? The Volksine demanded. Now I can't be divulging the details of an ongoing investigation, the sheriff grinned. What sort of law enforcement official would I be if I went and did a damn fool thing like that? In accordance with the powers granted by the emergency powers protocols I am. He fell silent as the sheriff leveled his riot blaster at him. And in accordance with those same protocols I ain't gonna let contaminated shitheads into my town. You're gonna have a hard time spouting those protocols with no fucking head, Freen. A half-dozen tractors and farm vehicles, crowded with armed polka, surrounded the Federation vans. Deputies, glad you could make it, the sheriff said pleasantly as they all leveled an assortment of weapons at the 2 vans. The sheriff turned to the Volksine, now sitting very still behind the controls of his van. See, now this might come as a bit of a surprise to someone like you, but yokels like us. We are a simple folk and we love simple pleasures, like fishin', and huntin'. He idly tossed the tablet through the van's window. Unless you want me to declare today Fed season, he smiled nastily, you are gonna turn your candy-coated asses around, go right back to Zeranar, and not come back until you get a court order, from our court, that authorizes a prisoner transfer, and a med scanner with the medical personnel qualified to use it. Otherwise. He paused as the deputies all chuckled. The Volksine just glared at him. You are honestly going to go to jail over a bunch of worthless porkies, he asked angrily, and then quickly fell silent as the polka around him, especially the sheriff, hissed angrily. Those worthless porkies have been a part of our community, our family, for over 100 years, the sheriff snarled around a mouthful of rage phlegm. The only worthless life forms I see are the ones right in front of me. The Volksine shifted nervously as he eyed the armed deputies surrounding him. They were disengaging their safeties. This isn't over, he exclaimed, trying to sound like he wasn't in fear for his life. Let's see how tough you are when Federation Marines land on top of you tomorrow. With that, the 2 vans quickly turned around and fled. Yeah, the sheriff chuckled as he watched them run. Tomorrow might be just a little disappointing for you. He turned to the driver of one of the tractors. Hey, he called out. Those acts show up yet? Lieutenant Araval looked at the monitors in front of him and frowned. The streets were nearly empty. He entered a series of commands and increased the altitude of the drones at his command. He saw nothing but more quiet streets. Every now and then you would see a group of human adults quietly going about their business, usually moving quickly and orderly into the open and then almost immediately entering a dwelling. One of his drones registered a huge energy spike. He saw a starship entering the atmosphere outside of an assigned starport. It seemed to be heading to an open area near an educational facility surrounded by spectator seating. He logged the information and added it to the ever-growing list of vessels that were making landfall across the planet, far too many to interdict. Ships were making landfall everywhere. He looked at the huge and ever-growing list with concern. He had no idea the humans had so many ships. He sent a drone past the new arrival. It was registered with Steel Fist Shipping LLC. The manifest stated that it was unladen and was returning to home port. He tried to hail it knowing full well what would happen. There was no response. The ship had powered down. None of them responded, but if an attempt was made to board they would promptly power back up, take off and then land somewhere else. It was sufficient grounds to seize and impound a craft, if you could actually grab one, but not enough justification to open fire with something powerful enough to down a ship, especially on the surface of a planet. A few ships, especially the ones in the ports, had complied, and when boarded they were exactly as the manifest stated, completely empty. It was the other ones he was concerned about. It made no sense. He really didn't like it when humans didn't make sense. He was no racist, quite the contrary in fact. What was coming to light absolutely disgusted him and he hoped that the people responsible would get dragged through the streets. It wasn't racism. It was experience. He had served the Federation for his entire adult life. He fought the Terrans and he had tangled with the criminal element, one part of the Federation where humans were quite well represented, for much longer. One thing he had learned time and time again was when humans were making no sense or acting stupid or crazy it wasn't because they were those things. They knew exactly what they were doing. You just hadn't figured it out yet. They weren't stupid. You were for missing something painfully obvious. They weren't crazy. You were for sticking around waiting to discover whatever that was. Exactly like he was doing right now. They were up to something, something big. That many ship captains and ship owners wouldn't be setting their entire fleets up to be seized, which was exactly what was going to happen. We are missing something, he said. What's that, Lieutenant? The old Federation colonel asked. He waddled into the room. We are missing something big, sir, he said as he kept his eyes on his screens. He wasn't about to miss the slightest slip. Their behavior is bizarre to say the least, the colonel replied. They may be able to evade us for now but their little hoppy bug nonsense won't help them tomorrow. Which they should know full well. I don't like it either, Lieutenant. I don't like it one bit. And the streets, Lieutenant Araval grumbled. Yesterday it was all we could do to keep the peace and now. Are you complaining? The colonel asked with genuine curiosity. As a matter of fact, I am, the lieutenant replied. How long have you been doing this, sir? When have you seen a pack of humans just go from hot to cold like that? The colonel stood there in silence for a moment, looking at Araval. After a few seconds he spoke. Only once, the colonel replied, a very long time ago. What happened? The lieutenant asked. It was the very first time I encountered one, not too long after they first showed up, the colonel replied looking off into the distance. I was a newbie station guardsman, wasn't on the force a year when it happened. It was a single human, a female, barely an adult. My partner and I started to detain her for petty theft when she suddenly clawed my face and started running. I don't know if you have had the pleasure but those little hard plates on the end of their fingers? They don't look like much but they hurt, trust me. I had some stripes on my beautiful visage for almost 2 years after that. He wiggled back and forth in his species's version of a head shake. We didn't know it at the time, the old colonel continued, but she was wanted for questioning concerning 2 homicides back at their colony. What we also didn't know at the time was that we weren't the only ones looking for her. She had gotten into trouble with a group of humans known as the Red Teeth, really bad people, especially back then. She wasn't running from us. She was running from who would get their hands on her if we hauled her in. The colonel flexed his eye ridges into a rueful smile. Anyway, we thought she was just running from the lockup when she was actually running from something far worse, a very unfortunate misunderstanding, he said sadly. He paused as he examined the screens for a moment as if searching for something and then shrugged. I tell you, Lieutenant, the colonel chuckled, she was something to behold. She didn't just run. She jumped. She climbed. She even swung from cabling like some sort of arboreal denizen. He paused for a moment, lost in the memory. She caused quite the mess, and just kept racking up charges, he chuckled. Property damage, assault on a guardsman, grand theft of a cargo conveyor, reckless endangerment, felony property damage. The charges just kept getting bigger and the potential penalties greater. I remember thinking that it didn't make sense. There was no reason for it. I mean it was just petty theft. It would probably just be a stern talking to and her butt getting chucked on the first transport back to wherever she came from. It was crazy. The colonel just shrugged ruefully. But it wasn't crazy, was it? What those Red Teeth people would have done to her, he said grimly, anyway, it was a space station. There was nowhere to go and we, after a minor injury or two, finally cornered her in a blind corridor. She just stopped. She then turned around just as calm and polite as you pleased. What happened then, sir? She just looked at us with these strange eyes and made a little one of their little laughing noises and said, well, I guess I'm out of luck, hey, and held out her hands as if she was submitting. My supervisor pulled out some restraints, and when he walked up she, with that same little happy smile, pulled out a knife and struck so fast nobody could even twitch and so hard she almost took his head off, the colonel said calmly. Creators, the lieutenant gasped. It didn't stop there, the colonel continued. If we thought she was fast with all that running and jumping it was nothing compared to what happened next. She was a demon. It was like there were 5 of her all at once and the whole time she was, smiling like she didn't have a care in the world. She smiled and laughed as she killed 4 other guardsmen before we finally managed to land a shot, and killed another before we managed to put her down. By the void. The strangest thing, the thing that has stuck with me all these years, the colonel said, wasn't that she laughed. Humans can do that when they fight. It wasn't that weird animal sound that comes out of them sometimes when they attack. No, the colonel said with a shudder, it was one of their happy laughs. And when I pulled the trigger on the final blast that ended her life she smiled at me as she fell. The colonel closed his eyes as he remembered. I'll remember that smile for the rest of my days, Lieutenant, the old officer said quietly. And that was just one of them. This is a whole planet. We've taken every human in the Federation and have driven them into that same blind corridor that I drove that poor woman all those years ago. The colonel swayed back and forth regretfully. We need to warn, the lieutenant started to say, but the colonel just cut him off with a snort. We tried, the colonel laughed. Foolish civilians, they don't get it. Those pompous bureaucrats have never had to face a human before. They actually think they are cowed by the few hundred soldiers we have patrolling the streets. They actually believe that they are hiding, afraid of the overwhelming force that will enter the system tomorrow. Idiots. They have no idea. The old colonel froze, his eyes widening to their fullest extent. Monitor 4. Monitor 4, he shouted, lunging forward, shoving the startled lieutenant aside as he flailed at the controls. The display froze and then reversed. A lone human female appeared, looking up at the drone. She was waving. With a smile. That's it, the old colonel shouted. Those are the eyes. That is the smile. He sagged for a moment. Then, he drew himself to his full height. Lieutenant Araval looked up at him in surprise. The colonel, the soft-bellied, self-admitted tin cog, as they derisively called mindless bureaucrats in military uniforms, faded before his very eyes. In his place stood something that actually looked like a leader. Tomorrow, the colonel said quietly. I will likely start issuing orders that will bring my thoroughly undistinguished career to an end. Whether or not you follow them is entirely your decision. Excuse me, the old officer said. I have much to do. What do we do? The lieutenant asked helplessly. We do our duty, the colonel replied. Today, your duty is to glue yourself to these screens. Look at everything, everywhere. Miss nothing. Do your absolute best to try to catch the uncatchable, to find the unfindable. Figure out exactly what we are missing, the old creature said firmly. Not every mission is fair nor even possible. This is one of them. Even so, try your best to do the impossible. Whatever you find, no matter how insignificant it may seem, report it directly to me. Yes, sir. And, Lieutenant, the old officer said as he laid an appendage on his shoulder, I've authorized the armory to issue arms to all personnel. Go and select something that you are comfortable with. Sir. The weary old colonel moved towards the exit. Oh, and Araval, he said as he paused at the door, if there is anything personal you need to do, anything unsaid that needs to be said, do it now. The lieutenant just nodded as the colonel disappeared into the hallway. Araval just sat there looking at his screens for a moment. Then, he leapt to his feet and rushed out of the room. Jessica Morgan, holding a cup of tea, walked into a room full of video screens and took her seat in her command chair. On the monitors were dozens of grizzled old villainous faces. Good afternoon, Jessica said as she smiled at them. Firstly, I would like to congratulate all of you. The efforts undertaken by you all can only be described as a logistic masterpiece. The volumes of ships, weapons, supplies, and people that you have coordinated is simply awe-inspiring. She grinned as she sipped her tea. And to do all of it right under the noses of the Federation. This is something that we could never have done during the wars. It seems that all of those years you have spent as legitimate businessmen haven't been entirely a waste. She smiled as the room filled with transmitted laughter. We are first on the battlefield and our foe is completely unaware, she smiled. The plan of battle has been transmitted to all of you. Are there any questions? She smiled patiently as sipped her tea and spent entirely too many minutes clarifying what should be obvious and addressing a host of minutiae that people really should be able to figure out for themselves. Then again, such things were her job now. Now that's all settled, she said after everyone was satisfied. I want to make a few things very clear. She set down her cup and leaned forward. Our fight is with the Federation, not innocent bystanders. Keep it clean. We are going to try to legitimize our fight in the eyes of not only the Republic and the Empire but in the eyes of the people of the Federation as well. We cannot do that if the news has us running around with pieces of Xeno hanging out of our mouths. I'm looking at you, Gwen. You were plenty happy with us the other day, bitch, an old silver-haired fiend snarled back. Yes, a single, calculated atrocity, Jessica replied, and it worked wonderfully. We triggered the proclamation of martial law exactly when we wanted it to be declared, and we have caused an expeditionary force, just loaded with weapons and supplies, to be deployed exactly when and where we wanted it to go. Your great-granddaughter is adorable, by the way. Gwen Shea beamed proudly. Isn't she a firecracker? She asked happily. She took the mark like a champ, wanted it done the old way too. That's wonderful. Jessica smiled back. I tell you, Gwen, it was like looking back in time. She looks just like you. Hard to believe you were ever that pretty. More laughter, including Gwen's, filled the room. Back on subject, Jessica said firmly. The main reason I was singling out Gwen here was that they are in the Terran system. Both on Terran and everywhere the Polka are absolutely off limits. I fucking mean it. They have been very good friends of humanity since day one. They still are. They have been helping and sheltering us even to the point of squaring off against the fucking feds themselves. As far as I'm concerned, the Polka are human. Make sure your people know this, and if any of you see any of the unaffiliated starting shit, you shut that down. Kill them. We don't have time to waste on people that would do something like that. If any of you feel the need to pick up some snacks, then that's where you grab them from. She recovered her tea. We've all been in business long enough to recognize the importance of public relations. War is just another business. We need to cultivate and maintain our brand. Are we deadly? Yes. Are we savage? Yes. Are we capricious? Sure, she said with a smile. But are we monsters? She asked. The answer is no. No, we are not fiends, we are not monsters, we are simply people who will do whatever they must in order to survive. We are people who were attacked first. The Federation harnessed a fucking bioweapon in order to try to make us extinct out of hatred and greed. We just decided to not take that lying down. She paused and drained her teacup. That is the brand. That is the image we want to present to the galaxy. We are warriors, desperate and vicious, who have been forced to fight and will fight anyone who seeks our destruction and will do anything to seize an advantage, but we are not monsters. She leaned back with a smug smile. Even the Mother Void loves an underdog, she said, but everyone knows what you do with a sick, rabid beast. We want to be that underdog, not that beast. It's simple branding. She paused and then grinned wickedly. Now, I'm not telling you all to suddenly turn into good little boys and girls, she chuckled. I'm just telling you to keep it away from the cameras. There is plenty of room in Mother's embrace for you to do whatever you fucking want, but just keep it out in the void. We don't need one of your barbecues showing up on the fucking news. In fact, I would greatly prefer it if you skipped the barbecues altogether. This isn't the old days. We should have plenty of supplies available. If any of you want dietary supplements, just buy some fucking vitamins, please. She tapped a key on the old-fashioned keyboard in front of her. I am now sending you a little list that we have made, she smiled. It's a list of friends, enemies, and the unclassified. We want to start respecting our friends and punishing our enemies immediately. For example, the Polka are not to be harmed, the Volksine, however. Wicked chuckles broke out. In fact, if you do want a barbecue. Nah, Gwen called out. They taste like pencil erasers. Good to know, I guess, Jessica laughed. Any other questions or concerns? Everybody either shrugged or shook their heads. Excellent. Jessica exclaimed. I look forward to watching your exploits tomorrow. The trigger is pulled. The Federation's Bad Day PT1. Musical intro plays as the station's logo is displayed. Lissa appeared on the screen. Good afternoon, Terran 7. It's Lissa K here on Sunshine Radio, your favorite source of music, videos, news, weather, and sports. Lissa paused and looked up at the screen. Guys, she said earnestly, I probably don't have to tell anyone this, but today is when the Federation's expeditionary force is arriving. She laughed nervously. Going off script here for a second. Guys. The Federation, the real Federation is on our side. I honestly believe that. Those jerks who said those things and who have mismanaged the disaster response are out. They are going to work on a vaccine. They are. So guys, please. Please don't make this any worse. Let's all just stay calm and work together. Things are going to turn around. You'll see. So. She looked up helplessly at the camera. Happy thoughts, she said weakly. Right, she said with more cheer. Let's get things rolling today with some of everybody's favorites, and I would like to dedicate this block to our fellow completely innocent friends and neighbors, friends who have done absolutely nothing wrong, our fellow Federation citizens here on Terran, no matter what species they might be. So, sit back and enjoy some happy thoughts. She started the first block of music videos and nervously checked the news feeds. She was still glued to the monitor when the door opened. It was the station manager, Bijal Kara. He didn't look happy. Lissa! He exclaimed. What the heck? Hi, Gel, she said distractedly. Way to dampen the mood there, he said disapprovingly. We are Sunshine Radio and that wasn't very sunny at all. Also, I thought I had made it perfectly clear that we weren't going to mention, today, on the air. Sorry, Gel, Lissa replied. I just had to say something, you know. We have a responsibility to. We have a responsibility to our parent network and to our format. Gel chided. Look, I get it. I do. I'm about to soak my felt over here, he said a bit more gently, but the network was quite clear about this. We carry on with business as usual. It's the right call. People look to us for light entertainment, you know, sunshine and happy thoughts and all that bullshit. He put his hand gently on her shoulder and gave it a friendly shake. Today of all days people are going to need that. Stick to the format. Do your thing. Make them smile and try to lighten the mood a little, hey. Alright, Gel, she smiled weakly. Fiddle while Rome burns. Got it. I don't know that one, Gel smiled. But if that means play music while the world gets a giant federation boot up its ass then yes. Exactly. That's exactly what it means, Lissa smiled back. But, about the format. Do you really think opening up the lines is a good idea today? I think it's a terrible idea. Gel laughed. But the network says stick to the format so we stick to the format. Open the lines and fiddle your heart out. Wait, Gel asked leaning in to whisper. Fiddle isn't one of those HR words is it? Not in this context, Lissa laughed. You're safe. Phew. Gel exclaimed in mock relief. Now, get to fiddling. You got it boss. Lissa said giving him a salute. Hey, Gel, she asked with concern. Your family, did you get them out okay? Gel nodded. They are staying with some of the wife's family way out in the fields, Gel replied. And you, he asked, are you going to head out to my lake house tonight? Yeah, she replied. My bags are in the break room. Great, he said. We are going to have a nurse with a scanner show up later today. Once she sweeps the place we are going to lock everything down until the bus shows up. It will be nice if everything is still here by then, she replied darkly. Hey there! Gel exclaimed. Happy thoughts. Yeah, happy thoughts. Drifting silently in the Zarin system's Ord cloud, Hattie Stockwell listened to Sunshine Radio as she stared at the readouts in front of her. She pulled out a bladder of coffee and loaded it into her trusty zero-G cup and set it to warm. She was one of the only spacers who embraced zero gravity. The void's kiss meant that she would never be able to set foot on solid ground again, but why would she want to? The void was everything. The void was nothing. The void was perfect. The void was all. It nurtured her, sustained her, cradled her ancient body in its cold embrace. The void was a magnificent lover. Once she felt his touch all those years ago, she wanted no other. The void cloaked her. No artificial gravity meant no dimple. She only had the true mass of her ship to contend with. She rarely ever used an active cloak. It would actually be more noticeable than she was without it. When she was adrift and her custom low-power systems were the only thing active, she was just another rock floating in the perfection of the void. The void sharpened her senses. No cloak and no artificial gravity meant silence. With her power output virtually non-existent, her sensor webs could hear everything. She could hear the heartbeat of the void, feel its breath on her skin. She checked her displays carefully. Real space was still nice and solid. There were no telltale ripples or stress points heralding any arriving ships. She took a long sip of her synthetic coffee as she zoomed on each of the tiny little worlds that surrounded each ship in the system. Everything was annoyingly normal. She wondered what the other spy was up to. Through her neural interface she located their distinctive teeny-tiny bump. It was still out here in the cloud with her, its position unchanged. She wondered who they were. They weren't feds, that's for damn sure. They were way too tidy, way too slick. They weren't Republic. They didn't click like a Terran ship would. They weren't Empire either. She didn't feel any of the buzz that their power plants would generate. They definitely weren't collective. Their inter-system jumps were way too clean. They were just this nice smooth pebble ever so lightly resting on space and time, almost completely invisible, almost. She slowly raised her cup to her brother. Whoever or whatever they were a professional, a skilled master of the arts of silence and shadow. They were almost as good as she was, almost. An amber notice flashed on one of her ultra-low power displays. Looks like the feds were warming up a hyperspace transmitter. Nice. She quickly loaded her latest readings and synced her relay to fire at the exact same instant, transmitting her latest observations to her old friend and sponsor, General Morgan. She also risked a little more power to her sensor amplifiers. Those noisy Fed relays would shake the whole system for her. No sense letting a free ping go to waste. Maybe she could get a better look at her friends. Also lurking in the same old cloud, XYRR/SKR/holes/Gritcha perched on her command pedestal of her ship, the nothing to see here. Feces, a drone grumbled as he gazed into a data feed. The young queen looked over at him with amusement. So, did you locate them? She buzzed with a laugh. If looks could kill. No, my queen, the drone buzzed in exasperation. It is the same as before, the slightest perturbation as the Feds sent their transmission and that is all. I know they are out there but... The drone trailed off in frustration. And no distortions in real space that aren't already accounted for, the proto-queen science officer, added with amusement. Also there are no unnatural orbits, no unusual power emissions, nothing. She flashed a few facets of her eye at the captain wickedly. Hey, Visu, she asked. Are you sure you aren't simply misinterpreting the data? You could just be chasing an emission harmonic. The data is incontrovertible, the drone shouted angrily. I think I would know if... He trailed off as an unmistakable scent wafted off of the science officer. Oh, go and pleasure yourself, Pre-Nex, he buzzed as the bridge broke out into laughter. Keep a feeler out for our friend, the queen captain laughed, adding her scent to the potpourri of amusement filling the bridge. But keep your eyes on the juice grubs. While I would love to find Visu's ghost, our mission is to monitor today's events down to the nanosecond. That's why our silk has been spun. That's the fly we are here to catch. Yes, my queen, the bridge replied in unison. Still, the queen mused, settling onto her pedestal, I would happily surrender my scent porn stash to find out who the hell is out there. Musical intro plays as the station's logo is displayed. Lissa appeared on the screen. Good afternoon Zarin 7. It's Lissa K here on Sunshine Radio, your favorite source of music, videos, news, weather, and sports. Lissa said brightly at the bottom of the hour, hope you enjoyed those vids. The lines are open if you want to request a tune or just want to share some sunshine. But, guys, please, she laughed with false cheer, behave yourselves, okay? She tapped her console. Hello, my little ray of sunshine. Lissa said with a smile. Lissa here, wishing you a sunshiny day. Hi Lissa, Apolka said cheerfully. And hello to you too, she replied with a cheerful smile. I just wanted to tell you and all of my human friends that we stand with you, the Polka exclaimed. Well, thanks. Lissa said with a genuine smile. It means a lot that our friendship. We got blasters. We got bombs. We got... Oh okay, Lissa said quickly, poking the disconnect icon. Appreciate the sentiment but maybe keep that blaster in your pants, dude. Taking a deep breath, Lissa selected a flashing icon. Hello. You are talking to Lissa on Sunshine Radio. Lissa. About that last caller, he's an idiot. The Federation is going to wipe you scum off of the map. They are. And you have a lovely afternoon too, Lissa said as she swatted the disconnect icon. She looked up at the camera. Guys, look, she said with a forced smile. The world's going you know where in a handbasket. I know that. You know that. We all know that. There are plenty of places to carry on with your blaster stroking and your flag waving but not here. We do happy thoughts here, people, something that we could all use today. Happy thoughts. Okay, we're going to the lines again but I will turn this car around, kids. I mean it. She decided to try a video call. Lissa here. And who do, oh, bleep. Woohoo, a chillingly familiar blonde cheerleader yelled, holding her trademark red plastic cup aloft. This time she was wearing a black polymer halter top that showed off her gigantic black angel's tattoo. Remember me, bleep? Yeah, bleep, I do, Lissa replied, rapidly scrolling through options on her console and triggering the police option. Ooh, you said, bleep. I call them like I see them, Lissa snarled. Here to brag about killing some defenseless community college instructors again. Not this time, bleep, Gwen yelled. I'm here to deliver a message from the, bleeping, devil herself. Why? Lissa asked, trying to keep her on the line long enough for the police to find her. Why me? Why this show? Isn't it obvious? Gwen asked cheerfully. Because I love your show. It's my favorite. Lissa's jaw dropped. That was the absolute last thing she expected to hear. Anyway, Gwen continued. The devil wants everybody to know that our fight is with the Federation, bleep, lords that are trying to extinctify us, not our fellow innocent civvies. Okay, Lissa replied in surprise. Especially the Polka. Gwen shouted. Woohoo, Polka. Those guys have been our friends since day one. The devil says as far as she is concerned they are human. Any, bleeps, who start, bleep, with any innocence today are going to have to answer to her, and any stupid, bleeps, who, bleep, with innocent Polka are going to answer to us, you and your whole, bleeping, family. Have fun today. Get your loot on if you wanna but don't hurt. Hey, bleep, a teenaged girl yelled off camera, pinch it off. They just hit the third proxy. Gotta go. Gwen yelled. Woohoo. Goo angels. The line went dead. Lissa just sat there blinking in shock. Are you sure you want me to keep the lines open? She yelled at someone off camera. Seriously? Okay. She took a deep breath, buried her face in her hand, and clicked a flashing icon. Hello, she said in a dull voice, you have reached Sunshine Radio. It was going to be a long day. Inside a deceptively normal-looking freighter resting on the surface of Rayleigh, Jessica Morgan sat in her command chair trying not to fidget. They're late, Jessica grumbled as she reviewed the latest intel reports. Typical, Terrance replied as he poured her a cup of tea. Not terribly efficient, are they? No, they are not, Jessica chuckled. It's fucking rude, I tell ya. Well, if common courtesy was prevalent among them, Terrance replied as he set the teacup and saucer beside her, I dare say we wouldn't be here in the first place. True, she smiled as she took a sip. Her expression darkened as she looked at her monitor wall. God damn it. What part of radio silence do they not fucking understand, she growled. It's like herding cats. She typed out an angry note and hit transmit. All chatter ceased immediately. Jessica stood up and started to pace. She hated this part. She always did. Across the Federation, the entire galaxy really, there existed hundreds of sapient species. One of the Federation's core tenets was that all of them were equal. This was of course, not remotely close to accurate. How could it be? There were vast differences between them. Some were physically stronger or more graceful than others. Others were gifted with one art or another, or perhaps a native technology that made them unique. Still others had such intellectual gifts that they easily claimed their place in the stars. Then there were the AAT. Jeho cheerfully strode down the hallway of Zarin 7's Federation Emergency Command Center wearing his messenger bag proudly. Not just any AAT could be a messenger. It was a real important job. As he rushed down the hall with his super important delivery clutched protectively to his chest, a happy little voice called out from the janitor's closet. Hi Jeho, another AAT called out. He turned to face a young female hurriedly grooming her glossy fur. Hi Ree, he replied twitching his whiskers. Happy day to you. Happy day to you too, she replied, her black eyes sparkling. She said as she nervously straightened her baggy uniform, you delivering something? Yes. It's snacks, he said proudly hefting the bag. I had to go to the canteen and buy the colonel and the rest of the guys in the command center some stuff. They gave you money? She asked in surprise. Yeah, he said proudly. They do that a lot. Wow, she said as she groomed herself and flashed him a toothy smile. I couldn't handle that kind of responsibility, she exclaimed. I would be afraid of messing it all up. Oh, it's not hard, he said as he pulled out a notepad with a little flourish. I just take down their orders and you can write. Sure can. Jeho grinned. Oh me stars, she enthused. Could you write my name for me? Sure, he said flipping to a fresh page. Let's see, he said as he concentrated. R. E. E, he said to himself as he carefully wrote each letter. There, he said happily as he tore out the page and handed it to her. Oh thank you, she exclaimed as she held the paper to her small frame. Thank you. She looked up at him shyly. Jeho, she asked timidly. Do you have a safe place to stay, you know, in case things get bad? 'Cause if you don't you could. Quit blocking the hallway, you little idiots, an unpleasant voice shouted. A Volksine was looking down at them with a nasty look on its face. Sorry, sir, Jeho said diplomatically as Ree froze in terror. We was just. I don't care, the Volksine snapped. We are in a state of emergency and you can't just be lazing about in the middle of the hall like this. I should report you, he said nastily. You, he said turning on Ree. Who is your supervisor, he snapped as she clutched her tail nervously. Jeho's eyes narrowed as he stepped in between them. Sorry Mr. Level 3, Jeho said sneering at him. The Volksine recoiled as if he had been slapped. Never seen one of you just a level 3 before, Jeho said with false innocence. Doesn't that mean you didn't grad? You. What is your name? Jeho, he replied pulling out his notepad. Do you need me to write it down for? Arg, the Volksine shouted as he stormed off. You will hear about this. Eeeeeeee, Ree wailed as she twisted her tail in her paws. Hey, Jeho said reassuringly as he stroked her gently. He's just a big stinky stupid. I got you into trouble, she wailed. They're gonna take your job. They? Jeho snorted. Big stupid can't take anyone's job, he chuckled as he continued to stroke her head. We don't work for the Federation, we work for Boss Man, remember? But nothing, Jeho smiled. He then looked back and forth. Once he was sure it was safe, he leaned in and whispered. Hey, how many Volksine does it take to light a candle? I don't know. None, Jeho said with a grin, because they're stupid. Ri's eyes widened in shock. Then, she broke out into giggles. Thanks, Jeho, the old colonel smiled as he accepted a small foil-wrapped bundle. With extra pickles and mustard. Jeho proudly proclaimed. Perfect, the colonel exclaimed happily, never taking his eyes off of the wall of displays. So what do you think, Jeho? The colonel asked. Sir. About today, the colonel replied glancing at him. What do you think is going to happen? Jeho replied thoughtfully, it's gonna be bad. What makes you say that? When things are going to get bad you find your family, Jeho replied. The humans have been doing that. They are gathering up their kin. When AAT do that, he said grimly, it's bad times. It's end war. You keep your family close, keep food on your backs, and your children in sight. In end war you bring your children to the battlefield. That's what the humans are doing. It's end war. Why would you bring your kids to battle? Jeho sighed. There is no home left. There is no safe left. There's. Lieutenant Araval rushed into the room. The human ships have all powered up, all of them, simultaneously. Interesting, the colonel replied. Why would they? We have hyperspace flares, one of the people in the command room shouted. It's the fleet. Look at them. Cheers broke out as ship after ship entered the system. It's the Formidable, a female cranial cheered as a huge Federation battleship entered real space. The colonel frowned. The humans knew, he thought to himself. They knew they were hitting the system before we did. Issue a level 4 alert to all forces, the colonel barked. Sir, the female cranial asked in confusion. This is what the humans were waiting for, he said grimly. Have everyone stand ready. Sir, the streets, another person said in alarm. We have movement. Across the entire planet, trucks and buses started pulling out of warehouses, parking garages, schools, everywhere. What are they doing? Someone asked, genuinely confused. They were waiting for the fleet to arrive, the colonel muttered. Why? Why wait until you are outnumbered? The bridge of the nothing to see here was in a barely controlled frenzy of activity. A massive number of ships were moments away from entering the system. It wouldn't be long now. I got you. I stinking got you, the communications officer triumphantly shouted, spraying a huge plume of pride and triumph. Ugh. Not in my face, dude, the Captain Queen exclaimed as she curled her antennae back. Oh, sorry. Visu apologized. I take it you have something to accompany all that musk, the Captain Queen laughed. Oh do I? Visu exclaimed. My ghost friend just sent an unmasked transmission. I got a clear look at it. I not only know roughly where they are, I know who they are. Well. The encryption is that unbreakable human excrement. They're humans. Not only that, but the only humans using that particular encryption are Jessica Morgan's forces. It's one of hers. Still can't see it though, the science officer said, staring intently at her displays. Nothing in that area except for rocks and ice. Are you sure you are interpreting your data correctly? Visu smirked. Prenex made a very rude flicking gesture with her rear legs as she continued to analyze the sensor feeds to everyone's amusement. Ignore the ghost for now, the Captain Queen snickered. Now that we know who they are, their presence is fully explained. Let's focus on incoming flares, the weapons officer shouted. Yeah, focus on those, the Captain Queen buzzed happily as she pulled up her own set of displays. Things were about to get fun. The hammer starts to fall. The Federation's bad day PT2. Jessica Morgan sighed in exasperation as she paced back and forth. The Fed's Terran Expeditionary Force had been in the system for almost half an hour. Half an hour. And here, in Relash? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. They were supposed to get here first. Fucking Feds, she cursed. They were threatening the whole operation because they couldn't stick to a simple flight plan. Ma'am. Terrence asked as he walked in with a tray of sushi. Where are the Feds? She demanded. They were supposed to be here over an hour ago. I'm afraid I couldn't say, ma'am, Terrence replied with the slightest of smirks. They never RSVP'd. Rude. Jessica chuckled as she collected her lunch. She popped a piece of nigiri into her mouth, taking care to savor it. Such luxuries would be very rare very soon, even for her. After she swallowed the precious mouthful, she decided to try reaching the Prime Minister again. The shooting hadn't started yet. There was still an outside chance that maybe, just maybe, she could negotiate something, anything. It wouldn't take much to stop today and everything that would follow. A lot of people were about to die, a lot of people. In the Terran system alone a force of 75,000 Federation soldiers have just entered the system, not to mention the fleet of naval vessels accompanying them. At last count over a dozen cruisers, and even the fucking Formidable had just flown right into her clutches. The size of the group en route to her was at least 4 times as large. She frowned and pushed the sushi aside. She had lost her appetite. What the fuck was wrong with her? A century ago she would be physically excited at the thought of what was about to happen. Now? She was just nauseous. She shouldn't have thought about the numbers again. Jesus, that was a lot of people, mostly just kids, young soldiers who hadn't done a damn thing to. Get a hold of yourself, Jessica, she thought. You're the devil of soul, for fuck's sake. She took a deep breath and lowered herself into her command chair. She called the Prime Minister's private number. Moments later the Prime Minister's face appeared on her screen. Come crawling to beg for mercy, he sneered. Vahsi, Jessica said earnestly. Let's talk. I'm not certain that we have anything to discuss. We don't have to do this, Vahsi, Jessica urgently. Let's work something out while we still can. We don't deal with common terrorists, Jessica. God damn it. Could you just drop the whole terrorist bit? It's just us here. I don't want to do this, Vahsi. I don't. We can stop this. I'm not asking for much. I just need. If you want to talk, then turn yourself in and have your thugs stand down, the Prime Minister replied calmly. Once you are in custody and order is restored, then I will be prepared to open a dialogue with the humans, not before. That's not going to happen, Jessica replied. Not without something to give them. The humans need to remember that they are a part of the Federation and that they need to respect its authority and the rule of law. You don't fucking get it. Jessica snapped. A lot of people are about to die and you are talking about respecting authority and the rule of law? The humans lost both of those when you fuckers put the knife in. That ship has sailed. They aren't going to settle down unless they have the ability to manage themselves and manage this disaster without interference. That's it. That's all they need. Give us that and we can stop this madness before it starts. The madness is already going to be stopped, the Prime Minister replied. Overwhelming force has been dispatched to Rayleigh, Terran, and all other human enclaves. Order will be restored. If you are so afraid of your people dying, then tell them to lay down their arms and submit. I'm not afraid my people dying. They already are. Jessica replied. I am not afraid of you, but I am afraid, Jessica said quietly, I'm afraid of us. I'm afraid of me. I'm terrified of what we are going to do today. I remember what we once were and it scares the shit out of me, Vahsi. Jessica fell silent as her monitors indicated the arrival of the Rayleigh Expeditionary Force. Holy fuck, there were a lot of ships. Fuck, she said as she took a deep breath. We're out of time. We have this one final chance to stop everything. We have this one last chance to actually be leaders and stop a war that doesn't have to happen. Please, Vahsi, work with me. We can do this without bloodshed, without death. You can't escape your fate with your frantic maneuverings, the Prime Minister replied smugly. Your uprising will be crushed, today. You humans will be taught your place. And you, old friend, will spend the rest of your days in. The Prime Minister fell silent as Jessica started to laugh a manic, ugly laugh and tears started to roll down her cheeks. You stupid fucker, she sobbed, we could have stopped this. We could have stopped everything. She lunged towards the screen, her face twisted with anguished rage. Fine. Reap the whirlwind, motherfucker, she yelled as she laughed and wept. Fucking reap it. She terminated the call. She slumped into her chair and closed her eyes as she let out a ragged gasping sigh. She didn't have time for this. There was no time. There was no hope. She had a job to do, one she knew very, very well. She opened her eyes and smiled grimly as she established a hyperspatial relay link and triggered the release of a prepared statement that would soon be echoing across the entire known galaxy. She then reached for her lunch. It turned out that she was a bit peckish after all, and letting a plate of sushi-grade fish go to waste was one sin she could prevent. The Colonel stared at the displays in amazement. In almost any other circumstance this would be hilarious. Hundreds of ships had all taken off in perfect unison and were flying about in hundreds of different directions with no regard for established flight paths or public safety. It was chaos, beautiful glorious chaos. Terran space flight control was completely overwhelmed. Even their automatic citation generator was swamped. It couldn't issue fines fast enough. Of course, every single ship had its command override and automatic navigation equipment disabled. They discovered that days ago when all this oddness started. Colonel, the female cranial officer chirped. Admiral Moperin is hailing you. An image of a heavily decorated SAM appeared on the screen. Colonel, the Admiral barked. What is going on down there? I've been trying to figure that out for days, Admiral, the colonel replied in a tired voice. Well, make them stop, the admiral barked. Issue recall commands. Oh creators, the colonel snarked. Recall commands. Why didn't I think of that? Hey, guys. Just issue recall commands. As the Terran command center broke out into chuckles, the admiral's expression darkened. Colonel, you are in dire risk of insubordination. Of course we have issued recall commands, Admiral, the colonel replied in annoyance. Every single one of those vessels has all of their mandated control interfaces removed. And you haven't disabled them. With what? Besides, they have been keeping in the gravity well. We hit them with a pulse and they will fall into the planet, usually over a populated area. We can't knock them offline without significant civilian casualties, and they know it. And before you ask, the System Defense Force absolutely refuses to touch this one. They say it's our problem. In fact, I haven't been able to reach them at all since the ships lifted off. I'll have their jobs, the Admiral barked. Yours too if you don't resolve this. We can't commence deployment of our forces until the landing areas are secure. Again, resolve it with what? The colonel snapped. There are hundreds of... Wait, the colonel trailed off as it hit him. That's what they are doing. The colonel realized. By procedure, the Federation will not deploy landers in a non-combat situation if space superiority is not established, and they know it. Admiral, the colonel said in a very serious voice. That's exactly what they want. They are keeping you from landing those troops. Admiral. You need to get those troops down here immediately. Our landers could be vulnerable to those vessels, the Admiral replied as if he was talking to a child. Then get the troops out of here until we resolve this. Retreat, the Admiral snapped. Nonsense. We will not turn tail over some rabble. Sir, please reconsider, the colonel said in alarm. Don't you see? The humans have just legally forfeited every single one of those vessels for the expressed purpose of causing this delay. If they are willing to pay that much to buy a few minutes, we are fools if we just sit around waiting to find out why. I have no time for your inefficiency or cowardice, Colonel, the Admiral sneered. Just play policeman down there until I have need of you. The communication was terminated. You could hear a pin drop as everyone turned to look at the colonel in shock. Have all troops go to battle ready, the colonel shouted, seemingly unfazed by the insult. Get our armored units fired up and ready to go, now. Yes, sir. The colonel pulled up planetary maps and stared at them intently. He had 1,000 troops scattered across the planet. He started recalling any deployed units, pulling everyone back to his strongholds. Colonel, one of his officers said as they squinted their eyes in a smirk. The Admiral has just issued a system-wide transmission ordering all civilian shipping to land. He says that all ships still active within 1 hour will be classified as combatants. Idiot, the colonel said, lightly slamming his face into his desk. Sir, with all due respect, he is within his rights, the female colonel replied. According to the articles of... Not that part, the colonel snapped. An hour? Why not give them a week? He's playing right into their hands. Get him on the line. They say he has no time to waste on you, sir, the colonel replied with a wince. Then, as the humans say, the colonel said after a few seconds. We're fucked. Anyone who isn't armed, draw a weapon immediately. Get me system defense now. They still aren't responding, sir. The colonel took a deep breath. Well, being a cog was nice while it lasted, he muttered. I am authorizing an immediate strike. Seize the system defense headquarters now. Combat is authorized. Don't go in guns blazing, but if they resist, take them down. Sir. That's an order. Take out Terran's system defense command, now. Either this is all a big misunderstanding and we'll have a good laugh about it during my retirement party, or I'm right. Please don't let me be right. Yes, sir. And that was the minstrels with gumdrops on my pillow, Lissa K said happily. I know they are just a planetary name right now, but just you watch, guys, she said with a big smile. They are going places. She beamed at the camera. Things had been going surprisingly well the past hour. In fact, they were going better than just well. Their ratings were through the roof. She got MMD early in the show and it went viral. A picture of her, face in her hands, with the title "Pour that girl a Johnson's," the catchphrase of Johnson's Spirits, an infamously famous cheap liquor, legally they can only call it a spirit - even vodka refuses to claim them, was the pick of the day. Unfortunately, a clip of her bleeping on camera was also right up there. The sound was censored, but it was pretty darn clear what she was saying. Normally she would be in trouble over that, but with all the buzz it generated, the network was delighted. The second appearance of that Black Angels bitch also made the planetary news. It turns out that the little cheer squad psychopath was none other than Gwen Shea, the great-granddaughter of the Gwendolyn Shea, bitch queen of the Angels herself. She had even just completed a dual-cast interview / collab with Terran Prime Information. ZPI was the system's news network. Through all of this madness she had actually managed to get her message out there and people were responding. The lines were being flooded by good people who just wanted a little normalcy, a little cheering up, a little sunshine. She couldn't cure the plague. She couldn't stop the invasion, as it was now being called. She couldn't do a damn thing. But she could run a cheerful little radio show and at least make the day a tiny bit less sucky. That she could do. It wasn't much, but at least it was something. It was something that a lot of people really needed right now. For the first time in days she actually was feeling like her old self again. She was even starting to feel just a little bit of genuine optimism. Maybe things wouldn't be so. Suddenly the monitors switched away from her smiling face and intentionally vacuous patter. Her blood froze in her veins as an entirely too familiar ancient visage appeared, the devil herself. Jessica spoke. Fellow humans, we face a crisis. A biological weapon, crafted by an ancient enemy, has been released into our population. It is virulent, incurable, and 100% fatal. Not only were we attacked but we were also betrayed. The Federation, our home for over 100 years, decided to not only fail to render the assistance that any citizen of the Federation has every right to expect but to actively hamper response to this crisis and to prevent any real research concerning its treatment or even a vaccine. They said that this bio-attack was a good thing. They said that we becoming extinct was a plus. They laughed at our plight, our sick, our dying. They laughed. They actively took steps to encourage the spread of this plague and took steps to keep us from being effectively able to seek shelter or isolate ourselves. They willfully withheld essential medical equipment and supplies that they have in abundance, so that the plague could not be stopped. And they laughed. Why? Why would they do this? They do this because it is the perfect ugly end to an ugly strategy they have undertaken since the debacle that was the Republic War. Ever since that idiotic attack they have sought to paint us as the primary cause, the main instigator of that war. That is simply not the case. It never was. Yes, some human individuals including, to my everlasting shame, at least one member of my family were supporters of that attack. However, we humans have never had enough power to be able to influence the Federation to the extent necessary to start a war on our own. If we had that power, then we certainly would have the power to prevent the desperate plight that we now face. Not even I have the power needed to command the Federation's military. I really wish I did, for if I could I would simply tell them to leave in peace. The Federation chose to attack the Republic on its own, for its own reasons. We were simply a useful tool that could be used to justify that war and a convenient scapegoat for when that war failed. We are, after all, humans the same as the Terrans. It was easy to artfully redirect no small portion of the anger and pain that rightfully belonged to the Federation towards us. By burying us, many hope to bury the whole war and allow it to fade from history as we do. Others fear the Republic and hope that with us gone they will be appeased. Still others, such as the Volksine, seized upon this disaster as a way to seek revenge, to settle an old score. All of these groups also have another huge motivation. Simple greed. Review of the financial dealings of more than one individual behind the attempted murder of our entire people clearly show them already preparing to capitalize on the disaster. We know who you are. We are coming. Make no mistake. We know the true source of the pathogen. Patricia, who is to blame for its creation and its release. She is directly responsible for the deaths of thousands. The Federation's intentional mismanagement of the response and active inhibition of our ability to manage ourselves during this nightmare is, however, responsible for the deaths of millions. The true threat to our survival is clear. The Federation had not the brilliance to create the pathogen. They had not the brutal resolve necessary to release it. Unfortunately for us, cowardly opportunism is something the Federation has in abundance, and they gleefully seized upon this horror to further their own hate-filled, greedy ambitions. Even so, I endeavored until the final moments to negotiate a peace that did not entail our capitulation, that did not require their hand upon our throat, that offered some assurance of our survival. I failed. As of this moment we are at war. We, however, cannot speak for every human in the Federation. We do not own humanity. I do, however, speak for many, and our voice shall be heard starting today. Our voices do not call for war. They do not call out for vengeance, and perhaps it would be better for the Federation if they did. We call out, to all humanity, urging them to do the one single thing we humans do best. Survive. We shall not go extinct. We will survive. No matter who attacks or forsakes us, we will survive, and we will eliminate anyone or anything that seeks to prevent that. We call ourselves the Forsaken. A disturbing banner emblazoned with the 8-rayed star of chaos and studded with eyes appeared behind her. Today, the Forsaken wages war. Today we strike the first blow against the Federation. We do this not to revel in carnage or seek revenge. Those are luxuries that survival does not allow. We do this to stop an invasion bent upon continuing the policy of extinction and to liberate fellow Forsaken that are trapped on Relaj, Zarin, and other human enclaves. Once we break the stranglehold the Federation has on these areas, we shall also distribute essential supplies such as scanners and other medical equipment to unaffiliated human populations. That is our mission this blood-soaked day. We did not want war. We did not want blood. We did not want death, but if they must come, then they will come at our hands, on our terms, delivered to our foes. At the end of this day the Federation will wail and cry and moan and attempt, in their pathetic cowardly way, to paint us as the aggressors, as the monsters, but don't be fooled. We were created by them. We were set upon by them. They chose their foe, and they chose this battle. We merely refused to die. We apologize in advance for any inconvenience this might cause the gentle souls of the Federation. The feed suddenly was cut and Lissa's pale, horrified face appeared on the screen. She blinked in confusion, completely at a loss. Will someone please pour me that Johnson's already, she yelled at the camera before pressing play on the next block of videos. A loud boom shook the building, shortly followed by dozens of others. What was that? She yelled as she threw open the door to the studio and peeked out into the hall. Spaceship just hit the gas, someone yelled. Sonic boom smashed the glass out front. They are all rolling out, someone else yelled as they were staring at their phone. All over the planet. All of them. So, Gel said sadly, it's happening, then. They can't expect to face the invasion fleet, right? Someone asked in a frightened voice. They aren't going to fight them, are they? What are we going to do? Our jobs. Gel replied in a loud, clear voice. We keep the people informed. We get the truth out, the real truth. People. Get to your desks. Man the feeds. Find out what the hell is going on. He turned to Lissa. And you, he said with a crazed smile. Fiddle. Lissa asked. No, I'm turning you loose. Gel grinned. Do whatever the fuck you want. Be Lissa. I can do that. Lissa replied with a grin. Author's note. You might observe some inconsistencies between Jessica Morgan's declaration of war and what you might have previously read or what you might notice in the future. I really didn't want to have to be the one to tell you this, but sometimes a public figure will say something that is, less than 100% true. I hope this doesn't shake your faith in humanity. Bang. The Federation's bad day part 3. They are leaving the atmosphere, the tactical officer of the Formidable shouted. Where are they headed? Admiral Moperin asked as he sipped a cup of herbal tea. Nowhere. Everywhere. I don't know, the tactical officer replied, looking helplessly at his screen. The Admiral mused. Send the cruisers to engage them. Start knocking them out with EMP bursts as soon as they are free of the planet's gravity. Yes, Admiral. What is that idiot doing? The Colonel asked as he watched the holographic wall in disbelief. Sir, it appears. It was a rhetorical question, the Colonel said, holding his head in his manipulators. How the hell did this guy ever make it past Ensign? Did we ever get a good scan of those ships? No, sir. Something inside them is interfering with our scanners. I'm certain we are going to find out what they are hiding in just a few minutes, the Colonel said with a grim smirk. What about the System Defense HQ? We get there yet? No, sir. Our units are en route. When they get there, have them drag whoever is in charge in front of a communicator. I want some answers. Colonel, the female Cranial shouted. We have a hyperspace flare. It's huge. What the hell is that? The Colonel asked. I'm not sure, sir, the Cranial replied. It's Titanic. It's the Ebon Dreamer, sir, another officer replied. It's a human Sargasso-class freighter, registered to Morgan Shipping. I thought only the Terrans made things that big, the Cranial said in awe. Oh, that can't be good, the Colonel muttered. Captain Cavanel cursed as yet another freighter buzzed them. Target that asshole, he yelled. Sir, his weapons officer shouted. Something is interfering with our automatic targeting systems. Impossible, the captain shouted. These are civilian full reverse. Abyss-kissed maniacs. His shields flashed as a freighter actually grazed their shields and bounced off. Pulse that shithead, he yelled. Fire manually if you have to. Pulse away, the weapons officer shouted. It's a hit. They are dead in the hyperspace flare. It's a big one. Contact the Formidable, the captain yelled. Ahead emergency. Heading 180x120, he shouted as they narrowly avoided another collision. And for the love of the creators, please shoot these pool shitters. I can't get through, the communications officer yelled. What? All frequencies are completely clogged with music. It's disturbing stuff, Captain. Even the hyperspace channels. All of them. Yes, Captain, the communications officer said helplessly. I can't get through. The shields screamed in protest as yet another freighter expertly glanced off of them, drawing a broad glowing streak along their entire port side. Shields 15% loaded, the tactical officer shouted. Keep firing EMPs, the captain shouted and then turned to the communications officer. I don't care how you do it, but get me the admiral. Yes, Captain, the communications officer said miserably. The admiral looked at the main display, his rage slowly building. It was madness. His cruisers were completely swarmed by hordes of freighters buzzing them from all directions. It was as if they had absolutely no concern the consequences of their actions. Didn't they know that they would all be imprisoned, their ships seized? Why didn't they care? It didn't really matter in the end, he mused. Slowly but surely they were getting picked off by EMPs. It would take hours at this rate, but they would all be disabled. But could they board them quickly enough for them not to be able to recover and resume their insanity? It was time to lay down the law. Send a broadband message stating that every ship that continues to harass our vessels past this point will be, in accordance with the statutes pertaining to martial law and in accordance with the articles of emergency protocols, considered enemy combatants and will be engaged with lethal force. I can't, Admiral, the formidable communications officer said miserably. All frequencies of any sort are hopelessly jammed with music and other noise. Impossible, the Admiral yelled. You mean to tell me that we, a Federation battleship, can't cut through the yammerings of these rabble? Some of them are carrying very powerful transmitters, Admiral. Well, have them targeted with pulses. We are having difficulty determining the source of the transmissions, the communications officer winced. There are too many of them to clearly. Useless. The lot of you, the Admiral bellowed. Fire a message torpedo. Sir, if we do that. Don't presume to tell me my job, Lieutenant, the Admiral shouted. Load that message into a torpedo and launch the accursed thing. Yes, Admiral, the lieutenant said miserably. On board the Ebon Dreamer, Captain Sturdivant sipped a mug of coffee and idly looked at his monitors. He smiled happily. Never in a million years did he ever expect to see combat again. It was a dream come true. Any time now, he said quietly. Captain, his first mate asked. The formidable, the captain replied. It will launch a message torpedo any second now. Is our course laid in? Yes, Captain, she replied. The secondary jump drive is already spooled up and ready to. There it goes, the captain said cheerfully. Let's do this. Yes, Captain, the first mate replied, swallowing nervously. Trying to keep her voice calm and even, she pressed the intercom. All missiles prepare to fire, she shouted. Engage jump drives on my mark. 3, 2, 1. Mark. The Ebon Dreamer leapt into hyperspace. All vessels that continue to harass Federation ships during their mission to secure this system will be considered enemy combatants and will be engaged with lethal force. All Federation vessels. You are hereby authorized to use lethal force. Repeat. All Federation vessels are authorized to use lethal force from this point forward. Message repeats. The message torpedo unleashed a blast of gravity waves, electromagnetic waves, and hyperspace distortions in all communications frequencies as its powerful transmitters slowly overheated, drowning out all other transmissions in the system. And would for the next 120 Federation standard seconds. The Admiral smiled in satisfaction. That would show that porky rabble. If they weren't frightened off by the message, they certainly would scatter once they started being blown apart. Admiral, the communications officer exclaimed. Our vessels are pulsing their drives. The signal has been received. Something big has entered hyperspace, the Ebon Dreamer. I think, but all of this distortion has made it difficult to determine its destiny. It probably fled once it realized that we were serious, the Admiral said smugly. Probably running back to. The entire battleship vibrated as the Ebon Dreamer appeared less than 2 kilometers away. Wah? The Admiral asked, completely stunned. Plutonium, the tactical officer shrieked, plutonium. Fire, the Admiral screamed. Fire. The Ebon Dreamer shuddered from the powerful blaster bolts striking its shield and from numerous debris impacts from firing a broadside point blank into the formidable. Damage report, he said calmly as he watched the formidable break apart. Shields 95% loaded, the first mate said nervously. While the shields barely held overall, we have multiple breaches along the starboard side. Multiple breaches. Looks like we are out of the fight, then, the captain replied. Get us out of here. Yes, Captain. Let's see if all of those damage control drills paid off, the captain said calmly and then looked over at his first mate. Susan, you can stop running in place and get down there if you want. I got this. Yes, Captain, the first mate shouted and sprinted off of the bridge. Spin us about 90 degrees, the captain said to the helmsman. Ahead emergency. The second, our main hyperdrive is fully charged. Jump to fallback point Charlie. Yes, Captain. The captain looked at the system display hovering in front of him. All of the cruisers were already gone, ripped apart by salvos of, Terran missiles. The troop transports were getting engaged now. They had good shields but were woefully undergunned, completely dependent on their escorts for protection. They were doomed along with everyone on them. A wave of, armed merchantmen were now leaving Zaran 7's atmosphere. Those ships were ancient, many of them mothballed from the Soul Wars themselves. Their targets? The woefully undergunned auxiliary transports accompanying the troop carriers. Ancient as they may be, their armor and weapons were more than a match for those transports. The ancient captain spared a moment of pity for those transports. For those on the troop carriers it was going to be quick, nuked into the arms of the Creator. For those auxiliary transports, however, the Black Angels, Los Ninos, the Longshanks, and the Dragons awaited. As the drama in space started to unfold, the commander of Zaran's System Defense Force, General Gej Rihikelja, grinned as her crest slowly inflated. "You old slug," she chuckled as she watched the approaching strike force from her command center. "I didn't know you had it in you." "What should we do, ma'am?" a human major asked, cradling a Federation Gauss carbine. "If they play nice, let them in," she said calmly, "but if they start shooting, light those fucking feds up," she added with a lopsided polka grin. "Yes, ma'am." She chuckled and placed a call to Colonel XXVKK. The colonel's odd visage appeared on the screen. She wasn't an expert in reading his kind, but he looked pissed. "General, I'm ever so relieved to see you well," the colonel said with a wet snorting sound. "I feared that you had been taken by the rebels." "Oh, is that a rescue mission that you've sent?" "Yes, a rescue mission." "Let's go with that." "Well, we are perfectly safe over here, as snug as bugs in a rug. You can call off the cavalry, XX. "Not until I get a few answers," the colonel said, twisting his mouth parts into what the locals considered a smile, and he considered somewhat uncomfortable. "Ask away, Gumby," the general replied. "Gumby? Bah, never mind. What are you playing at, General?" "I'm certain I don't know what you mean, Colonel. Where are your ships? Where are your men? All manner of tomfoolery and shenanigans are taking place and you are just sitting idly by doing nothing." "My concern is the safety of this system and its inhabitants," the general replied. "Tomfoolery doesn't fall under my mandate. Neither do shenanigans. When the miscreants threaten the safety of my people, I'll get involved. Until then, you are on your own. You have a responsibility to the Fed." "I'm gonna stop you right there, you fucking pencil topper," the general replied with an ugly smile. "Do you have any idea how many people, good people, I've known my entire life that are now lying in?" "Colonel, someone," a cranial, shrieked. "Goodbye, Gumby," the general with a wave and a smile as she hung up. She glanced up at the main screen and winced. She knew it was coming, but, Jesus, those poor bastards. "Major, start Operation Plausible Deniability." "Yes, ma'am." Jeho proudly strode into the command center with a messenger bag full of snacks and soft drinks. "I have your," he started to proudly say and then trailed off in confusion. Everyone was just standing there, staring at the glowing wall in shock. Some people were weeping openly. He looked up at the wall. He wasn't entirely sure what all of the glowing words meant, but he knew what the letters FSS meant. When there was a flash and then those letters went away, that was pretty clear too. He looked over at the colonel. He was just sitting there, completely silent. "The formidable is gone," the nice cranial lady said as she was fiddling with her computer thing. "The protector, the gallant, the inspiration. All of them," she clucked miserably. Jeho knew that clucking was them crying. "Oh creators," someone else gasped. "They are going for the troop transports. Oh creators. Oh no. No." Jeho watched the screen as one glowy ship after another flashed and then disappeared. 75,000 troops, the colonel muttered, holding his head. As a horrified silence settled over the room, a quiet thunk could be heard. The colonel looked over and saw a messenger bag lying on the ground and caught the tip of an AAT tail disappearing in a blur. He smiled. "Creators protect you, Jeho," he said quietly and then stood. "Hey," the colonel shouted. "We aren't dead yet, but we will be if we don't get it in gear, now. Contact the unit commanders. Let them know what has happened and to expect company. Pull all drones into a perimeter around all strong points. We aren't going to let ourselves get caught with our pantaloons about our lower appendages. And, just in case it isn't perfectly clear, lethal force is authorized for all units. This is now a war zone, people." Everyone looked up at him in confusion. "Move," he bellowed. Jeho sprinted down the corridor looking into each room and janitor's closet. "Federation's losing. We go. We go now," he shouted at every other laborer he met. "But bossman, he. Rut the bossman." Jeho yelled at a fellow AAT. "End war. It's end war. The humans are killing all the feds. Run. End war. Run." The other AAT looked at him for a few seconds, then started to sprint. He shouted, rushing up to grab her, as he saw her happily pushing her mop and humming a traditional AAT tune. We go. We go now. Ri beamed up at him when he touched her. Hi Jeho. Eee, she yelped as he started dragging her towards the door. We have to run, he yelled. But I'm working. End war, he yelled. The humans have started end war. Not safe here. Come with me. With you? Ri asked nervously. Okay, she exclaimed cheerfully as Jeho dragged her down the hall. My hand. She thought gleefully as she stumbled behind him. He's holding my hand. The Federation is just having a rather unpleasant time. The Federation's bad day part 4. Major Jas Marshall cursed as another parcel announced itself with a whiz as it passed through the compound's deflector screen followed by a thunk. Somebody please locate that stone launcher. He shouted. All of Raylesh was restless today. He had been led to believe, thanks to a welcome few days' respite, that the proclamation of martial law had cowed the humans into obedience, but today they were back to their old tricks. It was as if the impending arrival of the expeditionary force spurred them into one final act of defiance before several 100,000 troops would descend upon them, forever crushing them into submission. Whiz. Thwop. He flinched despite himself. That one squarely impacted his armored field command vehicle hard enough to make it shake. He turned upon the sensor operator. Find it, he bellowed. I'm trying, sir, the technician whined. It's an assembly of metal, masonry, and wood in a city comprised of metal, masonry, and wood. Based on the trajectory of the projectile I have a good idea where it is, but I do not have its exact location, the technician said miserably. If we could just... Whiz. Thwop. Damn it all, the major shouted. If we could just launch a drone, the technician continued, I would be able to quickly. We don't have any drones left, the major snapped. Between their snipers and those accursed drone hunting drones of theirs, one of our sensor drones doesn't last a minute out there. Use the ballistic calculator and give us a target. The program provided to us by the SDF doesn't seem to be accurate enough, the technician replied, wincing as he unintentionally said the dreaded acronym. Do you mean the System Defense Force? The major hissed. Proper nomenclature is necessary for any successful organization. Just because the local defense forces use such bastardized nomenclature is no justification for us to. Whiz. SPLSH. Activate chemical filtration, the major yelled, even though the interior was always filtered, as there were shouts outside. What in the hells was that? Ammonia, sir, the technician replied. The major snarled. Humans had made the discovery that while they most certainly did not like ammonia, they were much more resistant to it than a lot of Federation species. What was irritated eyes and a coughing fit flavored with barbaric obscenities for them was a trip to emergency medical services for many others. What's worse, since it had commercial and industrial uses on this primitive backwater and wasn't sufficiently lethal, it could only be classified as a nuisance attack instead of the chemical weapon that it absolutely was. He had several men in the hospital thanks to that nuisance. He had several more that had been permanently reassigned due to damage to their respiratory organs or eyes. The major hissed as the yells and screams of his troops as they were donning their protective equipment could be heard through the armor plating. He didn't like the humans before this posting. Now, he hated them with every fiber of his being. They had the right idea. Let them all go extinct. It couldn't happen fast enough in his book. Sir, a convoy is approaching, the technician announced. It's SD. It's the System Defense Force, sir. The technician said with a wince. It's Captain Devereux, sir. She is asking to be let in. As if this day couldn't get more annoying, the major grumbled. Let her in. Maybe one of those rocks will hit her. The major, wearing a gas mask, exited his vehicle and approached the two ground transports that pulled into his compound. He sneered at them under his mask. Wheels. Their System Defense Force used wheeled vehicles with mechanical drivetrains, the primitives. Captain Devereux hopped out of the lead 5-ton. The major disliked the name. It was nowhere near specific enough for a military vehicle, even a support transport like those primitive things. He disliked Captain Devereux even more. It was as if all the negative stereotypes pertaining to humans had been distilled down into an extract and then poured into a pair of boots. She was crass. She was boorish. She was vile. Everything she said and did screamed human. Phew, she said, holding her nose and saluting. What is that smell? You know perfectly well what it is, Captain, he said with great annoyance as he returned her salute. At least she saluted this time. Normally she didn't. When he confronted her about it, she would always say it was because they were in the field. Maybe the approaching fleet was making them at least try to appear the slightest bit professional before they found themselves just directing traffic and hauling supplies in their archaic transports. There was something shiny on her uniform. That was unusual. Normally their uniforms were completely drab and without any of the adornment that any self-respecting military force would demand. It was as if they took pains to hide any signs of rank or importance. It was very inconvenient. You had little idea who you were dealing with until you were almost close enough to touch them. Have you been promoted? He asked, eyeing the large golden pin. It was, like all things human, inherently annoying. It was in the form of a serpent with wings holding a spiral in its teeth. It was laughably inaccurate. No creature could exist with those physical traits. Even if it did exist, flight would be impossible. It was no doubt another of their fanciful creations. Nah, she snorted. Oh, you mean this, she said, fondly stroking the pin. It's just a little something I put on for today. It's the worm. A worm? The Major asked with annoyance. It bears no resemblance to. Not a worm, a worm, she exclaimed as strangely dressed people climbed out of the transports. It's a tribal emblem. I'm a member of the Dragons. I just wanted to be sure people knew that today, that's all. I wasn't aware that such things were allowed on military uniforms, Captain, he said with great disapproval. Not officially, she said with a big smile, revealing a golden canine tooth, something that he absolutely detested. Why would they do that? Don't they have appropriately hued dental implants? She no doubt lost her natural tooth due to poor hygiene or some drunken brawl, no doubt. I just felt like showing a little tribal pride today, she exclaimed. The Major made a disapproving snort. He would definitely be informing her superiors, for all the good that would do. He finally looked at the people who were forming up behind her. If her pin and gold tooth were annoying, it was nothing compared to the others. They weren't wearing anything close to a regulation uniform. They were wearing long white garments with a large violet cross on the front. And was that power armor? That was absolutely not allowed for system defense forces, especially human ones. Their charter was quite clear. Human power armor was absolutely forbidden. Who are they? The Major demanded. Oh, don't worry about them, the captain smiled. I'm just showing the new guys around. Oh, worry about them I shall, the Major exclaimed. That is undoubtedly power armor. That is against your charter. I will inform the Federation of this. What do you mean? The captain grinned. We don't have power armor in the SDF. Do you dare lie to my face? The Major asked, becoming more angry by the second. That is clearly. Oh, those guys? They aren't SDF, the captain replied. Then who are they? They are the Chas. Oops, sorry, she grinned. They are the Penitent, a civilian religious order who have graciously offered to help out today. They must be disarmed at once, the Major exclaimed. Dangerous equipment like that should not be in the hands of civilians. And those weapons? Those are clearly military ordnance. Relax, dude, the captain said with a patronizing laugh. There isn't a single thing in this planet's logbooks prohibiting civilians from owning power armor, Major, and the weapons are just for religious purposes. That's old Earth tech bullshit. They have received special permission to lug around that old obsolete crap for religious reasons. Feel free to check if you want, not that the old stuff poses that much of a threat to a modern Federation security force. Your average Fed trooper packs more firepower, I promise. Oh, I will, the Major exclaimed with great annoyance and then paused for a moment. Wait. What, exactly, are you doing here in the first place? Oh, I am embedded with these lovely people and we were out distributing meals and religious pamphlets when we received orders to seek shelter since the invasion fleet is about to jump in. We figured since this was a major communications center and supply depot that we would be safe here. You mean the Federation Expeditionary Force that has been sent to restore order to this creator's abandoned system? Yeah, the invasion fleet, she grinned. The Major snarled but refused to comment further. It was clear that the captain was baiting him. It was one more thing he was going to add to a long and very strongly worded email to her commander. Well, just stay out of the way, he grumbled and returned to his command vehicle. I cannot believe that this actually worked, one of the penitents said quietly to Captain Devereux. Chaplain, the captain snickered, one thing about the Federation is that they just love their goddamn. Sorry, lists. The penitent, thanks to your friends on the SDF, just happened to be on the good guy list. He'll check the list, grumble, and then go right back to pulling his pud. Go ahead and take your positions. You will be able to get your Deus Vult on in just a few. And you shall behold the cleansing power of the Lord, you filthy void-worshipping heathen, the chaplain said with a chuckle, gently laying his armored hand on Captain Devereux's shoulder. Looking forward to it, you fucking nutcase, the captain said, grinning back at him. The Major stormed into his command vehicle and fired up his data interface. It was as the foul captain said. The penitent were a monastic order devoted to charity and the protection of the innocent and fully cleared by the SDF to operate under their mandate as an approved auxiliary force. The Major curled his mouth parts in distaste. That sounded like a private militia, something that was clearly not allowed. He decided to forego the usual email. Technician, he snapped. Get me in touch with SDF command. Yes, sir. Sir, I can't seem to get through. What do you mean you can't get through? All frequencies seem to be jammed, he said, bracing for an outburst from the Major. It seems to be some sort of music. Well, try the secondary channels. They are jammed as well, sir. Technician, the Major said with annoyance. Your tendency to use the phrase with every breath is very vexing and horribly inefficient. Simply convey the necessary information and then fall silent. Sorry, sir, the technician winced. I will do that, sir. See that you do, the Major replied. What about electromagnetic communication, the emergency communications protocols? They have those jammed as well. Every signal frequency, modulation, or protocol that we have is currently engaged with high-powered transmissions. I can't get through. Humans, the Major snarled. They simply must be troublesome to the end. No matter, once the fleet arrives The door to his vehicle opened and Captain Devereux stepped in. Oh, she exclaimed. Very nice. I'm going to love having one of these. I don't recall admitting you into my command post, the Major said with disdain. It smells like Mr. Clean jerked off out there, she replied, plopping down in a chair next to the Major. Your guards let me in, she said, thumbing the rank on her collar. I love you feds. So obedient. I will make a point to properly brief my guardsmen, the Major said in annoyance. Since you are here you can have the privilege of watching order return to your system, the Major said haughtily as he activated his holo display. The screen was dead. The captain just snickered. The Major could feel his pulse throbbing in his secondary blood vessels. Technician. Sorry, sir, as I have said before, all frequencies have been jammed. That includes. Well, fix it. I can't, the technician trailed off under the withering stare of the Major. Yes, sir, he said miserably. I'm working on it. Maybe I can help, the captain said, whipping out her tablet. Here, she said as she tapped an icon and the system-wide tactical display popped up. How, the Major spluttered. Oh, we have a little experience dealing with this shit, she chuckled. Every 2-bit thug has a signal jammer over here. The Major just hissed. Getting one-upped by that poor excuse for an officer was just one more indignity the day had inflicted upon him. Oh. Here they come, the captain said brightly as she idly disengaged the latch on her holster. The Major, transfixed by the fleet jumping into the system, didn't notice. Damn, the captain said brightly. That's a lot of ships. The screen started pulsing rhythmically in a series of long and short pulses. Then, it paused and a few moments later, it started flashing again. What's that flashing? The Major asked. Oh, that's just some interference from all that jamming that's going on. Don't worry about it. The Major was slightly gratified that at least they were having some difficulties. It made the failure of his equipment slightly less painful. Wow, the captain exclaimed. 4 battleships. You guys went all out. It was determined that overwhelming force was called for, the Major said smugly as the captain casually laid her hand on her pistol. Even you troublesome humans won't be able to withstand the full force of. Oh, the captain exclaimed, cutting him off. You want to see this, she exclaimed, snatching the tablet and changing the channel. An image of Jessica Morgan appeared on the screen. Of all the insanity, the Major spluttered after her address. She actually intends to fight? It will be complete and total defeat, a massacre. You got that right, the captain said smoothly, drawing her pistol. The Major's mouth widened in mute stunned surprise as he looked down the barrel of the captain's gauze needler. Zip zip. Zip 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 zip. Zip zip zip. The captain calmly and efficiently fired bursts of gauze flechettes into the heads of all of the vehicle's occupants before they could even react. The captain pushed the Major's body onto the floor and eased herself into the command chair of her new command vehicle as explosions and screams rocked the compound. She switched to the external cameras. Damn, she grinned. Dias motherfucking Volt. In Capital City Police Captain Josiah Lossberg stepped out of a mobile tactical center at the edge of the barricades now surrounding the largest of the human enclaves. He was immediately mobbed by a throng of riot gear-clad officers. Where are the troops? One of them yelled. Captain Lossberg, one of the few humans remaining on the force at this point, took a deep breath. Guys, the invasion of the human district has been put on hold for now. What? Someone yelled. They are just going to leave us to those fucking porkies. I know you are just a little stressed, so this fucking porky, the captain said pointing at himself, is going to let that one slide this time. Nobody is getting left to anyone. It's just that after what has happened elsewhere it has been decided that just marching into human-held areas isn't exactly a good idea, and I happen to agree. We don't want what's happened on Raylash, Zarin, or any of a dozen other places reenacted on our city's streets, do we? So what in the black abyss are we supposed to do? Another police officer yelled. We stick to the plan, the captain replied. We man the barricades. We turn away all traffic until the area is confirmed safe. If anyone from inside approaches, we disarm them, scan them, and then either transport them to a diseased or an unexposed containment area, just like we were briefed. We're just going to let them run riot in there. Yes, the captain replied with a sigh. That's exactly what we are going to do. As far as the city is concerned, this barricade is the town limits. Our jurisdiction ends here until those neighborhoods are made safe again, and that's going to take Federation ground forces, not cops. Personally, I think we got the better end of the deal for once. If you don't like it, I'm sure that you will be able to find a trooper that would love to trade places with you. So the feds are just hiding like a bunch of nursing pups, another officer demanded. No, the feds are being smart for once, the captain replied with a sigh. All of our cameras and sensor posts were ripped down last night, and we can't keep a drone in the air for more than a few seconds before something takes it out, but we have seen weaponry of all sorts, including Terran military hardware, moving around in there. Heavy weapons have been spotted, stuff powerful enough to take down a fucking grav tank. And they do have nukes, people. Nukes were used in Raylesh and Zarin as well as in several other systems today. What if they have some of those warheads on the ground? No. Nobody's going in there until the whole fucking planet is swept for hidden warheads and we get some solid intel from orbit. So we just stand here with targets on our rectums. If their strategy holds, they are only interested in the feds. They seem to be leaving cops alone if we let them. They aren't going to reveal a firing position to shoot a cop, probably. Reinforced plating is on the way. Just stay behind it and keep your heads down. They say we will be relieved by Fed forces by the end of the day, hopefully. You think that's actually going to happen? Sigh, does it really matter what I think? The captain replied wearily. It won't change the taste of the shit sandwich one bit. Just keep your heads down, do your jobs, and help the citizens if you can. That's all we can do right now. This sucks, someone shouted. A very sound tactical assessment, the captain chuckled. But look on the bright side. They aren't sending us in there. Now go and relieve the other poor fuckers stuck with this bullshit, and good luck. They cursed and they grumbled, but they manned their positions, the captain observed with pride. They were good men and women. He just hoped that they would all be there by this evening. Hey, the colonel shouted to everyone in the Zarin Emergency Command Center, snap out of it. We are about to have hell itself descend upon us, and we are all dead if you don't all pull your heads out of your asses. Everyone just looked at him in a stunned haze. You, he shouted at the cranial sensor operator. Get me a report. Something besides they are all gone. Someone has to have survived. Escape pods if nothing else. Find them. The cranial just looked at him, shaking. I said move, he shouted. Why yes sir, she stammered and returned to her station. Communications. Get me in touch with our field commanders. I can't, another officer said miserably. All frequencies are jammed. Our communications procedures. Then figure something out, he yelled. Fucking think. You have a brain. Use it. He turned to address the whole room. We have to stop following fucking procedures. They know our procedures. That's been their greatest weapon so far, he yelled. Stop being feds and start being smart. We have over 1,000 people depending on us. Think. They will be coming for us, and I will be damned if I just sit here and let them wipe us out without a fight. We have billions of years of evolution in this room. Stop being feds and start being animals. Drones, Ariln shouted. We use the drones. What? How? Someone else demanded. In our ancient history we would use trained Ven to carry messages. We would attach a small pouch to them and they would fly from location to location. We do the same thing but with the drones. We have a few here in the shop. We load messages into them and then program them to fly to our troops, he yelled excitedly. Do it, the colonel exclaimed. I'll prepare the orders. Get them ready to fly. Yes sir. Hey, a normally quiet technician piped up. Call IT. I remember there is something weird about how this planet's internet is done, something about glass wires or something. Glass wires, someone else asked. How does that even work? I have no clue, the technician exclaimed. That weird guy in IT, you know the one, he knows all about it. I went on a date with him one time and... You went on a date with him? Exactly how many males of my species have you seen on this planet, Cora? Anyway, it was all he talked about, the whole time. Call him. Why don't you call him? You were the one who went on a date with him. That's why I'm not calling him. You call him. As the colonel started typing, a realization dawned upon him. The general wasn't surprised when they attacked, he thought with a chill. And when she hung up she said goodbye. She has never used that phrase before. Does it have some significance other than a standard verbal courtesy? She is involved. Somehow she is involved in all this. He shook himself to clear his head and focused on the orders he was sending to his forces. He had to get his forces ready as best as he could. He quickly finished his statement to his commanders and then rose. If Zarin system defense is part of this, then we are truly alone, 1,000 men against the focused rage of an entire planet. We are doomed. My orders are on this crystal, he said, placing a data crystal on his desk. I am going to my office for a few minutes, he shouted as he rushed from the room. General Gej Kelja, commander of the Terran System Defense Force, watched her still functional displays with a pained expression on her face. It was a nightmare. There was no other word to describe it. Tens of thousands of people, gone. And now they were boarding the transports. Wincing, she switched off the audio feeds. She just didn't want to hear any more screaming. Yeah, the feds were the enemy, sort of, but damn. She closed her eyes and reminded herself that her primary responsibility was to the Terran system and to her men. Those feds? They decided to invade. They could have just backed off. She and the rest of the system government could have managed the situation, but no. They just had to send a clear signal to other potential dissidents. Well, dude, consider that message sent. She opened her eyes and immediately regretted it. God damn it, she shouted, you agreed not to go after the escape pods. You fucking promised, she yelled as she watched one pod after another disappear from the screen. It was a goddamn shooting gallery. She slammed her fist onto her desk. Using escape pods for target practice. Torture, murder, and God's knows what else on the transports? Fucking animals, she thought bitterly to herself. She checked the planetary feeds. At least they were holding true to their word down here. No wholesale slaughter of non-humans. And the Polka were completely unharmed, just as they agreed. She looked over at the stream of carefully scripted transmissions that they were sending back and forth. It was a simple enough deception. With the Federation completely wiped out, what could she do but try to protect her positions and the helpless civilians of the planet? They were caught completely by surprise, just like everyone else, right? As far as the bulk of the System Defense Force knew, that's exactly what happened. Only a few of them knew that they had cut a deal, their neutrality and some assistance moving troops and materials around the system undetected in exchange for their survival. What else could they do? Besides, she agreed with the devil 100%, or she thought she did until she saw what they were doing up there. What was going on in those transports? She never did quite believe the stories. She thought that they were exaggerating, you know, playing up the whole savage human bit. Nope. Every one of those stories was playing out this very moment, not that it would ever see the light of day. The news crews were down on the surface watching them hand out scanners and medical supplies with little fucking halos on their heads, not up on those transports where... Jesus. And you helped them, flashed unbidden across her mind. She squeezed her ping-pong ball eyes closed and turned away from the feed. What else could I have done? Die, nobly? I had to look after my system, my civilians, and my troops. It's the only thing I could have done. I had to do this, right? Excuse me, General, her aide announced as he opened the door. The commander of the Federation Response Force is on the line. He says it's urgent. What? She said in confusion. That shouldn't be possible. Put him through. The colonel's face appeared on her screen. How the hell are you getting through the gemming? She asked. Not everyone on the Federation payroll is an idiot, the colonel replied. As it turns out, a lot of the planet's surface communications are via a very strange, quite archaic but completely signal-proof fiber optic network, but I don't have to tell you that, do I? I'm not sure what you are implying, but the communications network of this planet is far from classified, Colonel. You cut a deal with the humans, didn't you? Colonel, the general said with as much outrage as she could muster. How dare you? I don't blame you, the colonel continued. In fact, I would have done the exact same thing in your position. There was no other move you could make. The system will need its defense forces intact after all of this in order to protect its civilian population. You fall and anarchy follows. Besides, we made our bed, didn't we? Did I get that right? Made our bed is a saying, yes. What do you want, Colonel? The general said with a weary voice. I doubt you called just to level unfounded allegations. I want you to get me in touch with the general, the colonel replied. You're talking to her, she replied. You know who I'm talking about, the devil of soul, that general. And just what makes you think I know how to do that, the general replied. I don't make it a habit to have terrorists on speed dial. We are all going to die, aren't we? The colonel said quietly. General Gej Kelja's face twitched. We are going to die, and it's not going to be pretty, is it? The colonel continued. I am doing what I can and my troops are standing ready, but it's all for nothing, isn't it? They are going to sweep over us like drill mites, leaving nothing but our bones. I can't say this to my men, but I will level with you, commander to commander, we are doomed. There is absolutely no way we can win. No, there is absolutely no way we can survive. They will kill us to the man. 1,000 men, that's what I have under me, at least I hope I still do. They are just kids, kids. Please. Get me in touch with her. The general just looked at him for a moment and then sighed. Fuck it, she muttered. Look, I haven't made a deal, all right. Whatever you say, the colonel replied. But I might have some intel. Intel that we didn't necessarily share. I'm sending you a file with a phone number on it. They might hang up on you. They might laugh in your face. But, maybe, they can get you in touch with who you want to get in touch with. Thank you, General. Don't fucking thank me. I didn't send you a goddamn thing. This conversation never happened. She terminated the call. Well, there goes my plausible deniability, she muttered. Colonel Cale Reese, formerly of the United States Army and General Morgan's appointed commander for the Terran operation, sat in a hidden command bunker on the surface of Terran 7 along with a dozen other individuals reviewing the latest reports from the system and on the surface. So far things were going according to plan. It was going almost too well. Then again, they hadn't started the final assault on the feds yet. Once they wrapped up all of the boarding actions, they were going to pull the old conventionally armed gunships back to the planet and use them to soften up those fed positions before they went in for the kill. Even so, there was nothing worse than a cornered rat, and they somehow managed to set up some decent defensive positions despite knocking out their communications. Even with gunships floating overhead, it was going to be a fight to dig them out. Suddenly, his personal communicator rang. What the fuck, he muttered as he answered it. His eyes widened as he saw who was on the other end of the call. Hello, my name is Colonel XXVKK, commander of the remaining Federation forces on Terran 7. I wish to negotiate our surrender. The curse of the fairies and commanders do command stuff, the Federation's bad day part 5. Jeho, with Ree happily in tow, rushed into the laborers' break room on his way out to make sure that there were no stragglers. Hey, he shouted at the 3 contract workers sitting there, you need to run. The humans killed the feds. They are coming. End war. Run. Run. What? A shabby Morglin asked. The fleet. The humans killed the fleet. All of it. No shit. No shit. No shit at all. All shit gone. So are we. Jeho yelled and then dragged Ree down the corridor towards the exit. Hey, the Volksine level 3 shouted at Jeho as he rushed up. Are you the one who is spreading panic among the workers? Jeho started to rush past him when the Volksine grabbed his shoulder. Hey. I'm talking to. Hiss. Snap. A. The Volksine screeched, grasping his now bleeding arm. That's assault, you animal, he yelled after Jeho. Ree looked back, smiled proudly, and gave him a human one-finger salute with her free hand as they fled. Jeho ran outside and past the gate, then stopped in disbelief. There, all of them gathered around the bus stop, were the workers. What are you doing? He yelled in their native tongue as he ran up. Waiting for bus, dummy, one of the AAT replied. No wait. You go. Run. Jeho yelled. But we take bus home. The bus won't come, dummy. No it will, dumber. You stupid. Jeho snapped. Think. End war. Is bus driver going to come here or go to his kin? Jeho waited impatiently as the light of comprehension slowly started to shine in the AAT's eyes. But how we go home? The AAT asked. Use map. One of the AAT pulled out their phone. Map thingy broke. Jeho sighed in exasperation. Back home we no use map thingy, he said, trying to be patient. We use map. No map thingy back home. Use map. Look, he exclaimed as he grabbed the phone. We hear, he said, scrolling over to the command center. See. Now this bus route. He said as a blue line appeared on the map. Just follow line, you Starsoft dum dum. Me no Starsoft, but liquor. Then don't be Starsoft you but. Jeho yelled. Split up. Small groups. Follow line. Stay off main road. Then Jeho ran down the street with Ree sprinting along behind him. I'm not Starsoft, the AAT grumbled. You Starsoft. The AAT then looked at the map and then up at the sun and then down at the shadows it cast. Sun different here. If sun there and we here. Ha. Got it. The AAT grabbed 2 others. You too, with me, he shouted as he started to jog. The other AAT started quickly dispersing. Jeho and Ree scurried from alleyway to alleyway. Jeho took a moment to scan the street. Nearby gunshots had them both darting back into the alley and diving behind some recycling collection dumpsters. Those Terran. Jeho whispered in surprise. Are the Terrans here too? Terrans? Ree asked in terror. No. Jeho muttered to himself. Just guns. Badmen sell them to anyone. That what happened to Fleet? They bought tubes. How? How do you know? Ree asked in confused awe. Just me talking dumb stuff. Just guess, he said with a shrug and a tiny little wince. A loud explosion could be heard coming from the direction of the command center, shortly followed by another. Mortars. Jeho shouted. No more run. We hide now, he said as he slid open the metal door of one of the dumpsters. In here. Now. He shoved Ree into the dumpster and dove in behind her, pulling the door closed behind him. Jessica Morgan glanced over at the multiple strategic displays on the monitors in her war room with a wicked smile. Nice, she purred. It was perfection. The feds were slaughtered in all major engagement areas and all holy hell was breaking loose in virtually every other single human enclave. The influx of, Terran arms had them outnumbering and outgunning local law enforcement and even the SDF of most areas, completely unused to a real fight, were in complete disarray. And every rifle dropped by the foe added one more combatant. They were actually experiencing net gains, not losses. They were going to complete this first engagement with more forces than what they started with. Even if they were mostly untrained irregular troops, they wouldn't be for long. She called it a win. General Archer appeared on a monitor. Devil, he exclaimed with a respectful nod. The SDF has secured all main targets here on Raylesh. We still have cleanup to do but the planet is ours. Excellent, War Dog. Sorry. I mean General, Jessica said saluting him with her mug of tea. And their arms and supplies. Captured with very few losses, he replied. It's going to take a few days to pick up all the rifles, though, he said with a grin. And they, penitent. I fucking love those guys, the general laughed. I had no idea those old suits can fly. We have flying nuns all over the fucking place. Yes, many of the old suits had reactionless thrusters, Jessica smiled. It pissed us off to no end when Salvatore and the rest of that Eurotrash nabbed them. Can you imagine if we had managed to capture them back in the day? Seoul could have been ours. Oh well, we have them with us now, the general replied. They are fucking brutal, and those swords. They can hack through an APC. Fantastic. Jessica replied. Keep an eye on them though and make sure you have solutions in place should they prove troublesome. Will do, the general said smartly. Oh, I meant to ask. What do we do with the feds we capture? Well, whatever you want, General, Jessica said with a cold gleam in her eyes. I have little use for them. Haha. Do you want to place an order? I understand that the Cranial in particular are. I'll pass, Jessica laughed. Now if you come across any ribeyes, beef ribeyes. I'll keep an eye out. Later. Later, General, Jessica said as his image disappeared. Colonel Reese appeared on another monitor. Colonel. Jessica said brightly. How are things in Zarin? Going almost too well, ma'am, he replied. The SDF is abiding by our agreement. They have assumed defensive positions protecting high-value civilian targets and that's it. We own the streets. What about the feds? That's why I'm calling, ma'am, the colonel replied. I was just contacted, on my personal phone no less, by their commander. Oh. He wishes to surrender. Well that's certainly convenient, she said sipping her tea. That's what? 1,000 troopers along with an armored column and aircraft. That have assumed some very good defensive positions, the colonel said. Somehow he has managed to effectively command despite disruption of all channels. Impressive, Jessica replied. Naturally I will accept the surrender, the colonel replied but. Ah, yes, Jessica smiled, the 1,000-man question. Yes, ma'am, the colonel replied. Your thoughts? I want to actually honor the terms of their surrender. Of course you would, Jessica grinned malevolently. It just so happens that I agree completely. You do. Don't look so surprised, Colonel, Jessica laughed. A massacre would be more trouble than it would be worth, be surprisingly difficult to actually implement with no casualties, and just plain look bad. Raylesh is one thing. Here, we wish to send a certain message. Zarin is a completely different matter. We have independent Federation news crews and their SDF commander is teetering on the edge as it is. She's already bitching about our guys engaging in a little impromptu target practice. We slaughter those feds and we risk losing her. That would be quite inconvenient. The colonel looked very relieved. He had come to respect their commander a great deal in the short time he had dealt with him. He was a good man. We will seize their equipment, supplies, and arms and then turn them over to the SDF, the colonel replied. Let the good general feed and shelter them. Now I just have to go rein in some assholes who have decided to start lobbing shells at them. Fucking irregulars. I will leave it to you then, Jessica said with a wave of her mug. The colonel chuckled. I'm still having to get used to you without a crystal goblet in your hand and powder on your nose, ma'am. I'm still having to get used to actually having to do this bullshit again, Jessica laughed. Reese squealed and gripped Jeho tight as they huddled among a pile of plastic bottles as explosion after explosion rocked the area. Jeho just petted her reassuringly as he twitched his whiskers in disapproval. Those mortar crews weren't very good. They were all over the place. He hoped that they were far enough away that one wouldn't hit them by accident. Reese started softly crying. Hey, is okay, he said quietly as he stroked her fur and held her. Is okay. Those damn fairies, she quietly sobbed. Those damn fairies. They got me. What you mean? Jeho asked, hoping to distract her. Another shell detonated entirely too close. Rhys squealed and buried her face in his jumpsuit. They are getting closer, Jeho thought. Are they targeting something besides the command building? Fairy piss. Are we about to be in the middle of a firefight? The fairies promised if I flew to the stars I would find someone special, Rhys wept. The bones said so. They promised. Well, you are in the stars, Jeho replied, maybe you will. No, that's the fairy curse, she moaned, I did. I found someone special. I found someone so super special. Well, that's great. Jeho said happily. Another explosion shook the wall of the dumpster. Jeho swallowed his fear just as he was taught and comforted Rhys as she squealed in terror. Automatic Terran gunfire rang out entirely too close. Yep, something was definitely up. No. It's fairy curse. Rhys sobbed. I found him but he doesn't like me. He doesn't even know I exist. Well, he's just a big dummy. Jeho said as he comforted her. And now I'm gonna die, Rhys wept. The fairies let me find him and now they are going to kill me. Hey, Jeho said as he nuzzled her. We aren't dead yet. I'm not a dummy. Rhys sobbed. They are getting closer. I'm gonna die, unloved, untouched. She took a deep breath and looked Jeho in the eyes. I don't want to die a virgin, she said meaningfully. Oh. Jeho thought as an electric thrill washed over him. Jeho said, letting fear creep into his voice for the first time, I don't want to die a virgin either. Rhys started to unzip her jumpsuit. I win, you damn fairies, she said with a smile. And then he bit me, the Volksine exclaimed as he confronted the colonel in his office. Oh, really, the colonel said as he rose from his desk. Let me see. It's right here. See. Thwack. The colonel lashed out with one of his appendages, knocking the Volksine flat. You barge in here over this bullshit, the colonel yelled. Do you have any idea what is going on? Can you not hear the shells? Get out. Out, he shouted. The Volksine liaison is going to hear about this, the Volksine whimpered. The fleet has been completely destroyed. What? The fleet has been destroyed and the humans control the streets, the colonel yelled. Considering your precious liaison decided to take one of his 3-hour lunches and hasn't returned, he is probably on a fucking spit with one of their apples in his mouth as we speak. Get out and close the door behind you. The Volksine screamed as he ran, leaving the door wide open. Hey! No spreading panic, asshole, the colonel yelled as he slammed his door. He smiled for the first time that day. He had been wanting to punch a Volksine ever since he got here. His personal phone rang. He dashed back to his desk. Yes, he asked desperately as he answered. Colonel XXVKK, Colonel Rhys calmly said, we intend to avenge every single human that dies as a result of the Federation's treachery, every single one. However, due to the particular circumstances of this situation, your men have been spared. The Forsaken accept the terms of your surrender. Thank the Creator. Colonel Rhys smiled at him. I have no desire to fight 1,000 troopers to the death if I don't have to. There are some independent forces that have taken it upon themselves to attack your positions. Yeah, I noticed. I'm sure you have. Once we have reined them in, I will contact you with a schedule. Until then, as long as your troops do not go on the offensive, they will not be attacked by forces under my command. If anyone is attacking you, they aren't mine and they will be discouraged from engaging in further hostilities effective immediately. While I am not in direct contact with nor have any influence over Zaren's SDF, I am confident that they will be willing to protect and support your forces until such time as they can be evacuated. How nice of them, Colonel XXVKK replied with a snort. We will cease signal jamming effective immediately so that you can properly command your troops. Awfully human of you. Ha, Colonel Rhys snickered. For the record, Colonel, I'm glad we could work something out. I dislike needless slaughter. Creators, Colonel XXVKK snorted, if you don't consider what has doubtlessly happened across the Federation today needless slaughter, I hope I never find out what meets your definition of the term. Before all of this is over, you will. 3 humans draped in smuggler's net quietly entered an alleyway. Their leader, an older man, holding a scanner with an AK slung over his shoulder, raised his free hand, forming a fist. The other 2, axe at the ready, immediately stopped and crouched. He pointed at a recycling dumpster. His companions leveled their rifles, preparing to shred it. The old man blinked. He could have sworn that he saw something odd for a split second there, maybe something shimmering, or fluttering. It could be a rangefinder or maybe a malfunctioning sensor. Maybe something holographic. It could be a trap. He looked at his scanner again, carefully scanning the dumpster again, and did a double take. Smiling, he waved his extended hand in a cutting motion near his neck. The other two slightly lowered their rifles. Drawing an old Earth-Tech pistol, the old man silently approached the dumpster. As he approached, he heard quiet but urgent little squeaks and yelps. He checked his scanner again, smiled, shook his head, and backed away. The three disappeared down a side street. As they turned the corner, he raised an ancient tech two-way radio handset. "We got two little Xenos getting their freak on in a dumpster. Leave 'em be." "Damn," a laughing voice replied. "And the fighting didn't stop them? You go little dudes." Later, Jeho and Ri cuddled in the darkness inside their hideaway. "Ri," Jeho said softly. She murmured happily as she hugged him tighter. "That big dummy," he said, nuzzling her, "the one you think doesn't think you exist." "Yet?" she asked curiously. "He isn't a dummy." "Well, he is. He's a bigger dummy than a dummy. He knows you exist." "He does." "Yet," Jeho said, "every day he looked for you, hoping to see you for just a little bit, cause you made his day brighter, and he thinks you are beautiful and nice and wonderful and really special." "Really? If that big giant huge dummy is me, then yet. It is. It is you. I think you are super special. But I was dumb and thought I couldn't do anything for reasons that are so stupid now and don't matter," he said as he wrapped his tail around her waist and nipped her firmly on the side of her neck. "Eee!" she yelped in surprise and pleasure. "I claim you, Ri." Ri gasped and then wasted no time wrapping her tail around him and nipping him back. "I claim you too, Jeho," she exclaimed. "Oh, I'm going to give you so many babies." "Sounds great." Jeho smiled. "But first we gotta get out of here." "Why hurry?" she smiled as climbed on top of him. On a nearby rooftop, a lone smuggler's net-draped human female looked over the city with a powerful scanner scope. She smirked and picked up her radio handset. "Those little freaks are at it again. Well, somebody drop some rations and water off for them," an amused older voice replied. "Looks like they are going to be there for a while." Intermission, the beginning of the end. Counselor Carishel, the sole representative of the Belial species, emotionally drained and mentally exhausted, made her way to the large gardens in the courtyard of the Federation Council building. She was carrying a brightly colored Balayan lunchbox, a gift from her mother, but the day's events had robbed her of any appetite. The assortment of pickles and starchy grains so anticipated when she packed them this morning held very little interest now. She still couldn't believe it. The Federation, her Federation, had actually arranged for a Terran bioweapon to ravage the humans. Arranged was precisely the right term. Trusted members of the Council entrusted to direct emergency response and public health had intentionally mismanaged the situation to the point that it could be called mass murder. Her people were outraged. She was outraged, and she was even further outraged by everyone else not being outraged. It wasn't that she was fond of the humans, far from it. They didn't have exactly the best reputation, and the only ambassadors that they had sent to the Belial's home system promptly wound up in jail. They also seemed to be overly involved in the instigation of the horrific war with the Republic, a war that caused over 1 billion deaths across the Federation, most of them civilians. This was being used unofficially to somehow justify what happened. This was, in Carishel's opinion, a blatant and criminal attempt at manipulation and misdirection. They might have wanted war, but they weren't the ones who sent the ships, we were. And she just sat there and let it happen without complaint, just like a good little member of the Benevolence Party was supposed to. She was dead set against that void-blessed war, and she just... Damn it! Damn it all, and damn her for voting for it, just like the party said she should. All those deaths that her fellow councillors kept bringing up today? Those dead are our fault, not the humans. Ours. And if everything wasn't already bad enough, she had the void-blessed Terrans to thank for bringing this horror to light. The damned Terrans were doing a better job of looking out for the Federation than the Council was. In a completely mystifying move, it seems that some Terrans, mortal enemies of the Federation humans, she absolutely refused to use the term porky. The actual meaning of that term was horrible, hacked the Federation, another outrage that nobody seems to be outraged about, and released the information that confirmed the suspicions that the Federation humans already had. Why would the Terrans do that? It completely mystified her. It was an intriguing question, but completely overshadowed by other far more pressing ones. Why haven't the councillors responsible for this outrage been arrested? Why haven't there been attempts to correct the situation? Oh, they say that corrections are being made, but she wasn't convinced. Neither were a lot of other councillors. Far more importantly, neither were the humans. Their reaction was actually quite reasonable under the situation. The Belial would do much the same, at least she hoped they would. And our response? Martial law and the dispatch of enough forces to shove them right back into those death camps. With the blessing of her people, she recently switched parties to join the opposition party. She had just weathered quite the verbal lashing for it, and the threats she received will keep her up for months, but screw it. Sometimes you just have to take a stand. What the Federation did and what it is doing is wrong. Part of her hoped that the humans would somehow prevail. There was absolutely no chance of that, though. When the Federation's armored leg plates hit the human worlds and all of their major enclaves tomorrow, it would be over. That was why she just made the costly decision that she made yesterday. The councillors were the people's, all people's, representatives. If they didn't protect the people of the Federation, even the oily humans, then who would? She took a deep breath, trying to relax as she undulated into the wonderfully landscaped gardens, one of her favorite places ever. The collection of plants and animals from countless worlds, all carefully selected to be able to live together in harmony, was nothing less than beautiful. We might not be able to defend ourselves from the Terrans or protect our people from mass murder, but at least we can make something really pretty. She winced. The past few days even robbed this place, her favorite place, of any appeal. Today, it nauseated her. She wanted nothing more than to just quit, go home, and open that plant nursery she always dreamed about. It was a shame she couldn't do that. She had a responsibility to her people and to the Federation. As tiny as her voice was, at least it was something. She would at least stick it out until the crisis was over. She sat at her favorite table and opened her lunch. After a few bites she set down her tongs with a sigh. She couldn't eat. She packed her lunch back up and started to wander the grounds, trying to clear her head. As she undulated about, she noticed Kaoichi, the XX counselor, standing next to a pond, feeding the fish. He looked sad. Much different than the haughty, icy cold, downright malicious fiend that walked through the council chambers with much the same air as someone walking through a manure-filled stockyard. Approaching him would guarantee a scathing insult carefully calibrated to hurt whatever species he was addressing the most, but she just had to. There was something that she just had to know, something worth the mental and emotional laceration that she would receive. Besides, after the past few days, part of her felt that at least whatever horrible thing he would say would be a nice distraction. She smiled to herself as she wondered whether it would hone in on their physical insecurities, their lack of wealth and power, or maybe something new, something about them that even they hadn't considered. Imagine. A whole new way to feel bad about myself. What the hell was wrong with her? She caught his eye as she approached. Instantly, whatever was standing there before was replaced by the dreaded Kaoichi, before which councillors fled in terror. It was as if a winter gale started to blow, and when she made eye contact she wanted to turn and run. What? He asked in a cool tone. Part of her was terrified. Another part was impressed. He had never spoken to her before. The sheer amount of disdain he could pack into a single syllable was astounding. Excuse me, counselor, she stammered. Could I ask you a question? I hope that simple query isn't beyond even your capacity, the XX replied with a flick of his brilliant blue crest, normally completely concealed amid the small iridescent dark purple feathers of his reptilian head. Yes. I wonder. I mean, I would like to know. The XX sighed. Once again, my hopes are dashed, the XX sneered and turned back to the fish. A disdainful flick of his slender fingers tipped with lacquered talons indicated that the conversation was over. Why do you hate us? She blurted at the back of his head. The XX flicked his crest and turned to face her. She suppressed a real instinct to run as he smiled, revealing wickedly sharp, translucent, almost crystalline-looking teeth. Oh my dear, you misunderstand, he almost purred. I don't hate you. I don't hate anyone here. You don't. Absolutely, the XX replied. Hate requires effort, something that I wouldn't deign to expend on your behalf. The emotion I feel when looking at you isn't hate. It's more akin to the feeling one gets when they step in excrement, unpleasant to be sure, but not hate. He's right, she thought to herself in shame. Compared to him, to his race, we are just that, shit between his toes. Why did I even think I could talk to? Wait just one void-kissed minute. She took a second to collect herself. This is what he does, she reminded herself. She had even braced herself for this. He know exactly how to hit you. She was getting pretty damn tired of getting knocked around by the council and trampled by the bullies on it. That stops today. Right here and right now. She was going to get a void-blessed answer out of him. But, why? She asked, holding her ground. Why do you feel that way? Kaoichi cocked his head curiously and actually looked at her. Once again she had to fight the urge to run as she shifted uncomfortably under his scrutiny. Why? Kaoichi asked. What do you hope to get out of this? If it is finding out a way to gain our favor, you won't get it. No, she stammered, it's nothing like that. I just want to know. She fidgeted and looked away, unable to withstand his withering glare any further. I've always wondered and I just had to know. That's all. The XX's crest raised to its full height as it growled slightly. It then stood there and silently looked directly into her eyes, dissecting her with his gaze. It took everything she had not to just flee in terror. That's it. Kaoichi asked in a truly disturbing tone of voice. You intruded on my meditations, my remembrance, just because you wanted to know something? You dared to approach me, a member of a race that, relative to you, is so advanced that you are incapable of truly understanding how inferior you are simply because you just had to know something. Oh, this was a mistake, she thought in terror. I've never seen it look at anyone the way it is looking at me right now. Oh creators! Have I offended it? What will it do to me? Oh abyss! What will it do to us? I'm sorry, she managed to stammer in a small voice. Don't be, the XX said with that same tone. A honest request for knowledge and knowledge alone from someone consumed with only the desire to know it is worth my effort. In fact, it is the only thing that has been worth my effort in quite a while. My dear, what are you, exactly? A Belial, exalted one, she stammered. First off, I hold no special station or position, he said, pulling out a strange-looking flat crystalline object. I hold the same rank as you. Dispense with all of those fake titles. The only ones that use them are the ones licking my underside hoping that something might stick to their mouthparts, it said as it tapped and drug his fingers on what appeared to be some sort of data tablet. My name is Ka. Anything more is just a waste of my time. Why yes, sir, she stammered. Sir is okay if you must, he muttered as he continued to fiddle with the strange-looking tablet. However, I prefer Ka. Let's see. Belial. Belial. Oh, here you are, it said as it examined his tablet. About what I thought, he muttered as he read. After several long and very uncomfortable seconds he tucked his data tablet away. As I was saying, my dear Belial, the XX said in that same scary voice, the desire to acquire knowledge for its own sake is the purest motive for wishing to acquire it. I am happy to give you an answer. That knowledge might not be what you expect. In fact, I seriously doubt you will be pleased with it once you receive it, but that is often the case when one seeks knowledge. The XX approached Carashel and smiled, revealing those terrifying fangs again. And once gained knowledge is not easily forgotten, he said. Do you still want it, that knowledge, even if I guarantee that it will be of no use to you or your people and will be unpleasant to hear? Why yes. Fair enough, the XX smiled. I have already clarified that we, do not hate you. I assume that your question has now changed to why do we loathe you? Yes. Carashel bobbed her body up and down in her species' version of a nod. Then I have a question for you, Ka said in that weird voice. How long have you been a part of the Federation? I don't know, Carashel said meekly. Ugh, Ka said with disdain. You could have at least known that. You have been a member of the Federation for 183 standard Federation years. There, a free piece of knowledge from an exalted one. You should be grateful. Thank. Oh, be quiet, XX snapped. 183 years, for 183 years you have had access to the accumulated knowledge and technology of the Federation. XX stooped down to look her directly in the eyes. Carashel flinched. And in all of that time what have you contributed? Contributed? Yes, XX replied. What has the Belial contributed to that knowledge, that technology? I don't. Nothing, XX said. Not one single advancement of any sort in any field. Ka shook his head disapprovingly. If we were guilty of such sloth, our entire race would sterilize itself out of shame, but not all races have been blessed by the progenitors as we have. Simply copying the knowledge of your betters might be all your kind is capable of. It would be unfair to expect a truly deficient race to meet our standards, he sneered. Okay, so you've decided to just copy, just use what is handed to you. What have you accomplished with it? Accomplished. Yes, Kor replied. You have been freely given so much. Science, mathematics, technology. You even have schematics and assembly diagrams. You can buy equipment, load in a design that someone else has already created, and push a button. You have everything you need to create a true post-scarcity society and more. He looked her gravely. Counselor, do you have a post-scarcity society? A post. Look it up. XX snapped. The answer is no, you don't have one. That might be a bit overly ambitious though. How about something more simple, more direct, medicine? With all of the scientific theory, and equipment at your fingertips, your medical science should be on par with any in the galaxy. Is it? The answer is a resounding no. Your medical sciences have benefited, to be sure, but only by default. Your doctors have learned to use scanners. Amazing. But nothing, Kor replied. Compared to where, even by the most forgiving of standards, it should be, your medicine sucks. I could spend all day pulling up example after example in field after field, but you Belial have done nothing. You haven't designed your own ships, you just copy pre-existing plans, and that's only for small shuttles. You have never built an FTL drive, not even a copy. Whatever starships that fly under your flag are purchased. What little industry you do have relies entirely on capital equipment that you buy and install. In the past 183 years you haven't even designed a manufacturing facility. You have literally done nothing but copy, 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 and you barely do that. Carashel shifted uncomfortably. She could feel her skin temperature drop from embarrassment. As far as your knowledge goes, Ka continued. Tell me, counselor, what are the 5 basic requirements for entering hyperspace? While I would love to say that every XX knows that every race has its embarrassments, Ka said disdainfully. The 5 requirements are taught as part of our elementary school education. Tell me, do you even bother teaching them, at all? Is right. Here's an easy one, Ka said. Which quarks comprise a proton? Carashel just looked downward. She didn't even know what a quark was. Creator's tears, Ka muttered. One more chance, and if you don't get this one, my opinion of the Belial will do something I didn't think possible. It will actually drop. What force must be overcome for fusion to occur? Carashel's skin started to freeze with embarrassment. She didn't know. You were never taught that, were you? Ka said with pity in his voice. I'm not an engineer, so she started to say defensively. Counselor, I am willing to make a 1 trillion credit bet with you, Ko replied. Are you willing to bet 1 trillion credits of your people's money that if I call a random Belial engineer he can answer all of the questions I just asked? We can do it right now. Carashel just looked down again. It was one thing to be told your race was the equivalent of shit between their toes. It was entirely another for it to be proven. I am going to be merciful and not tell you at which grade level those facts are taught, Ka said in a gentle but disturbing voice. I think I made my point. But we aren't an elder race. And those aren't elder concepts. Every single bit of that information is readily accessible to you. In fact, it's pretty fundamental stuff, Ko replied. To be honest, I would have been very pleasantly surprised if you got those questions correct. Getting all of them wrong was a bit surprising, but, based on what we have come to expect from the Federation, far from a shock. You were quite wise not to cover that bet, by the way. Misplaced pride has put more than one race in a very awkward situation. In case you are wondering, I just let them sweat for a few days and then tell them that we will forgive the debt in exchange for that species never, ever speaking to us again for any reason. Ka chuckled. Oh, the looks on their faces when they think we are serious about collecting, it never gets old. Anyway, do you see where I'm going here? Do you see the point I'm trying to make? Why, yes. Good, Ka said with a smile. Now we can get into why we really don't like you. There's more, she asked in horror. Oh, my little Belial, we are only getting started, Ka said with a wicked toothy grin, but I'm no sadist. I just hate constantly stepping in shit. Is your hunger for knowledge satisfied, or do you want to continue? Do you really want to know the rest? I asked why you hated us, and if this isn't why, then I have to know what is. Ka nodded approvingly. You aren't the first Siphon to ask, but I have always lost them around this point, if they lasted that long. You might be as ignorant as a stone, at least you are keen. I'll give you that much, Ka said in that strange tone that Carashel was starting to think was his actual voice. Yes. I know, he said as he flicked his crest happily. I think a field trip is in order. Come on, he said, gesturing her to follow. But lunch is almost over and it's an emergency session. What's more important? Ka asked, some vital council business or getting your question answered? Ka started to walk away and said over his shoulder, I'm not wasting my time twice. Carashel looked anxiously over at the council building for a moment and then rushed to catch up. Ka didn't look back, but he heard her running behind him and smiled. As the pair left the building, a sleek, beautiful, grav car pulled up beside them and the doors opened. Ka climbed in and gestured for Carashel to follow. She looked around in amazement. She had never been in something so beautiful, so elegant, so advanced, so wow. Is this one of your embassy's vehicles? She asked in amazement and then winced at the stupid, obvious question. This. Ka chuckled as he entered an address, this is my personal vehicle. I had it shipped over. As far as diplomatic status is concerned, we have found that the sight of us is protection enough. This is yours, she said in surprise. How mu she caught herself. She was about to rudely ask how much it cost. Oh, you primitives and your money, Ka smiled. It would be cute if it wasn't so troublesome. It cost me nothing. By your definition, it was free. Wah, she stammered. Post-scarcity, primitive, he laughed. Might want to look into it. Ka leaned back and pulled out his tablet. Shall we continue? He asked. As the vehicle's auto-navigation system guided them through the city streets, Carashel was treated to a long, agonizing conversation where Ka, in brutal detail, further discussed the Belial's shortcomings as a species. It was horrible. And with everything at your disposal, over 5% of your population still lives in what is easily classified as abject poverty. Not good, primitive, not good at all. And while we are on the subject of poverty, she could do nothing but wince and wiggle uncomfortably as she weathered what was no longer an indictment of her people, it was a demonstration. He was now mercilessly and quite thoroughly proving that they were garbage. Don't feel too badly, Ka said as he offered her a cup from a built-in beverage dispenser. You actually compare quite favorably to the rest of the Federation. Aside from your absolutely pathetic education, you are solidly in the top 25%. What? For example, let's start with the Ziyush. As she listened in absolute horror as Ka starting to talk about the bottom 25, she had absolutely no idea. She was going to have a quite difficult time not physically attacking some of her esteemed colleagues when she got back. The thought was idiotic. What was she going to do, wiggle on top of them and spank them with her radula? The image of her on top of one of the Ka-Arst counselors with her tongue raised in righteous fury flashed across her mind. She couldn't help but let out a little giggle. Ka glared at her. Oh shit. You find this amusing, he snapped. No, sorry, she replied quite nervously. I just had a funny thought, that's all. Please enlighten me, Ko replied with utter disgust. Please tell me what you could possibly find funny? Are you so bored, so disinterested, that you feel the need to entertain yourself? He asked with genuine irritation. No, it's... Then what? He asked sharply. As Carashel started to very nervously and reluctantly explain, Ka broke out into a loud screech, his crest raised to his fullest extent. Oh no! She thought in complete terror. I blew it. I had the chance of 1,000 lifetimes, a private audience with an elder race, and I angered them. He's right, I am a moron. As Ka continued to screech, she wondered if shame would be enough to convince a Belial physician to sterilize her. I just told him that not only are we hopeless, deep down we are also violent. I should just throw myself off of the council chambers and be done with it. If you do ever succumb your bestial rage, Ka said, gasping for air, be sure to check that your victim isn't enjoying it. Ka turned to her and patted her top in what her race would consider a friendly manner. Carashel, he said, now you are starting to understand. We are fucking scum. We are letting this happen. I am letting this happen. Fuck them and fuck me too. Carashel, no longer able to contain her anger, shouted and then caught herself, looking over at Ka in complete horror. She had just uttered base profanity in front of an XX. She uttered it to the void-humping XX counselor. Don't be too hard on yourself, Kara, Ka said, patting her again. We're letting it happen too. But, why? She asked. Why are you allowing this? Do you hate, loathe us that much? What are we going to do, invade? Ka said with a shrug, should we wage war upon the entire Federation? Even we aren't that powerful and refuse to maim ourselves to the extent it would take to become so. Like it or not, the Federation Charter allows, within some very easily gamed or ignored guidelines, complete freedom for a member system to write its own destiny. Without completely tearing down and rebuilding the entire system from scratch, there is nothing to stop the Ziyush, Ka-Arst, and countless others from doing exactly what they please, including allowing homeless to starve on their streets. Kara. Tear it down and rebuild the whole system from scratch. The words quietly slid into Carashel's soul. Yeah, we suck. You've made that quite clear, Carashel replied angrily and looked out the window. The beautiful streets and buildings of the capital city she was used to had given way to shabby narrow ways and a motley assortment of structures. Where were they going? She was afraid to ask her next question, but, once again, she simply had to know. But surely you could do something, she said, you are an elder race. People respect you. Your voice could be completely ignored, Ko replied with a sneer. Oh, everyone begs and pleads for our wisdom, but when our fucking ancient knowledge involves actual effort or won't turn someone an immediate profit, they tend to lose interest very quickly. He looked out the window and let out a warbling sigh. We chose to join the Federation out of convenience, not out of any altruistic urge, Ka said after a few seconds. Even so, we had hoped we could, never mind. Tear it all down and rebuild. The opposition party. Carashel exclaimed. We are trying to make a real difference. If you joined us, maybe together we... Ka let out a coughing screech. Oh, you adorable little hatchling, Ka said, patting her fondly, let me tell you about your precious opposition party. A few minutes later, as Carashel, disillusioned to the point of heartbreak, silently looked out the window. Tear it all down. As she continued to look out at what had now become slums that further illustrated Ka's point, the grav car finally stopped in front of a run-down masonry block building. The doors opened. Where are we? Carashel asked. What are we doing here? As Ka was climbing out of his grav car, he turned to her. I am about to show you a race that we actually respect more than almost any other. Ko replied. Not only that, but I'm about to introduce you to a personal friend of mine. Come on. Carashel got out and looked around with seething anger. This was not the sort of neighborhood you wanted to be in at any time of the day. With all our wealth, all of our technology, all of our power, people still had to live like this, even in their capital. Tear it all down. You won't die between here and the door, Kara, Ka snorted, completely misinterpreting her delay. Let's go. Carashel started to head towards the door. Not that one, Ka said, and then walked into an alleyway. Stealing what little nerves her race had, she followed him into the alley. Soon she was standing at a side entrance with strange glyphs on the door. She had never seen anything like them before. What ancient race inscribed them? Now be polite, Ka said sternly, they are pretty thick-skinned, but I am not, especially when my friends are slighted. He opened the door and walked in. Wondering what mysterious race she was about to encounter, she nervously followed. Once inside, she looked around curiously, trying to find whatever elder, ancient, or notable race Ka had brought her to meet. There was nothing in there but some ots. She raised her body up and stretched her eye stalks to peer over them, looking for who they came to meet. Keej. Hagara keek keek. Ka said cheerfully to an AAT behind a counter. Keej. Ku XX. Juyulor Bujo, the AAT, possibly female, replied casually. SH. Bujo SRK. Z, the AAT squeaked. Sergei Kallo. Their mystifying conversation continued in a language that, no matter how she adjusted her translator, she couldn't understand. Ka pulled out a bag from his coat and handed it to her. The AAT eagerly opened the bag and squealed happily, pulling out beautiful iridescent dark purple feathers. XX feathers. The AAT quickly climbed over the counter and gave Ka a hug. Carashel gasped. That AAT just dared to touch an XX, the poor thing. There was no telling what Ka do her for that insult. When Ko returned the hug, she gasped again. Now please you stop, try pluck me when back turned every time. Ka chided. Your fault for being pretty, the AAT replied as she playfully tugged at one of his feathers. Hey! Ka screeched as the room broke into laughter. He turned to Carashel. Apologies for speaking in a language you did not know, he chuckled. The AAT's language is very challenging and I like to keep in practice. It's the Ots, Carashel said with a chuckle. You brought me here to meet the Ots. I was expecting more of a reaction, Ko replied with an amused flick of his crest. At this point, she replied, you still expect me to be shocked by you? Just demonstrate your point, I honestly want to know. Ko looked at her intently. Deciding that she was in fact sincere, he smiled. Very well, he said, but first some more abuse. He turned to the AAT that was now sitting on the counter staring happily into the bag she received. Hey, Scale, tell my friend here the joke about the candle. No. Not nice. Me nice. But you one who told me. Not nice telling it to her. Telling you, funny. Telling her, mean. Fine, Ka chuckled, I mean. I tell her. He turned to face Carashel. Tell me, Kara, he smiled. How many feds does it take to light a candle? Carashel just sighed and retracted her eye stalks a little. As the entire room looked at her expectantly. Well? Ka asked. What's a candle? The room burst into squealing laughter. You steal joke. Scale squealed with delight. Clever clever. No, Carashel sighed. I honestly have absolutely no idea what a candle is. The room fell into a shocked silence. You still smart, Scale said with pity in her voice. Just Starsoft. Not dumb. No we aren't, Carashel replied. The whole point of this excursion was to prove that. Person. Trip, Carashel replied. It's a word Starsoft people use for a trip. That's mean, Scale said glaring at Ka. You too mean. You deal with Starsoft dumb butt all day, Ko replied. You turn mean too. Never beware turn mean, Scale said, be there stupid. Yes. Stupid. Ko replied. Very stupid but stupid before now stuck. Scale patted Ka consolingly. It okay. You be nice here. Take bath in nice. Wash mean off. Why you think I hear so much? Ka laughed. You have sunny day. You too. He turned to Carashel. The punchline is none, because they are stupid. Yeah, kinda figured that out, but what is a candle? I only agreed to answer one question. I'm not an encyclopedia. An encyclopedia. Ka face palmed. Just. Don't, Carashel sighed. I'll look it up. Ka flicked his crest and smiled. That was the right answer. Let's go out back and we will finally get to the main reason that we don't like you. There's more. Oh yes, hatchling, there's more, Ka snickered as he headed towards the back entrance. Oh for fuck's sake, she muttered as she undulated after him. Intermission, the beginning of the end. PT2. Ka and Carashel entered a fenced-in open area where a small group of AAT were clustered around a large circular bare patch of ground with shallow pits dug in it. In the circle were clusters of small spheres. One of the Ots flicked its wrist, sending another sphere rolling into the circle at high speed and into one of the clusters, scattering it, and sending several beautifully engraved spheres rolling into the holes. The sphere that he cast rolled out of the circle and he walked over and picked it up, remaining where it rolled. The other Ots all made approving sounds, except for one standing on the other side of the circle. It didn't look happy. Clash of the Titans! Ka exclaimed happily. We are in for a treat. Well, at least I am, he said and rushed over to the circle. Carashel, now quite used to being confused, followed. They are playing stones, Ka said quietly. It's a quite intriguing game, a combination of accuracy and strategy. Butcho, he said nodding towards one of the players, and Li, he said nodding towards the unhappy AAT now readying a sphere, are masters of the game. Carashel watched as Li sent her sphere skittering through the circle, clipping a sphere and sending both it and her sphere out of the circle. Li then retrieved both. Standing where her casting stone stopped. Butcho readied his sphere and sent it into the circle where it struck a blue sphere that broke stopping his stone. The crowd went wild as Butcho yelled in his native tongue. Carashel didn't know what he yelled but it sounded profane. A snare! Ka shouted. They are carefully made to fail when struck, a very dirty trick. Li chuckled and deftly struck Butcho's stone, sending it into a pit as the spectators cheered. She proudly walked into the circle, picked it up, and put it into a pouch along with all the spheres in the pits. You sneaky sneak! Butcho shouted. Beautiful trap! Me no see. Li pulled out his throwing sphere, kissed it, and put it back in her pouch. Want play again, she asked, but what do you throw with? Oh go away dirty cheat, Butcho laughed, hugging her. Filthy dirty cheat. You bring stone back. I take all your stones but no use snare. You no can make snare, Li laughed and then raised a bulging marble pouch. Eats. Me pay, she yelled as everyone cheered. As the crowd followed her back inside she turned to Butcho. You come. Me talk to friend then come, he yelled back. Rotten luck, Ka said as he shook Butcho's hand. Bad luck makes good luck, Butcho replied. She buy more than she win, he chuckled. She is going to pay with those spheres? Carashel asked. Yes. Butcho exclaimed happily. Those money stones. The AAT use a very complicated bartering system on their home world, Ka explained, with many standardized rates of exchange. You need a spreadsheet to keep track of it all. Those money stones are worth a good couple of credits each. If you stupid and trade them, Butcho laughed. Me sell them to stupid XX who think they art. Despite being numbed by the day Carashel still gasped in shock. Hugging an XX was one thing. Calling them stupid to their face was another. Who you call stupid? Stupid. Ka laughed. Who stupider XX not knowing art or AAT not knowing snare stone? Stupider than XX who think he can play stones. Stupider than AAT who mix red and yellow bottle. You want keep playing stupid game in front of Fed? You know what I say next. You win, Ka said with a screech. I stupidest. With a laugh, Ka turned to Carashel. Butcho, this is Carashel. Carashel, this is Butcho, a very old and dear friend of mine. Nice to meet ya, Carashel, Butcho said extending his hand. Carashel clasped his hand like he saw Ka do. Likewise, she replied. How you know Big Meanie? Butcho asked. We just met, Ka said. She decided to bother me with an honest question and I was so stunned that I am actually answering it. Wow, Butcho replied. You do good, Carashel. Ka no like Fed. What you ask? I asked why he hates us. Butcho started laughing. Dat question he love answer, he squealed. How long he talk? It's been over an hour now. He just start then, Butcho squealed and patted Carashel consolingly. Ka's communicator started to ping. Grumbling he started to answer. What? He asked disdainfully. Well, let's put on our thinking pants and puzzle this one out. Can you do that? Splendid. If my assistant says that I'm not in the building then am I in the building? Wow. Aren't you the clever one? You are doing great. Now here's the next puzzle. If I'm not in the building then do I have any intention of meeting with you? Well because something far more worthwhile popped up, that's why. I'm meeting with someone actually worth my time if you must know. I assume that you stating the amount of time you waited for your appointment has some relevance. Well. I asked you a question. Does the amount of time you waited for your appointment or the amount of time you have been sitting like an obedient companion animal has the slightest importance? Well, does it? Counselor, the Federation is a free society. We are all free to write our own destinies so I wouldn't presume to tell you what to do next. If your desire is to speak with me privately then consult with my assistant. I have no idea. That's why I have an assistant. A month. The fact that you already knew that clearly indicates that you already knew the basics of this situation and decided to call me anyway simply to complain. I don't appreciate my time being wasted, counselor. The main difference between me wasting your time and you wasting mine is that when I block your number, refuse all future appointments, and cease efforts on certain trade agreement. I won't give a shit. Oh my dear counselor, I didn't say if I said when. Your number is now blocked, and... Oh? A month is fine? Splendid. I am ever so glad we could rectify the situation to our mutual satisfaction. The Federation is all about cooperation and compromise after all. Oh, and counselor, may I recommend a bit more tact in the future? Apology accepted. Have a sunny day, counselor. Ka pressed a few icons on his communicator, blocking the number, and then looked up at his companions. Sorry about that, he said, I swear, the nerve of that guy. Some people are so rude. A giggle leaked out of Carashel. Bujo rolled his eyes. As you deduced, I brought you here to meet my friend and the Ots, Ka said. I wanted to show you an example of what we admire. He paused as he looked at Carashel expectantly. I would have expected a reaction. I admit that I am mystified, Carashel replied. Is it their reliance on their native technology? In part, Kor replied with an approving nod. Forgive my surprise, but you aren't a complete idiot after all. Hey! Bujo exclaimed, be nice. My place you be nice. But she counselor. Oh, this nice then. Bujo laughed. Actually, Carashel said to Bujo, I'm a little flustered. It's the nicest thing he has ever said to me. Bujo squealed with laughter. Anyway, Ka chuckled, yes, they still have kept their native tech, something that we do find admirable, but in all truth it is, much like your, medicine, answer by default. I'm not sure if you know this, but Ots have extreme difficulty reading, and anything beyond simple arithmetic is quite simply impossible. They can't just start copying. So, as much as we like that about them, we can't give them full points. Me try learn math, Bujo said as his fur fluffed up. Letters bad but I do. Numbers bad but I do. Letters and numbers, he asked as he shuddered. Yeah, Ka said, patting his friend's shoulder. That's about as far as we got. To his credit, it took months for him to admit defeat. Me no quit. Big tree you keep chopping. You no quit. Well put, Ka said. And that is one of the points I wish to illustrate. They don't quit. They will doggedly keep at a problem, hacking at it with stone and bronze until it yields. Full literacy takes years and countless odds, knowing full well that they are hopelessly bad at it, plug away at it even if it takes years to be able to read a simple book. You do know what a book is, right? Yes, Ka, I know what a fucking book is. Thank the progenitors. It's a collection of files and images collated into a single master document for ease of. Ka face palmed. So close, he cried out in agony. If only you had stopped talking. Sigh, I'll look it up. Wait. You mean a shar? Shar. Look it up, Carashel quipped. With an amused flick of his crest, Ka pulled out his tablet. He was starting to like the little slug. Yes, a shar, Ka said after a few moments. You still used scrolls? Hey. You do you, I guess. Scroll, no, that would work. Nice. Scroll. Wait. With the development of printing, you skipped right over plates and jumped straight to rollers. Scroll. That means that you had to have already had bearings and precision machining back then? Scroll. What did you use to? Wait. How did you do multiple pages at once? Scroll. Progenitor piss. How could you leave that out? You had better have preserved one of those original presses, or I swear. Ka brought his tablet closer to his face, staring intently at it, and scrolling like mad. Oh no, you show him something new, Bujo said. It gonna be while. I get drink. Alcohol safe. No, poison. Carashel replied. Pity. What about SRE water? What SRE water? Carashel asked. Their way of speaking was crude, but damned if it wasn't efficient. Boil SRE grain and make water cold. Nice. We love simple carbohydrates. I have scanner. I look. Carashel replied. Bujo disappeared into the building and returned with a glass filled with murky liquid. Carashel scanned it and, finding no toxins, cautiously took a small sip. She let out a short blast of delight from her breathing hole. It was delicious. You like? Joe asked. Me like, she exclaimed. She had never thought of making a porridge this thin. Oh, she was going to try this at home. Carashel and Bujo made small talk as Ka, completely lost in his tablet, continued to mutter and scroll. By the time Ka looked up, Bujo and Carashel were over at the marble pit where he was teaching her how to play stones. If he tells you that you are good enough to play for real, he's lying, Ka chuckled as he walked up. She already better than you, Bujo snickered. Quite interesting tidbit there, Kara, Ka said, finally putting away his tablet. And you went from there to where you are now, tragic. Yeah, we suck, Carashel replied as she handed Bujo his marbles. Thanks, Butcho. Sorry for diving down that serpent's burrow, Ka said. Where that one divergence from the normal technological path led your species is just fascinating. Glad we could entertain, Carashel replied with just a touch of sarcasm. Actually, this leads into the whole point of bringing you here, Ka said. The AAT. Oh, here he go, Butcho muttered. I go eat. With that, Butcho waved and headed into the building. When we made contact with the AAT, they handled it far better than almost any race, Ka said. They didn't fall on their knees worshipping the sky gods or rally their armies in a panic. They just invited us in and posted a watch over their livestock. That was notable but not what really impressed us. So what was? Where almost every culture's technological advancement grinds to a screeching halt, theirs has exploded. They are making advancements in almost every area, Ka said with almost a reverential tone. But isn't that only to be expected? Carashel asked. I mean, they were so far behind. But Kara, Ko replied. They can't read. They can't copy the archives. They can't even really understand them. When I say their technology advanced, I mean it actually advanced. Are you familiar with a hairdryer? I'll look it up, she said in a resigned manner. That one I don't fault you for, Ka chuckled. You have neither fur nor feathers. It's a basic consumer product that produces a stream of warm air that will efficiently dry waterlogged feathers. They are very handy for a creature like me or the AAT. It took the AAT about a week before one of them looked at a hairdryer and realized that it created a constant stream of air. He snatched his wife's prized possession and hooked it up to his furnace. Their furnaces rely on combustion of solid fuel, and the constant stream of air increased the combustion rate and increased the temperature significantly. This then prompted them to start putting stuff in the new hotter furnaces to see what would happen. They also started salvaging materials from broken consumer items and tossing them in the furnaces as well. This resulted in a new array of alloys, one of which we now use. To be honest, its primary use is decorative, but it's an actual alloy we didn't have before. Ka looked at her meaningfully. That's right. The simple AAT gave us technology. All they needed was a hairdryer, Kara. With just one consumer item they contributed to our tech. The AAT achieved more with that single advancement, that single contribution, than most of the Federation ever will. In fact, the AAT have given us a lot more than that. The contributions they have made to our collective knowledge are immense. The AAT. Yes, those little stupid mop pushers have brought more to the table than most in the Federation. The AAT are perhaps the single greatest living repository of Neolithic and Bronze Age technology there is. The Kalant were likely better at Neolithic technology once, but that was long ago. We are still studying and recording the AAT. They have provided us so much tech. But it's all ancient stuff. But a lot of it is technology we didn't have or that we lost along the way, Ko replied. And before you ask, it's very important. Knowledge begets knowledge. You might not know the significance of something for years, perhaps generations, but then, bam! An association is made. Their method of shaping stone or their method of creating a certain cutting surface might have profound implications. Even we are not wise enough to know what we will need to know in the future. It's the height of hubris and folly to proclaim we will never need to know that. Here, look at this. Ko reached into his jacket and pulled out a stone knife with a wickedly serrated blade. Do you know what this is? Carashel said in confusion and then laughed. Even we aren't that dense. It's a knife. Progenitors. You scared me there for a minute, Ka laughed. Yes, it's a knife, crafted from stone and wood. This was one of the first gifts I received from Butcho and why he is now one of my dearest friends and why I bought the building he operates his business from. You bought him a building because he gave you a knife? No, Kara. I bought him a building because he taught me how to make it, the first of many of his gifts, Ko replied. And I didn't buy him the building. He leases it. I would give it to him, of course, but AAT have a real problem with getting things for free. It reeks of fuckery. Fuckery is a concept that many in the Federation should embrace. If an AAT sees something too good to be true, they immediately start sniffing it. It has kept them from falling into the traps that ensnare many first contact societies. No. Butcho leases the building from me and can call upon me for help dealing with any confusing star fuckery that comes up, but this is his business that he has built with his two little hands. Don't be fooled by his broken Federation. That AAT is one shrewd little fucker. He handed the knife to Carashel. Careful, he said. That is actually sharper than most blades you will handle. It, even though it's useless ancient stuff, has one additional very special trait. It isn't identifiable as a blade. In fact, worn properly it's practically invisible to scanners. Wow. Very wow, Ka chuckled. And with the right rock and dare to dream a bit of horn or bone, I can make one in a few hours, and that's just one of the things I've learned from them. Now in this regard they have a bit of an unfair advantage. They just happen to possess loads of lost technology that we want, but it's their ability to develop their own tech that makes them so special. If they are completely bewildered by something they leave it alone, but if they understand it, even a little, you can bet their little paws will be very carefully reaching into it as soon as your back is turned. So they innovate? Is that it? Yab. They aren't content to just beg for scraps like the rest of you, Ko replied. Where you ask can you give, they ask how do you do that? Even more importantly they don't just leave it at that. You give them something and they fucking run with it. A hairdryer turns into new alloys. A few hours long lecture on agriculture becomes increased crop yields across the whole planet, not from blindly copying but from experimenting based on what you told them. Their scientific method is a bit, well the AAT make it work, kinda, but they do generate advances at a startling rate, somehow, Ka laughed. Astonishingly nowhere near as many of their scientists die than you would think, even if their greatest tome of modern metallurgy comes from Master Naked One-Eye. In case you are wondering, among his many discoveries was a very important observation concerning molten aluminum and water. But isn't that dangerous? They could damage a reactor or something. They aren't stupid, Ka laughed. They will destroy their wife's hairdryer but they aren't going to wreck the community's irrigation pumps. Besides, what's more dangerous, blowing the occasional thing up or an entire civilization stagnating and having absolutely nothing to offer, nothing to show for centuries of access to the single greatest repository of knowledge in the known galaxy. Ka paused for emphasis. And that is the big reason we loathe you so. Almost every single syphant that approaches us is grasping with an empty hand, begging for pre-packaged tech bringing nothing in return. That wouldn't be so bad if they were asking for knowledge. They aren't. They don't want to know. They don't want to understand. They just want the finished product, another fucking production instruction set. Sometimes they have the gall to skip even that and beg for actual devices. Ka said, his voice raising in anger. Then they have the gall to accuse us of hoarding our knowledge, refusing to share it. We did. We gave so much. We, with no expectation of gain, donated almost all of our knowledge. Almost all of our science, mathematics, history, art, all of it is in the fucking archives. All of it. All, he screeched. It's all there. Given freely. Given. But do you little fuckers know that? Did you bother to look? You little shits claim you want knowledge. You don't. You want fucking handouts. You want another set of designs you don't understand to load into a machine you don't understand, he yelled. Unable to contain himself, he started to pace. Even then, we could understand. We could forgive. Because with all of the wonders you could build you could enrich the lives of your people, but you don't. You just take and abuse and abuse. You could make system after system of people well provided for and safe, but no. No. That is not what you do. What do you do? Ask the Ziyush. Ask the Kaarst. Ask the Volksine. And they have the absolute nerve to ask us for better tools to oppress either their own people or take advantage of others. Ka shouted. Even the best of you have absolutely nothing to be proud of. Your people, among the best as far as things are concerned, are slowly allowing more and more of your people to slip into poverty every year. Do you care? Clearly you don't. And yet, race after race approaches and begs for knowledge claiming it's for their people. Seriously. Fuck all of you, he screeched. And perhaps worst of all, you actually had to ask why we hate you? Are you fucking blind? We like to say there are no stupid questions, but damn, Kara. Damn. Carashel looked down as Ka gasped for breath. He was right. Even her race was guilty of every single thing he said. The only defense they had was they weren't as horrible as others. Okay, she said quietly. I get it. I understand. Thank you. Tear it all down. Ka flicked his crest. Was she being serious? You thank me. I honestly didn't know, she said quietly. I didn't know so many things. Thank you. I really needed to hear this. We need to change. Not must the Belial, the whole Federation. Yeah, you do, we do, Ka said, patting her. It has to happen. We need to change things before it's too late. Tear it all down. Yes, Kara, things need to change, Ko replied. The big question is how. Figure that one out and you. By doing whatever we have to do, that's how, Carashel said with strange quiet voice. Eee. Ka screeched. Whoa. Hold on right there. Stop. What? That phrase and its infamous sibling, by any means necessary, are the most dangerous thoughts in history. Do you have any idea how many people those words have killed across the galaxy? Numbers beyond counting. Never ever think that way. Seriously. The greater good, by any means necessary, the ends justify the means, these thoughts are horribly dangerous. They are poison that kills the soul and drives people to madness. Good people become monsters and monsters gain strength with those words. Nation after nation, planet after planet, Empire after empire, have burned, the innocent littering the streets. Nothing justifies any means necessary. Nothing. Even if the end result seemed a utopia, it would be built on the bones of the innocent, and the end result is never a utopia. Never. Never. He thinks I'm dangerous? Carashel thought in amazement. He thinks I'm dangerous? A strange sense of power washed over her. She actually frightened an elder race with a single phrase. Were those words that powerful? Could a simple idea be that dangerous? I'm fucking serious, Kara, Ka said gravely. The ends never justify the means. Nothing is worth by any means necessary. Do yourself a favor. Study some history. See where that sort of thinking leads. 20th century Earth is a fantastic period to study. There are numerous examples of what that thinking produces. Promise me you will do that, Kara. Please. I'm asking you as a friend. A friend? Okay, Ka. I will, I promise. I will do it tonight. Great, Ka smiled. Let's head back. Most of the day was spent when they began their return to civilization. As the evening began, Carashel looked glumly out of the window. The night people were starting to appear. Carashel looked at what was obviously a prostitute standing by the street. Instead of making a disapproving snort and looking away, she really looked at her this time. While it was a different species, the misery that the poor whore exuded was universal. For the first time Carashel found herself wondering if they were there of their own volition. Tear it all down. She sighed as the scene was replaced by more run-down streets and shadowy figures. She saw a bus stop and a creature step off and nervously look around before rushing off, trying to stay in the light. It's afraid, she thought. It's afraid to even be here. You're awfully quiet, Ka said with a little chuckle. I'm trying not to ask any more questions, Carashel replied with a little snort. I don't think I could handle another answer right now. Ha, fair enough, Ka replied. Seriously though, don't be too hard on yourself. The Belial really aren't doing that badly, comparatively speaking. We are better than the Ka-Arst, Carashel replied grimly, yay us. You just need to make a few adjustments, that's all, Ka said in an attempt to reassure her. He felt a little bad. Carashel was a good little slug. He hoped he hadn't been too hard on her. Tear it all down. Just a few adjustments, she snorted. Now I'll make a trillion credit bet with you. No matter what I say or do, those little adjustments will never happen, and in a few years 6% of the Belial will live in poverty. It's pointless. You don't know that, Ka replied, knowing that she was probably right. But you aren't taking the bet, are you? Ka looked away. Thought so, Carashel said quietly and returned to staring out of the window. By any means necessary, she quivered at the thought. That was a much better way of saying it, and those words were powerful. They made her feel funny. A distant alarm rang out, its piercing wail punctuating a rather grim car ride. Carashel found herself wondering if it was villainy or simple desperation that set it off. I appreciate you mentioning your shars, Ka said, trying to change the subject. It's amazing how that influenced the development of. Carashel smiled politely and tried to pay attention, but her heart really wasn't in it. The last thing she wanted to hear was how interesting her race once was. Apparently they were very interesting indeed before they shut down and became bland little homework copiers. And that directly influenced the development of thorium as opposed to uranium for your fission technology. Quite fascinating. I am definitely going to find out if any of those ancient printing presses have been preserved. If so, I will go to your home world to look at them myself. Be sure to bring some spare change for the beggars, Carashel replied. Progenitors. Ka snapped in exasperation. Quit beating yourself. That's my job. You are taking the fun out of it. Carashel chuckled. Sorry, it's just a lot to process, you know. I'll be fine. Look, if you are really, truly serious about creating change, Ka said, I'll help. The archives have detailed accounts of many social transitions both for good and for ill. History is a powerful tool for those who wish to influence policy, Kara. I can point you in the right direction, maybe answer a legitimate request for knowledge from time to time. You would do that, for one of us. No, not for one of you, for you, Ka replied. I hate wasting my time, and more importantly our history has more than one example of us trying to help only for it to go horribly wrong. That being said, I think you just might not be a complete waste of my efforts. If you are serious, really serious, about helping your people, then yes, I would be willing to advise, provided you keep it to yourself. Ka said firmly. Word gets out and I get mobbed by assholes. That happens and the deal is off. I really appreciate that, Ka. Think nothing of it, he replied. I will look into a reading list for you, but your first assignment is to take a long hard look at 20th century Earth as a cautionary tale. We need to nip that whole by any means necessary nonsense in the bud right now. It is impossible to overstate how fucking dangerous that concept is. Before I do anything to help, you will understand that hazard. I'll start tonight, she said with real cheer in her voice. Ka smiled. He probably just signed up for far more effort than this was going to be worth, but what the hell? What's the worst that could happen? Carashel undulated into her apartment and just slumped, her muscles letting go. What a day. She set her lunchbox, still untouched, on the counter and went out to her balcony to tend to her beloved plants. As she did, she looked out over the city, the shiny spotless, shining capital, the capital that they wanted you to see. It was breathtaking. Too bad it was a lie, just like the rest of the Federation. Tear it all down. She shook her head trying to clear that annoying thought from her mind. It was a silly idea. Ka would yell, or even worse laugh, at her for having it. He was right. It isn't that simple. There are some very real realities that thwart even the elder races. It required a lot of. Tear it all down. She winced. Creators. She was as silly as Ka thought she was. Tear it all down? It was just an offhand comment, an expression of frustration. She didn't know what a quark was, but even she knew that it wasn't a real suggestion. Maybe some tea would clear her head. She undulated over to her kitchen and pulled out her trusty tea maker, popped in a pot of Gruyere tea, and pressed the touchpad. And nothing happened. No, she grumbled, poking the touchpad again. Still nothing. You baleel piece of shit, she grumbled, giving the tea maker a shake. Of all the days for this to happen. She needed that tea. Wait. The AAT simply boiled those grains to make that tasty beverage. Isn't that what they used to do before we used tea makers? We just used hot water, right? She got her smallest pot, filled it with about a tea mug full of water, and with a little effort tore into one of the teapots, promptly spilling the contents all across her counter. Scooping it up, she swept it into the pot and put it on the cooktop. The water started to steam and quickly came to a boil. You can tell the cooktop isn't Bail Allah, she smirked to herself. She looked at the boiling water. It was starting to look like tea. She wasn't sure how long she should boil it, so she let it go for a minute or two and then poured it into her cup. See, we aren't so helpless after all, she said proudly and took a sip. Of the foulest, most bitter tea she had ever consumed. Gah, she snorted, trying to spit out small fragments of tea leaves. Great, she muttered, we've lost the ability to make our signature drink. Lovely. Tear it all. Oh, be quiet, she grumbled, I can't even make tea. I'm not tearing down anything. The thought evaporated. As she was washing out her mouth, she looked over at her data terminal. I bet I can find out how to make tea. She thought, or at least order a new tea maker. She undulated over to the terminal. As she powered it up, she decided that she should do her homework first. Let's see, 20th century solution, she mused as she started to expertly navigate through the archives. A lot of the titles were in Terran. She officially could speak it, but she wasn't that great. Time to cheat. She reached into her desk drawer, pulled out a small device and connected it to her terminal. It powered up and automatically synced with a neural implant she had connected directly into her sensory structures. Automatic translation function active, appeared in glowing letters across her vision. She selected a text that claimed to be an overview of the century and started plugging away. The translator was working perfectly. She activated the glossary function and auxiliary image associators that helpfully started pulling up associated information and additional documents. Even with all of the technology, it was still pretty inaccessible and slow-going. She needed a break. She smiled. She loved music, and what better way to get a feel for a culture than through their music? This was a great idea. She started to disconnect the neural interface but stopped. It was already connected and the translation and image associators would come in handy. Besides, the sound was way better than her speakers and she could listen as loud as she wanted without bothering the neighbors. She pulled up 20th century music, Soul System, adapted to Terran. A list filled her mind. One of the titles was Rage Against the Machine. She was quite vexed with her tea maker. She wondered if the ancient humans had similar woes. She selected the folder and clicked play. Her eyes dilated as the contents queued and started to be delivered, straight down her neural interface and directly into her brain. At lunch the following day, Ka saw Carashel at her lunch table and sauntered up. Kara, he called out happily. Carashel twitched oddly. Hey, Ka, she said, looking up at him blearily. You okay? Yeah, I'm fine, she said in an odd voice. I just didn't get much sleep last night. Oh. Ka asked, hitting the books. Yeah, all night, Carashel said, looking at him with just one eye. Terran history, pretty crazy stuff, right? Yes, quite the ride, Ka replied, and the next century is even wilder. Definitely worth a read. So, did your studies start to put things in proper context? Oh yeah, Carashel replied, context, so much fucking context. And what do you think about by any means necessary now? Dangerous. So, any questions? Maybe later, Carashel said. Kinda tired right now. Yeah, you look beat, Core replied. The quest for knowledge is addictive, but be sure to at least sleep. A lot of XX forget that part when they get their first taste. So, did you? Ka asked excitedly, did you get your first taste? Oh fuck yeah, Carashel replied, lighting up. And how does it feel? I can't. I don't know how to say it. Ah, I know exactly what you are feeling, Ka said happily. I bet you a trillion credits you don't. I remember the first time Ka started cheerfully sharing the first time something really engaged his mind. As she listened, she looked out over the gardens and at all the fat complacent little counselors, engorged with the lifeblood of their victims, wallowing about like worms, and smiled. Tear it down. Tear it all down, by any means necessary. Radio Sunshine, Lissa does the news and Gwen delivers a message. Musical intro plays as the station's logo is displayed. Lissa appeared on the screen. Good afternoon Terran 7. It's Lissa K here on Sunshine Radio, your favorite source of music, videos, news, weather, and sports. Lissa took a deep breath and looked squarely at the camera. It has been confirmed that the forces commanded by Jessica Morgan, General Morgan, have engaged the approaching Federation fleet, and, the Federation fleet has been completely destroyed. Multiple nuclear fusion events have been detected throughout the system. She had nukes, guys. All cruisers, the battleship Formidable, and all troop carriers have been destroyed. Federation casualties, God. Federation casualties are well in excess of 150,000. There are reports of fighting on the surface in the vicinity of the Federation forces on the surface here on Terran 7, however our SDF has stated that they are remaining neutral. Lissa took a deep breath. It looks pretty scary, guys. I'm not gonna lie. But things seem fairly calm here on the surface, so don't panic. The latest SDF safe zones are posted on our website. These are areas that are secured by the SDF, and they say that there is plenty of food, water, and beds, courtesy of the Forsaken. The Forsaken have also provided distribution points for medical scanners and other medical supplies. Any licensed medical professionals are promised safe passage and protection. If any hospital or clinic desires it, they can contact the Forsaken Ombudsman's office to arrange for armed escort or to have a site-specific drop-off. The Forsaken have also issued a statement saying that unjustified attacks on non-humans will not be tolerated and those caught will be subjected to summary execution. Lissa closed her eyes and sighed. Terran 7 has for all intents and purposes fallen under Forsaken control. There is currently a non-aggression agreement between the Forsaken and the SDF. The SDF? Well, the Forsaken is running the show now, folks. And I've been politely asked to state that anyone, healthy or infected, that wishes to join them. Well, there is a link on our ing homepage now. And, yes, you heard me right, they are accepting able-bodied infected. They are organizing plague ships. So if you want a chance to... She glared at someone off camera. Sorry, I'm not saying that. Look, we put a recruiting link on our web page. What more do they fuck? I don't give a who they are. I'm doing news, not recruiting. If people want to join they can click the link, but I will be damned if I'm going to be there, ing dancing monkey. This is Sunshine Radio, not Forsaken but Buddies Radio. Well, give me the phone and I'll tell them myself. Hell, I'll do one better. Lissa glared at the camera. We are Sunshine Radio, your favorite source of music, videos, news, weather, and sports. We are not Forsaken but Buddies Radio. In fact, I have my own personal message for our new friends. You can. Musical intro plays as the station logo is displayed. Lissa, no, the Queen Captain of the Nothing to See Here cried out in dismay. She's kibble, the communications officer said. Gotta admire the plates on that bitch, though. They go after Lissa and they are getting a spur up their ass, the Queen Captain snapped. I will personally break one off in there, well, wherever it is that they don't want one to go. Looks like the fusion explosions have stopped, the science officer reported. Nothing but crude gauze cannons now, with chemical explosive payloads? Source mother. Why don't they just throw rocks? Those rocks of theirs are working just fine, Prenex, the tactical officer said as she examined her top-secret ultra-low power colloidal magnetic ink displays. Those rocks of theirs can rip a hole right through a shield and then some. It's weird, but I'm pretty sure I'm getting copper emission spectrum lines from the impacts. I think there is a copper secondary projectile of some sort. Never seen anything quite like it, but it is doing some serious damage. So they are all the way up to the Bronze Age. Prenex snickered. The feds thought the same thing, the Queen Captain chuckled, and we just saw what happened to them. These primitives have consistently stomped the eggs out of whatever they have faced, including the others. But that was the Terrans, not these, what do they call them? Porkies. Same species, the Queen Captain replied. And as much as I hate it, these primitives have a spy craft out here that is better than us. She turned to the communications officer. Any luck finding that little mite? I got nothing. Visu replied with a little click. They are a ghost. We got that one, high power whisper, and now they are using some weird porky tech oddness. Oh. Yeah, Visu replied with a touch of admiration in his voice. From what I can tell, the mite is using a very low power but highly collimated energy beam of some sort. It spreads out enough by the time it reaches Zarin 7 to blanket a decent area, but out here it's probably no wider than Prenex's butthole. Prenex replied with a rather vulgar display of that particular part of her anatomy to the amusement of the bridge crew. Yeah, about like that, Visu laughed. So there is nothing to intercept or locate. All I'm getting are echoes from where it grazes something after spreading out, but it is too far away and too weak for me to be able to locate the source. There isn't enough of a signal to even really analyze. I'm just getting fragments which are completely uncrackable. Damn their alien ciphers. I still can't even figure out what's a 1 and what's a 0. Completely uncrackable, Prenex snickered, or just uncrackable by you. This coming from the science officer who missed the copper. Would you two please confine your courtship to off-duty hours? The Queen Captain laughed to both of their intense discomfort. The crew chuckled. It was painfully obvious to everyone that they both really had the hots for each other, but were just hissing and spitting at each other like two moltlings still unused to their glands. So when you say low power, the Queen Captain asked Visu, exactly how low power are we talking about? Any ship that is receiving the signals has to have the capacity of a Federation astronomical radio telescope, a good one. We should be able to detect it then. Is there a ship like that out there? The Queen Captain asked the tactical officer. Nothing really stands out, the tactical officer replied, which means it isn't Fed tech, probably more of their porky black magic. What about the ship engineering drawings they are required to file? The Queen Captain asked. Anything in the Federation command databases? About those, the tactical officer replied with a spritz of amusement. While I can't get a lot of detail this far out, I can get enough to tell you that the humans treated those drawings as a creative writing exercise. Over half of those ships deviate from their official designs enough for me to see it from here. Fuck, a good percentage of them aren't even registered, especially those small gunships. From the energy signatures I think those are actually pre-contact, believe it or not. Those aren't Fed thrusters. Sneaky, the Queen Captain replied. I like it. Good news. Visu exclaimed. The Forsaken aren't angry with Lissa. Thank the Source Mother, the Queen Captain replied as a strongly scented cloud of relief filled the bridge. In fact, that Colonel Reese guy just told some very frightened network piss ants that she just got some street cred, whatever that means. It sounds like a good thing based on context. He told them to keep her on the air. That makes sense, the tactical officer mused. If cred is short for credibility, she definitely established that by being openly defiant. Based on what we know about human psychology, it would make her much more believable. Makes her more believable to us as well, the Queen Captain replied. I knew I liked her. Moments later the musical intro for Sunshine Radio filled the bridge and Lissa's image appeared on the widescreen e-ink main monitor. Oh, the Queen Captain enthused. She's back. Musical intro plays as the station's logo is displayed. Lissa appeared on the screen. And we're back. Lissa said brightly. I just had a little chat with management and have been told not to share personal messages on the air. Hee. So, if any Forsaken want to hear it, please contact the station, she said as she flashed the camera an impish grin. She then looked down at the monitors in front of her. Nothing new on the news front. The SDF holds their security areas and the Forsaken prowl the streets. Oh, and anybody thinking about doing any raping or pillaging better think twice. The Forsaken have guaranteed the safety of the Zarin people, so as they so delicately put it, unless you want to wind up hanging from a street light, behave yourself. Nice to see law and order are still intact. Hey. Wait. What? Lissa stared down at a hollow monitor for a few seconds. Breaking news. The remaining Federation forces have just surrendered. Repeat, the Federation has unconditionally surrendered to the Forsaken. Hope you know what you are doing, guys, she winced. According to Forsaken representatives, the surrender will be honored and the well-being of the Federation troops is guaranteed provided they lay down their arms. Jesus, that's a lot of guns. Guess those acts aren't looking quite so nifty now, hey, she laughed. Okay, we are opening up the lines so we can come together as a planet, Lissa said somewhat sternly. Please keep it civil, folks, please. Let's get the ball rolling with a video call. Lissa said with a big smile. You have reached Sunshine Rad. Oh god, bleep, it. Whoa. Gwen, wearing an armored combat vest, yelled as she brandished an old Earth-Tech plasma thrower, miss me, bleep. What the, bleep, do you want, you little, bleep, Lissa replied and then looked at the screen curiously. Are you on a ship? Bleep, yeah. My ship. Whoa. Gwen yelled, I got me a, Bleeping, Class 16, baby. You won't believe the deal I got, she laughed. Let me guess, Lissa smirked, it was a steal. Yeah, Gwen snorted. I got a killer deal on it. Christ, Lissa muttered. So why are you calling this time? Another proclamation from on high, or are you just here to show off the bodies of some innocent victims again? Gwen lunged off screen and drug a very disheveled and frightened looking teenaged boy into frame. See, Ms. Carroll, Gwen yelled, Johnny is just fine. Please stop calling my mom every 5 minutes. And look, she yelled as she yanked the guy's shirt up, not even a nibble. So. Stop. Calling. You gotta be kidding me, Lissa muttered as she facepalmed, hard. She turned to the clearly terrified teen. Tell her, Johnny, she said. Tell Ms. Carroll that you're okay. Hat. I'm fine, Mom, hat, Johnny stammered, fine, just fine, hat, fine. And? Gwen asked. Hat, and I just wanted to let you know, Mom, that, hat. I'm here of my own free will, hat, absolutely of my own free will, hat. Go Angels, hat. And? Gwen asked with a very meaningful look. Hat, and I'm proud to be a part of the historic events taking place today, hat, completely, proud, hat, and totally here of my own free will, hat, he said looking at Gwen helplessly. And? Oh Jesus Christ, Lissa muttered. And the rest of the guys are okay, too. Mark, and Bill, and Susan, they are all okay and, hat, totally here of their own free will too, hat, totally fine with it, happy to help, really. See, Ms. Carroll, Gwen said with an exasperated sigh, Johnny is just fine, so are the rest of our nerds, so please, stop calling my mom. I'm trying to run an operation here, so please give it a rest. They are perfectly safe and can come home anytime they want to, right, Johnny? Hat. Right. Johnny squeaked, totally here of our free will and can leave whenever we want. Hat, totally. So please stop calling Gwen's mom, Mom. You are going to make her mad. Please. I'm with Johnny on this one, Ms. Carroll, Lissa muttered between the fingers covering her face, probably don't want to tick off mass murder Barbie over there. Well, I would love to hang out more, Gwen said cheerfully. But I got a ship to run. With a cheerful wave she terminated the call. And let that be a lesson to you kids, Lissa said still face-palming. When the cute girl asks you to hang out after class, make sure that there isn't an armed insurrection being planned. Okay. Next caller. With a flip of her hair and an exasperated sigh, Gwen put her phone in the pocket of her combat vest and plopped down in the captain's chair. That was good, right? Johnny asked nervously, you're not mad, are you? Johnny, relax, Gwen replied. You are one of my cherubs. I wouldn't harm one little feather on your teeny tiny little baby wings. Why you wouldn't? Of course not, she said in a reassuring voice. You are one of my peeps. Now go help the other nerdlings pull that transponder and those ship override modules. Why yes, ma'am. Johnny yelped as he scurried off of the bridge. Such a fucking goofball, she muttered fondly and then turned to the athletic brunette manning the helm. Lay in a course 34 by 232 degrees ahead 1/4. Aye, Captain. Comms. Captain, an auburn-haired cheerleader replied. Hail the Archangel and inform them that we have secured the vessel and are moving to rendezvous with the fleet. Sigh, and tell Graham that I sent word to Ms. Carroll that Johnny is fine. Then contact the SDF and see if they have a shuttle available for prisoner transfer. Yes, Captain. She smiled and closed her eyes as a wave of complete and total self-fulfillment washed over her. When other kids were playing with plush toys, she was running around with a toy starship in her hands. From the moment she could turn on a console or boot up a PC, almost every single game she played was a simulator. Thanks to her family's connections, she logged more actual simulator hours than a lot of working spacefarers and had been filling out her qualification cards for multiple posts before she even hit puberty. She might be impossibly green, but she was technically qualified to command. Besides, she took her crew out and took her ship. By all rights, customs, and traditions of what is now the Forsaken, the ship was hers. This is what she dreamed of her whole life. The carnage was. Well, it was fun and all, something you had to do if you wanted to be an angel, but this. A ship. She had an actual ship. She ran her hands along the arms of her captain's chair. This was better than sex. Not only was it a ship, but it was a Federation Class 16, definitely one of the top 20 on her list of favorites. She had really hoped for a Class 12, but there weren't any of those in this fleet. Then again, the 16 was almost as fast and had a shitload more cargo space and a lot more places to attach hardpoints, so she could live with the disappointment. Then again, one of the nice things about piracy is that this is just the ship you have until you grab, or trade for, something better. She couldn't fucking wait. Captain, the comms officer said, interrupting her near orgasmic bliss. You are being hailed by Gwen Shay the Elder. She intercepted the communication concerning our request for prisoner transfer. She doesn't sound happy. Gwen winced. She knew Gram would be pissed about that. It was understood that there was not going to be any quarter given. This was supposed to be our big and bloody entrance onto the scene, but damn it. When this ship hailed them, there was a human on the screen. All she had to do was open up her vest, let them take one look at the tattoo, and then give them the word of the angels that they could all survive if they just surrendered the ship and cargo. All she had to do was walk on board. No casualties, and even more important, not even a single scorch mark on the paint. If she wanted her to be all stupid and cut her way in guns blazing, then she shouldn't have made her read all those books. Sun Tzu himself said to build your opponent a golden bridge to retreat across. It worked great. Gah. Gwen huffed. Put her on the main screen. But don't you want to? If you think my butt is leaving this seat until I have to pee, you have another thing coming, Gwen replied. Put Gram through. Gwen Shay the Elder's wizened and enraged face appeared on the main screen. Hi Gram, Gwen said nervously. You drop that Gram bullshit right fucking now, Shay the Elder snarled. You ain't my baby doll no more. When you took the mark and you decided to run a crew, you became an angel, and when I tell an angel to kill. It went a bit better than she thought it would. Gram was pissed, make no mistake, but once she realized that it was a business decision and not her going soft, she was cool with it, not thrilled, but cool. Besides, word of the angels had been given, by a Shay no less, so there wasn't much Gram could do about it. She might throw her great-granddaughter out of an airlock for it, but the deal would be honored. After the pissing match was over, she felt that she might not have passed with flying colors, but she certainly didn't fail. The fact that her ship was completely undamaged, she didn't lose a single man, and could undertake missions immediately didn't hurt. That definitely did not piss Gram off. When it was all over, she still had both her command and her hide intact. She exhaled a relieved sigh and settled into her chair. Now if only she could recruit at least one of the nerds. That would be awesome. That little shit, Shay the Elder said with the faintest of smiles as the connection was terminated. She scowled as she felt the eyes of the entire bridge on her. Hey, she snapped. If someone, anyone, can take a Class 16 without losing a single man and without putting a single scratch on it, they can get away with making a command decision or two, but they had better fucking deliver. She looked over at her first mate with a smile. So she says her ship is good to go, eh? She wants to take her ship like a bitch, then she can work like one. Have her collect supplies from the damaged freighters and transfer it to the Sargassos. Then, after she gets through with it, she can be our shuttle bitch. You want her to do surface runs in a Class 16, her first mate asked, raising his eyebrow as the entire bridge looked at their captain in shock. Hey, if the bitch says she can do any mission, Shay said with an evil smirk, then she can do any mission. And I know for a fact my baby doll can pull it off, she added silently to herself. Even though a Class 16 was technically surface rated, nobody actually landed one unless it was done by computer at a specially rated starport landing pad, not just plopping one down in a field. Even her hardened vets would flinch at the thought of doing it once, much less repeatedly. It was a perfect way for her baby doll to prove her mettle, and it was a perfect way for Shay to show that she wasn't babying her baby. Which she totally was. Who? The first mate replied. Yes, Captain. God damn, she heard someone quietly mutter. Shay the Elder smiled. That's better. The bestest day ever for some and the worst day of their lives for others. Ree sighed happily as she buried her face in the fur of Jeho's chest. I feel little bad, she sighed. Why you feel bad? Jeho asked, looking down at her with concern. Because I know that lots of bad stuff happening, she said, looking up at him. But today the bestest day of my life. I know how you feel, Jeho said with a little chuckle. It's my happy day too, he said as he booked her nose with his. Ree let out a little giggle and held him tighter. Ree. Yeah. There's stuff, about me, you need know. Don't care, Ree said, cutting him off. Don't care. But you really need know. You didn't claim a stupid, Jeho, Ree said, looking up at him with earnest eyes. You can read, not a little bit, you can really read. You pretend you can't, but you can. You can do numbers too, not just 1 and 1 or 2 and 2. You can really do numbers. Like when that stupid Fed broke that water thing. Fire sprinkler. He broke sprinkler and set off all other ones, Jeho replied. See, Ree said, you know that too. But when we worked all those extra hours, you knew exactly how much we were gonna get paid. You pretended you didn't, but you did. You special to me and I watch you lots. You were doing numbers on your little book and you ask everybody what they got paid. That wasn't 1 and 1 cause they pay more. Time and a half for first 10 hours and then double time after that, Jeho replied. See? You know that too. How you know that? Because it written in contract, Jeho replied and then chuckled. Yet. I see what you talk about. To know all that you work like AAT in field for how long? Ri asked. Whole life. Yet, Jeho replied, whole life. And you know about Terran guns and those mortars and those tubes, Ri continued. I know what you are. And I don't care. I wish we're just Jeho. I am just Jeho, he replied giving her a hug. We are just Jeho and Ri. I like that. Just Jeho and Ri, she said wrapping her tail around his and looked at him with a twinkle in her eye. You know what else I like? She asked as she nibbled at his neck. Me stupid, Jeho smiled as he nibbled her back. You need show me. Later, as they cuddled, Jeho nudged Ri. Again, she asked hazily. Not again, Jeho replied. We need get going. Why? Ri asked. I like here. We need find food and water. I'm not hungry, or thirsty, Ri said nuzzling him. If we wait until we are thirsty it too late, Jeho replied. Unless you want drink ditch water. Me do it at home, she replied with a laugh. Home clean. You no want ditch water here trust me. Especially after all mortars and shooting. You know these things, Ri sighed resignedly. Me want stay here forever. We need leave before truck come anyway, Jeho laughed. With that he started putting his jumpsuit on. Once Ri was dressed he carefully opened the door. Jeho look. Ri said pointing at the pile of goods sitting beside their dumpster. Donuts, she exclaimed happily as she started to climb out. Jeho quickly grabbed her and pulled her back inside. They crept up on me and I didn't even know. Jeho thought in alarm as he drew a concealed knife, the blade made of pure imperial green jade. Keep low, Ri Jeho hissed. It could be trap. You know stupid so don't be stupid, Ri laughed. They got right up on us and we already in trap. If they wanted hurt us then they hurt us so they no want hurt us. She does have a point there. When you so smart, he asked. I always smart, she grinned. Jeho peeked out of the dumpster. The coast looked clear so he cautiously crept out. He pressed himself against the ground between two of the recycling dumpsters and looked all around. They have to be here somewhere. He pressed his ear to the ground. No sound and his whiskers didn't pick up any vibration but then again his ears and whiskers did him no favors when they walked up either. He had no idea that humans, presumably, could be so good. They were AAT good. He spared a thought for the nice people at Federation Command. He desperately hoped that they were okay, but against people that could do this? They were in trouble. He swiveled his head back and forth and darted forwards and back. There. He saw the briefest of flashes from a rooftop. Reflection where one shouldn't be. Passive optics. Humans use glass lenses like we do except theirs are way nicer. He recalled admiring one of their spotting scopes with rangefinder at a store. Now that his cover was blown he was definitely going to buy one. He had earned enough to cover it. He remembered exactly how much it cost. He looked closer. He could just barely make out the slightest bulge on the roofline. Sniper. They were AAT good. If he didn't know exactly what to look for and knew that they had to be there he would have never seen them. Until it was too late, which it already was. Ri was right. If they wanted to hurt him he wouldn't have made it a foot out of their rather sticky shelter. I shouldn't let them know I see them. They might decide to keep their location a secret the easy way. One of our little furry freaks just fucking made me, a quiet feminine voice whispered into an old-style radio handset. You were right, they're odds, or it's one really freaky AAT and something else. And here I was thinking you were good, an ancient voice snickered in response. So how many times have they done it? I have better things to do than watch low-res furry porn, sir. Inside their dumpster Ri and Jeho went through the boxes. Blankets. Ri said happily as she opened a box. We make proper nest. Jeho surveyed the hall. Blankets, food, both preserved rations and snacks, plenty of water, a tablet, those all made sense. But why were there ponchos in there? He pulled out a waterproof pouch and squealed when he opened it despite himself. Inside was a paper map and a compass. He had no idea that humans used them. It was beyond nice too. It was super nice, the nicest compass he ever saw. He turned on the tablet. When he did an old human's face appeared. Hello. I'm Captain Perkins with the Forsaken. Most of the items should make sense but you are probably wondering about the garments. Your clothing, while not a Federation uniform looks entirely too similar to one for your safety and contains a marker strip that can be picked up on a scanner. Ditch them. We've had a couple of unfortunate incidents involving fleeing contract labor. Don't worry. No odds were killed but a couple picked up some shrapnel and one caught a needle before we knew they weren't feds. We patched them up, got them to a medical unit, and they will be just fine. Everyone should know about you guys by now, but yeah, ditch the outfits. The tablet has full connectivity. We recommend Sunshine Radio for the latest information. Oh, in case you are wondering, your friends at the Federation command post are fine. The colonel had the good sense to surrender. We are in the process of rounding them up and they will be treated as per the Geneva Convention. That's good by the way. They won't be harmed unless they decide to be stupid. There is an email address preloaded in the tablet. That goes to our ombudsman's office. You need to get in touch for some reason, you can send an email there. If you can't read or write, you can send a voice communication. Just say my name and it will get to me. We've given you enough supplies so you can stay put for a few days. Do that. You are in one of our patrol zones and perfectly safe. The Forsaken troops won't harm you, but we are having a problem with some of the unaffiliated. Between us and the SDF we should have the entire city secure in a few days, so kick back, relax, and keep enjoying each other's company. The message ended. These Forsaken people are so nice. Ri exclaimed happily as she opened a box of donuts. Jeho didn't see a reason to correct her. The Prime Minister of the Federation slumped in his chair holding his face in his hands. Standing in front of him were an assembly of generals and admirals. How? He asked helplessly. How could this be happening? Prime Minister, one of the generals said urgently, you need to evacuate. Now. I won't, the Prime Minister snapped. If I run, Jessica Morgan wins 2 victories today. It will get out. The Prime Minister flees? It will be a political disaster. I might as well step down. You might as well step down anyway, the general thought to himself. I urge you to reconsider, the general said, wiping stress ooze from his optical pits. Current intel shows that the local human population. Crush them, the Prime Minister shouted. Pull them from their homes and drag them down the fucking street. That is extremely inadvisable, Admiral Ku stated. Details are extremely scant, but Colonel XXVKK managed to get a message out that stated that the Porkies used Terran-style nuclear weapons. If they have them here. How did they get nukes? The Prime Minister squeaked. Well, they are humans and fusion explosive technology is something that significantly predates the Soul Wars, Admiral Ku replied. It is entirely possible that they could manufacture them, however, it is much more likely that they were purchased on the black market. After all, the Ziyush obtained them in significant numbers and we can only assume that the human criminal syndicates have even better connections. That is before we even consider their conventional offensive capacity, a general said. Reports from human enclaves show them inflicting heavy casualties on our troops and local system defense forces. In fact, the losses have been near total in several. That's impossible, the Prime Minister shouted. There is no way an unarmed rabble could. They have obtained massive numbers of Terran axe and top-of-the-line ammunition, the general replied. In many cases almost the entire population was armed. They also have heavy weapons and are capable of improvising a type of explosive device that is capable of destroying a grav tank. Mixed in with the Terran arms are a disturbing amount of very high-power gauze and particle beam weapons and a device that generates a sustained stream of plasma that at close range is capable. How? The Prime Minister screamed. Somehow they managed to obtain and distribute both arms and very skilled military personnel with a speed that staggers the imagination, Admiral Ku stated. It's a logistical masterpiece, he exclaimed with a touch of admiration in his voice. Masterpiece. Masterpiece. More like master fuck up. How did you not detect this? Why didn't you stop it? Prime Minister, the Admiral said in a condescending tone. Are you aware of exactly how much shipping goes into and out of a system on a regular basis? Are you also aware that the groups at the head of this war are behind a great deal of the smuggling of black market goods, especially drugs, across the Federation? They have been eluding us for years. They are masters of it. This isn't a war, the Prime Minister shouted. This is just a bunch of criminal scum that. With all due respect, sir, the Admiral replied, turning a ugly shade of dark green, we just lost over 500,000 men in a single day. Even the Terrans didn't do that. This isn't a mob or a rebel. This isn't civil unrest. This isn't even an insurrection. Prime Minister, this is war. We declared a war that we were completely unprepared for on a real army and a real fleet. We lost 5 battleships today. 4 in one engagement. That's a fifth of our entire capital ship fleet. They wiped them out and didn't even break a sweat, sir. The entire Retribution battle group didn't take out 4 battleships at once, ever. That is clearly due to incompetence, the Prime Minister shouted. No, sir, the Admiral hissed, turning nearly black. That is clearly due to backing a species that we knew was dangerous as the void itself into a corner. You want to blame someone, blame the monsters that tried to make them extinct. The Admiral drew himself to his full height. And while you are at it, blame the moron who decided to order a fucking military parade into hostile space without giving sufficient time to generate a proper plan of action or gather any real intelligence, sir, he said as he gave the Volksine Admiral of the Navy a disdainful glance. The Volksine glared at Admiral Ku, but Admiral Ku paid him no heed and once again turned to face the Prime Minister. Blame the people who forgot that Jessica Morgan used to be General Jessica Morgan. Blame the person who, even when the devil of soul called with tears in her eyes begging them to negotiate, chose to attack rather than have a single shred of human decency. Yeah, the Admiral literally spat as he saw the shocked and horrified expression on the Prime Minister's face. We know about that. Blame the creature that clearly wanted a massacre, that clearly wanted to continue the program that his depraved buddies intentionally designed, the Admiral snarled, stepping forward. But don't you dare blame my men. How dare you, the Prime Minister spluttered. And while I'm on the subject, the Admiral said with a sneer, you want to know the real reason why the generals over here don't want to send forces into Porky Town. They don't want to lose, because if they do there will be nothing to stop the Porkies from sacking the entire city. They have their forces staged in defensive positions around the government district and are praying that the Porkies don't get bored waiting for us, because if they have half the weapons and troops we think they do in there we can't stop them if they do. The generals shifted uncomfortably as they looked at each other and stared daggers at the Admiral. Is this true? The Prime Minister asked the generals in horror. It only took one look at them to tell him the answer. Prime Minister, one of the generals said calmly. I urge you to reconsider evacuation. We can say it's because of the nuclear threat. We can keep it covered. Nobody has to know you left the capital. The fucking XX will know, the Prime Minister replied grimly. So will the Callant. The Prime Minister took a deep breath. No. I will remain here, the Prime Minister said. The whole Federation is going to be shaken when word of this gets out. I flee the capital and it is a public relations nightmare of historic proportions, and I don't just mean my career this time. I can't leave. The Prime Minister closed his eyes and sighed. Evacuate the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Defense, he said. We need to ensure a smooth transition if something. He let out a ragged breath. If something happens to me, he said grimly. Now go and do whatever it is that you need to do. I'm not. Just go, he said in a tired, defeated voice. The Prime Minister was soon alone in his office. He buried his head in his hands and slowly rocked back and forth. As the mob of generals and admirals exited the building, the Admiral of the Navy turned to confront Admiral Ku. You are relieved of command effective immediately, the Volksine snarled. Great, the other admiral smiled. I was hoping you would do that. What? I'm returning home, the Admiral said, turning a triumphant shade of purple. If you think I'm supporting the sick joke that the Federation has become, you are as stupid as they say you are behind your back. My people's SDF is a lot more worthwhile than trying to keep you and your toadies from drowning in your own spit. I'll personally see to it you never get a commission again. You won't even be able to captain a fucking freighter. Then I'll enlist. Admiral Ku ripped off his insignia, flipped it into the Admiral of the Navy's chest, and walked off. Carachel and Ka were sitting at her favorite lunch spot. This is a nice spot, Ka said as he opened an insulated flask and poured himself a cup of XXT. You seem better today. Finally got some sleep. Reluctantly, Carachel smiled as she popped a grain-encapsulated pickle into her mouth and started working it over with her radula. 20th century Earth history is so fascinating. It must be convenient for your voice box to be separate from your digestive tract like that, Ka said with an amused flick of his crest. So, do you see the horror that by any means necessary produces? Well, to a certain extent. To a certain extent. Yes, Carachel said, reaching for another rice ball. Millions did indeed die, and in a most unpleasant fashion, but after the admittedly horrific short-term adjustment period billions thrived. The conditions that birthed those movements needed to be changed, and later, after the dust settled. That isn't the point. Just an observation, Carachel said calmly. By the 22nd century even communist China gave way to much improved. After their Third World War. Over 2 billion dead. Yes, and that is certainly unfortunate, but in the years that followed, how many benefited from their sacrifice? World War III fundamentally changed Earth's entire culture for the better. At the cost of over 2 billion innocent lives. And how many lives were saved afterwards? That was the last major war until the Soul Wars 1,000 years later. 1,000 years of peace and prosperity, Ka. Their golden age started right then, born from the fires of that horrible conflict. Ka looked at Carachel in horror. This wasn't the point that he hoped to make at all. Images of what happened last time the XX tried to help flashed across his mind. He desperately hoped he wasn't repeating history. But what about the Eurasian? He asked. The Eurasian? You wouldn't have heard of them because they aren't here anymore, Ka replied. If 20th century Earth wasn't enough to put you off of your lunch, then they most certainly will. Look them up. I will. Carachel said brightly. And returning to Earth, Ka replied. Violent upheaval wasn't the only way significant progress was made. What about Gandhi and Martin Luther King? They achieved change every bit as significant without wreaking havoc. True, Carachel replied. And to be honest, they and others like them are far better examples to follow when instigating meaningful social change. I was just making an observation, that's all. A chilling one. But if I'm going to truly study this, I need to be able to look at it objectively, right? For example, you can't look at Nazi Germany in a vacuum. You have to look at the conditions both in Europe and in Germany itself before, during, and after the Second World War to get the full picture. I mean, World War II effectively brought an end to European colonialism, arguably one of the big evils of the age, and that wouldn't have happened without the Nazis. European colonialism? Ka thought to himself. He had absolutely no idea what she was talking about. He looked at Carashel with both horror and awe this time. Exactly how fast can a Belial learn when it wants to? Exactly how many hours have you spent? All of them. Carashel exclaimed as she stuffed her face. I'm either studying or sleeping. Ka smiled. Her enthusiasm for acquiring knowledge was so endearing. He was probably worrying over nothing. She did say that Martin Luther King and Gandhi's methods were the best after all. Also, to be honest, some of her observations made a disturbing amount of sense. It showed that she was actively learning and looking at the material objectively and reasonably, and any reasonable, objective savant would definitely come to the proper conclusions in the end. She was a good person. That was obvious. She just needed a little guidance. We have a word for what you are experiencing, Ada Keen, knowledge mania, he smiled. The inrush of information can be like a drug for us and can be every bit as dangerous. Take care to moderate both your hours and your thoughts. Otherwise you will wind up like a certain XX who had to be dragged kicking and screaming out of a library by mental health professionals and spent the next month babbling to the nice people in the recovery gardens about how it's possible to open a hyperspace portal with just your mind. Seriously? Carashel laughed. Oh yeah, Ka laughed. I had graphs and everything. They both laughed for a little while. So no coup attempts, he laughed, poking her. Got it, Professor, she giggled. It won't be an attempt. Carashel flinched at the intrusive thought. She was being silly again. I mean, both the Callant and the XX have tried and failed. What could she do? You really picked up a lot of information incredibly quickly, Ka said in admiration as he pulled out his crystalline tablet. You must have found some really good documents. What did you find? His tablet started making a pinging sound. Sorry, I have to take this call, he said as he rose and took a few steps away. Matriarch, he exclaimed in a jovial manner. How's the grub worm? She doesn't, he laughed. So what order does she want to join? Academics. Excellent. What subject matter? Oh, don't be like that. Theoretical physics is a fine endeavor. No, it most certainly has not been done to death. There is so much yet to explore. Well, a juvenile's desire to rebel is as universal as the speed of light in a vacuum. My own son is still pursuing professional athletics for the progenitor's sake, so be grateful that she is at least doing something worthwhile. Oh. I'm not entirely sure if we share the same sense of humor. A data file? I'm not overly eager to have a virus install bug porn into every single device I own again. No, that wasn't funny. It attached to a report I submitted to the home world, Uranus. I actually sent a porn virus too. It most certainly was not hot. Snicker, well, okay, maybe it was a little funny. Did I ever tell you how many resources we devoted in order to prove that the XX involved in those explorations of interspecies Congress were in fact computer generated? We had to. How else were we going to sleep at night? Oh, I have a message from the XX homeworld for you, we shall be repaying you in kind. Carashel tried very hard not to eavesdrop, or giggle. Who would dare do that to the XX? Oh, actual official business? Alright, send the file. Got it. I'm reviewing it now. Ka pulled up images of the Federation fleet entering the Rayleigh system. He grimaced and made an unpleasant sound. What? Carashel asked without thinking. I'm watching footage of the Federation fleet entering the Rayleigh system, Ka said with distaste. The Federation certainly did not spare any expense. When they said overwhelming force, they meant it. The humans are going to be crushed. Figures, Carashel muttered angrily. How dare they try to survive without Federation approval? She was cut off by a loud screech from Ka. He gripped his tablet so hard it was shaking. A strange voice, the likes of which Carashel never heard before, could clearly be heard saying, "Surprise." What? What? Carashel asked. Ka made no reply. He just stood there stock still watching the tablet. Progenitors, he gasped, shuddering. Do you know how many? Oh, by the ancient gardeners. And Zarin. I'll watch it later. And what of the enclaves? Ka shook his head sadly. Well, it was only to be expected that they would fight, but the nightmarish extent of it all. The humans fought? Carashel asked with a mix of awe and horror. They would be massacred. She hoped that they will fight with courage. Of course they will. It will be like the Warsaw Ghetto all over again, but they will fight. They will lose, but the feds will know that they were there. She silently uttered a prayer for the humans. Yes, I will pass this along to the home world, Ka said quietly. Thank you for the intelligence. I can't speak freely here, Ka said looking over at Carousel. But we need to discuss this in detail. No, the news hasn't hit here yet. I hadn't considered that. I will vacate the area immediately. I will contact you when I am at the embassy, and could you please stop laughing? It's distasteful and none of this is remotely humorous. I will speak to you later. Farewell. Ka turned to Carousel. We're leaving, now. Come on. What? Why? The humans, Ka paused to gather himself. The humans have completely destroyed both main Federation expeditionary fleets. What? It was a massacre. All contact with ground forces on both Raylesh and Zarin have been lost. Every single human enclave where the Federation has tried to enter. There are massive casualties being inflicted in every single. Over 500,000 dead, and the number is climbing by the second. We have to leave. We aren't safe here. Carousel started to pack up her lunch. Leave it. Ka screeched. They have nukes. This place could be vaporized any second. The XX embassy is designed to withstand a blast. We'll go there. Carousel grabbed her lunchbox and they both started to run. Carousel quickly fell behind. Fuck it. Ka screeched and pulled out his tablet. Moments later his car decloaked right in front of them. Get in, he yelled. Carousel rushed to climb in. She tried to keep her expression even, but inside she was grinning from ear to ear, and her very soul was singing. Now in darkness world stops turning. Ashes where the body's burning. No more war pigs have the power. Hand of God has struck the hour. Day of judgment, God is calling. On their knees the war pigs crawling. Begging mercies for their sins. Satan, laughing, spreads her wings. O Lord yet. O Lord yet, she whispered. Enclaves. Narva 6. Human population, 1278. Primary occupation, agriculture. Primary product, vitamin-enriched rice, strain 13B. Actual product, coca leaves. Colony ownership, Aster Agri Corp. Actual owner, Void Gazers. Sergeant Kluesh of the Federation Expeditionary Force took cover behind a rotting log, trying to press himself into the mud. They hadn't even managed to make it to the farm complex, still 8 kilometers away. Massive explosions had wrecked all of the APCs in their convoy, sending them tumbling into the swamps below. They knew to expect homemade bombs. These were humans after all. Their skill with crude chemical explosives was well known, but they were told not to worry. Their APCs were heavily shielded and armored. It would take a blast from a grav tank to stop one of them, and they were flying over 100 meters above the marshy ground, well beyond the range of even their infamous shaped charges. It didn't matter. 1 second they were closing in on the farms, and the next. There was the shriek of an alarm, and then boom! There was a huge hole in the APC and they were falling. And over half of his squad was dead. They lost 2 more who couldn't get free of their safety restraints before the APC sank into the mire. In seconds, their company was decimated, with the stunned survivors cowering behind whatever they could find, trying to figure out exactly what just happened. Sergeant, a voice shrieked. The sergeant winced. Why hadn't the captain been one of those killed? Sir, the sergeant replied as the captain waited up. You will stand and salute when addressed by a superior officer. Sir, please get down. Sergeant. The sergeant reluctantly stood and saluted the captain. As he did so he noticed something strange. Someone had cut the sum of the limbs of a nearby thurga tree. 900 meters away a barrel, wrapped in something resembling moss, slowly shifted by a few degrees. Sergeant, gather the men and prepare to march to that rise. Are you certain, sir? That would put us. It's the only solid ground. The sergeant stood open-mouthed in horror as the top third of his commanding officer disappeared, spraying him with a light green liquid. A moment later he tried to dive for cover. He wasn't fast enough. Keel orbital. Human population, 130. Primary occupation, miscellaneous. Colony ownership, none. Actual owner, unaffiliated. The remaining shreds of the station security, the system SDF, and the 6 Federation military personnel still left alive were throwing tables, chairs, boxes, basically anything they could lift, into an elongated pile. It was supposed to be so easy. The humans had all withdrawn into a few subsections on level 12. The station security sealed off the area, and the SDF, backed by the Federation, were then going to sweep through the area, detaining all of them in preparation for deporting the lot of them to Raylesh after they subdued the system. That's not what happened. What's happening? The station manager shrieked in dismay. What does it look like? A Federation lieutenant snapped. The lieutenant turned to a wounded trooper who was hunched over an instrument panel. How are you doing, son? I'll live, sir, the trooper said and then laughed. Until they finish the job. Any luck getting through? No, sir, the trooper replied. Those blighted porkies have locked down the whole station. How? The station manager yelped. Hackers, good ones, the trooper replied. They own the station now. Who were those guys? An SDF officer, bleeding from multiple punctures in one of his arms and torso as he slumped against the wall, asked. The ones in grey, the lieutenant asked, no idea. All I know is that they are spawn fuckers. The who? The station director asked. There are these guys in light combat armor with mottled grey coverings, the lieutenant replied. You can't see them on scanners and they are deadly. They were calling the shots and once we tried to run, they were the ones giving chase. Terrans, the director asked. I heard. No, the lieutenant replied. Only the rabble had axe. These guys were packing energy weapons that I've never seen before. I'm not sure if they are blasters, gauze rifles, or something in between. Whatever they are, they will punch a hole in you big enough to step through. You'll get to see them soon enough, a trooper said as he slowly limped behind the makeshift barrier. Where did they come? The director started to ask before cut short by a loud explosion. The hatch blew off its hinges and flew into the room. The lieutenant thought of his wife as he uttered a silent prayer to his ancestors. Gods of my father, gods of my mother. Let me fight with honor. Let me die proudly. A cylinder shot into the room, filling the space with a strange shimmering smoke. The lieutenant activated the scanners in his helmet. It was useless. He heard many running footsteps approaching. He dropped his gun and drew a ceremonial blade. A human hurtled over the barrier with ease, bearing down on him. A blade attached to his weapon. The lieutenant thought in amazement as he assumed a fighting stance. That's genius. A second later his last thought was this enough to please my ancestors? Clear, a grey-clad soldier shouted. Clear, another one replied. An old man walked in wearing a Raylesh SDF uniform. Underneath the SDF designation there was a strip of grey cloth with the letters USMC embroidered on it. On his left shoulder he wore a patch bearing an 8-rayed star with an eye in the middle. On the right was a worn patch bearing 3 swords going through a star. Good work, devil dogs, he exclaimed. He pulled out his communicator. We got the last of them, he reported. Took you long enough, Gunny, an old woman snorted. Ma'am, they can't fight worth a fuck but they sure as hell can run, the old marine chuckled. Move to Point Omega, cover the unaffiliated while we do a little shopping. Yes, ma'am. Capital City. Human population, 125,000 plus. Primary occupation, miscellaneous with focus on light industry. Colony ownership, none. Actual owner, unaffiliated. Colonel Laron looked at the map and released a frustrated sigh. They weren't coming. This wasn't good. They are probably calling for reinforcements, he said in French to a nearby officer. Good luck getting them, the silver-haired woman snorted. I suspect they might be a little short-handed at the moment, sir. The colonel carefully examined the map. The Federation forces were well positioned and enjoyed complete air superiority. Leaving their positions and moving to engage them would be suicide. He let out a chuckle. They were trapped in a trap of their own design. They couldn't leave Porky Town without exposing themselves, and remaining here was suicide. The Federation could simply keep them pinned down until they massed sufficient force to stage a successful assault. Not good. An iridescent green Jova walked into the room. Hack Kellel. Colonel Laron exclaimed. Hack Lawler, the Jova replied and then twitched his mandibles in a smile. I was expecting a bit more excitement today. Me too, the colonel chuckled. Goddamn feds are actually acting with foresight and intelligence. This unexpected development is most inconvenient. Who would have thought, the Jova replied. I thank your people for the intelligence, Major, the colonel said after a moment. It has been most useful. Think nothing of it, the Jova said with a smile, we take a rather dim view of genocide. Though after today perhaps we should start supporting the feds instead. How much blood does it take to slake your thirst? This isn't about blood, the colonel replied. We are trying to damage the Federation's ability to fight. We can't hope to cripple their fleet but their ground forces, that we can do. They committed enough of their troops that we have a very real opportunity to significantly diminish their capacity. Even though we haven't killed nearly enough to cripple them, we have done enough damage that they won't risk additional units quite so readily. Interesting, the Jova replied. Working with you has been most educational. You think this is educational, the colonel replied. Just wait. We have so much to teach your people. I am eagerly looking forward to that, the Jova replied. My bags are already packed. The wife is less than pleased, though. You could bring her along, you know. Absolutely not, the Jova laughed. I will happily risk my hide but there is no way I'm bringing my family to Raylesh. I'm sorry, the Jova winced, I didn't mean to. It's fine, the colonel replied. We're used to this. We're porkies. Nowhere is safe. At least on Raylesh they can be comfortable while they wait for the inevitable. So, the Jova said uncomfortably, is there anything you humans need? Any supplies? We are doing quite well at the moment, the colonel replied. Please pass along our gratitude to all of the enclaves. In fact, the colonel smiled, could you please ask people to stop sending us stuff? Every single food preservation unit is stuffed to bursting. We feed our worries, the Jova laughed, and it seems that we aren't the only species with that drive. I will pass the word along. Let us know when our grandmothers can break out the stew pots once more. Don't worry, the colonel laughed, we will. To change the subject, the Jova said, I do have several requests for training units from a number of species. It seems we aren't the only ones who are concerned by recent events. I also have several other races that want to be added to the list of friends and wish to know what that would entail. Damn, the colonel laughed, at this rate there will be nobody left for our pirates. Kestra 3. Human population, 2518. Primary occupation, mining. Primary product, rare earth minerals. Secondary product, covered uranium. Colony ownership, Hasreek Mining Corp. Actual owner, Morgan Enterprises. Major J.K. Beale stepped onto a makeshift platform in front of his expeditionary force. Listen up, he shouted. We are about to go on our first sortie against the humans entrenched in the key mine. I'm not supposed to tell you this. The major inhaled a deep steadying breath. Due to logistics issues our attack has been a bit delayed relative to the other police actions across the Federation. Things have. Well, they haven't gone well. He paused as the muttering resided. They haven't gone well at all. In fact, it's been a complete shit show. I don't know all the details but the reports are pretty grim, especially on the ground. The humans are not only resisting, they are doing a damned good job of it. This is not going to be a summer stroll. We need to expect determined, armed resistance. He scowled at some amused snickering and they're gonna dies. Stow it, he shouted. I'm fucking serious. The entire Raylesh and Zarin expeditionary fleets have been completely wiped out. The room fell into a shocked silence. We've lost contact with Raylesh, Zarin, and a dozen human enclaves. The ones that we are still in contact with report horrific losses. The major activated a hollow projector. This information is being officially suppressed because they are afraid of losing morale, the major shouted. Well, I'm more fucking concerned with losing men. You need to know exactly what we are heading into and it is not good. He waved his hand and an image of a Raylesh SDF soldier in combat armor appeared. There are reports of what appear to be actual military units mixed in with the locals in all enclaves, he bellowed. I hope to every hell in all of your belief systems that I'm wrong, but, based on the carnage, I think it's these assholes, Raylesh SDF. He looked at his troops. Has anyone ever been stationed in the Raylesh system? He paused hopefully. Unfortunately, as expected, nobody responded. Well, I have, he shouted. Whatever preconceived notions you have about the SDF, forget them. The Raylesh SDF is a serious threat whether it be in space or on the ground. They don't fuck around. Personally, I would rather tangle with the 8-lie. These troopers will fuck you up. The projector started showing different uniforms and gear sets. If you see anything like one of these photos, call it in immediately. He turned to face his men. There are a few things I want to get clear right fucking now, he shouted, stamping his hoof. No saluting. If anyone salutes me I will treat it as if you made an attempt on my life, he yelled. They have top-class marksmen and they use them. Expect snipers. You are also trained to acknowledge orders loudly and clearly and use sir or ma'am. Don't do that either. You are basically screaming that you are talking to a target, one you are standing right beside. They use sonic enhancement. They hear that and you are begging for a sniper to open up your vitals. He started to pace. Sergeants and squad leaders, you have been trained to call in for instructions whenever facing an unusual situation. You have instincts. Use them. If you wait for orders it could be too late. Follow your orders, but if you run into something unplanned, do what you have to do to survive. You have my personal guarantee that I will back you up as long as it isn't outright mutiny. Taking cover or even retreating is not cowardice under fire. It's good sense. Don't throw the lives of yourself and your men away for no reason. We have a mission to achieve, but we can't do that if we are dead. Images of IEDs appeared. These are images of various improvised explosive devices. Do not underestimate them. If you noticed, they can look like anything. If you see anything that looks remotely out of place, shoot it. If you see some freshly overturned earth, shoot it. If you see a vehicle parked alongside or under your path, fill it full of holes. If in doubt, shoot it, then shoot it again. Most of their explosives will be detonated by one of our projectiles. He paused and took another breath. Concerning the rules of engagement. If a human is armed, fucking shoot them. Don't challenge them. Don't order them to drop their weapon. Shoot them. If you detect a concealed human, order them to show themselves. If they don't, open fire. Assume any adult human is a potential combatant. In fact, any human is a potential combatant. Just because it's a kid doesn't mean it's harmless. I don't care if you have a son or daughter their age. If they are carrying a weapon, shoot. If you can't see their hands, be cautious. Make them reveal their graspers. If they don't, shoot. He paused. We are Federation troopers, not Death Squad members. Don't shoot any human that you see, but if you have the slightest funny feeling about the situation, have them lie down in the submission position. If they refuse, shoot them. He let the muttering subside. Our orders have changed. Preparing the humans for deportation to Raylesh is off the table. We are to secure the area, establish a perimeter, and clear the area of weapons and explosives. We will then transport the humans to a holding area being established by our engineers. He stamped his hoof. Everyone looked to their left and to their right. Those men are the ones that are going to keep you alive. Those are the men that you are going to keep alive. Officers, trust your men. Men, trust your officers. We can't help our orders. We are being sent into harm's way. That is our job. How we follow those orders, that we can help. The brass has ordered us into this pit. I'm ordering you to survive. Now mount up and may the creators be with you. As his men filed into their APCs, the major shuddered. This was going to be the Terran War all over again. No, it was going to be worse. In the Terran War we weren't invading their homes. We weren't rounding up their children. These humans would be fighting for their very survival. They believe that we are going to send them and their families to disease-riddled worlds to die, and that's exactly what we would have done if it were possible. On the trip over he had studied them, the Porkies. He read their history. He knew what they were capable of when pressed, and he knew exactly what he was sending his men into. This wasn't the Terran War all over again, he realized as ice gripped his heart. It was going to be the Soul Wars all over again, creators helped them all. But that wasn't what truly bothered him. What truly bothered him was that he and his men were the raiders. He tried, but he couldn't shake the thought. They were the raiders in this new Soul War. He was on the wrong side. He had orders to follow and a duty to perform, and he would, but the humans were fighting for their children and their homes. What was he fighting for? Order? Stability? The rule of law? Death camps? He clenched his molars as the APCs lifted off. This reminded him of something from his race's history. Something he did not like one bit. Was he fighting on the right side? He turned and walked towards his command post. He tried to clear his head. He had his orders. It was his duty to follow them. Yet, just following orders. Wasn't that what they said as well? He winced. His ancestors fought and died fighting tyranny, fighting genocide. Some of his direct ancestors died in places exactly like where the Federation wanted to send those humans. And now, he was the one wearing those steel shoes. He was the one stomping the children into the mud. This was wrong. What would his ancestors think of him? Could he even enter the sacred tombs after this? He didn't think he could. Ancestors, forgive me, he muttered as he walked away. The day from hell continues. Mark Black took a deep breath and walked into his wife's room. Shelley was a bloated, twisted monstrosity, her body ravaged by the same illness that had left him entirely untouched, for now. The disease that he gave her. She looked over at him and smiled weakly. Hello, princess, Mark said with a little smile. How are you today? It hurts, she managed to whisper. I'm so sorry, he said with tears in his eyes as he took her withered hand. The skin split at his touch, and what oozed out wasn't blood. When are you going to? Cough, stop with all the apologizing, she whispered. I agreed to it and I don't do anything I don't want to do. Stop being such a little bitch about it. Mark let out a little laugh. It just happened, he said with a smile. We knocked the shit out of them. Cough cough, I know. I could hear people losing their minds outside. I couldn't hear exactly what was going on, but I figured. Mark stroked her hair and tried not to wince as a chunk of it remained in his hand. Sorry I couldn't stay pretty for you. What the fuck are you talking about, Mark scoffed. You are still the most beautiful woman I have ever met. Liar. I mean it, Mark said with tears in his eyes. I fucking mean it, babe. He pulled out an auto-injector. Is that it? Shelley asked, looking at the device. Yeah, he said, choking up. You don't have to hurt anymore. Hey. Don't be a bitch, Shelley whispered as she smiled, her lips cracking. She coughed up a wad of green-black phlegm. Promise me. Anything. Mark replied. Don't let this change you. Don't let this break you. Don't turn into a little bitch. I won't, Mark smiled. No bitches in this house. And remind them all. What? Cough, what we are. Oh, I fucking will, Mark said with tears in his eyes. I'm gonna carve your name in the fucking stars. I like that, she whispered in a weak voice. Now, let your beautiful eyes be the last thing I ever see. You got it, my princess, Mark said as he looked deep into her eyes and pressed the injector into her chest. It made a quiet psst. I, love, Shelley started to say, and then her pupils dilated completely open and she let out one final sigh. Mark collapsed over her body. HNNNG. HNNGH, he moaned as tears filled his eyes. He roared, his voice echoing through the ward. He bellowed as he strode towards the door, splitting it open with a kick. He drew a length of roughly ground steel, a long shank. Mark Black, once again a ripper of the long shanks, stepped into the hall. Jesus fucking Christ, a man, carrying a gauze carbine and wearing a long shank on his hip, said as he walked into the ward. He figured that the boss would be upset, but, shit. This was bad, even by his very relaxed standards. You here, boss, he called out. A long low growl was the only reply. Mark, covered head to toe in fluids of a half a dozen colors, stepped out. Boss, the man asked cautiously. Mark just stood there breathing heavily. You okay, boss, the man asked backing away. Terrified whimpering came from around the corner. Josh was surprised. There were people left alive. That was good sign. Some of the nurses, good people, Mark said in a distant voice, took care of us. They live. Mark shook his head as his eyes fully cleared. You ain't wearing any gear, he said calmly. Yeah, Joshua replied. Popped positive. So has everyone else here. Mark nodded. You split up the people like I said. Yeah, Joshua replied. The good and the bad. And the bad. Joshua just smiled. Mark smiled back. Got a ship. Yeah, parked out front. Let's go, Mark growled. We got a name to carve. What? One of the monitors on the wall opposite Jessica Morgan flashed the words Mark Black as a ringtone sounded. Hello. Jessica said with a smile and then looked at the monitor in confusion. What are you doing? Getting hosed off, Mark replied as a stream of water washed over him. You wouldn't know about shit like that, he scoffed. You like to keep your hands all nice and tidy, don't you, bitch? Jessica just smiled and sipped her tea. I see old Mark is back, she replied. So, are you ready to begin? Yeah, I killed her if that's what you are asking, Mark snarled. Please accept my deepest condolences over your loss, Jessica said carefully. I know how much. Save it for people who don't know you like I do, Mark growled. You don't give a fuck. Jessica's expression softened. Actually, I held Shelley in high regard. She was. Rarg. Mark yelled, tears starting to well up in his eyes. I was going to send flowers, Jessica said in a much colder tone, but instead I'll give you something else. We passed around the hat and between myself, the other Confederates, the independents, the unaffiliated, and other parties we have gathered quite the bounty for our friend Patricia. 20 billion for her head and 35 for her alive. If she is breathing when we get our hands on her, I will give her to you. Mark let out a long low growl and grinned. Thought you'd like that, Jessica smiled. We can celebrate Shelley's memory properly. As I recall, some of your methods were quite inventive. What about the doc? Mark snarled. I want the doc. And you shall have him, Jessica said in a soothing voice. We've located the good doctor and will be gathering him up shortly. After we've finished extracting the information we desire, we shall send him to you. It's the least I can do, for Shelley. And his family. We hadn't planned on it, but, sure, whatever you want. Do you want them alive or? You have to ask. Alive. Certainly, Jessica smiled. Will the immediate family suffice? His wife. I want his wife. Consider it done, Jessica replied with a cold smile. A fitting memorial if I do say so myself. Now, on to business. If you agreed to relocation from the start, you wouldn't be in this situation, Dr. Averill, Marrow said to the terrified-looking individual on his hollow monitor. Well, I'm agreeing now. Dr. Averill exclaimed. The porkies have gone insane. Well, it's hardly insane considering the situation, Marrow chuckled. I would be quite annoyed were I in their position. And if I were one of several very powerful and very dangerous individuals, I would be quite annoyed with you as well. This isn't funny. Well, I find the situation quite humorous, Marrow replied. You were offered the honor of serving her ladyship and you refused. You refused her, to her face no less. You didn't want, now what was it again? To be caged up like an animal. And now, you come crawling, scratching on the very bars you scorned. I'm valuable. I can be useful. I And that is why I returned your call instead of simply dispatching an execution squad, Marrow replied. You are valuable and the research you are undertaking on our behalf at your university is of sufficient value for her ladyship to graciously extend to you once again her offer of patronage. Thank you. Thank you so. Don't thank me, Doctor. Marrow sneered. If I had my say in the matter you would be dead. A vessel has already been dispatched to Terra. You are allowed 1 shipping container worth of cargo and your immediate family. Once you board that ship you will disappear forever. You and your family will be quite comfortable and well provided for as long as you serve, but you will never walk the streets a free man again. Do you understand? I understand. You will be contacted by an individual who will identify themselves as Mr. Purple. Follow their instructions to the letter. We are only going to exert ourselves once, Dr. Averill. Until then, gather your family, activate your security system, and do not leave your residence for any reason. Do you understand? Mr. Purple. Don't leave. Got it. Marrow sneered and terminated the call. What waste of time. The good doctor had already submitted the data from the initial experiments in the Federation and had clearly outlived his usefulness. His latest proposal was sketchy at best. He was of the firm opinion that it was a scam, but her ladyship kept throwing fistfuls of credits at him regardless. She is getting desperate. He scowled at his disloyal thought. Her ladyship must see something that I do not. Floating unnoticed among the icy debris of Sol's Ord cloud there was a derelict ship, a dead floating hulk. Completely dead, no gravitic signature, no power, nothing. It was just one more bit of lifeless debris among billions of others. Or so it appeared. Inside, Janzuk smiled. Mr. Purple, he muttered, his breath condensing to vapor instantly in the frigid air. He liked it cold as possible. It made him feel closer to the void. He knew the void had no temperature, but he couldn't pull that one off just yet. He smiled. He was finally able to repay Jessica for her kindness all those years ago. He owed her so much. The hazard and monotony of this assignment were a small price to pay for all the gifts she bestowed. Besides, it was nice seeing home again. He unbuckled himself and floated down the corridor to the communications station. He didn't need to. He could do everything from the cockpit, but he just loved to fly, even after all these years. Once he arrived, he hovered over the keyboard and started to type a message. Tak Nakamura was sitting in his living room watching the drama play out on his hollow wall. He frowned. Jessica Morgan once again was leading an army, a much larger and better equipped one than before. There was no way this would turn out well, no way at all. Where did she get the compliance tubes? Those were new, very new. It was impossible to tell for certain, but those were at least Generation 7-star harpies. He reached for his communicator to start calling defense contractors to see if a production lot had gone missing, but it started ringing just as he touched it. It was an unlisted number. It was more than unlisted, since even his software couldn't determine the identity of the caller. Muttering to himself, he answered the call and cursed as Jessica Morgan's face appeared on his screen. Hello, Tak. Long time no see, Jessica said with an ugly smile. Jessica, Tak replied calmly, his eyes burning with hate. I see you haven't taken your girlfriend's poison, Jessica said as she glanced at something off-screen. I would have thought that you would have lapped it up the second she poured it into your bowl. Patricia, who is not my girlfriend. Oh? She dumped you. What do you want, Jessica? Tak replied with a scowl. I want your help. And what makes you think I would ever assist you with anything? Because you are a good man, Tak, Jessica chuckled. It's your one biggest flaw. Well, that and a rather embarrassing fetish, but I don't judge. Are you trying to blackmail me? Tak snorted. Because that won't. I'm not blackmailing you, Tak, Jessica smiled. Besides, all simulations strongly indicate that the backlash I would receive from sullying the savior of Seoul would outweigh the satisfaction I would get from releasing the photos that I do have. Tak glared at her silently. What the fuck do you want? He asked after a few seconds. Your girl has done a number on us, Tak, Jessica said calmly. It's bad. The latest estimates has the number of infected at over 5 million, and the number is growing exponentially. Our most optimistic simulations have it killing well over 50% of us. That's a lot of dead innocent people, Tak. You can hate me all you want, but those are innocent men, women, and children. Most of them were born after the wars. They are guilty only of having assholes for parents, or grandparents, or whatever, and your girl is killing them. I want to give you the opportunity to make it right. Patricia, who is not my girl and I am in no way responsible for. You spared her, Tak. You spared her because she was fucking you, Jessica replied. That was not the reason. Please, Jessica said, cutting him off. You can talk numbers all you want, but we both know the real reason why she wound up on the tribunal instead of out there in the cold dark with us. And you are the real reason Patricia released the virus in the first place. What happened to her would have never happened if you weren't arming and training the raiders. Those raiders were packing American military energy weapons. You want to assign blame? Patricia wouldn't exist if it weren't for you. Do you have any idea what they did to her? He yelled. Yes, well, boys will be boys, Jessica said dismissively. While I would love to reminisce about the good old days some more, I have shit to do. I'm giving you the opportunity to help. I'm willing to accommodate as many researchers and medical personnel as the Republic wants to send. And exactly why would we do that? Tak replied. Let me rephrase this, Jessica said with a cold gleam in her eyes. I am willing to accommodate as many researchers and medical personnel as the Republic wants to send so that a cure, vaccine, or treatment can be found before there is a major outbreak of the virus in the Republic. I see, Tak replied. Not blackmail, a threat. I'm just giving you the opportunity to help save innocent people and making the observation that virulent diseases are notoriously hard to contain, Jessica said with a smile. Besides, from what I hear, it won't be a hard sell. Kestra 3, late afternoon. Human population, 2,515. Primary occupation, mining. Primary product, rare earth minerals. Secondary product, covered uranium. Colony ownership, Hasreek Mining Corp. Actual owner, Morgan Enterprises. Major J.K. Beale cursed as he walked through the compound. He had expected it to be bad. He had no idea. He had sent his men into a flour mill. He glanced over at the field hospital and scowled. There were people laying on the ground outside the doors, people huddled under a hastily erected pavilion. People everywhere. And they were the lucky ones. Too many of his men were still laying where they fell. They couldn't even retrieve the bodies. Or many of the wounded. It was a slaughter. All of his plans, all of his adjustments, all of his warnings were for naught. He stamped his hoof in frustration. Fuck. He was still trying to figure out exactly what happened. Everything was going as planned, the troops were closing in on the mines. Then all hell broke loose. The engagement only lasted minutes and half of his APCs were lost along with over a third of his men. Gone. He shrieked a retreat order almost immediately, but it wasn't enough. All he could do was stamp and scream as he heard squad after squad after squad. Creators. His chief medical officer, Major Ju, walked up. She was solid black from head to toe and shaking slightly. As she got closer he could see rivulets of tears running down her sides. Sob, there's nothing I can do, she gasped. Nothing. What's going on, Doc? Major J.K. Beale asked, dreading the answer. The wounds. Oh creators. The wounds, she gasped, shaking uncontrollably. There's nothing I can do. What about the wounds? Those monsters. They used uranium, somehow. Fragments, dust, vapors. All through them. All of them. It's in their respiratory systems, their circulatory systems, impregnated in their skin. It's dangerous to even treat them. Our medics are going to get sick. I'm going to get sick. Those monsters. Why would they do this? Why? The major, not knowing what else to do, reached out to console her. She pulled away sharply. Aren't you listening, you moron, she yelled. I'm contaminated. She broke down into tears and fell to her knees holding her top in her hands. Why? Creators, why? The major reached down and pulled her to her feet. I'm contam. You are also in front of the men, the major hissed urgently. If you need to have a moment, do it in my office, he said as he drug her into the headquarters building. Once they were alone, the doctor fell to her knees once again. Every casualty we have here is going to die, Major, the doctor said miserably. Maybe if we had a full hospital we could save some of them, but we aren't equipped for this. I'll get us help, the major said calmly. At the very least I'm going to get us out of here. We're finished. Look, do what you can as best as you can. We've already burned through anything that could remotely be used to decontaminate or detoxify, the doctor moaned. The only thing left is what? The major asked. They are going to die anyway. The doctor closed her eyes and shuddered. We creators. We try to excise the worst of it, amputate when possible, hollow out the wound channels where we can't. She looked like she was going to be sick. We might be able to remove the worst of it, buy some time until help arrives, but we could kill as many as we save. As opposed to losing all of them, the major said grimly. Creators, forgive me, the doctor said in a tiny voice. I'm going to lose my license for this. Not if I give you a direct order, the major replied. Which I am now doing. Save as many of my men as you can, doctor. Yes, sir. Give me a minute, the doctor said as she slumped into a chair and drew a shuddering breath. Back on Terra, Dr. Araval's phone rang. He grabbed at it with shaking hands. Why yes. Doctor, this is Mr. Purple, a pleasant female voice said. There has been a change of plans. We have reason to believe that the Porkies have your location. Oh God. Relax, Doctor, the soothing voice said. Her ladyship takes care of her own. We are sending a vehicle to your location. It should be there in an hour. Is your family with you? Why yes. We are all here. I'm sorry but for now just bring what you can carry with you. We will send movers to collect your property later. I understand. Excellent, the reassuring voice said. Everything's going to be okay, Doctor. You are in good hands. Thank you. I promised her ladyship that I would deliver you and your family safe and sound, the woman said. I will not fail her, or you. Be ready. You won't have much time once the vehicle arrives. We will be ready. Good. See you soon, the woman said in a confident soothing tone as she terminated the call. 45 minutes later the doctor's phone rang once more. This is Mr. Purple, the woman's voice announced. Outside, black limo. Now. Moments later Dr. Araval, his wife, and his 2 children rushed into the vehicle. This is nice daddy, his daughter exclaimed as she settled into one of the plush leather seats. Thank you so much, his wife said towards the driver, obscured behind a mirrored interior partition. Just serving her ladyship, ma'am, the woman said as she smiled, 2 golden fangs gleaming in the darkness. The limo slowly drove off into the night. A note from Slightly Amusing. Author's note, the good major isn't facing Raylesh SDF. That poor bastard went up against Morgan Enterprises private security. As bad as the Raylesh SDF is, Morgan's personal troops are worse. They are recruited from the elite of the Raylesh and Zarin SDF as well as other talented individuals and then are put through a special regimen designed by special ops officers of several pre-Yellowstone nationalities. They are bad news. The weapon they are using is an improved version of the US Sabre gun assault rifle. It uses Earth-Tech supercapacitor technology, the Federation can't make them, to propel a needle of either tungsten alloy or jacketed uranium at beyond hypersonic speeds. The projectile starts to ablate due to atmospheric friction and is jacketed in plasma shortly after it leaves the barrel. The uranium needles are jacketed to reduce contamination from handling and the thin jacket lasts long enough for the needle to travel far enough downrange that the worst of the uranium plasma doesn't affect the firer. The needles used by Morgan's troops are specifically designed, recently, to ablate well and what hits the target is an eroding uranium needle jacketed by a sheath of uranium plasma. They cut through most shields and armor with little issue and even if they don't, a burst of them will basically create uranium gas around the targets. Vapor, suppressive fire from those needles is more than just suppressive fire. It's a chemical attack. The weapon has variable power so the same weapon can deliver devastating high-power long-range shots, medium-power shots for better recoil management, and a low-power subsonic setting. The power setting is truly variable so the weapon can be tuned to the individual operator's preferences or the specific needs of a situation. Note, you don't really get good plasma generation at medium and none at low power so when using the uranium needles the weapons are usually set at as high a power as possible. And it's fun watching targets explode. These same needles are also used on the light and heavy machine gun variants of the same concept, both of which are present in those mines. They have other weapons in there as well just as nasty. The Fall of the Capital Enclave Part 1. As night fell Colonel Laron looked at the map and sighed. Still no movement from the Federation troops. He was definitely disappointed, but not terribly shocked. In every single ground engagement between the Federation Army and human forces the Feds were dealt costly and humiliating defeats. They won't be trying that again. Their losses were in the tens of thousands across the Federation. The colonel did some quick math in his head and nodded. The losses were definitely above the minimum goals for the initial day. The Feds lost a measurable portion of their ground forces, enough that massing troops would be difficult if they wanted to retain enough men for their defense. He pulled up another report. In more than a few areas the Federation presence was reduced enough to start evacuations of some of the smaller enclaves. The general had placed a high priority on those people. They were almost entirely untouched by the plague. Unfortunately, here in the capital city, the location of the single largest population of completely uninfected people, they were hopelessly trapped. They had freighters registered under other flags waiting but there was no way to get the people to them. Currently, they were only able to send the barest trickle of people through a hastily improvised underground railroad. Thanks to a number of sympathetic races humans were being smuggled into other enclaves and out of the city, but it was only a few at a time, and they have over 120,000 people. Over 110,000 of them were non-combatants. He had hoped for more volunteers, but he didn't blame them. Most of these people came from pure Porky stock, Arcologi refugees, innocent spacers, people like that. Most of them didn't have a single drop of Raider in them. They weren't fighters, just poor luckless bastards and their descendants. They had been kicked around and stepped on by everyone, Raider, Terran, and Confederacy alike. They wanted no part of this and he didn't fault them one bit. He felt terribly bad for them. After everything they managed to find a home, a place to build a future and what happens? Another fucking Yellowstone kicks them right in the balls. He wasn't able to protect them before, but by God he was going to do it now. He was going to get as many of them as he could out of this death trap. There was a quiet beep as an encoded text came in. It was from his piper out in the fringes of the solar system. A battleship task force just entered the system. Fuck, it was the Ascension. The Ascension was an elite ship with a blooded and experienced crew. Among its numerous achievements was causing significant damage to a SA Vanguard battle group to the point she forced them to retreat, with losses. There was only one reason why it was here. It was renowned for its accuracy, bombardment. They were going to obliterate them from space. Fuck. They were actually perform orbital bombardment on the capital city. They were dead. A battleship's beam weapons could easily completely vaporize a building, and at full power it could wipe out a city block. There was no way that there wouldn't be extensive civilian casualties. He picked up a radio. He summoned Major Gill, leader of his combat engineers. He then typed out a hyperspace message for the piper to send to General Morgan. He included a personal message saying goodbye. This was it for him. He wasn't overly concerned for himself. He wasn't a young man when Yellowstone happened and the nearly annual surgeries and treatments were becoming more extensive and painful every year. He had cheated death enough, but some of the men and women under his command. They had barely begun to live. They had so much ahead of them only for it to be erased in less than a millisecond from orbit. He looked at the map carefully. Did they dig in and hope for the best, or do they try to engage the Federation forces in the government district? He smiled grimly. He wasn't going out hiding in a hole like some rat. He and his men would perform one final raid. Hopefully, they won't be so eager to vaporize non-human neighborhoods, and while their defeat was assured, they would at least take some of those bastards along with them. He sat down and started to draw up a plan of battle. As he was planning his glorious demise, one of the volunteers walked in. It was Vera, one of the people they had appointed a commander of one horde of irregulars or another. All irregular forces have reported in, sir, she said as she stood at attention. All present or accounted for. Very good, he said with a smile. Vera was a good young woman and took both her responsibilities and the situation very seriously. In fact, she had inquired about joining the real army. Unbeknownst to her, he had already started the paperwork. The police are still manning the barricades, sir. More people than ever have taken the walk and let themselves be detained, she said, making a face of disapproval. Colonel Laurent smiled sadly. Either take your chances in a detention camp or take your chances here, hey, he said. They might be the smart ones. Sir. The battleship Ascension just entered the system, the colonel said in a matter-of-fact voice. Tell me, what does that mean? Vera looked up pensively. Are they fortifying the system, after Raylesh and Zarin? But they already have more than enough ships here to keep out our hastily armed freighters, the colonel replied. Why else? If it isn't system defense then? Vera gasped. They aren't going to bombard us, are they? She asked in terror. That is my belief, yes. The Ascension is renowned for the accuracy of its guns. There is only one reason to bring that ship here. They are going to take us out from space. The Ascension's gunners are accurate enough to hit a single building or a single intersection from orbit. What are we going to do? Vera asked. Well, Vera, the colonel said. We are going to die. Vera's lip quivered, but that was her only reaction. The only question is how we are going to die, the colonel said. Do we dig in and hope for the best and then engage the invading forces with whoever is left, or do we take the fight to them? We will lose, but at least they can't hit us from orbit once we engage the enemy. I'm opting for the latter. I will not die hiding like a porky. I'm going to die with my boots on and my rifle in my hand. I'm with you, sir. Vera said, her lips still quivering slightly. No, child, the colonel said gently. You are going to live, you and all of the irregulars. But we can help. No, you can't, the colonel said sadly. Most of you will die in the first quarter mile. The rest will likely die in the next. The only reason I would send you forth would be as decoys, and, this time, I'm not doing that. No, this time I'm doing this my way, not the general's. You take the irregulars and have them protect the civilians. That is what you signed up to do, protect your families, not be cut down in a doomed charge. So, protect your families. I'm entrusting you with this, he said as he handed her an ancient radio handset and a notebook. In this book are all of the contacts for the various enclave leaders who are helping us. You've met a lot of them, but not all. You can use the handset to keep in touch with us tomorrow, but do not let them capture it. Press this button, hard, and throw it if it looks like you are going to get caught. But I want to stand with you, sir. In war you don't get to do what you want, Vera, the colonel chuckled. You follow your orders, and your orders are to take this and coordinate the escape. You are one of the best of the irregulars and everyone respects you. Your job is not to die, it's to lead. Oh, and take this, the colonel said as he walked over to the wall and picked up his saber assault rifle. Sir. I couldn't. This weapon has seen me safe through the Soul Wars and beyond, he said as he handed it to her. I know you know how to use it, yes. Only in video games, she said hesitantly. Close enough, he smiled. I would rather it live on in your hands than wind up in some division's trophy case, he smiled. He handed her his ammo pouches. There is enough ammunition in there to both last you the whole war and get some practice in, he laughed. What are you going to use? This, he said as he took her AK. The Terrans defeated us with this trash, he laughed. If it beat us then it will beat them now. Now sit down, the colonel said firmly. We don't have a lot of time and there is much we must cover. Roughly an hour later Colonel Laurent was sitting at a table with his officers. So that's the situation my friends, he said. Fuck, the silver-haired woman muttered. Well put, the colonel laughed. If we are going to go out, I say we do if fighting. Goddamn right, a man in his 40s, wearing the unmarked grey armor of Morgan Security, snarled. We will advance under cover of darkness, the colonel said. If we follow these approach routes we should evade notice for at least most of the way. Our scanner camo should provide concealment as long as we can avoid the cameras. Hopefully enough of us will be able to reach the opponent to inflict casualties. And we should draw the Ascension's fire away from the enclave, another said. With any luck, the colonel replied. Just in case, how are the shelters, Major Gill? A grubby-looking man wearing just a stained jumpsuit gave him an unhappy look. We've been reinforcing the metro stops and the sub-levels of the theater but there is only so much you can do with construction foam and wire, sir. Against a normal attack they are great. Against a fucking battleship? They might survive a near miss or a low power shot but a direct hit from their main gun. No way. Is there anywhere that is safe? The colonel asked. If the Ascension wants something gone it's gone, Major Gill replied. However, the Cambridge Road metro station is the deepest and the tunnels themselves go even deeper. They are a good escape route for the civvies if things go to shit. But isn't there a risk of electrocution? You are thinking about our subway lines back home, the major replied. The feds just have passive maglev rails. The trains themselves have small reactors and induce a field as they travel. The rails are just blocks of coils. Sensors will also automatically shut down traffic if someone is in there so we can use them as escape tunnels if we absolutely have to. Sounds good, the colonel replied. That being said, the major continued, we can't pack 120,000 into those tunnels. 1. They would suffocate and 2. They will be trapped. There is only one way to go once they get in there. We might as well be marching them right into a concentration camp. So they get blown to hell or they get infected, the colonel said grimly. Wonderful. Perhaps not, Major Pascal, the silver-haired woman said, there are enough humans on this planet to justify a camp here. Nobody on this planet is infected as far as we know. Would you be willing to bet your family that the feds will do that? The Morgan security officer growled. Those fuckers want us gone. We are leaving the enclave, the colonel said after a few moments, that is the best thing we can do for them. As far as the rest, we just have to tell them what we know and let them decide. We will support them as best as we can. Captain Stewart. Sir, the Morgan security officer replied. Take the Morgan security forces and support the civilians and the irregulars. Sir. Captain Stewart asked unhappily. The people here are going to need help. You will provide it. Do whatever you can. Yes, sir. Ms. Walker, the colonel said looking towards a woman lounging against the wall next to a long black case embossed with the word Carolx in imperial script. Sir. I'm detaching you from my command. Kill. Yes, sir, the woman said with a smile. She took the case and departed. Excuse me, Colonel. Vera asked as she entered the colonel's office, interrupting his preparations. I'm rather busy, Vera, he said looking up from his map. He raised his eyebrow suspiciously. Behind Vera were a rather odd group of humans. They ranged from a leather-clad punk to a rather preppy-looking young woman. And just who have you brought into my headquarters? I think we can help after all. Vera said triumphantly. You want to get to the government district, right? You disclosed our plans, the colonel asked, quite annoyed. Perhaps he misjudged her after all. He would be taking back his rifle or at least finding someone actually suitable to bear it. I did, Vera said, but for very good reason, sir. These people are the best human hackers in the city, therefore the best hackers on the planet. They can get you there undetected. They can, the colonel asked. Yeah, the leather-clad young man replied. Spoofing city cameras and sensors is easy money. We can get you past them. How, exactly? There are literally millions of cameras, sensors, and the like in this city, the preppy young woman said, far too many to go to a single control point. Each block sends its data to a central processing station which then compiles, evaluates, buffers and distributes the data. Those block data transmission units in turn sends it to. Just the basics, please, the colonel said politely, cutting her off. Maybe Vera gets to keep the rifle. Okay, the woman said, pushing up her glasses in which faint glowing lines could be seen. We can access the neighborhood sensor processing units, and loop them out. That means we send them false data. We do it all the time for smugglers and the gangs. And you can do that for us. No problem, the leather-clad young man said with a grin. The colonel looked over at Vera and smiled. I didn't know you associated with these sorts of people, Vera, the colonel said with a twinkle in his eye. I don't, not really, Vera said sheepishly, but I know someone who knows someone. Ah, the colonel smiled, say no more. He turned to the hackers. How long will it take for you to hack in or whatever it is that you do? We are ready to go, the young woman said. But don't you have to log in or something? Nah, the young man replied. We gotta physically access the nodes. We're coming with you. Are you certain? The colonel asked. You know this is going to be very dangerous. Oh please, the preppy woman scoffed. Getting shot is way better than what can happen to us if we fuck up other jobs. We leave within the hour, the colonel said. He looked over at Vera and smiled. She grinned back. A little later that night, Fed Trooper Gyjaran leaned against the side of an APC as he played with his phone. Hey, his companion snapped from a nearby fighting position, at least pretend that you are on watch, please. Why, he replied, not looking up from his game, I don't even know why we are out here. There are a couple of miles of cameras, sensors, and drones between us and them, and that's not counting our own stuff. Yeah, but it's the Forsaken, the other trooper said, nervously wiping his flat snout. You know what they've done in other places, right? Forsaken. Gyjaran scoffed. They can call themselves whatever fancy name they want, but they are still fucking porkies. Fine, porkies then, his fellow trooper snapped. The porkies have been kicking our asses across the whole Federation. All of our stuff hasn't done shit yet, but they didn't have the Ascension in orbit. Those porkies poke their heads out of their holes for one SEC. Wait, the other trooper hissed urgently, his snout twitching. I smell. Federation trooper Gyjaran's phone fell from his hand as a plasma-jacketed tungsten needle blew his head apart. His companion pressed himself into the pavement as countless rays of light ripped the air apart just over his head. He heard the captain yelling something. He turned just in time to see the captain, and his command APC be vaporized in a flash of light. People were running, screaming, blowing apart. He heard Sergeant VKK bellowing, something. He looked that way hopefully. Sergeant VKK would know what to. Sergeant VKK exploded too, ripped completely in half by one of those ungodly streaks of light. Everything was so loud. He couldn't hear anything and, partially blinded by those, whatever those unholy bolts were, he couldn't see much. He didn't know what to do. This wasn't anything like training. Oh creators! It was so loud. Something else exploded. He wasn't sure what. He didn't know what to do. He looked around for a sergeant, or an officer, but he couldn't see anyone. Everyone was dying. Nobody was yelling orders anymore. They were just screaming. Some people were trying to fight, to shoot back, but they were literally being torn apart by those beams, their deflectors just giving off an anemic little blue flash. He pressed himself down tighter against the ground. Instinctively, he started trying to dig, his short claws scraping against the concrete. It wasn't fair. They weren't trained for this. What was he supposed to do? He prayed for someone, anyone to tell him what to do. The APC beside him started to be ripped apart by thousands of those bolts, in almost a solid stream of blinding white fire. He screamed in agony and, dropping his needler, covered his ears from the noise, the impossibly loud crack from each bolt overlapping to create a deafening scream. It sounded like rage. Then, silence, almost as deafening as the unholy noise. He could hear nothing but a dull buzzing in his ears. His eyes, blinded by the glare, could only make out the dim glows of fires and shadows moving among them. Humans. He curled up into a ball as he watched the wraith-like forms stalk through his camp. There was the occasional flash, sometimes preceded by desperate begging. Then even that ended. Forever later, he heard the sonic booms of fighters tearing through the sky above him and heard the distinctive sound of heavy blaster fire and more of that unholy screaming from the human weapons as the fighters engaged the humans somewhere nearby. Suddenly, he saw something explode above him, then something else exploded. The fighters. How? How were their soldiers able to do that? Now that his hearing had recovered somewhat, he could hear sounds of weapons fire in the distance, all around. They must be attacking everyone, everywhere. How? How could they do that? How did they get here? The night was instantly turned into day as a huge beam of light shot down from the sky with an unholy deafening roar like the wrath of his people's ancient gods. Then, another bolt from heaven fell, and another. How in the hells did they get here undetected? A general yelled, pounding the table with his claw. We don't know, sir, another officer said miserably. One moment everything looked normal and the next they were everywhere. And those abyss-touched maniacs are too close for effective orbital engagement, a naval officer said calmly. We have hit what we can but we can't do anything else without risking hitting our own people. There was a beep as another area of the map displayed on the hollow screen in front of them turned red. Damn it, the general yelled and turned to the naval officer. Where are your damned fighters? What do you want? The officer replied, fighters or bombardment? You can't have both, sir. At least they can't shoot down the Ascension, at least we think they can't. The general cursed as another one of the red areas turned black. Well, what in the void are we supposed to do, then? The general yelled. Have you tried, I don't know, fighting them? Get out. Abyss take you. Get out, the general shouted, lunging at the naval officer. Gladly, sir, the officer replied with a smirk. Admiral Ku had the right idea, the officer thought as he straightened his uniform on the way out. With any luck he could get fired too. Fuck. Tawny, the preppy hacker quietly cursed. What? Colonel Laron, crouched behind some rebel asked. We lost Hax 0R. The leather jacket guy. That last orbital strike got him. Pascal, the colonel said sadly. Oh yeah, sorry, dude, Tawny said. So, what are you two doing back there? The colonel asked as he viewed his combat map. Your Kamo dude and I are trying to crack the Navy's communications, Tawny replied. That fucking battleship isn't picking these targets from way up there. It's getting targeting info. We crack that, she said as she flashed him an evil grin. And we can send it targets, the colonel chuckled. If we can do that just once I will die a happy man. What's this with you and dying, man? Tawny replied. I swear you have been picking out your fucking flowers since before we started. Isn't it obvious, child? Not to me it isn't, Tawny laughed. When the Reaper comes I'm kicking him in the balls, or giving him a blowy, whichever works. The colonel just smiled and shook his head. Time to call in the big guns, Tawny said as she let forth a frustrated sigh. The big guns? Colonel Laron asked. Yeah, I'm gonna summon Diakon, one of the hacker gods. The communications operator looked up. Isn't he in jail for child porn? Tawny laughed. No, some kid toucher is in jail. Fed Intel has this super hacker, goes by the handle the Spider. When the Spider gets on you you're got. Diakon was getting ready to blackmail that pedo and when the Spider came knocking they had just enough time to frame that loser. He got arrested for crimes against the state and Diakon went dark, at least for a little while. Really? I should know, Tawny smiled as she dialed her phone. Hi mom, she said and immediately winced. God damn it, mom, I'm. Where the fuck do you think I am? Look. Yeah, I know exactly who has already died. I'm right here you know. She winced and held the phone away from her ear as the sound of a woman's panicked screeching could be heard. Jesus, keep your voice down. Look, I need your help. We are trying to crack the Navy's codes. We do that and we can shut down that fucking battleship and maybe your precious little angel won't get turned into a smudge like Hax 0R, and maybe light up Fed Intel while we are at it. Wouldn't it be nice to give the Spider a little present? Okay, text me when you have booted up the beast and I'll network you in. Mom, just in case, I've emailed you the code for my apartment. Jasper's food is in the top of the cabinet next to the refrigerator. I love you, Mom, bye. Tawny looked over at the colonel with a grin. Parents, right? Always losing their shit over the tiniest little thing. Just before dawn General Stonebeak stormed out of Federation Command. The nerve of that pipsqueak. He was furious. Just as soon as the business day started he was giving the Admiral of the Navy a call. Someone that disrespectful and insubordinate had no place in the Federation military. He was going to personally see to it that they would be stripped of their rank and thrown out in disgrace. Let's see how that little shit likes that. The general thought with a smug click of his beak as he pulled out his smoking pipe. Almost 2 kilometers away Ashley Walker sighed happily as she held her Carolx in her loving embrace. One of only 2 Carolx sniper gyrojets known to ever enter the black market, it had triggered a bidding war of truly epic proportions. Jessica Morgan herself attended the auction but even she could only manage to get just one of them. Ashley was never told the amount that it fetched but the fact that Jessica Morgan herself could only afford to get one of them spoke volumes. After it was scanned down to the atom, Jessica held a marksmanship competition. The prize, what she now held in her arms. A flicker of light caught her attention and the optics, tracking her eye movements, instantly zoomed in on the source, some crab cake smoking a pipe, a general no less. She smiled at the comical image for a moment and then lined up the shot. It used smart gun technology, good old Earth tech. She locked in the target with the tiniest flick of her eye and then armed the weapon. The targeting computer used completely passive sensors to estimate wind speed and range and when the barrel was precisely aligned with the target and all other factors were nominal, it fired automatically. The entire process took a fraction of a second. The weapon being held on target by a master sniper speed up the process greatly. With a nearly silent SSSSSZZZZ, the projectile left the weapon. Pop. The duty sergeant's head jerked up from his tablet so fast his eyes flipped backwards on their stalks for a moment. What in all of the hells was that? He checked the status panels. There were no security breaches and no reports of enemy activity nearby. Thank the creators that their surprise attack seems to have stalled. But what was that noise? He activated a perimeter drone and launched it. He watched the display. Everything looked okay. Nothing was out of place. He sent the drone around the side of the building. He smiled. There was old General Pinchy in the smoking area. Wait. Holy Mother of Creation. He slammed a rubbery prehensile flipper onto the alarm button and yelled about the sniper into the building's intercom. The AI parsed his screaming into a series of priority messages and instantly transmitted them through the building, across the capital, and beyond. Oh no. He thought as he saw Admiral Jerbin exiting a driverless cab. He watched in horror as the Admiral stopped, exactly in the sniper's line of fire, and pulled out his phone to read an emergency message about the sniper that he was now standing directly in front of. The sergeant leapt from his desk and charged outside screaming. The Admiral looked up at him in confusion. Pop. No, the sergeant screamed as the Admiral's head and most of one of his side lobes turned into a green mist. Sniper. Sniper. Get down, the sergeant screamed, heedless of the danger. Sniper. Sniper. Ashley looked through her scope at the sergeant and smiled. The rocks on that guy. Lucky for him he was only a master sergeant. He was probably very important in the local scheme of things, but she only had so many rounds, and she had taken a liking to the fellow. He gets to live. Besides, staying here any longer was really pushing her luck. Time to move. She slowly started to creep away. This was fun. The Fall of the Capital Enclave Part 2. As the sun rose, Police Captain Josiah Lossberg looked around and cursed. Another 4 officers dead. Sometime last night the people now calling themselves the Forsaken decided to make their move. They took out 3 checkpoints on this side of the barrier when they did. He looked at his fellow officers, all downed with a single shot to the head, or their species' equivalent. These were good people, god damn it. Not only had they been slaughtered like livestock, but somehow their vitals monitors still insisted that they were fine and they had been making their scheduled reports like clockwork. Nobody even knew they were dead until their relief came. A long white streak shot down from the sky with a frighteningly loud thunderclap followed by 3 more. It looked like the Navy was at it again. Snipers, orbital strikes, open battle in the streets. This was the capital, god damn it. This shouldn't be happening. The Soul Wars were a century and a half ago. And to top it all off, all of the cops on the barricade had now pretty much completely forgotten about trigger discipline and safeties. Cops could handle being pissed off, that was part of the job. But terrified. It was a disaster just waiting to happen. Hell, the last poor family that tried to surrender damn near got killed when the mother reached for her ID. Thank God she was only shot with a stunner. But word got out and no humans have approached the barricades since. So, now the entire enclave is a nest of cornered rats and the cops are both angry and scared. It's only a matter of time before all hell breaks loose, and when it does it's going to be bad. He knew a lot of the people who are now on the other side and he knew what they could do. When that first cop crosses the line and does something stupid, he, she, or it will sign all of their death warrants. He tried to talk everybody down, tell them that the people who killed their friends aren't the ones still inside the barricade. That's why they killed the guys in the first place. It didn't help. All humans are starting to look the same to them, including him. He actually overheard some people who he thought were his friends wondering if he was somehow involved with the killings. It was heartbreaking. Maybe Vance and the others had the right idea. He thought that he could somehow make a difference, make things better, but it's hopeless. And more of him than he would like to admit wished he was on the other side of that barricade. Another group of strikes shot down from orbit. He frowned. For them to be throwing that much heat directly into the government district, they must be getting desperate. There was movement on the other side of the barricade. A man holding a white flag was approaching. Stand down. Captain Lossberg shouted. The white flag means that he is either surrendering or that he wants to talk. Yeah, so he says, one of the officers sneered as they tightened their grip on their riot blaster. It's something we take very seriously, Captain Lossberg replied. We didn't lie about a white flag, even during the Soul Wars, usually. Seeing that his fellow officers were unconvinced, he set down his weapon and walked through the barricade. He recognized the other person. He was one of the city councilmen. Hello, the councilman said, nervously clutching his flag. Mornin', Captain Lossberg replied. You kind of picked a bad time to be walking up on the barricades. We lost some of our own last night, but you probably already know that, don't you? I didn't know for sure, the man winced. All I knew was that they were heading out. Which they have. They didn't want that battleship to start bombarding our home. Awfully nice of them, the captain said suspiciously. It didn't sound like something that Jessica Morgan's people would do. When the battleship entered the system they knew that they were done for, so they decided to strike instead of waiting to be vaporized, along with half of our enclave. They're gone. There's nobody left in here that wants to fight you anymore. Lot of guns still in there though, the captain replied. None of those X left. But nobody wants to use them. The real soldiers told our irregulars to go home. Said that there was no point in them dying too. Told them to go to their families. I'm serious. We all surrender. We didn't want to fight you in the first place. We just want all of this to be over with. You and me both. I need to talk to the government, the councilman said. I have a map where our non-combatants are sheltering. Nobody in those areas is armed, I swear. You want to talk to the chief then, Lossberg replied. Come on. Ashley watched a brightly colored bug crawl along the roof on which she was lying covered by a shaggy blanket of scanner defeating camouflage. It was cute. She wondered how a real bug could have big eyes like that. It was like something out of a cartoon. Her watch silently vibrated on her wrist. The next train should arrive in just a few seconds. She bid farewell to her little companion and plugged in a thin fiber into the side of the Carolx's optics and peered through the lens. A few moments later people started filing out of the underground metro stop just over 3 kilometers away. As her eyes focused on each one, powerful image analysis and multi-species facial recognition software on the attached mini laptop started labeling the people that were in a very extensive and detailed database, most of which was constructed using public information from thousands of Federation websites and news reports. Duck, 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 she thought as she read the names and other information floating over each person's head. Duck, duck. Goose. SSSSSZZZZZ. Pop. People started to scream, well she imagined they were screaming. She couldn't actually hear them, and scatter as a female, something or other, Jesus, there are some weird-looking boogers in the Federation, suddenly had a rather large extra orifice in her chest, that's where the connected species database said was the best place to hit them. Duck, duck, a ducking duck, a running duck, is that? Yab. Goose. SSSSSZZZZZ. Pop. The deputy assistant to the assistant of the Minister of Finance was nearly torn in half as he made the rather unfortunate discovery that the tinted polymer side of a bus stop doesn't make for very good cover at all. Now who is that just inside the entrance? Is that a duck or is that a goose? Damn, it's a duck. But that guy. Big Goose. Damn, he's running. Love this thing but the rounds are a bit too slow for. Nice. He just flagged down a car. Pop, car windows aren't particularly effective either. Time to sco. Oh hello there. Pop. Now it was definitely time to go. She quickly packed up shop and, still draped in her shaggy covering, threw a small pad attached to a very fine wire onto the masonry at the edge of the building and leapt off. The pad spread out to the size of a dinner plate and held fast as the wire paid out on a small friction wheel, slowing her descent as she literally ran down the wall. About 4 meters from the ground she released the pad and it quickly retracted as she landed in an alley. Just as a police car screeched to a halt. The police cruiser's trunk silently opened. She hopped inside. Cough cough, is everyone okay? Colonel Laurent asked as he rolled over into a crouch. That blast almost got them. Where's Jenkins? Tawny asked as she gasped for breath. He didn't get out in time, a bleeding young woman replied. I was the last one. Everyone else, they. Shit. Tawny yelled. He had the fucking gear, she kicked a crumbling wall in frustration. Is that it, then? The colonel asked. It is from us, Tawny replied. I still have our data but without his signal gear, I'm done. Too bad, the colonel said sadly. I would have liked to see them hoisted by their own petard just once. Hey, I said it was it from me, Tawny replied as she pulled out her tablet. It's not over, not by a damn sight. I got Mom in on it and she knows some people. Let me just send her what I have and, shit. What is it? The colonel asked as he pulled up his combat map. He frowned. It was pretty grim. Then again, they knew how it would end when they started. She says that she isn't doing a goddamn thing unless I go home right now, bitch. You should go, the colonel replied. You have done us a great service but things. Hey. Tawny replied. It ain't over till it's over and it ain't over. Tawny grabbed her phone and started arguing with her mother. The colonel smiled. She sounded a lot like his daughter so many years ago, of course the subject of the argument was just a little different. An old pain stabbed him through the heart. He still missed her even now. I will see you soon, my dear, he thought to himself as he reviewed the state of things. He winced. He probably wouldn't. If there is an afterlife then his will be a bit warmer than the one his daughter deserved. He shook himself and stared at the map. He would be able to rest soon enough, flames or no, but for now, he still had a job to do. Okay, it's all sorted, Tawny said as she hung up the phone. Farewell, Monday Cherie, the colonel said with a smile. Do try to. What the fuck are you talking about? Tawny grinned. I'm not going anywhere. But you just told your mother. I lied, Tawny replied. By the time she figures out I am not on my way back to Porkia Town she will have cracked that code. Tawny, go, the colonel said firmly. I can still help you guys. You need me. I need to know that at least someone survived. Go. Live. People need to know what we did here, the colonel replied. I mean it, child. It's nearly over. I'm sending my final orders now. I'm telling whoever is left to stop engaging the enemy and try to bypass them instead. We will perform one final strike as deep into the government district as we can, try to make them have to bombard something important. Well, if it's important that you want, Tawny replied. Then go here, she said pointing at the map. That building? It's nowhere near the command buildings or any of their high-value targets. I thought you wanted to do some real damage, Tawny grinned. That building is the locus. The locus? I thought you guys did your homework. Tawny laughed. The locus is the high and holy grand data center for the Federation and is home to the archives, you know. The Federation archives. The single greatest repository of knowledge in the entire fucking galaxy. Aren't there copies? Yeah, copies, Tawny scoffed. But that's the original source. It's the guaranteed corruption-free gold standard, and it's the only place that is guaranteed to have all of the information, including the stuff they have suppressed or redacted. If it goes away. But what about the elder races? Surely they have clean copies. Maybe not, Tawny replied. Hacker legends state that there was some really bad blood and some serious mistrust between some of the founding Fathers, and part of it was over who had ownership of the archive, especially the original scans or hard copy of the really good stuff. In the end it was decided that nobody would own it and it would be housed here. It could be the only source of some things, and even if there is a copy this is the only certified source. It's like in the old days when the kilogram was an actual chunk of metal. There were copies, sure, but there was only one true kilogram. We can get our hands on the Federation's kilogram. And speaking of big certified standards, Tawny grinned, the locus has one other thing in there as well, the clock. The clock. You know Federation Standard Time, she asked. That's it. It is what sets all of the clocks in the entire Federation. The place has its own hyperspace beacon that sends out constant date and time info, like a heartbeat. Fucking that up doesn't sound like it would do much, but when it comes to hyperspatial networking, it's kind of a big deal. It wouldn't take much to really screw things up. How do you not know this? Our mission was to hold the Enclave, not go on a vandalism spree, the colonel chuckled. But if this place is as valuable as you say, then would the Ascension vaporize it? You know, Tawny grinned, they might not. Now that's a thought, the colonel grinned. I think I need to change those final orders a bit. See, that's why you don't fucking die. Tawny said, punching him in the arm. Do you think those of you who remain could get us there unseen, like before? Now that the cat's out of the bag it would be damn near impossible, Tawny trailed off and then her eyes lit up. I have an idea. Oh, the colonel asked. Do tell. We don't hide you. We do the opposite. What? I gotta call Mom. Jessica frowned as she read the latest reports. She knew this was likely to happen, but the fact that it happened so quickly was definitely not a good sign. Bombardment. In the capital city it was being done by the Ascension, an elite ship with an elite crew whose accuracy was on par with any ship in the galaxy. It was surgically precise and Colonel Laron drew the fire away from the Enclave. Elsewhere. It was getting messy, too messy. She knew that the Federation didn't exactly have a high value assigned to the lives of her people, but, damn. Damn. She held her head in her hands. Her people. Her actual people. They were targeting the good ones, the people in the enclaves. The ones that were the most pure, the most innocent, the most unsullied. The ones closest to what humanity once was, before the nightmare. The ones that were the real reason why she became the devil in the first place. Fuck. She knew this was coming. She did. But it didn't make this any easier. The damage was already done. Between that whore Patricia and the boots of the Federation, their innocence, something that she had managed to protect even through the fucking soul wars, was gone. In the end, even she couldn't protect them. All she could do was try to frantically gather up all the ones that she could and once again shove them into ships and throw them out into the void. It was a stupid dream anyway, a nice one, but stupid. Preserve the unpreservable, rebuild the unrebuildable. But she had gotten so close. So fucking close. Story of her life, get impossibly close and then fail spectacularly. Make so many deals with the devil you actually become them, only to trade your soul and the souls of countless others for nothing but a handful of ash. She deserved it, but they didn't. They didn't deserve any of this. They never did. God fucking damn it. She wanted a bump so bad. Just one little line, something to soothe her soul, lift her spirits. A fucking drink if nothing else. Something. Oh fuck me, she muttered. An irregular request, to be sure, Terran said as he walked in holding a pot of tea, but if you think it would help. Don't tempt me, she smiled as he poured her a fresh cup. I need some new vices, something not addictive. And you don't find. Oh you poor thing. I said don't tempt me, she laughed. On the bridge of the Ascension, Captain Locurer looked at his display in confusion. Are you certain this is correct? He asked. Yes, Captain, one of the bridge crew replied. Those orders came directly from Federation Command. Considering the scale of it, I have already received verification. These orders are legitimate. Very well, the captain said dubiously. Open fire. Explosion after explosion rocked the government district as bolt after bolt descended from the heavens. Where are they all coming from? The Admiral of the Navy shouted as he read the latest report. Those fuckers are everywhere. How did they break through our line? I don't know, sir, an officer whined. Cameras and sensors all across the district are spotting them, but they manage to disappear almost as quickly. Don't let them another yard closer to the inner district, the Admiral shouted. Do whatever you have to do. We can't let them through. Vaporize them. Buildings we can replace. People we can rehire. What we can't replace is the Federation's image if those animals sack the fucking capital. What we cannot afford to lose is the senior leadership of the Federation. Do you know how many senior officials have already died today, how many flag officers we have lost? Stop them. We are trying, sir, the officer replied. Whenever we detect a concentration of them, we lay down fire. We are coordinating with the army too. The army, the Admiral scoffed, they have been less than useless. What can we actually expect from those losers? They haven't won a single engagement yet, not without us turning the battlefield to glass first. They are had some success engaging the human forces after they have been softened up with space strikes, sir. We are trying to use them to confirm the effectiveness of the strikes and to get better targeting data. Right now we are depending on data from. He was cut off by his phone ringing. He scowled. It was Federation intelligence. What did those assholes want? Didn't they know he was busy? What? The Admiral snapped. What the flying fuck do you think you are doing? GVXTAA, the Director of Federation Intelligence screeched. My job, the Admiral yelled back. The only person around here who is. The army is useless and you guys. Your job is to be a dumb fuck, then, GVXTAA yelled around a mouthful of bile, unless you are on Jessica Morgan's payroll. Excuse me. You are blowing up the fucking government district, you fucking moron. I'm targeting the enemy, something that you would know if. You are targeting static, you stupid shit. GVXTAA screamed, his voice bubbling through a throat full of acrid fluid. It's the oldest trick in the fucking book and you retards fell for it. Our data is corrupted. GVXTAA shouted, unless the humans have mastered time and space to such an extent that the same person can be in 4 different locations at the same time, you are a first-class buffoon. Run facial recognition on the fucking camera feeds, jackass. You've been targeting exactly where the humans have been telling you to hit. They've basically been calling in strikes for the past half hour. Do you even know what you've done? Do you know how many of our people you killed? If you don't, give the humans a call and ask them. Maybe they will stop laughing long enough to give you an answer. How dare you? I don't have time to deal with your ineptitude right now, Krithgar, GVXTAA snapped, cutting him off. You order one more orbital strike without properly verifying the target and I'll send a kill team over there myself. I'm not kidding. One more fuck up and I will have you killed. GVXTAA terminated the call. The Admiral of the Navy started to shake as a long wavering scream escaped his throat. He turned to face the officer in his office who was just standing there, twitching. You, he hissed. His phone rang again. It was the Prime Minister. The Volksine turned even grayer as he reluctantly picked up the phone. GVXTAA practically vomited into his ever-growing bucket as he threw his communicator across the room. Fucking dumbass, he shouted. So, X-Renex Zatat growled, have you taken the Admiral off of Jessica's payroll? Exactly what would it take to actually kill that fucking grey pig? We do have that nuke in the basement. We have a nuke. Jacksona asked with big eyes. Don't you already remember? GVXTAA buzzed with wry amusement. Yeah, Jacksona said with a little annoyed wiggle, my memories are, just a little pissed off at the moment. I think the words on your fucking own might have come up once or twice. Oh, because we did exactly what she told us to do. GVXTAA replied with a buzz. Eee. Jacksona yelped as she thrashed back and forth. Ouch. Abyss, GVX. You know void laying well that what happened was. Just fucking with the evil spirits, GVXTAA chuckled. Well don't. Jacksona snapped. Those assholes in those closed-door council meetings took what was already fucked up beyond belief and... Yeah, sorry, old eel, GVXTAA replied. They took what was already a nuke and salted it. On the bright side, maybe now they will actually do something about data security. God, what I wouldn't give to have Sheila on our payroll. Jacksona just circled her globe and grumbled for a bit. So now that we've stopped the burning of the capital, X-Re-Next said as he reached for his coffee, we can move on to trying to figure out exactly where those soldiers went. Both our profilers and what little we have managed to intercept online strongly indicates that they won't try to return to the Enclave and that they have pretty much accepted that they are going to die here. They aren't just going to conveniently roll onto their claws. Shit, GVXTAA muttered. That's right. There is a good chance that they want to do more than just have us shoot ourselves for a bit. Well, they aren't pushing further into the government district. That's where they sent the bombardment. What are they up to? One last big score before they, what do humans do? Oh yeah, get dragged down into the flames of their hell. Something big, X-Re-Next amused. Oh. Oh creators. Oh no, Jacksona said as she shuddered. Map. Map now. Map. GVXTAA pulled up a holographic display of Capital City with the latest intel overlaid upon it. Jacksona rushed up to the map in a panic. They were here last. Oh please no, she said in horror, and our forces are here, and the spurious inputs are mainly here. She thrashed frantically. I know where they are going. Oh creators. It's bad. It's really bad, guys. Fuck. 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 She thrashed some more, blowing a curtain of bubbles. What? X-Re-Next asked urgently. The locus. They are headed to the fucking locus, she howled. They can't be allowed to succeed. Okay, the locus is pretty serious, but... You don't understand. Jacksona said, grabbing GVXTAA and shaking him. There is someone at the locus right now, someone important, someone really fucking important, someone that they cannot be allowed to reach. Oh creators. They can't. Fuck. Jacksona started hyperventilating, and when a fish does that it's pretty fucking impressive. Who is at the locus? X-Re-Next asked, rather confused. I can't say, but trust me. If anything happens to them, the Callant will lose their fucking minds. And they would blame the humans, X-Re-Next amused. Maybe not the worst. No, you don't understand, Jacksona gasped. They will blame everybody. They will go full bore Terran on your ass, the humans' ass, my ass. Everybody's ass. Everybody's ass gets its own personal Terran. I can't go into much, but the Federation is on pretty thin ice with a lot of Callant as it is. If anything happens to that person, they might just decide that the whole thing was a mistake, and fix it. At the very least, lose that individual and you lose the Callant. I gotta make some calls, sorry. Jacksona sprinted from the room. GVXTAA looked over at X-Re-Next Figures, he said after a few seconds. X-Re-Next picked up his communicator and dialed a number. The locus? GVXTAA asked. And they aren't answering. Fuck. Morthshana ran screaming down the hallway of the mountain, throwing out a huge plume of excitement and pure unadulterated hilarity and joy. She screamed as she plowed past, through, and sometimes over anything and anyone in her path. She screamed as she slammed against door leading into the matriarch's chamber and flailed at the controls. She screamed as she started squeezing between the panels as they slowly separated, flattening her body to fit through a deceptively tiny crack. She screamed incoherently as she absolutely flooded the chamber with a thick aroma of pure delight. The matriarch looked up from her reports curiously. She gasped. Well, this should be good, the matriarch chuckled. You will never guess what just happened. Morthshana squealed happily. In the locus, 4 Callant stood protectively around a large black object as they glared at the humans with pure hatred and fury. So, what's in there? Tawny asked as she poked the strange glossy side. The death of your entire pathetic species if any harm comes to it, one of the Callant hissed. It's been tried, fish stick, Tawny chuckled as she knocked on the side of it. Hello? Anybody in there? As a matter of fact, a strange alien voice responded from inside the chamber, there is. It sounded amused. The Fall of the Capital Enclave Part 3. So, Tawny asked as she peered at the long black sarcophagus-like object, what are you, anyway? Something so far beyond your pathetic exist, one of the Callant started to hiss. Me, the object replied, Nothing much, just another callant. Am I gonna call bullshit on that? Tawny snickered. How dare you speak to him that way, one of the callant attendants shrieked. You want me to what? The object replied, deeply amused. Colonel Laron walked into the room. What do we have here? He asked Tawny. Oh, just a really pissed off fish plate and this other thing, she replied poking the black sarcophagus. Hello there, the sarcophagus said cheerfully. Are you the human in charge? That I am, the colonel replied, I'm. We demand that you release us immediately, one of the callant shouted. Your whole species is. I would appreciate it if you would allow me to speak, please, the sarcophagus said calmly. Yes, my lord, the callant said bowing respectfully. Sorry, my lord. Oh. Tawny gushed, my lord, she exclaimed as she dipped into a mock curtsy and then grinned at the callant. You probably shouldn't have told us that, chief. My status is perhaps overly inflated, the sarcophagus replied with a chuckle. However, I must inform you that the callant people hold me in very high regard. While my passing would not impact things operationally, their emotional response would be disproportionate to my actual value. Right, the colonel replied. You're free to go. What? Tawny exclaimed. We have ourselves a gold tier hostage here, colonel. We can't. What we can't do is have the callant screaming for our blood, the colonel replied. We are here for the locus, not some fish king. What are your intentions concerning the locus? The sarcophagus asked, sounding concerned for the first time. What do you think, Goldie? Tawny grinned. The Federation wants to erase us, so we thought we would return the favor. The callant started to look at each other nervously. Our ultimate goal is yet to be decided, the colonel said firmly, looking over at Tawny. Our main objective was to secure a site suitable for our final stand. If the ascension is to incinerate us, let them try to do it here. I assume the actual storage drives are well protected, yes? Even the Federation is not so foolish as to have their archive easily destroyed. That they are, the sarcophagus replied. The entire facility can be burned to the ground and those drives will be perfectly safe. An underground bunker? Yes, deep underground. Thought so, the colonel replied. And you can gain access? I can. Then you will do that for us before you go. No, the sarcophagus replied. I think you might not fully grasp the situation in which you find yourself, the colonel said meaningfully. Oh, I do, believe me, the sarcophagus replied. You are humans. What you will do when properly motivated is clearly documented. However, no matter how much value the callant ascribed to my life, I ascribe even more value to the archives. I will not help you breach the vault. Oh, we have ways of making you, Tawny said malevolently. You so much as touch him, one of the callant hissed, and we will annihilate every single member of your entire species. No, my child, the sarcophagus said with a chuckle, you will try to annihilate them. The humans are worse than a cancer. If you seek to cure the galaxy, then you must be able to eliminate every single cell, but unlike cancer, the humans will become exponentially more dangerous the fewer than remain. It is not an endeavor that we wish to start, regardless of what happens to me. Even if we do succeed, the final cost will be more than we wish to pay. If you have never respected my wisdom before or will never again do it now. We do not want to play genocide with the humans. They are better at it. Regardless of whether or not you decide to help us, the colonel said, you will be physically unharmed. As I've said, we have no desire to add to our already considerable troubles. However, the ultimate fate of your precious archives depends on your cooperation. Excuse me. If you assist us, then the fate of the archives and everything in it depends upon the general, the colonel said with a smile. If you refuse, we will still attempt to gain entry, and if we do, I will do as much damage as I possibly can. And this, my children, is why we do not wish to make an enemy of the humans, the sarcophagus said after a few seconds. The sarcophagus fell silent. I have a counter-proposal, the sarcophagus said after a few moments. You leave the archives untouched and I remain. The Federation will not throw so much as a milliwatt at this structure as long as I am inside. Should they do so, it will be their heads, not yours, that will be sought by my brothers and sisters. I can see to that. My lord, one of the callant exclaimed in terror. I have spoken, the sarcophagus said firmly. And I've transmitted the situation to my ship. If the Federation strikes this place, they strike me and therefore strike the callant. Now isn't that a kettle of fish? Tawny chuckled. You can bargain for the archives, the colonel said thoughtfully, but only the archives. Anything else in here is fair game. Including all the personal information for the Federation citizens. Tawny exclaimed. What is this now? The colonel said, looking daggers at Tawny. Oh, yeah, Tawny said sheepishly. I forgot to tell you, the Federation keeps all of the census data here too, including genetic info. Criminals, the colonel said with a chuckle. That information now belongs to the general. Tawny, start grabbing it and give the only copy to us. You're worse than my mom, she grinned. Okay, fish stick, where are the master terminals? Assist her, the sarcophagus said to one of his attendants. My lord. A human has a loaded gun pointed at the archives. Have you not read what they did to their own Library of Alexandria? Give them what they want. Yes, my lord, the Callant said glumly. This way, human, it hissed and then walked off. Tawny, with a giggle and a skip, followed. Excellent, Colonel. Jessica exclaimed happily as she looked at Colonel Laurent's image on one of her archaic flat panel displays. Once again you amaze me. Credit where credit is due, the Colonel replied. One of the locals suggested the target. Still, you got there and took it, she replied. And what is this thing you have captured? I have not seen exactly what it is, the Colonel replied. I only know that the Callant seem to nearly worship it. Our scanners can't penetrate its container, but I'm almost certain that it is not the same species. The dimensions of the bot don't match. It's likely much larger than any Callant we have ever recorded. There is much we don't know about those eels. Do you have an interrogator with you? Sadly, none have survived, ma'am. Only 17 of us remain. The fact that any of you do is a testament to your leadership, Philippe, Jessica replied. Wait. How did you take the locus with only 17 men? The place was nearly deserted when we arrived. The only occupants were 15 Callant and that strange creature. I suspect they had already taken the facility prior to our arrival, ma'am. All we had to do was breach the doors and walk in. We didn't have to fire a single shot. Well, be sure to thank them then, Jessica laughed. To ensure their cooperation I had to promise to leave the actual archives untouched, ma'am, but they have given up everything else, including the clock. From what our hacker tells us, if we destroy the clock, we can disrupt the entire Federation hyperspatial network including banking and their FedNet. It will cause chaos. It seems to be a no-brainer, but I wanted to consult with you first, to coordinate the blow if nothing else. And I'm glad that you did. Jessica replied. Yes, we will definitely want to take out that clock, but we need to time it very carefully. Yes, ma'am. With that critter in our pocket the feds will not attack us. We should be able to hold this position as long as necessary, but as you know, nothing is certain. You don't have to tell me that, Jessica laughed ruefully. Trust me. Just hang on as long as you can. If it looks like you can't hold the line, destroy the clock, but for God's sake give me as much of a heads up as you can. Yes, ma'am. You shouldn't have to hold for long, Jessica said and then paused. I hope that I'm wrong. I really do, she added sadly. Ma'am. Nothing, just grab as much information as you can and sit tight. Yes, ma'am. Thousands of humans crowded into Avalon Park, the largest open area in capital city's Porkia town, and more arrived every minute. Music soon broke out as bands set up and started to play. People started singing Porky spirituals and folk music. Songs like Amazing Grace and We Shall Overcome were soon sung by thousands. Councilman Andrews smiled despite the terrors of the day. It was like one of those peace demonstrations from the history books. Food trucks soon appeared, handing out meals free of charge, soon to be followed by members of a dozen races all hauling in food and water. This is amazing, a glittering blue Jova exclaimed as he walked up. It takes a lot to break a Porky, Klkan, the councilman said with pride. Thanks again for all of your people's help. Think nothing of it, the Jova said, twitching its scales causing colors to shimmer across its body. Feed the hungry. Slake those who thirst. Shelter those who are scoured by the sands. This is the way of our people, Andrews. So it is and so it shall always be. And we are grateful, but you should get out of here. As it takes a lot to break a Porky, Klkan chuckled, it takes a lot to scare off a Jova. Besides, this is a peaceful gathering. Hopefully, the councilman replied. You are afraid of this turning into a riot? No, the councilman replied, that's not what I'm afraid of. Why aren't you at the gathering? The Jova Major asked Captain Stewart, the leader of the Morgan Security Detachment. Because we're combatants, the captain replied in a matter-of-fact tone. We aren't laying down our arms, that's for goddamn sure. But couldn't you hide among the civilians? We take the distinction between combatant and non-combatant very seriously, Major. If we say a group aren't combatants, then that's exactly what we mean. You don't want to start fucking with that. As soon as you do, then the designation has no meaning. We've even told the irregulars to stay out of there. If you are packing heat, then you aren't in the park or the theater, simple as that. Even we have our limits, and that's one line we do not cross. The white flag, the red cross or red crescent, or star shield, and the term non-combatant are all things that we honor. I see. What you won't do defines you as much as what you will, the Major said. We aren't the Black Angels. The Black Angels. Admiral, a naval captain said urgently. I implore you to reconsider. What is there to reconsider? The Admiral of the Navy snapped. The humans are gathering a huge force. They have to be stopped. It is a gathering of civilians, sir. The Admiral of the Navy hissed angrily. The humans have done nothing but unleash dirty trick after dirty trick. They have done nothing but deceive and lie from the start. You honestly believe that isn't yet another trick? Based on their in history they. And they know that we will think that, the Admiral shouted. These are the same people that had us turn our guns on our own civilians. Do you honestly believe that they respect the concept? Sir, there is a real difference between. There are over 40,000 people in that park, Admiral screeched. 40,000. We can't survive another attack from them, we can't. Send up the target. I won't, sir. This is wrong. Then you are relieved, the Admiral said as he reached for his communicator. Thank you all for coming, Councillor Andrews said into a microphone as he climbed onto a makeshift stage. These are dark days, not only for our people but for the entire Federation, but we have faced dark days before, haven't we? He asked. The crowd broke out into cheers. He smiled. That's right, he smiled. We've faced worse. We've faced worse and we prevailed, not through violence and savagery but through peace and strength of character. Not all of us were raiders. Not all of us were murderers. Let us show this city and the whole Federation real humanity, real. The councilman, and thousands of others suddenly ceased to exist as a massive bolt of energy streaked down from the heavens. Hundreds of humans fled in terror down Porkia Town streets as bolt after bolt slammed down upon them. The park and the theater were gone, turned into vapor and glass in microseconds. Joanna, deafened and partially blind, staggered towards one of the metro entrances, dragging her child behind her. Why? Why? She thought as she stumbled. John was dead. She was sure of it. He had gone to one of the food carts along with their son to get them some soy burgers. Oh God! Billy! Billy's dead! What little vision she had was further obscured by tears as she reached the metro. A surging mob closed in around her and it was all she could do to keep on her feet and her grip on her daughter's arm. They were swept down the stairs, across the platforms, and into the tunnel. Joanna tried to keep her feet as they fled down the tunnel. They had to get out. They had to get out. Down the tunnel a squad of terrified Federation soldiers manned a hastily erected barricade. Trooper Veluxa anxiously looked at her scanner as she stood guard behind her blaster HMG. She was scared, really scared. The humans. Wherever the humans went, death followed. She had been lucky so far. Her company had been miraculously spared but the others in their command. Creators. But their luck had run out. They had been sent down here into this tomb, with the orders to contain the humans if they tried to leave their enclave. How in all of the hells was she supposed to do that? These humans, they weren't natural. They were the reaper of souls. They were the keepers of the gates. They were death itself. She heard Lahsi quietly praying as he stood next to her. For some reason it made her angry. She wanted to grab him and scream that he was wasting his breath. The creators didn't care about them. Suddenly the temperature of the tunnel started to slightly rise and, one after another, the sensors placed down the tunnel started to send alerts. "Oh creators," she whispered as an unnatural howling and shrieking could be heard. The humans were coming. "Halt," her captain shouted over a sonic amplifier. "Halt. Lay down your weapons and halt." Veluxa's hearts froze in her chest as the humans came into view. Oh creators! There were hundreds, thousands, of them charging down the tunnel. The humans were coming and they were all about to die. "Halt! Halt!" her captain shrieked. "Please! Please stop! Please Hal!" Veluxa opened fire. Her comrades instantly followed suit. The captain howled. "Hold your fire! They aren't armed! Hold your fire! Stop! Please stop!" Veluxa kept her finger on the trigger. Joanna screamed as blaster bolts tore past her, blowing the people to her left and right apart. She instinctively dove to the ground and was trampled and soon partially buried under a pile of those who fell. It was over in a matter of seconds. She clutched her child's hand as she numbly struggled to her feet. Something was wrong. She looked down. All she had left of her daughter was a severed arm. She screamed and fell to her knees. Veluxa, shaking, looked down the tunnel. Oh creators! What have I done? She threw up and fell to the ground, weeping. Silence fell as everyone looked at Captain Stewart. "Creators, Captain," the Jova Major whispered in horror. "And that is the other reason why we didn't go down there," he said calmly as he reached for a cord that was around his neck. He pulled it off of his head and held the small rectangle that was attached as a small screen glowed to life. He started to type. Inside the small device was a large chip. Inside that chip was 8,192 electrons. 8,192 very special electrons. One very special little kilobyte. As he typed, some of the electrons were triggered, causing them to break entanglement. Light years away, on Rayleigh, there was another, much larger device. In it were another 8,192 electrons, all of which were enclosed in their own tiny sealed vials surrounded by some very special detectors. Detectors that shouldn't exist. Detectors that were capable of detecting something that was impossible to detect. One by one some of the detectors started to notice something unnoticeable. And their output changed from A1 to A0. It only worked once per pair of electrons and there was no way to reply. But a message was received. Jessica sighed unhappily as she read the report. It was about what she figured, those animals. Over 50,000 dead. 50,000 completely innocent men, women, and children, dead. 50,000 innocents. The rarest of all things, innocent humans, dead. She closed her eyes for a moment. Why was this bothering her? She had watched billions of innocents die in her life. What was another 50,000? Still, it bothered her. It bothered her a lot. This sucks. She took a deep breath, put on her game face, and called for Terrance. Ma'am, he replied as his face appeared on one of her screens. Please get me in contact with Korea. I already have, Terrance replied. She is waiting on channel 57. This is why I keep you around, she replied with a smile. She pressed an icon and a smartly dressed Volksine female appeared on her main screen. How are you, you porky whore, the Volksine asked with a grin. Oh just lovely, you grey pig slut. Jessica said with a smile. No, seriously, the Volksine said with a sympathetic air. What you guys are facing, it's... A very wise human once said, a single death is a tragedy, Jessica said with a cold gleam in her eyes, a million deaths is a statistic. When I first met you, the Volksine said after a few seconds, you impressed me so much that I tried to become just like you, for years. And I've spent the rest of my life trying very hard to not let that happen. And that's why I like you, Jessica said with a laugh. I like smart people. So. It's happened. Are you ready? Ready to go, the Volksine replied. Everything is in place. How long will it take? 1 hour. Jessica nodded. There has been an unforeseen development. Oh. Korvolska asked, twitching her mouthparts in their equivalent of a raised eyebrow. My forces in the capital have seized the locus. We can take down the clock. Really now? Korvolska purred. That changes things just a little. We should add some of the big funds to the list. Agreed, Jessica replied. How long? With the new trades. Korvolska mused. 2 hours. Excellent, Jessica said with a smile. Proceed with the largest short sell in the history of the Federation. Gladly, Korvolska grinned. Oh, this is going to be delicious. I can hear the whales and the delightful little splats of fat little grey pigs hurling themselves off of their office towers already. You might want to finalize those trades from out of town, Korea. Don't worry, Korvolska laughed. I already have exactly who I want exactly where I want them. That sounds ominous, Jessica laughed. Are you certain you have not turned into me? I said I tried, Korvolska laughed. I didn't say that I succeeded. 3 hours later Jessica Morgan stepped in front of a camera with the banner of the Forsaken behind her. We have stayed our hand. Images of people ravaged by the plague started appearing. We were the victim of a biological attack, and we stayed our hand. An image of a young child now reduced to a mass of tumors and necrotic tissue appeared. This is what the plague does. Jessica's careworn face became twisted with pain and grief. And yet we still stayed our hand. A time-lapsed graph showing the rates of contagion started to play. The hate-filled and greedy abused their positions, and our trust, to increase the spread of this disease. And we still have stayed our hand. Images of the destruction of the Rayleigh and Terran expeditionary fleets played. Yes, we have fought. But we have done so only to protect ourselves and to wrest control of our systems from those who would see us all die. Images of humans handing out medical supplies appeared. We fought so that we could distribute necessary medical supplies to our people. Images of combat in the human enclaves played. We fought to protect our most vulnerable populations and keep them safe and uninfected. Images of wholesale destruction in the capital played. And when the Federation, unable to engage us on the ground, brought in battleships to obliterate us from above, we fought to leave the enclaves that we wished to protect to spare them the destruction that was being inflicted elsewhere. Images of bombardments and dead civilians started to play. But through all of this, despite everything that has been done to us, we have stayed our hand. We have fought cleanly. We have fought savagely to be sure. We have inflicted massive casualties. But we have waged a war we did not ask for, according to the rules and customs of our people. We stayed our hand. Images of the orbital strikes on the non-combatants in the capital played. And yet you still intentionally target our most innocent, our most vulnerable. These were unarmed civilians. You could not defeat our forces, so you vent your impotent rage on our innocents. You commit crime after crime against us. You wage genocide upon us. And we have stayed our hand. Jessica sighed and dropped her head. A few moments later she stared directly into the camera. No longer. We shall no longer stay our hand. And we have in fact stayed our hand. Unlike you, we are a civilized people. There are things that we simply will not do. More precisely. Jessica paused and looked at the camera gravely. There are things that we are unwilling to do. Pictures of guns, tanks, aircraft, and battleships appeared behind her. Weapons are born of many things, many emotions. Love, believe it or not, is the mother of most. You want to protect your planet, your people, your family. You love them, so weapons are developed to protect what you love. Other weapons are born of fear and terror. You want to force an enemy to submit, or you want something so terrible that nobody will dare face it. The fusion bombs that the Terrans wield are born of this. Believe it or not, they were first made with the fervent desire that they never be used. And it worked, for a time. Jessica sighed sadly and she looked at the camera with a slightly horrified expression. But one weapon was born of pure unadulterated hatred. In the final days of the horror that is known as the Soul Wars, a very gifted scientist lost his entire family when their ship was destroyed in an attack. Driven insane by grief, loss, and rage, he made something terrible, something that I refused to use. Yes, even I have my limits. Despite the loss and the death. I simply refused to unleash that horror. I couldn't. I just couldn't. Her eyes turned to ice. I couldn't use it on a fellow human being. A slideshow of plague victims and those killed from the orbital bombardment started to play. That weapon? We call it the elephant's foot. For every pleasure there is a price. You seem to derive a great deal of satisfaction from genocide and the murder of innocent civilians, so I'm sure you won't mind paying the bill. You like hitting us where it hurts, so we shall do the same. We are going to hit you where it hurts you the most. The slideshow stopped and just Jessica remained standing in front of the camera. This is a war, one you started but one that we will fight. As I have said, we are a civilized people and we will use not only the Federation's rules of engagement but our own, a much higher standard, unless you target our civilians. What happens today will happen every time you do. If you trample our innocence, we will place a foot on yours. Jessica smiled coldly at the camera. We begged you to negotiate and you disregarded it. We told you where our non-combatants sheltered and you disregarded it. And each time you have paid a terrible price. So disregard what I say next at your peril. The elephant's foot is the worst thing that has ever been created by the Porkies, but it is not the worst thing ever created by humanity. There is something worse, something far, far worse. You target our people on a planet's surface, and you will get the foot. If you ever target one of our non-combatant homestead ships, and I will unleash that final horror. I will cross that final line. This is your only warning. She leaned forward meaningfully. I may not be able to protect my people, but, by God, I can avenge them. Never target our civilians again. The transmission ended. Surux 5. Surux system. Owner, the Volksine. Status, Volksine home world. Industry, miscellaneous, primarily financial, military, and government. Location, Logavux Cargo Depot. Foreman Jakuvine paused to wipe the sweat from his face. It was a hot one. He smiled and waved at a passing grav lifter. It had been a decent day thus far. Productivity was high even if everyone's eyes were glued to a plethora of tablets, phones, and the like. It was against regulations, but considering what was going on across the Federation, something to which he was turning a blind eye. Besides, he wanted to know what was going on too. The humans were on the fucking warpath. He really couldn't blame them. He would like to think he would do the same. He received a text and pulled out his own forbidden personal phone. One of his lifter operators just sent a live link to an address by Jessica Morgan. He frowned as he watched it. He absolutely could not believe that the Federation would stoop to firing on innocent civilians like that. His outrage was tempered by concern, a lot of it. Jessica Morgan said that she would be retaliating, and the regard with which they held the Volksine, and vice versa, was no secret. If she was going to strike civilian targets. Suddenly a commotion could be heard. He looked over and his jaw dropped as dozens of shipping modules started floating above one of the cargo yards. He shouted in pain as he was assaulted by sonic boom after sonic boom as the railroad boxcar-sized containers shot off in all directions. At Camp Star Rise, the largest military training facility in the Federation, Drill Sergeant Cleek shouted derisively at his troops as they trained. Inwardly, however, he was pleased. The little guys and girls were doing quite well. What is it, moron? He snapped as one of the recruits raised her hand. It was Tavelin, a very promising young woman. She was doing very well, almost too well. He was starting to wonder what she was doing down here with the rest of them. Excuse me, Drill. Boom. 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 The drill sergeant stood there stunned by the loud blasts of sound. Suddenly there were these giant things floating above them. What were those? Something bad. His instincts screamed. Everybody follow me, he yelled. Run, he exclaimed as he started sprinting towards a nearby building. The elephant's foot was a surprisingly simple device. Inside each of those shipping containers was something that superficially resembled an ancient fission reactor. There were hundreds of columns of enriched uranium fuel pellets surrounded by control rods. However, these reactors weren't designed to produce power. They were designed to produce only one thing: heat. As the containers descended to their ideal altitude, an ancient tech solenoid next to each control rod was energized, releasing a catch on a powerful spring which launched its control rod out of the top of the device. The elephant's foot instantly went supercritical, and without any provision for cooling, the reactor started to melt down immediately, the splitting uranium flowing out of the rods and mixing with an iron-rich sand composed of a specially tailored mix of elements designed to generate the absolute worst nuclear waste possible. The nightmarish concoction started to quickly melt its way towards the bottom of the device, only stopping when it reached a containment field, not unlike the ones that contained the fusing deuterium in a normal fusion reactor. And just like that field, the one around the wad of splitting uranium absorbed the energy of the neutrons flying from the tiny Chernobyl swirling inside the container and then gently directed the now thermal neutrons back into the mix, further powering the reaction. And the inside became hotter and generated more and more pressure as the uranium continued to split and the neutrons continued to be absorbed by the molten hell sand. Until finally, the pressure became more than the field could withstand. The container ruptured, unleashing a torrent of an unholy mix of fissioning uranium, decay daughters, and a gout of the pure hell that the sand had become across the ground below, some impossibly radioactive fragments landing miles from the device, but most of it blanketing the area beneath it in a white-hot radioactive hell that turned the very soil and stones beneath it into glass as it continued to burn. Drill Sergeant Cleek breathed a sigh of relief as he got the last of his recruits inside. He looked out over the training field in horror as it burned so brightly it looked like he was staring directly into the sun. They had almost been killed. "Is everyone okay?" he yelled. "Drill Sergeant," one of his recruits said as they raised their hand, "I don't feel so good." Across the planet, elephant's foot after elephant's foot fell, striking the headquarters of Volk's Prime Bank, the largest financial institution in the Federation, the Volksine Stock Exchange, the Volksine Parliament Building, and some of the most influential financial districts and data centers in the entire Federation. Some of the elephant's feet didn't simply burst but instead projected a fire hose-like jet of the material as the contents were funneled into the ultra-high temperature conductive ceramic chamber of a specially designed gauze weapon. These supersonic jets of nuclear hellfire punched deep into buildings, flooding the insides with white-hot death, forever ruining the site, the wreckage too radioactive to touch. Volksine screamed and ran, trying to pick their way through the burning wasteland that was once some of the richest areas in the entire Federation, only to stumble and fall once they thought they were safe. Over the next hour the true horror of what befell them became apparent. Mobs of desperate Volksine took to the streets, desperate to flee the stricken cities, only further adding to the chaos as they plunged whole regions into gridlock, people ultimately fleeing their hopelessly stuck vehicles to try to run on foot. Others took advantage of the chaos to engage in one of civilization's favorite pastimes, looting. Korvolska, relaxing in the safety of her limo well away from the city, watched the news with a smile. You had to hand it to Jessica, that bitch had style. She started eagerly reading the message boards of her dear friends in the financial community. She didn't dare call them. She wasn't sure if she could contain her shit-eating grin. Creators, she hated them. She hated them all. The only thing better than watching the financial district burn was the knowledge of all of the hundreds of billions of credits she was going to make out of the deal. Suddenly, access to the hyperspace network ceased. She quickly tried to access the trading network. Awesome. It was down too. They just knocked out the clock, and with it, the entire interstellar trade network. Oh, the money they were about to make. By the time everything is restored, the entire market will be in free fall. They were going to make billions, hundreds of billions. She sighed happily. Nobody waged business like Jessica. Nobody. The Fallout Settles Part 1. Lieutenant Porcht, the communications officer of the Ascension, gasped in horror. Captain, she exclaimed, intelligence from the surface indicates that the last series of targets we received were completely civilian in nature. Captain Lokerer clenched his jaws in anger. He knew it. He knew that this would happen. He had hoped that he would be wrong, but he wasn't. Estimated civilian casualties, he asked, trying to keep his voice even and professional. It is currently unclear, but it is easily in the tens of thousands, sir. Complete silence fell over the bridge as the entire crew looked at the captain. After a few moments, the captain climbed down from the top of the command chair and scuttled over to the mic mounted in one of the arms. Connect me to the 1MC, the captain said calmly. You are connected, Captain, the lieutenant replied. The captain's squeaky but commanding voice echoed through the entire ship. Crew of the Ascension, we received a series of targets from Federation Command and, having faith in the accuracy and legality of our orders, we engaged those targets. Unfortunately, our faith was misplaced. The targets that we were assigned were completely civilian in nature. Under direct orders from Federation Command we opened fire upon thousands of unarmed Federation civilians. While the full extent of the damage has not yet been determined, the number of civilians that we have killed is easily in the tens of thousands. During times of war, orders can be falsified or a chain of command can become compromised or otherwise suspect. Article 87 of the Federation Naval Code states that should a commander of a vessel believe that his orders or his chain of command have become suspect, they can detach themselves and their ship and act solely under their own authority until such a time as confidence can be restored. I am now invoking Article 87. I will not allow our guns nor the guns of any other vessel in this system to be used to slaughter innocent Federation civilians. While I do believe that the orders did in fact come from our superiors, I deem them and the officers that issued them to be the very definition of suspect. Any consequences for this will fall upon me and me alone. I pray that there will not be a confrontation with another Federation vessel, but should that occur we will protect ourselves, and more importantly, we will protect the citizens of the Federation. I understand if someone does not wish to fight our brothers and sisters. If anyone feels that they cannot stand with me and with this ship, report to Cargo Bay 6. You will not experience any reprisals for your decision. The citizens of the Federation, regardless of species, are ours to protect. We shall not fail them. That will be all. He then turned back to his communications officer. Lieutenant, prepare to send a message to every ship, every government office, and on every public hyperspatial harmonic and gravitic frequency. Yes, Captain. The Admiral of the Navy sat in his chair, clutching his legs miserably as the other flag officers in his office silently stared at him. He fucked up. He fucked up, bad. It made so much sense at the time. The humans. They had to be massing another force. They just had to be. Why wouldn't anyone understand? If that had been another human force we would have been done for. But it wasn't. He had been wrong, but there hadn't been time. If he had taken the time to fully investigate everything, they would have had time to strike. And the capital would have been lost. If they had been fighters. If they had been fighters, he would have been a hero. He would have saved the capital. But they weren't, and he was a murderer, a mass murderer, and he just plunged the capital even deeper into chaos. And it wasn't just those fucking evil humans down there. They had somehow tricked representatives of a dozen different species into entering those strike zones. As a result, what was originally just a human problem was now citywide. Federation-wide. The police abandoned the barricades and humans were fleeing throughout the entire city with many enclaves welcoming them, and their weapons, with open arms. Terran acts, now in the hands of dozens of species, were everywhere, and enclave after enclave had rebelled, driving out the police and any Federation presence that might have been there, openly defying the city and the Federation itself. It was a nightmare. Oh, by the creators, he thought as he tried to keep himself from throwing up, I was right. It was a trick. This was planned. Jessica Morgan set this whole thing up. All of it. All of it. He had been played. Once again, the humans gamed them. Once again they did the unthinkable. Tens of thousands of their own people. He wanted to cry. They set up thousands of their own innocent civilians to be slaughtered. And it worked. Her retaliation was already in place. The targets, Volksine targets, were already selected. Unspeakable crimes already callously premeditated, just waiting. She was just waiting for them to. No, for him to. Oh creators. I think I'm going to be sick. He said in a quiet, utterly defeated voice, as instructed by the Prime Minister and the Minister of Defense, I am stepping down, resigning my commission, and remanding myself into custody. Admiral 7. Yes, sir, she replied gravely. You have been named my replacement. I'm truly sorry, 7. Looking forward to it, she said sadly. I hope you do better. These, humans, we thought we fought them before, but... Yeah, Admiral 7 said quietly. They don't fight like we fight, the disgraced Admiral said with a quivering voice, they don't think like we think. Please. Please don't let them win, 7. Please. They can't. They can't. The tired old Volksine, unable to hold out any longer, broke down into tears. More than one of the admirals in the room wanted to join him. They didn't know what the future held, but one thing they all knew with every fiber of their being. It was going to suck. The former admiral, now just in his shirt sleeves, walked towards the front door. Admiral, the desk sergeant exclaimed as he leapt to his feet. Not anymore, the old Volksine said sadly as he continued to walk towards the exit. Not anymore. Sir, please wait a moment and I will get an APC. No, Sergeant, the Volksine replied. It's beautiful out. I think I will walk. Sir, the sergeant exclaimed in terror as the broken Volksine opened the door and walked away. Outside, the old Volksine looked up at the clear blue sky above. He used to love the sky. When had he stopped noticing it? It was beautiful. until he noticed the smoke rising up into it. So much smoke! Unable to stop himself, he looked over towards the ruins of Porky Town. So much smoke! Sighing sadly, he uttered a quiet prayer and slowly started walking towards the Federation Parliament building where he would turn himself in. It wasn't long before his prayer was answered with a distinctive pop. Bex System. Terran Station. Human population, 312. Primary occupation, ship repair and refit, trading. Primary product, miscellaneous. Commander, a frantic Bex exclaimed as they flailed at their station, 4 ships have entered the system. Oh creators! They are human. One of them is huge. Thank you, Sheen, the commander replied, grooming the stiff fur of his face. He curled his proboscis into a tight coil and clamped his winglets tightly against his back. So, the humans had come. He looked at the newcomers. There were 3 small general-purpose ships and 1 huge freighter. His slender tongue flicked out of the end of his proboscis thoughtfully. Oh creators, another Bex wailed, what are we going to do? Our jobs, the commander replied calmly. You, inform the SDF that we have visitors, and tell the Federation to keep their distance. Commander. I can only deal with 1 dangerous group of murderers at a time, Sheen. Yes, Commander. Put me through to our visitors, the commander said as he adjusted his robes. Greetings and welcome to Bex Space, the commander said to the screen. A withered human face appeared. An old one, the commander thought as his wings flicked. Probably one of the Og as they call them. Hello, the human said with one of their disgusting fang-laden smiles. It had metal teeth. You aren't on the schedule of expected arrivals, the commander said calmly. Are you experiencing an emergency? Do you require assistance? Nah. We're good. Then, how may the mighty Bex brighten your day, the commander said with a little flick of his tongue. I am Captain Vasquez of the Forsaken Homestead ship Void Home. We are a non-combatant settlement ship and we have come for our people. I am not sure if we have any of your people here, but we certainly won't interfere with anyone who willingly wishes to board. We. The commander was cut short by the appearance of 2 Federation cruisers. Abyss, horse, the commander yelled. I told you wads to stay away. This is Federation space, a leathery creature in a captain's uniform shouted as he appeared. And we are here to apprehend these dangerous insurgents. BHPLPTBLBLBTTTH, the commander blew a loud raspberry through his proboscis, extending it like a party noisemaker. 2 cruisers against 4 human freighters. Normally a remark about you bravely charging into certain death against an overwhelming foe would be sarcastic, but considering everything, horse, you are either impossibly brave or excruciatingly stupid. Mind your place, Commander, the Federation captain snapped. And you mind yours, Captain. This is a system matter and does not concern you. Now please be quiet. Grown UPS are talking. Human vessels, the captain shouted. This is Captain Horse of the Federation Starship Forbearance. You are hereby ordered to power down and prepare to be boarded. Oh, we are already prepared, Chuckles, the human smiled. We are a non-combatant vessel, but we will protect ourselves if we must. For the record, the commander said calmly, this action is being undertaken by the Federation, not the Bex. We are not engaging a non-combatant homestead ship. The captain's species and home system information is now being transmitted. Please direct whatever is worse than what you used on the Volksine there. Thanks, Flutters, the human captain replied. Wait just a moment, the Federation captain spluttered, his eyes bulging in alarm. Transmitting that information now, the human said cheerfully as a hyperspace transmission was detected. This is Admiral Sparkle of the Bex SDF, an angry voice announced as a dozen small patrol craft appeared between the Federation and the humans. There will not be a space battle between the Federation and a non-combatant refugee vessel in Bex space. If these people want to take asylum seekers on board and if there are humans here that wish to go, then that's exactly what is going to happen. They aren't gathering refugees. They are recruiting soldiers, the Federation captain shouted. And you will be aiding the enemy if you allow it. We are comfortable with that, the Admiral replied. Void Home, you are free to operate in the Bex system. All SDF vessels, as long as the humans act without aggression, protect them from any attackers. Captain Horse, the Federation is no longer welcome in Bex space. Please leave the system immediately. You can't do this. You have 3 choices, the Admiral replied. You can either leave, you can fight both the humans and us, or you can just sit there and scream impotently into your transmitter while we and the humans conduct our affairs. The captain chose the third option. I just wanted to let you know that your creation performed marvelously. Jessica Morgan said to an elderly olive-skinned man on one of her antique OLED screens. I wish I could say that I was happy about that, the old man said sadly. I was, insane, when I created that horror. Yes, but insanity is exactly what the situation requires, Doctor. Jessica replied. What was born of your anguish and madness will protect the lives of millions of innocents, doctor, just as what you now create will do. Please spare me the flaccid justifications, the old man said wearily. I accept what I did and what I've become. You needn't worry. My efforts will not be diminished by the horrors that my creations have wrought. Splendid, Jessica said with a cold gleam in her eye. How is the project coming along? Quite well, the old scientist replied. While we were never able to find the actual research and design information in either our archives or on Terra, it was ultimately unnecessary. We never were able to find out more about Project Pluto. No, ma'am, the scientist replied. However, the concept is simple enough. The old YouTube videos were more than sufficient to get us started. An air-cooled nuclear reactor is easily within our capacities. In fact, I think you will find our version to be quite acceptable. It shall be much more horrific than the original, by several orders of magnitude. That's what I like to hear, Doctor. The first prototype should be ready for testing by the end of the week. We should be able to start production almost immediately thereafter. Splendid. Jessica enthused. And that other little side project? The doctor smiled grimly and his image was replaced by a video of a thermonuclear detonation in space. As you can see, we achieved a very acceptable yield, the doctor said as the explosion was replaced by data. Our device isn't as compact or efficient as the Terrans, but it's quite satisfactory. We should be able to rival their devices eventually. I don't want to just copy the Terrans, Jessica replied. I want our own weapons and our own technology. Well, there are only so many ways to make a fusion explosion, ma'am. And that's why I want you directing your efforts elsewhere, Doctor. Now that you have gotten the ball rolling, there are many who can fine-tune nukes. I want you to focus on the SLAM and on further applications of the elephant's foot. Further applications? I think there is a lot of potential for the foot and similar devices. A nuke can flatten the countryside, but the foot can ruin it. That is what we want. I beg you to reconsider, ma'am. That thing is pure unadulterated horror, Jessica said, completing his sentence. The Federation has the delightful combination of both being timid and being unused to being afraid. Nuclear explosions will gut ships. Fear will gut the Federation. But you said that we would only use it if. I say a lot of things, Jessica smirked. Yes, the doctor winced, of that I am painfully aware. I want bigger feet. I want better feet. And, most importantly, I want more of them, a lot more. I am particularly intrigued by the ones that project jets of the material. Do you think you can make them pierce Federation warship shields? God damn you. So, a yes then. Yes. It shouldn't be that much of a problem. In fact. Oh, by the void, the doctor said as he trailed off in horror. Well, that sounds promising. Dr. Iyengar sighed sadly as the holomonitor went dark. He reached for a bottle of Johnson's Blue, renatured to perfection, and poured himself a healthy portion of the cyan liquid. He coughed as he slammed it back. He was grateful that Johnson's spirits still made the classic, one horror to wash down another. He pulled out a small hollow viewer and smiled sadly at the pretty young girl in traditional garb hovering in front of him. I am so sorry, dear, he said as he poured another shot. I am so very, very sorry. The fallout settles Part 2. Jessica. Jessica made an amused little snort as Dr. Iyengar's image disappeared and shook her head. She found the mustache twirling tiresome, but sometimes people needed a monster. In this particular case, the doctor needed someone to be a bigger monster than he was. She had learned long ago that as long as he was cursing her name, he wouldn't curse his own quite as much. The greatest scientific mind in centuries, and you're making him create nightmares. Weren't you supposed to preserve him? Wasn't that the plan? Yes, the good doctor was one of her people, one of those carefully selected to rebuild Sol. He was first among the scientists and academics that she cherry-picked and tucked ever so gently into one of her special habitation ships. She winced as she thought of the garden home. Even after all these years, the tragic loss of that ship stung. So many great minds just gone. She, without thinking, pulled open the upper left-hand drawer of her office desk, unconsciously reaching for the supplies that normally occupied that place of honor. Tisk, she muttered as she looked down at the empty spot where a flask and a small crystal box of white powder used to reside. There was no easy fix today. No quick distraction. Their faces and names floated past. Gifted scientists, scholars, artists, people who can never be replaced. People like to say that all lives are of equal value, but that's bullshit. Some people are a dime a dozen and others are fucking priceless. 600 of those lives were lost that day. 600 of the brightest lights the human race had just went poof. And Dr. Iyengar was among them. He just wasn't given the mercy of death. No, he got to live. She still remembered the day he brought her the foot, his eyes glazed, his face twisted with hate and pain. His innocence gone. God damn it. She had promised him. She had promised him that his family would be safe. She had promised all of them. God, she wanted a fucking drink. Just to a sip. Just to take the edge off. The fate of the entire Porky race rests in the hands of a coked-out alcoholic. Just wonderful. She needed a break. Outside her bunker wasn't exactly a garden, but the woods were lovely and there was a pond nearby with some absolutely lovely specimens of native flora. It wouldn't be that much longer before there would be nothing outside but the fucking void. She should go look at the weird little jelly plants. She threw on her jacket and strode for the door. Just outside of the city of Paljakran on Zaran 7 a crowd started to gather around a wide field. In the middle of the field was a single egg and a small camera. Soon, a distant rumbling could be heard and the crowd pulled out their phones. The rumbling grew in intensity, as something came into view high above. The rumbling turned into roaring as the object drew closer, growing ever larger with each passing moment. The crowd started to cheer as the ground beneath them started to shake as a huge spaceship came screaming down, its shields glowing from the heat of re-entry. At the helm, Gwen Shea grinned as the picture of the egg appeared on one of her screens. The grin was soon replaced with a blissful smile as her entire universe shrank to the size of that field. Watching half a dozen screens at once, she switched to manual control. 100 meters, the girl who usually manned the helm announced. 50 meters. Gwen's universe shrank down to the size of an egg. 20 meters. Her hands turning into blurs, Gwen made dozens of adjustments almost at once. 10 meters. The crowd was blasted by nearly gale force winds as Gwen fired all the lateral thrusters simultaneously and slowly eased down on the deflector screen. Shields loaded at 50%. 60%. The landing spurs of the vessel started to slowly dig into the ground below as Gwen started to reduce power to the lower deflector array. A grinding vibration could be felt throughout the massive vessel as it pressed itself into the soil. The image of the egg became shrouded in darkness. The camera's light switched on. The egg was intact. And the crowd went wild. Gwen let out a shuddering sigh. Oh yeah. As the main cargo hatch lowered, Gwen stepped out and waved cheerfully at the cheering crowd. Whoa, she yelled, grinning from ear to ear. Whoa. You about some crazy fuckers, she added when she noticed exactly how close some of the spectators were standing. A line of vehicles started to roll into the cargo bay, all of them bearing Black Angel's markings. They parked in a precise manner and the occupants all leapt out and rapidly started to break down the rigging holding all of the parcels in place. Experienced smugglers don't waste any time. In moments the vehicles were being loaded and were soon pulling out at high speed only to be replaced seconds later. A wicked-looking woman in her late 40s, armed with a megaphone and a stopwatch, approached. "Goddamn," she said, shaking her head. "Just. Goddamn." Gwen just grinned at her. "Where the fuck were they hiding you?" "In motherfucking high school," Gwen said, rolling her eyes. "I had to prepare for my future." She added in a sneering voice. "You're kidding, right? I wish. You can slam a class 16 on the lawn in less than an hour already. What sort of future is better than that? According to my mom? Anything," Gwen laughed. "They didn't want me on spaceships." "Why? You're..." "Oh, because of the accident," Gwen said, rolling her eyes. "Mom totally lost her shit and made me go to dirt school after that." "Accident?" "Oh yeah," Gwen said nonchalantly, "when I was 9 Holy shit," the gangster gasped. "That was you?" "I heard that it happened to a kid but I had no idea it happened to a Shay." Gram wanted to keep it quiet," Gwen replied. "This never happened," she growled in a perfect recreation of her great-grandmother's angry voice. "No idea why. It's not like it was a big deal." The gangster looked at her dubiously. "It was in fact a big deal. It was a really fucking big deal. Holy fucking shit. If half of what she had heard was true. Jesus Christ. So, you're okay?" "I'm more than okay," Gwen said happily as she spun around. "I'm finally free of this fucking gravity well. Escape velocity, baby." "Whoa. Okay then," the gangster said as evenly as she could. For just a second there was something in Gwen's eyes, something definitely not right. It took a lot to rattle Kareen. She had been rolling with the angels for most of her life and had seen and done some shit, but that little flash in Gwen's eyes chilled her to the bone. "Well, I just wanted to say hi and congratulate you on your pilotin'," Kareen said as nonchalantly as she could. "I gotta go and get this cargo moved." "Nice meeting you," Gwen enthused as she extended her hand. "Looking forward to working with you out there." Kareen tried not to flinch as she shook her hand. She really didn't buy into a lot of that spacer's nonsense, but there were some things that you just did not fuck with. That kid should have been tossed out of an airlock. If it had been any other kid she would have. "Yeah, I'll be looking for you," Kareen replied with as pleasant of a smile as she could manage. Back on Raylesh, Jessica started making her way back to the buried ship she was using as her base. As she was walking down the path, something moved overhead. Reaching for her sidearm, she glanced upward and just smiled and shook her head. A garish bright purple luxury gravcar with LED light bars and airbrushed furries and suggestive poses on the sides and hood landed. The door popped open and a thin old man, dressed in a crushed velvet leisure suit complete with satin shirt and big gold medallion and jeweled sunglasses hopped out. "Oni-che-aon," he yelled as he saw her. She laughed despite herself. "Gordon," she called back with a big smile. "You do realize that this is a top-secret facility, and that we are at war, right?" "Of course." Gordon Johnson, founder of Johnson Spirits, replied as he gestured at his leopard print leisure suit. "See? Camo." "Jesus Christ," Jessica laughed. "Get your ass inside before I have you shot." As Gordon and Jessica entered her office, Gordon turned to confront her. "I've tolerated and overlooked so many things, Jessica," he said in a stern voice. "I really have, telling myself it was all for the greater good. But you've gone too far this time. You stopped drinking. And what's this I'm hearing about you, Gordon? Quality products? Have you gone mad?" Jessica laughed as they hugged. "People are going to need something to wash down the days ahead," Gordon smiled, "and too many of the damn kids these days can't appreciate good hooch." "Well, promise me you will keep making the green," Jessica chuckled. "If I fall off of the wagon I want to be appropriately punished." "I'm keeping the whole product line," Gordon exclaimed proudly. "I still have the rum runner. That old tub actually still flies? I thought you turned it into a restaurant." "A restaurant and distillery," Gordon replied proudly. "I was going to decommission it, but in the end I just couldn't bring myself to do it. All I had to do was rip out the tables. Even the kitchen is original. The rum runner will be lifting off today. I just dropped by take one last peek at that fine ass of yours before I headed out." Jessica gave him a little wiggle as Gordon gasped and clutched at his heart. "Damn, girl. Don't be doing that to an old man. If only it was that easy to get rid of you," she laughed. "So, you have the rum runner. How is the rest of your operation looking?" "Good. We are ripping up what we can and loading those ships you sent down with anything that we can shove into them. It's a mess, but my guys should have production lines running within days. The rum runner will be at full capacity tonight, so we can give you limited quantities of whatever you need, from lubricants to paint to plastic explosives, and of course the highest quality solvents in the galaxy. You are a freak, but damned if you aren't an amazing one." Jessica laughed. "Speaking of amazing," Gordon grinned as he pulled out clear plastic bag filled with appeared to be a wad of soap. 3,000 calories of shelf-stable nutritionally complete goodness. "Well, that didn't take you long." "It's not like I was working from zero," Gordon replied. "It's just a riff on Jovian rice. And it doesn't taste like shit," Jessica said happily as she sampled it. "You are going to absolutely ruin your reputation, Gordon. How's the price point?" "Not good," Gordon replied. "The raw material costs are much higher in the Federation on a good day, and getting a reliable source at a high enough volume is going to be a constant challenge. It's gonna be cheaper to just buy regular food, but this stuff will keep forever and is nice and compact. Real food is better for morale, too," Jessica replied. "I still want to build stocks of this, though. I think we all know more food is better than less." "You don't have to remind me." Gordon laughed. "If only we had a gas miner," Jessica mused. Gordon grinned at her. "What? Funny you should mention that. Are you shitting me? Remember Amy? Your traitorous ex-girlfriend Amy? The Amy who tried to kill you?" Jessica asked darkly, her enthusiasm gone. "That would be the one. Please tell me that you haven't." "Well, we've sorta kept in touch and..." "Kept in touch?" Jessica asked, raising her eyebrow. Gordon grinned sheepishly. "God damn it," Jessica groaned, seriously. "Well, they say time heals all wounds. Including ones made by a knife, it seems," Jessica replied as she rolled her eyes. "Moron." "Well, as it turns out, after the dust settled she wound up going back into chemical engineering and set herself up with the shit she stole from us," Jessica interjected. "If she wasn't so fucking slippery I would have killed her a long time ago." "Well, be glad you didn't," Gordon exclaimed happily. "She has herself a gas miner. She runs a little wildcat outfit specializing in custom organic compounds and does first-rate chemical synthesis to boot." "And?" Jessica asked dubiously. "And she wants to come home," Gordon exclaimed. "A fucking hyperspace-capable gas miner, Jessica. And she wants to join us? Now. She has a lot of family over here, Jessica," Gordon replied. "She wants to help." "And?" Jessica asked suspiciously. "And with everything going on over there, she has concerns. Terran nationalism has been on the rise, and now with Patricia and her cronies making a play for the Republic." "There it is," Jessica hissed. "There it fucking is. Amy concerned about her family? Nah. Amy seeing the writing on the wall and wanting to switch sides, exactly like she did on us back in the day? Now that's Amy." "Yes," But gas miner. She tried to kill you, twice. Gas miner. She framed you for the chemical weapons that she produced. You know, the ones you absolutely refused to make? You had to hide in a supply locker for 6 months. Do you remember? Gas miner. But... Gordon leaned in and whispered, gas miner. Absolutely not. If you want to stick your dick in that particular puddle of crazy, you are just going to have to run the Republic blockade. Do you have any idea how many megatons of organics and fuel she can produce? I'm sure it won't be for free, Jessica grumbled. She's willing to provide raw materials at a very reasonable rate. God damn it, Gordon. Tell me you didn't enter into negotiations without consulting me. I got her to agree to 42% of Federation market rate. Which is how many times more than she gets in the Republic. Look, do you want that fuel and those organics or not? I've reviewed her production records. Holy shit, Jessica. Gordon exclaimed as he pulled out his phone and offered it to her. We can feed everyone. God damn it, Jessica muttered and looked at the spreadsheet. Her eyes widened. Sigh. What's her number? Yes. Gordon exclaimed. What is it with you and manipulative narcissists, she grumbled. Gordon looked her up and down with an exaggerated lascivious leer. What can I say? I have a type. Jessica just laughed and shook her head. Asshole, she chuckled. If I do this, she's off limits. I fucking mean it. Ah. The last thing I need is her getting her hooks into you again. You get within a light year of her and the deal's off. But... I think you won't mind, she purred as she started to unbutton his satin shirt. Terrence walked towards Jessica's office with a fresh pot of tea. He was more than a little concerned. Jessica was really struggling with her sobriety and Gordon Johnson wasn't exactly a paragon of temperance. He raised his hand to knock. Oh. Oni-chan. His hand froze. Are those my happy pony panties? Jessica's annoyed voice said as it leaked through the door, take them off right now. Giggle. Yes, Oni-chan. Terrence just shook his head and walked away. At least she wasn't drinking. Gwen looked over at the 3 somewhat disheveled-looking teenaged boys standing in front of her and sighed. It was finally time to say goodbye to her beloved little nerds. In the end, only Susan decided to stay with them. Are you sure you want to leave? Gwen asked. Things are about to get good. And no. Yes. I mean yes. Johnny squeaked. You are walking away from a shit ton of money, guys. You really want to go home, back to school, and all that shit? You can be free, rich, and free. Thank you, but I would like to go home, please, Johnny replied as the other 2 teens nodded vigorously. Well, I can't stop you, Gwen said with a smile. Actually, I can, but I won't. I'm cool like that. Thank you. Are you Sarah? Gwen asked. One of my friends thinks you're cute. Johnny was not falling for that one again. That's okay. We just want to go home, please, ma'am. Okay. That's cool, go be nerds. Shoo. Gwen said with a wave of her hand. The 3 teens sprinted out of the ship. She turned to Marcia, her helmsperson. At least we kept Susie. Gwen said brightly. You just let them go? Don't we need them? Nah, we'll get some crew from the Angels, Gwen replied. I'll just give Graham a call and... Speak of the devil. Gwen exclaimed happily as an electric motorcycle drove into the ship. Shay the Elder got off and walked up. Graham. Gwen exclaimed, running up to give the old fiend a hug. Hey baby doll, Shay the Elder smiled, returning the hug. Gwen slowly stopped smiling as she looked at her great-grandmother's face. What? Got a minute, kid? She wants to talk to me. Gwen asked in shock once they were alone. Yeah, Shay the Elder replied darkly. She does. Why? She wants something. She wouldn't tell me what. Awesome. No, baby doll, it's the opposite of awesome, her great-grandmother replied. Look, you gotta listen all respectful like, but you don't gotta do whatever she says. She can't just order you around like some nobody. You're a fucking Shay. But what could she possibly want? I dunno, and that's what bugs me, baby doll. Look, the old woman said, clearly worried, if she wants a word with you I can't stop it and you gotta listen, but whatever, and I mean whatever she says, whatever she promises, just say no. If you say no she can't touch you. You say no and you are protected by angels, but if you make a deal with the devil you stand alone. I'm not an idiot, Graham, Gwen replied. This isn't some scrub trying to sweet-talk his way into your panties. This is the motherfucking devil herself. You be all polite and use those pretty words you got, but whatever you do, do not say yes to her. Got it? Gwen replied. Be polite and say no. I'm fucking serious, kid, the old fiend said urgently. I've seen it over and over and fucking over again. I don't care how big and shiny that apple is. It's fucking poison. You do not want to make a deal with her. As bad as people think I am, she's worse. Never forget that. Gwen looked at her great-grandmother in shock. She was afraid. Her great-grandmother, leader of the fucking Black Angels herself, one of the true nightmares of the Soul Wars, was scared. Oh okay, Gram, Gwen replied nervously. I'll be right outside the whole time, Shay the Elder said as they walked to the captain's office. If you feel yourself starting to give or slip, just yell or something and I'll barge in there and I don't know, do something. Yes, Gram, Gwen replied as she opened the office door and walked inside. She paused at a mirror and made sure she looked okay. Then she took a deep breath and sat behind her desk. After saying a quiet prayer to the gods of the void, she switched on her communicator. After a disturbingly short wait, Jessica Morgan's pleasantly smiling face appeared on her hollow screen. I swear it's like looking back in time. Jessica exclaimed. You look just like your great-grandmother did at your age. Thanks. I'm sure you have things to do and I know for a fact that I do, so I will just cut to the chase, Jessica said with a smile. I assume it has been strongly suggested that you refuse regardless of what I say. Gwen shifted nervously. She wasn't sure how to respond to that. It's okay, Jessica said, I know your great-grandmother quite well and I am perfectly aware of her opinion of me. She's absolutely correct, by the way. Gwen just smiled anxiously and remained silent. She wanted to say something, but everything she could come up with either sounded absolutely moronic or would just dig her deeper in the hole she realized she was already in. Jessica smiled as she let the silence build. I thought you would be more exuberant, Jessica said an eternity later. You certainly were when you were talking to that radio person. Yeah, that's because Lissa doesn't have a fucking brass bowl. And that's the least of my worries. Woo. Gwen replied cautiously. Jessica burst into laughter. Well played, she exclaimed with delight. I'll cease wasting either our time with any further attempts to disarm you and get right down to business. Jessica leaned forward slightly. I want you to come to work for me. What? Gwen spluttered, her eyes wide. Ships, I have. Equipment I can buy. I have the resources to get whatever I want and as much of it as I desire, except for one thing, Jessica said, her eyes glittering, talent. I can never get enough. It's the one thing I crave more than almost anything, and you, Ms. Shay, have a gift. I wouldn't go that far, Gwen said nervously. I would, Jessica replied. Your last landing? From orbit to surface, in a class 16, in less than 1 hour, on top of an unbroken egg? That's astounding from anyone, no matter how long they have been flying. From someone of your age, your experience, it's phenomenal. I've been doing this for years. Gwen replied defensively. I grew up on a ship and until they made you stop, Jessica said, cutting her off, something that I would not have done, by the way, but we will get to that later. Gwen flinched. She knew. Here's the deal, Jessica continued. I need people who can quickly, and much more importantly safely, get large vessels onto and off of planetary surfaces, and I need them now. There are thousands, hundreds of thousands, of our fellow human beings trapped on dozens of worlds. Those are our people, my people, and I'm not going to abandon them to the fucking feds. Shuttles aren't going to cut it. I don't need to move people by the dozens, I need to move them by the thousands. No spaceports, open dirt landings. Not everyone can do that. You can. I need that. I need you. But I'm with the Angels and... Oh, I wouldn't dream of making you forego your alliance, Jessica said with a smile. While I would love to bring you fully into my organization, I am not asking you to make a choice. I just want use of skills, temporarily. Do these people moving runs for me, and once we have everyone that we can evacuated, I have absolutely no problem with you returning to the Angels, if that's what you truly want. Okay, that sounds reasonable enough, Gwen said suspiciously. What's the catch? The catch? Jessica asked innocently. Why ever would you think? She broke off into a chuckle. Yes, there is always a catch, isn't there? I'm not asking you to pilot a cruise ship. These recovery missions are likely going to be through hostile Federation space, and the systems aren't always going to be happy to see us, and by us I mean you. I'm asking you to do something quite dangerous. There is no guarantee you will survive. There's no guarantee I'll survive now. Gwen thought to herself. I'm rolling with the Angels for fuck's sake. Of course you will be well rewarded for the risk, Jessica continued. Rewarded? Yes, very well rewarded, Jessica replied. You have done quite well in obtaining a Federation Class 16. It's a lovely ship, but entirely unsuitable for my purposes. While its operational capabilities are sub-par, the real problem with it is that it's a Federation vessel, a clearly pirated one. You can't be going about representing me in a pirated ship. It will further complicate a very complicated situation and we can't claim that you are peaceful when you are demonstrably already a pirate. I will trade vessels with you. That class 16 can serve me perfectly well in an auxiliary capacity and for it I will give you, this. Gwen gasped as a picture of a Crankhalix appeared on the screen. It was number 7 on her list of dream ships. I see you recognize it, Jessica smiled. A Crankhalix medium cargo ship with a completely clean title. It's yours if you come to work with me. Gwen's mind swam. Big engines, huge hyperdrive, advanced navcomp. And something else, something much more important. Jessica smiled as her eye-tracking software indicated exactly where Gwen was staring. She had her. I have the papers right here, Jessica said with a pleasant smile. Your class 16 will serve me quite well in an auxiliary capacity and with this you will be able to go anywhere, do anything, once your obligation is complete, of course. You will own the ship from day one and soon as you qualify, you will be its captain. Qualify? Gwen asked suspiciously. Yes, qualify, Jessica replied. I'll happily gamble the ship on your unproven abilities but not the crew. Ships I can buy but crew? Good crew has always been valuable but now they are priceless. I can't give you a crew and, no offense, I'm not letting one of my vessels be crewed with a Black Angel's cotter. One atrocity and it's my name, not hers, that is stained. So, unless you have quite a few more members on your cheer squad I'm going to have to assign my people, at least temporarily. Don't worry. Everyone will understand that having you qualify is second only to the mission. I have every confidence that you will rise to the occasion. Gwen unconsciously started to play with her hair. Qualifying could take years. On the bright side, Jessica continued, your training and subsequent qualifications would be through Morgan Shipping, a member of the Galactic Merchantmen's Association and thus will be honored throughout all of known space. Real training. Real certifications. You wouldn't be limited to just the Black Angels. You could go anywhere, once our current little situation is resolved, of course. It's a small inconvenience for one hell of a reward. When this is all over your licenses will be valid. And you will still own the vessel from day one. Which means exactly squat, Gwen thought. The crew will follow the captain, not the owner. The only thing the owner can do is hire and fire which means absolutely nothing. I appreciate this. I really do, Gwen replied nervously. But? Jessica asked calmly as she felt the hook slip from Gwen's mouth. But I already have a ship, not as good. God, nowhere as good but it's mine. And I'm already a captain and I can get a crew, a good crew, that will follow me and as far as those certifications go, I can get them on my own. I'm sorry but I have to say no, ma'am. Jessica kept her expression pleasant and even but inside she was scowling. She wanted this little morsel. How about the actual truth for once? Now there was an interesting thought. Don't want to give up your freedom. Jessica purred, makes sense. Nobody, at any age, would be eager to give up command. But I have one question I want you to ask yourself. Gwen shifted uncomfortably under Jessica's predatory gaze. Do you honestly think it's going to be that easy? Jessica asked. What? If you take it, it's yours, Jessica replied. That's one of our major tenets. Privately, I despise it. I had hoped for so much more than a society of pirates, murderers, and thieves. I really did, but, whether I like it or not, that is one of the core tenets of our wonderful society. You took that class 16 so it's yours. Congratulations, Jessica added sarcastically. Yeah, it is mine. Gwen said defiantly, taking real offense. And I'm going to be a great captain. Of that I don't have a single doubt, Jessica replied. The qualifications are for my men, not me. Think about it. I can't put a Black Angel, especially a 16-year-old one, in front of them and tell them that she's their captain. Owner they will accept. Captain? That won't fly. And that's why I'm saying no. Gwen replied. Jessica smiled. Now she had the girl engaged. Now there was something to grab onto. And you think it's going to be any easier with the Black Angels? If you honestly do then this conversation is over. I don't have time to waste with idiots. What do you mean? Gwen demanded with far more confidence than she felt. I'm a fucking shay. How do you think it's really going to go when you get a real crew, hey? Think about it. Your ship, filled with their people. They are my people. No, they aren't, Jessica replied. Not really. They stopped being your people the second the accident happened and you know it. That's bullshit. They will be watching you every single second of every single day you are with them, Jessica said calmly. They will never trust you and can you blame them? They use what happened to you as their ultimate punishment. It terrifies them as well it should. Nobody escapes what happened to you unscathed, unaltered, nobody. What are you talking about? I'm just fine. How long can you hold out, Are you even going to try, or are you, even now, just dying for the chance to do it again? Gwen looked away. I knew it, addicted, Jessica said with a smile. I understand addiction very well. Mine are tame, embarrassingly boring compared to yours, but the same principles apply. Once certain things get under your skin they are there for life. You can deny them, your vices, but you can never truly be free, can you? Part of you is always thinking about it, always yearning for what you can't have. Isn't that true? I don't know what you're talking about, Gwen said weakly. Darling, I'm addicted to alcohol, cocaine, and a pile of designer drugs. I shook the pills long ago, but a day doesn't go by without me thinking about them at least once. The booze and the coke? I only quit those when I reassumed command, and it hurts every single day. I know an addict when I see them because I am one, and you, Ms. Shea, are an addict. I know it, but even more importantly your great-grandmother does. She will be watching, and you can bet that there will be someone on your crew that will be fully capable of taking command the second you fuck up. You might be able to get one hit, maybe, and then, right back to the dirt you go, and there will be no escape a second time. Nobody is going to take my ship. I'll fight them all. Jessica asked with chuckle. A captain only leads with the permission of their crew. If they lose their confidence in you, that's it. The same holds true for your great-grandmother or even myself, by the way. We are, in a way, just as subservient as those who we lead. Nobody gets to do what they really want, trust me, she said ruefully. If your crew wants you out, then you are out, especially in an outfit like the Black Angels. In the Angels it wouldn't even be mutiny. You can be formally challenged for your command. You might be a badass, but what chance do you have against one of your Gram's real thugs, especially the one she will send for you? You won't even have the honor of being killed. You will be given a spanking and sent to your room, and that will be that. Fuck you. Gwen snarled. Feel free to terminate this call if you think I'm wrong, Jessica smiled. Of course, if you do, then you won't get to hear the real reason why I want you. Do you honestly think I don't already have skilled pilots? I'm Jessica fucking Morgan. My special projects Cotter are the best money can buy. I have people who are what you will be in 20 years. Me having a dire need for your piloting skill? That was bullshit. That's just how I was going to draw you in. I thought you were supposed to never lie, Gwen replied, intrigued despite herself. She should just hang up. She knew it. Just hang up. She said you could. You can bullshit without lying, Jessica chuckled. I implied that the talent of yours that I craved was your piloting skill. Oh, your skill is astonishing, make no mistake. Your little egg video is making the rounds, and I have captains in my special projects division just begging me to poach you. Some of the best crews in the fucking galaxy want you, Gwen. More than one captain would happily throw it all away for the chance to be on one of these ships, and several of them already want you. Impressive, truly impressive, but that's not the talent of yours that I want. That's not why I want you. Just hang up and run away. Why? Why do you want me then? Gwen asked, knowing it was a trap. The accident. What? You heard me, Jessica smiled. I want you not despite the accident but because of it. Why? I'm not going to tell you, Jessica grinned. I will, however, say this. I don't have to tell you about the wonderful observation decks that the Crank Hallex possesses. The one that I offer you will have one tiny little modification. The aft solar garden will be converted into your personal quarters with its own shutter control and shields. You won't have to sneak. You won't have to hide. You will be able to get your fix whenever you want. Gaze into the hyperspatial void to your heart's content. Bathe in it every single jump. Wah. I don't. What? Gwen babbled, completely stunned. You have absolutely no idea how special you are, Gwen, but I do, Jessica purred. For almost every single human being, direct exposure to hyperspace is lethal, worse than lethal. What it does to the body and to the mind, well. There's a reason that the vilest of the vile use it as torture. But, for one 9-year-old girl, it wasn't torture. It was amazing, wasn't it? Gwen just nodded, tears welling up in her eyes. You aren't the first. What? Gwen spluttered. Nope, Jessica smiled. You aren't alone. You are incredibly rare, perhaps one in hundreds of millions, too rare to actually quantify, but you are not unique. There are others. Who? Gwen gasped. Not telling you, Jessica grinned. Not yet. There is only one way to find out. Shay the Elder stalked up and down the hall, getting angrier and more worried by the second. It had been too long. It had been far too long. She should barge in there, tell that witch to go and fuck herself. She strode to the door and froze. It was fucking Jessica Morgan. There wasn't much that scared old Gwen but that woman. But it was her baby doll. No. She had given that monster enough. She wasn't going to get The door opened and her precious little girl stepped out. Oh no. I'm sorry Gram, Gwen said with tears in her eyes. I'm sorry. It's okay, the old woman sighed as she wrapped her arms around her. She always wins. Always. The fallout settles part 3. So what has Brenda and Helena been up to? A much leaner and well-toned Brenda pressed herself into the grass as sensor information was fed into her eye. He was close. He had given her the slip 6 times. 6. That was a record. 6 missed kills. It was no longer professional. It was personal. She never missed. And now, she had. 6 times. Today, it would end. That fucker was going down. She winced as she opened a small case and started to silently assemble a slender weapon. A weapon. That is what she had been reduced to, crawling in the mud with a fucking energy weapon. Every trap had failed. Every snare, evaded. A cockroach transmitted a brief signal. It had caught the scent. She smiled and interfaced with her weapon. Its, targeting reticle appeared in her vision. Her roach sent another signal. Movement. She zoomed in on a small stone outcrop as he poked his head cautiously around a small crack. He knew he was being hunted. Slowly he started to creep into the open, nervously looking all around. She smiled. I got you, you little shit, she thought as she pulled the trigger. The weapon vibrated slightly but made absolutely no sound as her target spasmed once and then collapsed motionless upon the stones. She smiled as she leapt to her feet and started to sprint. Seconds later she was standing over him. Everyone falls in the end, everyone. She pulled out her scanner to confirm the hit. Pulschiodon fasciatus, she giggled. You, my friend, are officially unextinctified. The lizard was already starting to wiggle a little. Wasting no time she pulled out her knife and lopped off a few millimeters of his bright blue tail and, using tweezers, quickly put it into a sample vial. Seconds later the lizard blinked, flipped over, and darted back into the rocks. She stood there admiring her prize. This little snippet was going to keep her in beer and chocolate for months. The next day Brenda threw one hell of a party at a nearby lodge. Gene prospectors came from hundreds of miles away to admire the footage and fill up on free food and booze. Keep them coming, Harry. Brenda exclaimed as another group wandered in. I still can't believe it, Brenda, a grizzled old woodsman said shaking his head. A lizard zapper. Never seen that one before. Yet, Brenda said as she took a big gulp of beer. Rub it in. What you mean? The old man asked. You hit a fucking skink at 30 yards. Yet, but I still had to use a fucking gun, slippery little bastard. What's your deal with guns? The old man asked. It's damn near unpatriotic. Noisy, messy, and totally lacking in imagination, Brenda scoffed. Where is the creativity? Where is the fun? You're an odd one, Brenda, the man chuckled, shaking his head. Damn good prospector, but fucking weird. This from a man who has a poop collection. Brenda laughed. Hey. Do you know how many samples I've gotten from shit? You kids and your fancy degrees and high-dollar scanners and you literally walk past a fucking gold mine holding your delicate little noses all the while. I've gotten 20 varieties of edible plants all from scat. Really? Yup. You should take time to stop and smell the roses every now and then. Gross, dude, Brenda laughed. Hi Brenda. Jason said as he rushed up. The old man grinned and got up to leave ignoring Brenda's pleading glance with a wicked little smile. See congratulations. Jason exclaimed as he sat down next to her. A skink. That's amazing. I had no idea they were so beautiful. Brenda just sighed. Jason had been tracking her ever since she decided to take up gene prospecting as her latest cover. She had really enjoyed camping during her last job. Thanks, Brenda replied, a little flustered. Jason was cute, exactly her type, and super nice. And that was the problem. Sooner or later, maybe next year, maybe tomorrow, she would disappear, suddenly, without a trace, and forever. He didn't deserve that. Neither did she. You could always retire, that little voice piped up in her head. She could. Lord knows she had the cash, millions of credits. But she didn't keep at it for the money. I mean, that last job. The fucking head of Federation Intelligence. What a rush. No, there was no retiring for her, at least not yet. For example, there was Patricia who to consider. She normally didn't do bounties. She felt them to be beneath her, but holy Jesus on a popsicle stick. That was a lot of money. But how would you even do it? She has to be off-world, hiding in one of her bases, surrounded by her people. How would you even begin to track her? She felt her pulse rising. Then you would have to get in, grab her, alive no less, and get her out. I mean, yeah, you could kill her, but oh the challenge. It would be a little shady since she was her last client, but she wouldn't have to kill that many people to bury that little detail, and nobody would fault someone going after such a big score. Would they? Something touched her arm. Her hand instinctively slid into her pocket as she exhaled slowly, taking care not to swivel her head over much. It was just Jason. He was still talking. Can I see the rifle? What? Brenda asked as she let the adrenaline wash away and her hand left her pocket. The rifle you used on that skink. Can I see it? It isn't a rifle, Brenda replied. A rifle is a projectile weapon that imparts a spin on the... Never mind, she smiled. Sure. You can see the weapon, but don't call it a rifle. It hurts me. Oh okay. Jason said excitedly. The pair headed towards the exit. Keep everybody full and get them drunk. Brenda yelled over her shoulder. I'll be right back. Harry just grinned and gave Jason a little thumbs up. Brenda pretended not to notice. The only thing Jason was getting a peek of was her lizard zapper. It wouldn't hurt to have a little fun, that voice said. Yes, it would, she replied to herself. As Brenda and Jason stepped outside, Brenda came to an abrupt stop. Outside, at the edge of the parking lot, was a luxury Graf sedan, a nice one. One of these things is not like the others, she sang in her head as she took a quick glance at the hover trucks and RVs. She threw a quick eye over it as her hand slipped into her pocket and grasped 4 large bright yellow marbles, each one bearing a cheerful smiley face. Armor, shields, cloaking. Fuck. Wait inside, she said to Jason. Is something wrong? I said wait inside, Brenda hissed, her mask slipping. I'll wait, inside, he said quietly as he opened the door. Probably just a silly ex who doesn't know what's good for him, she added with a winsome smile. I'll be right back. Oh. Okay. Jason went back inside with chills running up and down his spine. Now who might you be? Brenda asked cheerfully as she walked towards the limo, marbles in hand. As she approached, the cloak switched off revealing one occupant, no other life signs. The rear passenger window retracted. And she burst out into a goofy grin. Marky, she shouted with a cheerful wave, still holding the marbles in her offhand. Marcus Delacroix carefully kept his eyes forward and his hands where she could see them. Approaching Brenda unannounced was a very good way to wind up dead. He noticed a flash of yellow in the corner of his eye and wondered what other cheerfully colored toys were in the area. When she was about 15 meters away, he slowly turned his head to face her. I'm leaving the vehicle, he said in a cultured imperial accent. Don't. Brenda said in a light cheerful tone. She's pissed, and completely unconcerned about this floating tank. He carefully inhaled and slowly exhaled and consciously lowered his pulse. He had a reputation to maintain and it wouldn't do if he looked as concerned as he actually was. It's great to see you, Marky. Brenda enthused as she stopped a meter from the side of his ride. What a completely unexpected surprise. Likewise, Marcus replied. I must say that you look especially lovely this time. The blonde hair suits you. You like? Brenda said with a goofy smile. Not over the top. Absolutely not. You look ravishing. Flattery will not save your life if you don't start talking. Now, Brenda said in a sweet voice. What the fuck are you doing here, Marcus? I have a client who wishes to speak with you. So why didn't you use a dead drop? Marky, she hissed, her eyes blazing. Because you aren't answering them, Brenda. Marcus said in an annoyed voice as he met her gaze. Oh, she's pissed, said. Fuck. And that should tell you what, she asked in a rather pointed tone. I would normally respect your desire for some downtime, but this is an extraordinary situation. It better be, Brenda smiled. It better be extraordinary enough for me to overlook that there exists a person who can find me when I don't feel like being found. I don't like that, which means I don't like you. At least hear them out before you unleash the marbles. I like marbles. They're fun, especially these, Brenda said with absolutely no expression. You have 10 seconds before you find out exactly how much fun they are, she said, Marcus already turning into a fine red mist in her mind's eye. 1 billion credit retainer, Marcus said calmly. Guaranteed 100 million credits ahead after the first 10, if it comes to that. I would appreciate it if you at least talk to them before dispatching me. Ruin my vacation? Want me to talk to your client? 1 million. Now. Sigh. Fine, Marcus grumbled. Can I reach for a transactor? Do it slowly, she smiled as she opened her hand and all the marbles turned to face him. A million credits richer, Brenda slid into Marcus's limo. Oh, she said happily. This is nice. I'm glad you approve, Marcus said, never taking his eyes off of the 4 little faces staring at him. How can marbles look suspicious? He thought. Fucking stupid, but nice. Excuse me. High dollar ride in this neck of the woods. Brenda said in a scolding tone. Shoulda rolled up in a camper or something. I couldn't find an armored camper on short notice, Marcus replied. Really? Brenda asked. Call me next time. I know a guy. If I could have called you I wouldn't have. Never mind, he said as he slowly and very carefully moved his hands to activate a hollow screen. I'll give you some privacy, he said as he carefully reached for the door. Nah. Brenda said cheerfully. You keep your ass right here where my little buddies can keep an eye on you. I trust you but those little guys don't like weebs very much. You give them a loving home, try to raise them right, and they still turn out to be little racist shits. It breaks my heart. It really does. Very well, Marcus said in an amused tone as he activated the limo's encrypted transmitter. A minute later Brenda sighed in exasperation. That million credits wasn't for all fucking day, you know. Patience, please, my client is very busy. So was I, Brenda scoffed. Those beers ain't gonna drink themselves. Much to Marcus's discomfort, Brenda started humming to herself as she started making the marbles play leapfrog, and balance on each other's heads as she waited. An eternity later Jessica Morgan's face appeared. Well fuck me running. Brenda exclaimed. Hi Jessica, she exclaimed as she waved happily. She snapped her fingers and the marbles jumped into her pocket, much to Marcus's relief. Brenda. Jessica replied. Love the hair. Roberts had fled the cabin and taken shelter at one of the bars in the cruise ship they were taking to their refuge in the Empire. When Helena was writing she could be testy on a good day. These days? Hoo boy. The latest news that Damon managed to snatch from whatever that chat room was had Helena foaming at the mouth. As well it should, over 50,000 dead in the capital alone. Jesus. Porkies weren't Roberts's favorite people, not by a long shot but still. That was pretty bad. The fact that Jessica exacted a pretty terrible revenge did little to placate Helena either. If anything, it made her even more enraged. Nope. He was sitting right here until it was time for dinner. Helena was typing up a storm when the intercom pinged. It was the captain. What the hell? Excuse me, Miss Sterling, he said in a polite tone. Yes, she asked wondering exactly what the fuck she had done. They had been behaving themselves the whole time, mostly. You have an, priority communication from the Federation. Wah? Helena wittily replied. Yes, they are waiting for you. Well, okay, Helena said, more than a little confused, put them through. She felt a moment of panic. Had something happened on Zarin? Oh God. Had her parents been infected, or worse? Ah. It's not something we can route to your cabin, I'm afraid. Please come to the communications center, we have a private lounge there. What the fuck? Okay, I'm on my way. What's that all about? Damon asked as the communication ended. I have no fucking clue, Helena responded as she headed towards the door. Oh you gotta be fucking kidding me, she exclaimed as the hollow screen in the private lounge switched on. I wasn't prepared to jest, Jessica said with a little chuckle. Have you heard the one about the 2 nuns and the eggplant? What the hell do you want? Helena replied caustically. Well first of all I wanted to say that I'm quite the admirer of your work, Jessica said with a pleasant smile. Oh I'm sure, Helena said rolling her eyes. How the fuck does she know we are on this ship? Helena suddenly thought in alarm. That wasn't good. That was really not good. That piece you did on Gwendolyn Shea? Marvelous. She was screaming for your blood for weeks. And don't even get me started on your expose on hidden monopolies and price fixing. God. That one stung. Do you have any idea how hard that one hit? Cost me millions. Glad to be of service, Helena said in a snarky tone. Oh. And the one about corruption in the council and the reconstruction contracts? How did you ever find out? Jessica asked with admiration. Wouldn't you like to know? Actually, I would, Jessica laughed. If you only knew how much trouble that one caused. I was looking down the barrel of an actual indictment. Good thing I know where the bodies are buried. Not literal ones, of course. Of course, Helena said rolling her eyes. I do want to set the record straight on one thing, Jessica laughed. I have never slept with Cyrus Red. Ever. That man repulsed me. I'm glad he's dead. Is Cyrus Red dead? Helena asked leaning forward, feigning surprise. Paul had already told her everything, but if she could get a statement from Jessica Morgan herself. Oh absolutely, Jessica said with a smile. He pissed off the wrong person, or, if we are being precise, the wrong fish. Who killed him? Helena asked discreetly reaching for her phone. Axia, Director of Federation Intelligence, Jessica said quickly before she could get the recorder switched on. Seriously. I would say to ask her yourself but, even with your considerable skill, that's almost impossible. Almost. Sorry, Jessica smiled as Helena finally managed to switch on her recorder, I misspoke. Impossible. Definitely impossible, Jessica said with a wolfish grin. Helena said looking at her suspiciously. Why the fuck are we talking? Because, my intrepid reporter, Jessica said with a warm smile. I want to offer you access. You're joking. Most certainly not, Jessica replied. I like having the best and you have definitely proven yourself to be among them. Relentless, fearless, and most importantly, effective, all things that I admire. You are definitely a valuable resource, one that I would be foolish to ignore, not that ignoring you is easy, mind you, she added with a rueful laugh. I would like you to join me. There is absolutely no way in hell that I would ever come to work for you. And I wouldn't expect you to, Jessica replied with a smile. I just want you to embed yourself with the Forsaken. I offer complete access, total freedom of movement, and absolutely no interference or censorship. I just want you to come over here and do what you do best. Be a pain in your ass. Report the truth, Jessica said emphatically, as you see it, both the good and the bad, no punches pulled, no stone unturned. Just do your thing. Why? Propaganda I have, Jessica replied. I have an entire cruise ship filled with artists, writers, musicians, video producers, marketing teams. I'm sure you have seen their work. Yeah, Helena said sourly, I have. And it reeked of bullshit, because propaganda is by definition just that, Jessica smiled, you know it. I know it, and, most importantly, so do a lot of other people. Right now it's a bullshit contest. My bullshit artists against the Federations. Jessica leaned forward and grinned a wicked smile. So I want to do what I do best, she chuckled, cheat. There is one thing that the Federation is definitely not expecting, the truth, the pure unadulterated unvarnished bloody ugly hard stuff. The truth is a weapon that hits as hard as a saber gun and as far as the monsters and fiends of this galaxy are concerned, myself included, there is little more that we fear than a light shining under our particular rock. I want to bring the truth, the real honest-to-God truth, into the mix. Lay it all out there, for the whole galaxy to see, both the good and the bad. History is being written and I think it would be very interesting for it to be penned by an actual unbiased observer for once. Bullshit. I can assure that I am completely serious, Jessica replied. I want the truth of this whole mess laid bare and put out there for everyone in the galaxy, Imperial, Terran, and Fed to see. Let them see what you uncover and let them make their own decisions. Let's see the Federation spin doctors handle that. And your spin doctors. They will do what they are hired to do, Jessica said, they will twist the truth and spin it and weave bullshit into gold, exactly as I demand. However, they will be at least a little constrained since they will have my royal bard up their ass, at least I hope that they will. They also have the advantage that we honestly are on the right side of this. Are you? Helena asked. I'm not so sure. Well, I'm inviting you to find out for yourself, Jessica replied with a smile. Go wherever you want. Talk to whoever you want. Dig. Find the dirt. And I'm sure you will just let me print it when I do. Absolutely, Jessica replied. With one little restriction. We are at war. I am unwilling to allow you to compromise active operations. It's the same with any war correspondent. Other than that, you have a completely free hand and anything that is deemed to be operationally sensitive will be yours to publish the moment that it is no longer so. Let history judge me fairly. And how do I know this isn't a trap? What's keeping you from tossing my ass out of an airlock the second I drop by? And prove that every single thing you have ever written about me is true. Jessica scoffed, please. People who kill the press are fucking idiots. Why the hell do you think an assassin hasn't already come calling? Jessica asked. Because I told all of my less enlightened comrades to keep their fucking hands off, that's why. You ignore the press. You discredit the press. You don't kill them. That's just plain stupid. I'm a lot of things, Helena, as you will have the opportunity to find out. I'm a whole lot of things, but I'm not stupid. So a tragic accident happens then. Those have a nasty way of coming back to bite you in the ass, Jessica replied. If anyone knows that things won't turn out the way they definitely should, it's me, she said ruefully. Besides, you have a guardian angel. I do. Sheila motherfucking Donovan. Jessica exclaimed. If there is one person I do not want to add to my list of troubles, it's that bitch. No thank you. I fuck you over and I have her to deal with and I don't want that. She took the White Star with no casualties, except for one ding-a-ling who refused to wear their armor, and she's perpetrated the biggest security breach in Federation history only then go and break her own record? That's one big pile of nope if I've ever seen one. I'm in no hurry to tangle with that. Helena angled her recorder towards the screen. Is that why you haven't sought revenge for your grandson, Counselor Morgan? Shit, why did you have to remind me? Jessica groaned. I gotta address that. I mean she did save me the trouble but... Saved you the trouble? Oh yeah, Jessica replied, you think he was just hiding from the feds on that ship? He was going to cut a deal where he was going to reveal, well, a whole bunch of things that no longer matter, actually. You were going to have your own grandson killed. I guess you would need to interview me to find out, wouldn't you? Jessica smiled. If you agree to hang out with us, I promise I'll give you the story, along with a whole bunch of others. I mean, a lot of it no longer applies. I've killed 500,000 and counting. I am no longer concerned with a lot of shit, and the other people involved are either dead, dying, or in the process of committing crimes that make all that old stuff pale in comparison. Hell. I'm willing to bet a lot of my Confederates would just love to brag about most of it. Jessica leaned back and spread her arms wide. So, what do you say? Feel like enjoying some bardic immunity? Helena staggered into the bar where Roberts was enjoying a gin and tonic. He looked up at her as she stumbled in. She looked rough. You okay? Paul, Helena said with a confused and troubled look in her eyes. I just think I made a deal with the devil. The fallout settles Part 4, the wages of sin. Josiah Axion sat behind his desk holding his head in his hands. First the White Star and now this. Why were the gods doing this to him? The network was down, everywhere. His stock took a nosedive for no reason and then, poof. His text told him that the entire Federation was down, something about a clock? All reservations, orders, arrangements for excursions, everything, paralyzed. Not that it really mattered. After the White Star and that assassination attempt jokingly called journalism by that sterling bitch, their business was ruined. Their insurance was claiming that the ship was being used for illegal activity and they were refusing to pay out. Their lawyers were going at it, but he had recently been told that they would likely not win. It seems that the entire galaxy has a soft spot for children. Billions gone, billions. And no way to make it back. They slashed their fares and then slashed them again, and again. They were almost a budget line now. Unwashed masses gorging themselves on the all-you-can-eat complimentary buffets they had to install on many of their ships. Disgusting. Then the plague hit, and with the travel prohibitions on humans even that went away. He was pandering to the fucking Xenos now. Thank the void gods that he had managed to get exceptions for his human crew, but he was still having get rid of a lot of them because they made the Xenos nervous. His ships had turned into zoos. And now, he couldn't even reach half his fleet. With the network in shambles, everyone was using hyperspace relays for everything. The lines were clogged, even frequencies reserved for shipping and navigation were swamped. It was a disaster. He couldn't even reach out to the shadows anymore. The second the news about Bruce was confirmed, Jessica blackballed him. Every informal loan he had was called in that very day. It damn near broke the company. But they survived. They survived the scandal. They survived their income shortfalls. They had survived all of it. They survived it all, only to get slammed with this. It wasn't fair. There was a knock on his door and Clarice, his secretary, nervously walked in. Ah, beautiful Clarice, always a bright spot in his day. Clarice shifted uncomfortably as he undressed her with his eyes. He loved her timid nature, her weak protestations. She knew she loved it, not that it mattered. He owned her. He made that perfectly clear the last time she tried to run. "Yes, sir," she stammered. "Shania Abeba is here to see you, sir." "Who? Did she say what she wanted?" "No, sir," Clarice said quietly. "She just said that she wished to speak with you." "Well, don't make her wait, moron," he snapped. "Send her in." "Why yes, sir." Clarice yelped and sprinted for the door. Oh Christ above, Shania, the heir apparent for Abeba Limited, and of course the Wraiths, one of the most powerful of the Confederacy of Soul. People like to talk about the Black Angels, Dragons, or the Red Teeth, when they still existed, but the Wraiths. Where the others were savage, the Wraiths were power. Real power, real wealth, instant death. It was said that they were second only to Jessica Morgan herself. The door opened and Shania entered the room. Josiah tried not to stare. She was, in a word, stunning. Even at over 100 years old she was absolutely gorgeous. As his eyes wandered down her long, lean frame they came to rest on the twin pistols that she wore on her hips. Swallow pistols, he noted, signature weapons of practitioners of the diving swallow, a martial art that incorporated pistols the same way that other arts embraced the sword. So they are wearing their weapons openly now? He thought. That was in blatant violation of the law, but then again, who was going to stop her? The world had tipped right into the shitter. He thought things would be better here on Kessup, where their reach wasn't as strong, but even here they walk completely unopposed it seems. "Ms. Abeba," he said warmly as he rose to meet her. "How is your father?" "In a word, busy," Shania said in a pleasant tone of voice. "My father has accepted a position within the newly formed Forsaken government as one of Ms. Morgan's cabinet." "Oh?" Josiah asked. "What is he in charge of?" "Justice," Shania said with a slight smile. He is ensuring the safety of our citizens and the continuity of the rule of law. The Forsaken have laws. Josiah replied. Oh yes, she replied smiling a bit wider. We do. A society is nothing without rules, she said, and consequences. Well, isn't that civilized of you, Josiah said skeptically. Quite, she replied. Since my father is otherwise engaged, I have assumed leadership of Abeba Limited and our other ventures. Other ventures? Hey. Shania raised her eyebrow. If you could stop ogling me for a moment, I have business to discuss. Oh. I wasn't. I was just admiring your pistols. Josiah said defensively as he wilted under her disapproving gaze. As part of our other ventures, Shania said calmly, I have been tasked by Ms. Morgan to procure resources for the Forsaken in preparation for our ongoing struggle for the very survival of our people. I would love to help, but, as Ms. Morgan quite aware, I've been blackballed, unjustifiably so, and my business has. That includes, among other things, Shania said, her smile fading, ships. What? Josiah asked in alarm. Yes, ships, Shania said as a little smile played across her lips despite herself. We are prepared to buy out your entire business, she said as she pulled out a tablet. I think you will find the terms quite generous. Josiah took the tablet and after a few seconds looked up at her in disbelief. 1 credit? What the fuck are you playing at? The Wraiths do not play, Mr. Axion, Shania said calmly. Get out. I don't give a fuck who you are. You won't walk in here and take what I've spent my lifetime to build. If you wish, Shania said with a smile. But there is one other matter I came here to discuss, one of significant import not only to me but to Ms. Morgan as well. Make it quick, Josiah snapped. You might not be aware, Shania said, her eyes sparkling, but the Forsaken movement isn't just concerned with porkies. We are for everyone forsaken by the Federation, everyone. Like those poor children on the White Star. I already told you that I had absolutely nothing to do with that. Now leave before I call security. I really think you want to hear me out, Mr. Axion, Shania said with a smile. Jessica Morgan considers the victims of Bruce's Emporium to be a shining example of what it means to be forsaken. They were forsaken by the Federation. They were failed by the Republic. And they were brutalized by Axion lines. So, Ms. Morgan has given them dual citizenship and has provided for their care in the Republic. How nice of her. Josiah snapped. Now. She has given them support, Shania said, cutting him off, but what she really wants to give them is justice. Justice is important, don't you agree? And we have cooperated fully with the authorities. The people on their client list, all of them, are now being detained by the Forsaken and after receiving due process they will be found guilty and receive our version of justice, Shania said with a smile. Do you remember what we used to do to kid touchers, back in the day, Josiah? Do you? And they deserve it. Those filthy animals ruined my business. They deserve whatever you do to them. I'm glad you agree, Shania smiled. There is one tiny problem, one we hoped you would help us with. After barging in here and making this joke of an offer you dare to ask for my help. Josiah yelled reaching for his intercom. Who is Nathaniel Goodboy? Josiah's blood froze. Who? Nathaniel Goodboy, Shania replied with a gleam in her eye. Turns out that not all of the names on the client list correspond with actual individuals. Some of them appear to be aliases, Nathaniel Goodboy for example. I have absolutely no idea who that is. Oh well, I figured it wouldn't hurt to ask, Shania replied. It doesn't really matter. We will find out and when we do there is absolutely nowhere they can run, nowhere they can hide. It doesn't matter if they are in the Federation, Republic, Empire. Hell, they can even run to the Collective. We will find them and what awaits them when we do. It's bad, Josiah. What we used to do to child molesters, that was because that was the worst thing we could do back then. Today, Shania said with a pleasant smile, our abilities have increased. Ever hear of zombie? Zombie? Yes, zombie, she replied. It was an attempt to create a highly addictive euphoric. And it is. Unfortunately, it had a few problems that prevented its distribution. It is highly addictive, totally addictive actually. Someone is hopelessly hooked with the first dose. The problem is that it causes irreversible brain damage, rendering someone highly susceptible to suggestion. It makes them, for all intents and purposes, a zombie. When under the influence, which they always are, they will do whatever and I mean whatever someone tells them to. Seriously, you can hand them a knife and tell them to slice off their own genitalia and they will. Josiah just stood there frozen with fear. We Wraiths hate waste, Mr. Axion, she said calmly. Why maim or kill someone when you can get some use out of them? There are many jobs that must be performed and not all of them are pleasant, or safe, or even survivable, such as processing transuranic elements for dirty bombs or assisting in plague research. Rehabilitation through service. I can assure you that anyone who finds themselves in one of my father's penal service battalions will think twice before signing up for another stretch, not that the zombies get a second chance, of course. For them, it's a life sentence. You know what the really messed up thing about zombie is, Mr. Axion? Shania asked. The individual is still in there, perfectly lucid, just unable to disobey, unable to stop. They will be fully aware as the radiation consumes them or as they act as a guinea pig or whatever other unpleasantness befalls them. They will be completely conscious as they take the knife and slowly slice off their own testicles, one by one, and then sever their penis, which will definitely happen, Mr. Axion. Shania smiled and reached for the tablet. Well, I've taken up enough of your time, she said pleasantly. I'll just take this offer and... Wait. Josiah cried out in a strangled voice, tears in his eyes, as he grabbed the tablet. They knew. It was obvious they knew. He would lose his business, his life's work, but he would live. He could survive. The Forsaken appreciates doing business with you, she smiled as he signed the offer. Take it. God damn you. Take it all, he said as he wept. Thank you, she said as they took the tablet. Oh, there is something else that I wish to talk to you about. Josiah collapsed into his chair, weeping. I was wondering if you would be interested in making a small donation to the cause, she smiled as she pulled out a ledger. I had your secretary write out a series of checks for you. All you have to do is sign. It was everything that he had, everything. You bitch, he cried in anger and despair. Then with sobbing shuddering breaths he started to sign. She was exceedingly helpful in helping to discover your net worth, by the way, Shania smiled. I couldn't have been nearly as thorough without her. Very promising young woman. I'm taking her with me. Josiah was incapable of speech. He only sobbed as he handed over check after check after check. So generous. Shania exclaimed. Your love for your fellow man is truly commendable. Fuck you, he sobbed. Fuck you. The wages of sin, my friend, Shania replied. The wages of sin is poverty, no. That's not right. What was it again, she asked as she drew a tiny spray bottle from her pocket. But. I did everything you asked. I gave you everything. And what did you think you were buying? Absolution? Forgiveness. Shania laughed. We don't do forgiveness. You didn't buy an escape. You bought mercy, she said as she released a cloud of vapor in his general direction. He immediately stiffened in his chair, his eyes bulging. Binary agent, Shania said in a matter-of-fact tone. Each component is in itself completely harmless. When they combine, however. Josiah started to shake uncontrollably. The pain. Oh, the pain. The first component was delivered in your morning coffee, courtesy of your lovely secretary, she said as she watched the shaking get worse. You really should treat your people better. The potent nerve agent started to paralyze Josiah's entire body, including his heart. It almost immediately started breaking down into water, carbon dioxide, nitrogen, and just a tiny bit of phosphorus, completely undetectable. But not before it did its job. Josiah's heart simply stopped. Considering his age and the stress he was under, it wasn't that surprising, really. Shania turned and walked away. As she exited his office, Clarice stood there shaking. Is he really gone? Quite. And I'm coming with you. You know far too much to leave here, silly, Shania said with a smile. Clarice's eyes widened in terror. Relax, Shania replied in a friendly tone. We don't waste. I'm in need of a secretary and you are a secretary. Besides, blood in. Blood, in. It means you just joined the Wraiths, full member. Really? Clarice said with an excited voice. Really, Shania replied. Let's go, Phantom, she said as she headed for the door. Yes, ma'am. Clarice enthused as she followed.